Li Kuan unexpectedly acquires a divine consumption refund system. By spending on high-value beauties, he can receive a tenfold return, and conquering goddesses will yield mysterious rewards. At the outset, he binds himself to a wealthy system, directly receiving a colossal starter package worth 1 billion yuan. With endless wealth at his disposal, Li Kuan is destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Chapter 001. Li Kuan. It is widely acknowledged that a cow is a cow, a horse is a horse, and cattle and horses are distinct entities that cannot be compared. Li Kuan, an employee at an insurance company in Donghai City, is an authentic example of a diligent worker. Having been a diligent student in a small town, he managed to enter Donghai University after arduous efforts, expecting that upon graduation, he would effortlessly secure a good job and embrace a city dweller's lifestyle. However, reality dealt a harsh blow. As a graduate from second-tier university, Li Kuan found it exceedingly challenging to compete in Donghai City, especially with his lack of skills, making it nearly impossible to stand out among numerous job seekers. After wandering aimlessly for over half a month and enduring several interviews, he could not find a satisfactory position. Ultimately, through a recommendation from an old classmate, he joined Hongda Insurance Company. Hongda Insurance boasts a commendable reputation in Donghai City, ranking among the top 5 in the industry, and naturally offers decent remuneration. His internship salary was 4,000, with a base salary of 6,000 plus commissions upon becoming a permanent employee. Li Kuan truly cherished this opportunity, hence he worked exceptionally hard after joining. He arose earlier than a rooster and retired later than a dog. He pursued business with unwavering diligence, dedicating more attention to work than he did to his first love, embodying the ideal of a diligent employee. Consequently, Li Kuan believed that barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would surely succeed in securing permanent employment and become a valued member of Hongda. Until that day, during his lunch break, just as Li Kuan was about to close his eyes for a brief nap, he heard someone calling his name. Li Kuan, Manager Zhang requests your presence in his office. Oh, okay. Li Kuan wasted no time and hurriedly made his way to the manager's office. The decision regarding his transition from intern to permanent employee rested with the department manager, and understanding this, Li Kuan dared not be negligent. Xiao Li, what do you think of Sister Bai, whom we met yesterday? As soon as Li Kuan entered, Manager Zhang Gaoqi initiated the conversation. Sister Bai? She should be a good person, right? Hesitating, Li Kuan replied. When it comes to complimenting women, there are only a few phrases that circulate that if she is beautiful, one simply praises her beauty. If she is not beautiful, one might commend her grace. If she possesses neither beauty nor grace, then one should laud her sensuality. If she lacks beauty, grace, and sensuality, it would be best to call her charming. If none of these apply, claiming the person is simply a good individual should suffice. Oh yes. Recalling his encounter with Sister Bai, who was in her 40s, standing less than 5 feet 5 inches tall, and weighing, one could only assume, over 150 pounds, her rigid features were hard to describe. Haha. Sister Bai informed me that if you agree to accompany her for a month, she will purchase 5 million worth of insurance from you tomorrow. Zhang Gaoqi feigned sincerity. If you agree, not only will your performance earn commissions, but your transition to permanent status will be assured. What do you think? Instantly, Li Kuan's expression darkened. What does this mean? Does he expect me to sell my body? How utterly disgraceful. Is he truly considering me this way? Not at all, Li Kuan retorted coldly. Xiao Li, seeing the employee's reluctance, Zhang Gaoqi attempted to persuade him. Don't rush to a decision. You just graduated and entered society. You don't realize how challenging it is to earn money. With such a golden opportunity before you, how can you not cherish it? Do you intend to turn your back on money? Xiao Li, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Agree to it, spend some time with Sister Bai, and your future performance will not be an issue. Money will come easily. Isn't that better than toiling away like a beast of burden? This kind of opportunity doesn't come easily. If it weren't for me noticing your decent looks, why would I even approach you? Li Kuan's eyes widened in fury. Such words were nothing short of an insult. At the age of 23, full of youthful vigor, how could he consider earning such demeaning money? If Sister Bai were stunning, voluptuous, naturally beautiful, charmingly captivating, and breathtakingly lovely, perhaps he could endure it. But given her appearance, let's not even go there. Such a monstrous proposition was far beyond his desires. There would be ample opportunities to earn money in the future. Why subject himself to such indignity? Just as he was about to reject the manager's proposal, a chilling voice echoed in his ears. Bing, host selected. Please make a choice. A. Agree to accompany sister by for a month. Successfully secure a position at Honda Insurance, becoming both a beast of burden and a duck. B. Refuse the department manager's proposal. Resolutely leave the office and continue as a beast of burden. C. Tom, don't lose your job. Cordially greet the manager's mother. Lose your job, and the host will receive $10 million in unemployment benefits. D. Slap the department manager twice. Let him learn a lesson for the future and bind the Goddess Consumption Refund System. Having spent 2.5 years reading novels on Tomato, Lee Kuan quickly grasped the situation. Option D felt more appealing. Preferring a more assertive approach, Lee Kuan undoubtedly leaned towards option D. Seeing Lee Kuan hesitate, manager Zhang Gaoqi mistakenly believed he was wavering and continued to apply pressure. Xiao Li, you wouldn't want to lose this job, would you? However, just as Zhang Gaoqi finished his sentence, Lee Kuan swiftly approached and delivered 2 resounding slaps. Have you no shame? Do you think I'm a duck? With a decisive motion, Lee Kuan struck the manager twice, and before he could react, turned and exited the office. Manager Zhang Gaoqi stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. He never expected that the seemingly agreeable Lee Kuan would have such a volatile temper. Those 2 slaps were utterly unwarranted. June in Donghai City was somewhat sweltering. Once outside the doors of Honda Company, Lee Kuan had already regained his composure, gazing at the translucent system panel that had appeared before him, filled with anticipation and delight. Host, Lee Kuan, age, 23, height, 185 centimeters, attractiveness, 90xx, 20 stamina, 100 skills, none conquer goddess. None conquer a goddess with an attractiveness of 90 for a tenfold return. First binding of the system. The host may claim 1 starter package. Internship task. Conquer a goddess with an attractiveness of 90 within 1 month. Success. Fully bind the goddess conquest system. Failure. Death. This system not only lacks decorum, but the penalties for failure are also exceedingly harsh. Lee Kuan felt slightly embarrassed. However, with a tenfold consumption return, securing a high-value goddess within a month shouldn't be too difficult, right? His gaze swept across the system interface. Noticing the availability of a starter package, Lee Kuan focused his thoughts, and a voice resonated in his ear. Congratulations, host. You have received a starter package, 10 billion yuan. Would you like to withdraw? 10 billion. Is this for real? Lee Kuan's left eyelid twitched, and his facial expression was nothing short of spectacular. This must be withdrawn immediately. With a thought, he initiated the withdrawal. Suddenly, Lee Kuan's phone vibrated several times in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he was astonished to find a notification of a deposit. Huaxia Bank, a sum of 1 billion yuan has been credited to your account 1988 on June 28th at 12:25. Chapter 002. The White Moonlight 1 billion. A lifetime's worth of spending? Is it truly so? Lee Kuan opened the app for Huaxia Bank. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion. Although these were merely numbers, they struck Lee Kuan with immense force, as he had never seen a 6-figure deposit in his life. Feeling slightly dizzy, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. It was indeed 1 billion. This time, he had truly struck it rich. Who could have imagined that just yesterday, he was a penniless young man, and today he had transformed into a billionaire? Before he could revel in his newfound fortune for long, a cold voice echoed in his mind. Mission initiated. Remaining time, 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. The objective was to woo a goddess within a month. In the past, Lee Kuan, hailing from an ordinary family with no remarkable qualities, would have deemed it a fantasy just to pursue a girlfriend, let alone a goddess with a beauty score of 90. Now, with 1 billion yuan at his disposal, he could easily attract various high-caliber beauties, not to mention the tenfold cashback incentive. Completing the mission within a month seemed a piece of cake. When it came to goddesses, one name immediately flashed in Lee Kuan's mind: Lu Ruyen. Lu Ruyen was his classmate during university, universally recognized as the class beauty, the campus flower. Possessing an extraordinary visage, figure, and poise, many male classmates, including the infatuated Lee Kuan, had regarded her as their unattainable dream, harboring countless fantasies in their hearts. Fantasies were just that, merely daydreams. In reality, they were to be admired from afar, without daring to overstep boundaries. At most, they could add her as a WeChat friend. Without any presumptuous intentions. One must have dreams. What if they come true? Lu Ruyen was one of Lee Kuan's youthful aspirations. After graduating, he had thought she would merely be a fleeting presence in his life, and their paths would never cross again. Yet now, that dream no longer seemed out of reach. Wealth emboldens heroes. Money is a man's backbone. With riches, one can pave their way to the heavens. Without it, finding a kindred spirit is a challenge. Now a billionaire, Li Kuan had shed his former insecurities and transformed into a courageous dream chaser. Let it be clear, Li Kuan held no inappropriate intentions towards his white moonlight. He merely wished to fulfill the system's mission. To avoid a fruitless endeavor, he sifted through his QQ Space album, which chronicled the 4 years of university life, and found a photograph of Lu Ruyan. Scanning the details: name, Lu Ruyan, age, 23, height, 167 centimeters, weight, 50 kilograms, beauty score, 92, occupation, clerk, skills, dance, splits, affection, 0, love, 0 what? A love score of 0. Li Kuan was taken aback. It was astounding that the acknowledged goddess had never had a boyfriend. He quickly searched for Lu Ruyan on WeChat, someone he hadn't been in contact with for 3 or 4 years. Are you there? As soon as he sent the message, a red exclamation mark appeared. Alas, she had deleted him. Li Kuan furrowed his brow and took the initiative to add her as a friend, with a verification message stating they were university classmates. Meanwhile, seated in her office, Lu Ruyan received the friend request. Noticing that the requester claimed to be a university classmate, she did not immediately decline. Hello, are you my university classmate? What is your name? Leaning back in her office chair, Lu Ruyan politely greeted him, then got straight to the point. Success. Faced with this goddess's inquiry, Li Kuan responded candidly. Yes, we were classmates. I am Li Kuan. Li Kuan? Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes drifted to the pristine white ceiling of her office as she pondered for a moment, a vaguely familiar figure surfacing in her memory. Poor, ordinary, unremarkable, just another nondescript classmate. Hello, what do you need? Lu Ruyan replied in a standard manner. Scanning her response, Li Kuan yearned to reply with something witty. But the timing was not yet right. I would like to invite you to dinner. Li Kuan's message was succinct. Such an obvious intention was clear to anyone. Upon reading the reply, Lu Ruyan smiled. This old classmate had taken the initiative to add her and now wanted to dine together, likely hoping to woo her. Lu Ruyan had encountered similar situations before, but with her lofty standards, she was unlikely to readily agree. Most encounters with such impoverished suitors ended with a few perfunctory exchanges and no further communication. Let us skip the dinner. I have to work and don't have the time. Lu Ruyan sent the message, just as a striking notification caught her eye. 2,000,000 initiated a transfer. What does this mean? Could it be yet another scam? Lu Ruyan's curiosity was tinged with wariness. 20,000 yuan was a significant sum for her. Coming from a modest background, working as a clerk with a monthly salary just over 4,000. To earn 20,000, she would need 5 or 6 months of savings. Wealth stirs the heart. Facing such a lavish transfer, it would be disingenuous for her not to feel tempted. Lu Ruyan calmly and rationally inquired, "What do you mean by this?" "Nothing much. I just wanted to treat you to dinner and get to know you better." "The money is just a token of my goodwill," Li Kuan replied straightforwardly. "Is it that simple? No strings attached? A gift?" Lu Ruyan asked, seeking clarification. Her caution stemmed from previous experiences where suitors had demanded refunds on gifts. A few hundred or 1,000 yuan could easily be reclaimed. 20,000, on the other hand, was another matter entirely. Lu Ruyan had no intention of being taken for a ride. Of course, Li Kuan answered succinctly. Receiving a reassuring response, Lu Ruyan, still feeling a bit uneasy, scrolled through her phone to ensure everything was in order before clicking to accept the transfer. As her WeChat balance swelled by 20,000 yuan, her expression brightened instantly. No cost to her, just a dinner invitation, and she gained 20,000. Who would refuse such an offer? It seemed this old classmate had indeed become prosperous. Is he perhaps a lottery winner? Lu Ruyan playfully messaged, eager to uncover how her once inconspicuous classmate had achieved such wealth. Such inquiries could hardly be attributed to a system's intervention, could they? After a few moments of contemplation, Li Kuan replied simply, "Pretty much. I inherited 1 billion. If there are no further questions, let us have dinner tomorrow." 1 billion? Wang Duiyu? You're joking. Lu Ruyan chuckled lightly, not lingering on the matter, as she had worked the next day. How about the day after tomorrow? I have a day off then. Tomorrow is perfect. I insist you have time, Li Kuan texted, immediately transferring another 20,000. 2,000,000 initiated a transfer. Huh. Chapter 003. The Importance of Money, huh? Kuan Ge, are you serious? Once again, a staggering $20,000. Just how affluent is this old classmate? Could it be that he has truly inherited a fortune of 1 billion? Such extravagance. Lu Ruyan pursed her lips, momentarily taken aback. Beautiful women seldom lack suitors. In the past, she had received attention from numerous wealthy second-generation heirs and affluent older gentlemen, with red envelopes typically ranging from several hundred to 1,000. However, this was her first experience with a 5-figure sum being tossed her way. Lu Ruyin initially intended to maintain her composure, but upon seeing the readily available $20,000, she unhesitatingly chose to acquiesce. Any hesitation would be a disrespect to such a substantial amount. Work? That was out of the question. If taking a leave of absence were not feasible, she would simply resign and seek employment elsewhere. All right then, where shall we dine tomorrow? Having sent that message, Lu Ruyin effortlessly pocketed the $20,000. Lu Ruyin's affection 10. I will contact you later, goodbye. Li Kuan had refrained from mentioning it earlier, as he had yet to decide where to eat. When it comes to courting a girl, just getting her out is half the battle won. After concluding the chat, the enchanting voice of the system sounded in Li Kuan's ears once more. Ding. Spent 40,000. Successfully returned 400,000, now deposited in the system, available for withdrawal at any time. Damn, what a thrilling experience. The speed at which money accumulates is truly intoxicating. What? You say that earning money isn't important? You might not comprehend the significance of wealth. Allow me to enlighten you about reality. A single dollar can persuade an online shopper to fabricate false reviews and post flattering pictures. $10 can compel a delivery person to brave a storm to deliver your meal. Several $100s might constitute an ordinary person's salary for 2 or 3 days. $1,000 can entice someone's daughter, nurtured for over 20 years, to curry favor with you in a karaoke bar. A university student, filled with ideals, would only earn a few thousand for a month's work they were reluctant to attend. $10,000 can easily reveal the true faces of friends and relatives. And what about 100,000 or several 100,000? Those who claim money is unimportant have likely never experienced poverty. With ease, Li Kuan's spirits soared as he raked in 40,000. People are judged by their appearances, and the right attire can make all the difference. Tomorrow, when meeting the goddess of his dreams, he must acquire a complete new outfit and perhaps even a flashy supercar to make an impression. Surely, he couldn't show up in cheap street market clothes for a date, could he? That would be a disgrace. Not only his attire, but also his dining, accommodation, transportation, and indulgences must be of a suitable standard. After being poor for so long, shouldn't he indulge a little? Just as Li Kuan was about to head to the nearest shopping mall, his phone rang at the most inopportune moment. You're just too beautiful. You're just too beautiful. Pulling out his phone, he saw that the caller was his department manager, Zhang. What could this meddlesome fellow want? Has he become addicted to being rebuffed? Li Kuan contemplated declining the call, but ultimately frowned and answered, curious about what this clown had to say. Hello. Is this Kuan? Despite his reluctance, Zhang Gaoqi feigned cordiality, admitting his previous shortcomings and offering an apology. If you reconsider, Miss, I has stated that if you accompany her, you will receive a monthly allowance of 50,000. Before Zhang could finish, Li Kuan chuckled derisively. 50,000? Oh, that truly is a significant sum. However, I am unfit for such a role. If Manager Zhang is interested, perhaps you should take it on yourself. With that, Li Kuan was about to hang up when another voice came through the line. Xiao Li, it's me, General Manager Ho Cheng. Ho Cheng had taken the phone from Zhang Gaoqi, adopting a tone of authority. Xiao Kuan, I advise you not to act impulsively. Ms. Bai is an important client for the company, and if you assist in entertaining her, I will promote you and increase your salary, making you the department manager. Are you dreaming? If you want to play the role of a duck, do it yourself. Don't drag me into this. Get lost. Li Kuan, his temper flaring, retorted. Li Kuan, how dare you speak to me like that? General Manager Ho Cheng attempted to assert his authority over this employee. Unbeknownst to him, Li Kuan, having already resigned, was utterly indifferent. With an air of nonchalance, Li Kuan declared, don't think I'm intimidated just because you're the general manager. I wouldn't fear even the king of heaven. After a few choice words, Li Kuan hung up the call, steeling himself. He then hailed a taxi, heading towards the shopping center in the city center. Chapter 004, A Fresh Start in Donghai City. At the bustling city center mall, Li Kuan, with his pockets full, entered the Prada boutique without a hint of self-doubt. The prominent English logo of Prada stood out. Founded in 1931, Prada is an Italian luxury brand that offers ready-to-wear clothing for men and women, leather goods, footwear, and bespoke services. The philosophy behind its designs perfectly aligns with the modern pursuit of practicality and aesthetic appeal. Prada strikes a perfect balance between functionality and aesthetics, representing not only a fashion trend, but also the pinnacle of contemporary beauty. As one of the world's renowned luxury brands, Prada's store decor is nothing short of magnificent. Although the store Li Kuan entered was not large, its opulent decor was striking, showcasing luxury items that would cost an ordinary person a significant portion of their salary for half a month or even several months. A military green men's t-shirt priced at 4,999 yuan. A seemingly inconspicuous pair of sunglasses sold for 2,500 yuan. A pair of men's leather shoes at 16,999 yuan. And so forth. The sales assistant, dressed in a sky blue uniform, immediately noticed the customer entering the store. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you today?" This assistant appeared to be around 25, possessing a decent figure, though her smile seemed somewhat insincere. Even with her enthusiastic demeanor, Li Kuan detected a trace of disdain in her eyes. However, he remained unfazed. It is only natural. Walking into a luxury store clad in cheap attire would inevitably attract some judgmental glances. Lin Rong, the store manager of this Prada outlet, would never make the rookie mistake of looking down on customers, at least not overtly. Upon noticing that the customer's outfit bore a resemblance to inexpensive items from online marketplaces, her smile grew increasingly strained. "What audacity to enter a luxury store and waste my expression," she silently grumbled. "Hello, I'm here to look for some clothes." Unaware of the assistant's inner thoughts, Li Kuan simply stated his purpose. "Could you assist me in selecting a few outfits?" In response, the assistant, Lin Rong, maintained her facade of a courteous smile while internally rolling her eyes. Is this for real? Surely he wanted to try on a few items and then leave, right? Of course. May I ask what your budget is? The seasoned Lin Rong inquired, eager to gauge the young man's financial standing. If his answer did not meet her expectations, she would readily delegate the task of serving this type of rural bumpkin to a new hire who had just joined a couple of days ago. Without hesitation, Li Kuan replied, "Around 100,000. Upon hearing this response, Lin Rong's eyes lit up, her previously stiff smile transforming into one of genuine warmth. Her enthusiasm elevated to new heights as she upgraded her address from "you" to "your esteemed self." "Please, allow me to escort you this way," she said. "Lily, fetch the water." After you, after you." Moments later, under the powerful influence of wealth, Li Kuan emerged from Prada, his appearance remarkably transformed, dressed head to toe in Prada. Standing at an impressive height of 185 meters and boasting looks that rivaled those of a film star, he exuded an aura of affluence and charm. This handsome visage might not enchant the most exquisite beauties, but to some naive young maidens, it was undeniably captivating. Sir, your clothes and shoes," Lin Rong called out, chasing after him with a bag of old garments in hand. Li Kuan turned back with a fleeting glance and lifted his hand to dismiss them. From this moment forth, the days of poverty, like those tattered clothes and shoes, would be utterly banished from Li Kuan's life. Subsequently, he made his way to an Apple store, requesting the complete top-tier package. Top tier? The whole set? The young clerk was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure to confirm, "Are you certain you want the entire package? Handsome? Of course, is there an issue?" Li Kuan replied with a nod. "Ah, very well. Please follow me and kindly confirm the memory configuration and color options." The clerk responded promptly. "For a top tier, I certainly want the best." After a whirlwind of transactions, he swiped his card, effortlessly spending tens of thousands. With a buoyant spirit, Li Kuan strolled away with his Apple bundle, a feat that would have been unimaginable in the past, now easily realized. Indeed, money is a marvelous entity. It can fulfill most desires and resolve 99% of troubles and issues. As Li Kuan exited the mall, he casually hailed a taxi and settled into the back seat. "Driver, please take me to the Mercedes 4S dealership," he instructed nonchalantly. "Absolutely, boss. Hold on tight," the taxi driver replied, pressing the accelerator. In no time, the taxi came to a halt at the entrance of the Mercedes 4S dealership. After settling the fare, Li Kuan alighted, his heart racing at the thought of soon acquiring his very first car. Ever since obtaining his driver's license, he had fantasized about driving a Mercedes, which was precisely why he had chosen to purchase one. Owning a Mercedes symbolizes a smooth journey through life, steering towards success. This phrase would forever resonate with Li Kuan as he embarked on his new chapter in society. Entering the Mercedes 4S dealership, he was greeted by an expansive layout adorned with minimalist, modern decor that filled every corner. A glance revealed an array of Mercedes vehicles, each exuding elegance, power, and technological beauty, their sleek lines delivering a striking visual impact. Even at a standstill, they radiated an energy poised to spring into action, ready to capture the attention of onlookers at any moment. Perhaps it was an off-peak hour, as the dealership appeared somewhat quiet, the staff preoccupied with their tasks, barely noticing Li Kuan's entrance. Each Mercedes parked in the showroom boasted a hefty price tag, with any single model requiring an ordinary person years, even decades, of diligent effort to afford, an endeavor that would deter the average individual. Clearly, Li Kuan was not among them. Unfazed by the lack of immediate attention, Li Kuan took it upon himself to admire each Mercedes, his gaze akin to a besotted admirer gazing at a beautiful muse. Luxurious cars and beautiful women have always been the pursuits of men, and he was no exception. As he strolled, he encountered several familiar Mercedes models, including the electric CL and EQ series. The numbers following the Mercedes emblem indicate the model's tier, with higher digits denoting superior configurations and greater costs. Before long, As he contemplated purchasing one of the Mercedes, a tall, young beauty approached him. The elegant young woman glided over, her high heels clicking rhythmically on the floor, making it nearly impossible not to notice her. Li Kuan instinctively looked up. Clad in a black suit, white shirt, fitted skirt, black stockings, and high heels, this typical sales attire appeared anything but ordinary on her. Her curvaceous figure was perfectly accentuated, and simply observing her was enough to stir one's imagination. "Hello there, handsome. Do you have a model in mind?" The saleswoman greeted him with a smile, stepping forward to engage him. Chapter 005. Buying a car is like buying vegetables, ah? A beauty. Scanning her details. Name, Xian Ningbing. Age, 25. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Attractiveness, 90. Occupation, sales. Skill, French kissing. Affection, 0. Love, 3. Her looks certainly meet the standard. Unfortunately, her love score is a mere 3. Instantly, Li Kuan's initial interest waned. While his inexperience with women played a role, more significantly, since acquiring the system, he had resolved not to consider any high-value beauty with a love score exceeding 1. Of course, exceptions existed. If a mature and voluptuous woman were to approach him, Li Kuan, who admired the legacy of Wei Wu, would not be averse to exploring that avenue. Ahem, I digress. We are here to purchase a car. After a brief moment of distraction, Li Kuan returned to the matter at hand. I would like to buy the latest top-tier Mercedes. Is there one available? The latest model? Top tier? Xian Ningbing's gaze faltered, a look of disbelief crossing her face. I apologize, sir, but I must confirm. Are you intending to purchase the car outright? Having worked as a sales representative at the dealership for a considerable time, she had encountered wealthy clients who bought cars upon entry. However, a young man who appeared no older than herself, asking to buy the latest top-tier Mercedes without even a cursory glance, took her by surprise. Nonetheless, a glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. One must not judge a book by its cover. Yes, is there a problem? Li Kuan raised an eyebrow. Isn't that the purpose of my visit? No, of course. There's no issue. Please, this way, Xian Ningbing exclaimed, as though struck by a delightful revelation, her enthusiasm intensifying as she walked alongside him, explaining. Our latest model is the Mercedes-Maybach S480, equipped with a 3.0T 448 horsepower engine and a 48V mild hybrid system. Let us skip the details and just tell me the price, Li Kuan interjected bluntly. Without hesitation, Xian Ningbing pointed to a nearby Mercedes, stating, this model has an official guide price of 14.68 million, but our dealership offers a discount of around 200,000, including taxes, insurance, and registration. The total price will be just over 1.3 million. Oh, Li Kuan mused thoughtfully. Unbeknownst to them, the two had already arrived in front of the Mercedes-Maybach S480. As a flagship sedan, the Maybach S480's design blended a prestigious aura with elegant details, presenting a style of understated luxury. Through its elongated proportions, exclusive insignia, and exquisite chrome accents, it conveyed a sense of discreet opulence, balancing the solemnity required for business occasions with the refinement of a personal vehicle. Li Kuan circled around the sleek black Mercedes Maybach, absorbed in his admiration, completely disregarding the saleswoman, Xian Ningbing, beside him. This one looks splendid. I'll take it. Where do I make the payment? With that, Li Kuan produced his bank card. What? You're buying it just like that? Xian Ningbing felt a surreal sensation as she received the card. In her years of experience, this was her first encounter with such a forthright customer. While the internet may be rife with tales of affluent patrons, flaunting their wealth by purchasing luxury cars and homes as if they were mere groceries, such individuals are indeed rare in reality. To walk into a dealership, engage in scarcely any conversation, and immediately purchase a vehicle worth over $1 million, such clientele are a rarity, akin to mythical creatures. If every customer were like this, it would be nearly impossible for a salesperson not to prosper. Is there a problem? Li Kuan glanced at the astonished Xian Ningbing. Oh right. Regaining her composure, Xian Ningbing respectfully accepted the card, her face alight with unreserved joy. I'll take care of this for you right away. Moments later, the staff in the Mercedes dealership turned their attention to the strikingly handsome young man. Curiosity, envy, and astonishment filled the air as Li Kuan became the center of attention. Buying a luxury car without batting an eyelid or uttering a superfluous word. Could this be the essence of the wealthy's delight? Before long, Xian Ningbing approached him with a smile, one hand holding the invoice and the other clutching the POS machine, ignoring the assorted fees listed on the invoice. Li Kuan casually glanced at it before inputting his password into the POS machine. Transaction successful. Congratulations, Mr. Li, on becoming a proud owner of a Mercedes. May the three-pointed star illuminate your career and future. May the starlight favor those who strive, she announced warmly, handing over the keys and vehicle registration. Li Kuan accepted the keys and registration, effortlessly opening the car door and settling into the driver's seat. After fastening his seatbelt, he pressed the ignition button and smoothly accelerated away. Although the million-dollar Mercedes may seem somewhat modest compared to rare or multi-million-dollar supercars, it still commanded respect on the road. The brand-new Mercedes glided along the highway, inevitably drawing attention, particularly from those knowledgeable about cars, who tended to maintain a safe distance to avoid any unfortunate scrapes or collisions. Being his first time driving, Li Kuan felt a tad awkward, navigating the vehicle at a leisurely pace. The 15-minute journey took him over half an hour. Upon returning to the community where he rented, he gazed through the car window at the dilapidated surroundings and narrow streets, engulfed in a wave of nostalgia. With money now in his pocket, he felt a stark contrast to the familiar sights before him, as if he were leading two entirely different lives. The reason for Li Kuan's return was simply to terminate his lease and collect his personal belongings. While this rundown community held many memories for him, it could not deter him from pursuing a brighter future. Due to the age of the neighborhood, parking spots were scarce. Reluctantly, Li Kuan parked his car at the community entrance, but as soon as he halted, an elderly security guard in uniform approached him briskly. "You can't park here. You need to move along," the amiable older gentleman insisted. It was evident that he frequently encountered similar situations. "Grandpa Gua, it's me," Li Kuan smiled, rolling down the window to greet the guard. "I'll only be parked for about half an hour. It won't take long." As he spoke, Li Kuan smoothly handed over a cigarette. "Couldn't see you bought a car?" Grandpa Gua quickly accepted the cigarette. "Aren't you renting? How can you afford a car?" "Huh, I've made some money recently," Li Kuan replied with a grin, not delving into further explanation, as he made his way to his former rented room to gather his belongings. However, as he ascended the stairwell, the sounds of an argument reached his ears. "Break up? On what grounds? Are you seeing someone else? Is it the one living next door?" Chapter 006. Moving out, the voices echoed painfully in the narrow hallway. A man pointed angrily at a curvaceous woman, demanding, "You promised to be with me for life. After just 6 months, you want to leave?" What a clutch scenario, Li Kuan thought, halting to eavesdrop on the heated exchange without interrupting. "Heh, what was once is not now." The woman's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Do you even know your own worth? It's always over in 2 or 3 minutes. A lifetime together? That is absurd. Useless." The man's face flushed with rage as he raised his hand to strike her. Smack! The sound of a sharp slap reverberated through the hallway, shattering the remnants of their past affection, replaced by fury and resentment. "Wang Shun, how dare you hit me?" Sun Qian exclaimed, cupping her stinging cheek, her voice laced with indignation and disbelief. In his fury, Wang Shun was beyond caring. Being called useless was the greatest insult to a man. Even if he truly was inept, he could not tolerate such words being hurled at him. Now it all made sense. A useless boyfriend, a dissatisfied girlfriend. Having grasped the essence of their quarrel, Li Kuan had no intention of lingering further and decided to return to his rented space to collect his possessions and leave. Scum. Disgrace. Worthless is worthless. All you know is to hit women. I must have been blind to ever choose you. Sun Qian spat vehemently. "You dare hit me again. Wang Shun, I swear I'll call the police." "How dare you threaten to call the police?" Wang Shun's face twisted with rage as he prepared to strike again. Just then, he noticed the young man ascending the stairs, his menacing demeanor morphing into something even more sinister. "Look who it is. You're the one who dared to cuckold me," Wang Shun snarled, directing his fury at the pair. "Me? You've misunderstood," Li Kuan replied, arms crossed, an amused expression on his face. Anger clouds judgment. Wang Shun, standing at merely 5 feet 7 inches tall, had a lean frame, while Li Kuan towered at 6 feet 1 inch, in the prime of his youth, often engaged in running and fitness. Despite the insults hurled by this incompetent man, Li Kuan refrained from immediate retaliation, instead suggesting, "You have it all wrong. I merely reside here. Your quarrel has nothing to do with me. You can't blame others for your shortcomings." The mocking tone echoed through the hallway, sharp and piercing. Damn it. Once again struck at his core, Wang Shun's fury reached a boiling point. Unable to contain himself any longer, he swung his fist at Li Kuan. Humph. Li Kuan let out a cold snort, effortlessly dodging the man's punch and countering with a swift kick. With a lack of balance, Wang Shun stumbled and fell to the ground. "Get lost." Li Kuan offered Wang Shun no quarter. With such meager skills, he dared to attack? Clearly, he had never been taught a lesson. Wang Shun scrambled to his feet, casting a venomous glare at Li Kuan. "Just you wait." Smack. Thinking to regain some dignity, Wang Shun attempted to retort, only to receive another slap, rendering him utterly speechless as he slunk away in defeat. Beside him, Sun Qian gradually regained her composure, her gaze fixated on the neighbor she had hardly interacted with before, tall and handsome, especially at the moment he dispatched her inept ex-boyfriend. He exuded an undeniable masculinity, a true embodiment of the ideal partner. Even if he were not financially prosperous, he could still nourish her in other ways. His vigor was explosive, and his endurance remarkable. Contemplating this, Sun Qian, who had not enjoyed a hearty meal in over 6 months, remarked, "Thank you, big brother. You're truly impressive. You dealt with that scoundrel in no time. I'm not sure how to express my gratitude." Her soft-spoken words reached Li Kuan's ears as he turned to appraise the young woman before him. Sun Qian possessed a delicate oval face, her fair and supple skin accentuated by a silky nightgown that highlighted her curvaceous figure, making her all the more alluring under the dim corridor lights. Name: Sun Qian. Age: 24. Height: 165 centimeters. Weight: 48 kilograms. Attractiveness: 82. Occupation: Bargogo. Skill: masterful in writing. Affection: 5. Love: 4. Li Kuan remained unresponsive. "Big brother," she continued, "you're actually a year younger than me. A common saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. No need for thanks. I have matters to attend to, so please step aside." With an impassive expression, Li Kuan walked past Sun Qian and deftly opened his door to enter. With insufficient allure to warrant any further engagement, he felt no need to linger. Sun Qian, feeling slighted, glared at the unrefined man, lamenting his perpetual singleness. Having tidied up his personal belongings and arranged for the landlord to refund part of his rent, Li Kuan descended the stairs. With his rental accommodation behind him, he resolved to temporarily reside in a hotel until he could find the time to purchase a luxurious villa. In the city center, at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, a black Mercedes came to a halt. As Li Kuan exited the vehicle, the valet promptly took the keys to park it. He then entered the hotel alone and approached the front desk, saying, "Hello, I would like to book a presidential suite, please." The sweet-faced receptionist instinctively looked up, her gaze falling upon a strikingly handsome young man. "Certainly, sir. Our presidential suite costs 88,000 yuan per night. How many nights would you like to book?" She gazed intently at the youthful guest. It was not uncommon for patrons to request such lavish accommodations, but one so young and attractive was truly a rarity. If he were interested in a dalliance, she would not mind in the least. "I'll book it for 7 nights, Li Kuan replied, handing over his bank card. "Very well. Sir, please enter your password. With discounts and offers factored in, your total comes to 60,000 yuan. Welcome to the Ritz-Carlton." The opulent expenditure piqued the receptionist's interest, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. A week in the presidential suite. He must be a wealthy heir. So young, so tall and handsome, and affluent. He was the epitome of an ideal partner. If only she could catch his eye, perhaps she wouldn't need to come to work at the hotel every day. Alas, in response to the receptionist's flirtatious glances, Li Kuan remained as stoic as a monk, paying no heed to her subtle advances. He accepted the room key and turned to leave. Entering the elevator, he pressed the button, and shortly thereafter stepped out in front of the presidential suite he had reserved. Swiping the key card, he wondered what it would feel like to stay in a presidential suite for the first time. With a hint of excitement, he pushed open the door. A sweeping glance revealed opulent decor where technology and elegance coexisted harmoniously. The lofty hall was adorned with a magnificent crystal chandelier, and the expensive wooden floors gleamed underfoot. The suite boasted a living room, conference hall, office, walk-in closet, spa room, shower room, and more, encompassing no less than 1,000 square meters. Pausing by the floor-to-ceiling windows, Li Kuan surveyed the breathtaking cityscape of Donghai City through the clear glass, surveying the urban expanse like a true master of his domain. This was merely the beginning. Chapter 007. Mother urges marriage the following day, at noon. As the sun warmed his back, Li Kuan remained ensconced in sweet slumber, showing no inclination to awaken. It was not until the ringtone of his phone echoed by his bedside that he was roused from his dreams. "Simply because you are so beautiful." With his bare torso exposed, Li Kuan opened his eyes, rubbing the sleep from them as he leisurely reached for his phone. Upon closer inspection, he noted it was his mother calling. "Hello, Mom," he mumbled lazily, still half asleep. "What's the matter? You haven't risen yet? It's already around 11 or noon. Aren't you working today? I'm looking for you," his mother continued. "You should come home for a visit. I'll have Aunt Wang next door introduce you to some potential matches. Life in the big city isn't easy if you can't handle it. Just come back to the county. There's no shame in that. Isn't it more comfortable to work in our county?" As soon as Li Kuan finished speaking, his mother launched into an incessant monologue, a familiar refrain echoed by mothers everywhere. But as a dutiful son, he felt obliged to endure her chatter. "Mom, I just graduated, and I'm not even 25 yet. Why the rush?" Li Kuan replied, exasperated. "Why shouldn't I be anxious? Your distant cousin found a partner shortly after high school, and now has 3 children. Don't waste your youth aimlessly in the city without earning anything. You are better off returning to the county, finding someone suitable, marrying early, and providing for the Li family. Let me hold my grandchild sooner. Had it been anyone else, Li Kuan would have retorted sharply or hung up the phone, unwilling to waste his breath. However, faced with his mother, he chose to patiently soothe her for a moment or two. Don't worry, Mom. I'm making money out here, and I have a girlfriend too. You don't need to worry about these things. Just rest easy, he assured her gently. What? You have a girlfriend? Why didn't you mention it sooner? That's wonderful, Kunzi. His mother's excitement burst forth through the line, emphasizing that while earning money was secondary, bringing home a girlfriend was of utmost importance. You must bring her home for the new year, or else you'll be in trouble, she insisted. Once she learned that her son had a girlfriend, his mother's incessant chatter finally ceased. Got it. Don't worry, Li Kuan replied, lying without a hint of shame. Previously, as a struggling young man, the topic of relationships and girlfriends had been his least favorite when conversing with his parents, not to mention the discussions of cars, houses, and dowries. Even simple outings for meals became a significant expense. Living hand to mouth, he could hardly think of caring for his younger brother. Now, however, things were different. The billion-dollar starter package aside, if he could truly bind to the system, then money would merely be a string of numbers to Li Kuan. Realizing this filled him with a quiet thrill. After a brief exchange with his mother, he ended the call. Subsequently, he transferred 40,000 yuan to each of his parents as living expenses. For his frugal parents, 80,000 yuan would surely bring them joy for a while. He refrained from sending more, fearing they might be overwhelmed. After all, he couldn't possibly tell them he had a system and was worth $1 billion, could he? If he did, they might think he was insane and send him to a mental hospital. Even if he claimed to be an entrepreneur, there would still be a process involved. Just having graduated and casually sending them 80,000 yuan as filial piety would be enough to astonish them. As expected, as soon as Li Kuan's substantial transfer of 80,000 was completed, a barrage of inquiries from his parents ensued. Where did you acquire such a significant sum of money, you rascal? Questioned his father. Son, don't frighten your mother. You've only just embarked on your career, and now you're withdrawing tens of thousands. What exactly have you been up to lately? Added his mother. You are still quite young. You must not tread the path of crime. Despite having anticipated their reactions, Li Kuan found himself bemused by the messages from his parents. He promptly replied with a brief explanation, stating that he was engaged in a business venture with classmates and had recently earned a decent income, approximately 70 to 80,000 each month, assuring them not to worry. After this clarification, he managed to deflect their concerns. Awakened by a phone call from his mother, Li Kuan, having slept sufficiently, felt no trace of fatigue. After lounging in bed for a brief while, he made his way to the shower. Following a quick rinse and freshening up, he settled on the sofa and dialed the hotel front desk, requesting a meal to be delivered to his room. Having slept for so long, he felt a pang of hunger. While awaiting his order, he sent a message to Lu Ruyan. Are you there? Where would you like to eat? Feel free to choose. I'll cover the bill. Lu Ruyan, having taken a day off specifically for their date, rose early in anticipation. Though not her first rendezvous with a gentleman, she made a concerted effort to present herself well. With her hair styled, a subtle makeup application, and a sweet, innocent visage, she evoked the essence of first love. Clad in her university-era JK outfit, she still fitted perfectly. Gazing at her reflection, Lu Ruyan felt a swell of satisfaction. Throughout her academic journey, she had never lacked admirers, yet she held high standards and had never entrusted herself to anyone. Even during the most innocent and exhilarating years of youth, her relationships were limited to casual conversations and holding hands. The most precious aspects of her life would not be easily given away, regardless of the grand promises made by previous suitors. Lu Ruyan understood that without a robust family background or connections, it would be challenging to thrive in a materialistic society. She was a woman of ambition, not necessarily for grandiosity, but simply yearning for a life devoid of worries. She sought not a life of opulence, but rather the comfort of a middle-class existence. Furthermore, her partner needed to possess good looks, height, and a caring disposition, among other desirable traits. As for the successful, affluent middle-aged men, she found them unappealing. I'm still young, I'll pass on that. The unexpected message from an old classmate the previous day served as a testament to her enduring allure. Recalling her former classmate's generous demeanor, Lu Ruyan felt a surge of eagerness to meet, curious to ascertain whether he truly possessed the means he claimed or was merely a fade. Various thoughts flitted through her mind. Suddenly, her pink phone on the vanity vibrated, and she hastily picked it up, discovering a message from her old classmate. A gentle smile graced her lips. Her classmate was indeed quite considerate. With a hint of playful probing, she sent an address. How about this place? Adding an additional note. She specified that the location was one of the most luxurious restaurants in Donghai City. Chapter 008. Seized the opportunity. The restaurant Lu Ru Yin selected was the epitome of luxury in Donghai City, known as Victorian. Often referred to as the Victoria restaurant by its regular patrons, it boasted a rich history exceeding a century. Its signature dish featured snails, renowned for their succulent texture. Best enjoyed with bread to savor the exquisite juices. Many patrons favored the snail platter, which offered a delightful variety of flavors, complemented by red wine and beef, an unparalleled indulgence. Certainly, I will pick you up later, Li Kuan replied without hesitation upon glancing at the address Lu Ru Yin had sent. In days past, even a modest meal would have caused him financial distress, let alone dining in an upscale establishment. On ordinary weekdays, working individuals seldom splurged on extravagant meals. Money did not simply materialize from thin air. While spending money was justifiable for those with ample resources, saving 100 yuan was invariably easier than earning it. After exchanging a few light-hearted messages with his university crush, Li Kuan turned to his phone, scrolling through short videos and dramas. Though not particularly lofty in nature, they provided him with a delightful distraction. Suddenly, his reverie was interrupted by a knock at the door. Slipping on his slippers, he opened the door to find the hotel manager, impeccably dressed, accompanied by a waiter pushing a food cart. "Esteemed Mr. Li, good day. This is a complimentary lunch prepared for you," the hotel manager said with utmost respect. "Please, come in." Upon receiving permission, they entered the suite and proceeded to the living room. Feeling slightly ravenous, Li Kuan sat at the dining table, eagerly awaiting the meal. "Mr. Li, I hope you find the dishes to your satisfaction." The hotel manager, with gloved hands, meticulously presented each dish on the table, describing them as he went. Cherry foie gras, black truffle egg tart, seafood pasta, creamy mushroom soup, and pan-seared cod. Each exquisite dish was not only visually appealing, but also emanated an enticing aroma. Even without prior experience, Li Kuan was confident of their delightful flavors. His gaze swept over the array of culinary delights, and he unconsciously swallowed his saliva. "Enjoy your meal, Mr. Li. If there are no further inquiries, we shall not delay your gastronomic experience any longer." The hotel manager and waiter respectfully departed. Li Kuan waved them off casually, and once they were gone, he commenced the feast. In high-end hotels, the dishes were not only limited in portion, but also splendid in quality. Though these delicacies would not fully satisfy his appetite, they served as a mere prelude before his evening date with the enchanting Lu Ru Yin, for which he intended to indulge heartily. Meanwhile, Lu Ru Yin, having completed her grooming, felt a surge of delight upon receiving her old classmates' enthusiastic response. The Victorian restaurant, which had opened in Donghai City the previous year, had garnered immense popularity among diners, particularly among white-collar workers and social elites. Ever since she had heard of it, she had longed to visit, but the exorbitant prices had deterred her. Clearly, her old classmate had indeed prospered. Lu Ru Yin found herself increasingly eager for their upcoming rendezvous. A transfer of tens of thousands, coupled with an unhesitating acceptance of dining at the finest establishment, marked a stark contrast to the other suitors she had encountered. This was an opportunity she must seize. Should the conditions prove satisfactory, she might even consider taking a risk. Lu Ru Yin mused, knowing that a beauty like her would never lack admirers. Lu Ru Yin outwardly treats all her suitors with indifference, presenting an air of impartiality. Yet deep within, she has already made her choices. Those with commendable qualities are noted with particular attention, while the less desirable are relegated to the status of mere backups. As for those who are nothing more than naive admirers, lacking in wealth, vehicles, or any notable background, they are not even deemed worthy of a note. Time slips by like a fleeting shadow. After lounging in the hotel for the better part of the afternoon, Li Kuan gradually rises, dons his formal attire, and prepares for his appointment. Upon exiting the hotel, he sends a message to his cherished white moonlight goddess for confirmation of her location before he sets off in his car. As Lu Ru Yin receives a date invitation from an old classmate, she glances at her reflection in the mirror before departing. Admiring her appearance in a schoolgirl outfit that bears little difference from her university days, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. "Ru Yin, you're off so early today? Where are you headed?" inquired her curious roommate. "I'm on a break," Lu Ru Yin replied nonchalantly. "I'm going to meet an old classmate." Despite being a local of Donghai City and having attended a university in the same city, she has not lived with her parents since graduating. Instead, she shares an apartment with a high school friend. "Old classmate, surely not a boyfriend?" "I won't wait for you for dinner," teased her roommate, Zhang Yishi, a high school friend and confidant. Lu Ru Yin retorted with a hint of annoyance. "Please, finding a boyfriend is not that easy these days. I'll sort out dinner on my own." 30 minutes later, Li Kuan arrived at the community where Lu Ru Yin resided, Fu Gui Jia Yuan. As he parked the car, a striking figure caught his eye. It was Lu Ru Yin, the very object of his admiration from university days, clad in a schoolgirl outfit. She radiated the essence of youthful exuberance. A pristine white blouse complemented a navy pleated skirt, her slender legs encased in sheer black stockings, adding a touch of allure. Her understated makeup accentuated her breathtaking features, and her large, sparkling eyes seemed to harbor countless stars. Her cascading, raven black hair danced in the breeze, effortlessly capturing the attention of passers-by. Such beauty was undeniably dazzling, leaving onlookers entranced. Li Kuan, momentarily spellbound, forgot to greet her. Several men passing by cast their eyes toward her, some emboldened enough to approach for her contact information. "Hello, beautiful. May I add you on WeChat? I'm excellent at CSGO and can take you for a thrilling ride," boasted a brash young man with flamboyant hair, strutting confidently toward Lu Ruyan. Chapter 009. Victorian Restaurant. Observing the audacious young man approaching her, Lu Ruyan's previously good mood soured instantly. Clad in cheap attire, he stood no taller than she, his face marred by an inappropriate grin. "Who gave him the audacity to ask for my WeChat? Is he out of his mind?" She mused. "Sorry, but I'm not interested," Lu Ruyan replied coolly. Unperturbed by her rejection, the young man persisted. "Don't be so hasty to refuse, beautiful. I may be slim, but I promise you'll enjoy yourself." Lu Ruyan's expression darkened, and she indignantly retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Noticing her discomfort, the young man grinned lewdly. "Isn't it clear? We're adults here. No need to pretend to be pure. How about I treat you to some spicy hot pot? That should suffice." With a scowl, Lu Ruyan exclaimed, "Hot pot? Are you serious?" Just then, Li Kuan, who had been approaching, nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this exchange. Lu Ruyan, incensed, shouted, "Get lost. Who cares for your hot pot?" "Excuse me, what did you say?" A deep, resonant voice interjected, drawing the attention of both parties. As the young man turned to respond, he was met by the imposing figure of Li Kuan, who approached with a stern demeanor. "What business do you have with her? Do you want to get beaten?" Faced with the towering man, the young man's bravado faltered, and his forced smile became rigid. "This is my girlfriend. Do you think this doesn't concern me?" Li Kuan declared, positioning himself protectively beside Lu Ruyan. "My apologies. I must be going," the young man stammered, eager to escape, and he hurried away, clearly familiar with such confrontations. "You're Li Kuan?" After the unwelcome suitor departed, Lu Ruyan regarded the man who had come to her rescue, increasingly recognizing him. "Indeed," Li Kuan affirmed with a nod. A smile brightened Lu Ruyan's face as she scrutinized her old classmate. Dressed in an expensive Prada outfit, he bore a striking appearance, his sharp brows and starry eyes exuding a certain charm, and his smile radiated warmth. "How did I not notice such a handsome guy back in university?" she thought, feeling a sense of satisfaction with his appearance. At the very least, he was presentable. These attributes were merely supplementary. What truly piqued her interest was the generous sum of 40,000 yuan he had offered. After all, charm alone cannot sustain a relationship. A love devoid of material support is akin to a scattered pile of sand. "Ruyan, you remain as stunning as ever, truly a flower among us," Li Kuan beamed, his sincerity evident in his words. "Well, I suppose you have an eye for beauty," Lu Ruyan replied playfully, her pride swelling. Despite Li Kuan's somewhat clumsy attempts at flattery, no one could resist the joy of being praised. "Shall we go for dinner now?" she inquired, clasping her delicate hands and directing the question to her old classmate. In truth, she hoped to coax him into visiting a shopping mall. But given that it was their first meeting, she deemed such directness somewhat inappropriate. Perhaps when the moment was right, she could broach the subject. "Yes, let us go." Li Kuan agreed without hesitation. "I'll call for a ride," Lu Ruyan began, but Li Kuan interjected, "No need. I drove here." His calm assertion caught her off guard. Of course, someone who can casually spend thousands would have a car, she mused, though she was momentarily taken aback. Following him, her eyes widened when she saw the car was a Mercedes-Benz, elevating her assessment of him even further. Although Lu Ruyan was not particularly knowledgeable about vehicles, she surmised that the brand new Mercedes would cost no less than 200,000 yuan. However, she would never dream of asking directly about its price. Such inquiries would be impolite and might come off as materialistic. It was best to avoid such demeaning questions, for how else could she captivate a wealthy man? If beauty alone were sufficient, affluent men would flock to superficial charms. So why had this old classmate taken the initiative to contact her? Aside from the camaraderie shared between the two, it largely revolves around the carefully curated persona that Lu Ruyan had painstakingly crafted during her university years. At the heart of this persona lies the essence of innocence. After all, no man would be enamored with a scheming girl adept in the art of tea. As they embarked on their journey, the atmosphere within the vehicle became somewhat delicate, perhaps even awkward. Despite Lu Ruyan's attempts to initiate conversation, Li Kuan, who lacked the finesse to charm a girl, offered little more than terse responses. It is worth noting that Li Kuan, who hurriedly fast-forwards through late-night films, had little inclination to utter sweet nothings or flattering words to a lady. Fortunately, the roads were clear of traffic, and within half an hour, they reached their destination. Li Kuan parked the car and stepped out, while Lu Ruyan followed eagerly beside her former classmate, her anticipation palpable. As they walked side by side, they resembled a pair of lovers. Moments later, they arrived at the exterior of a restaurant characterized by European architectural elegance, the Victorian restaurant. "Shall we?" Li Kuan suggested, leading the way inside. "Good evening, sir or madam. Welcome to the Victoria restaurant. May I inquire if you have a reservation?" greeted the enthusiastic staff as they entered. "We do not have a reservation. May we order now?" Li Kuan replied, adding that a private room would be preferable. "Of course, no problem," the attendant responded, guiding them further into the establishment. The Victoria restaurant is a Michelin-starred venue, and the staff, with utmost respect, ushered Li Kuan and Lu Ruyan into the dining area. Li Kuan, maintaining a composed demeanor, walked in with newfound confidence, a stark contrast to his previously humble self, bolstered by a recent influx of wealth. Lu Ruyan, equally excited, entered the restaurant, her senses enveloped by the intoxicating aromas of white truffles, berries, fine wine, and a hint of honey. Her sparkling eyes darted around, absorbing the splendor of the Michelin establishment. The attendants led them through an elongated corridor, where wall sconces cast an amber glow from their bronze bases. The glass chandeliers suspended from the ceiling sparkled like stars in the night sky. The meticulously arranged tables and exquisite tableware created an ethereal ambience. "Is this what dining is like for the affluent? Truly extravagant," Lu Ruyan mused. Shortly after settling into their private room, a middle-aged French chef clad in a high-end culinary uniform entered, speaking fluently in French. "Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour." The chef proceeded to elaborate extensively, but out of politeness. Neither Li Kuan nor Lu Ruyan interrupted. Eventually, a waiter beside the chef translated, conveying that the chef welcomed them to the Victoria restaurant and inquired about their culinary preferences and dietary restrictions. After confirming that there were no restrictions and allowing the chef creative freedom, Li Kuan dismissed concerns about the price. It was of no consequence. Lu Ruyan naturally had no objections. After all, how poor could the cuisine be at a Michelin-starred establishment? Upon hearing the translation, the chef responded with enthusiasm, assuring them, "Rest assured, I guarantee that you will fall in love with the dishes here." He then turned to prepare the forthcoming meals. Before long, the waiter began to serve a series of appetizers. Exquisite ceramic plates were placed before them, and the waiter introduced, "This is our restaurant's special pre-meal offerings, salmon tartare and shrimp avocado salad. Please enjoy at your leisure." Perhaps due to his inexperience with Western cuisine, Li Kuan's manner of eating was rather unrefined, akin to a cow chewing peonies. Even in a setting that was not a private room, he would have maintained such a lack of decorum. The rigid constraints of etiquette felt excessively cumbersome to him. He preferred to indulge freely. In contrast, Lu Ruyan elegantly lifted her spoon, savoring the delicate offerings with grace. "Delightful," she exclaimed, relishing the flavors. The fresh salmon, diced and paired with avocado and mango, offered a refreshing and exquisite taste that was nothing short of heavenly. The shrimp and avocado complemented each other perfectly, with the shrimp's tenderness and the avocado's creaminess exploding with flavor in every bite. Enjoying such opulence was an unparalleled experience, far removed from ordinary eateries and street food. It was no wonder the wealthy were willing to part with their money for such indulgence. It was an experience worth the expense. Naturally, the affluent were not constrained by financial limitations. For an average worker, such extravagant dining would be an unthinkable luxury. In no time, Li Kuan swiftly polished off his appetizers, while Lu Ruyan, though maintaining her poise, kept pace with him and also finished her plate. With the appetizers behind them, they eagerly anticipated the main courses crafted with care by the chef. The French escargots, seasoned with butter and parsley, offered a distinctive flavor. The grilled octopus legs, imported fresh from the deep sea, showcased the essence of the ocean. The French onion soup, with a beef broth base enriched with caramelized onions and melted cheese, exuded a rich aroma. The bouillabaisse featured tender fish and shellfish simmered in a spicy broth, accompanied by garlic croutons. The pan-seared sole, golden and garnished with parsley, was both simple and delectable. The burgundy beef, braised in red wine with carrots and onions, was melt-in-your-mouth tender. For dessert, they enjoyed caramel pudding and macarons, concluded with freshly ground coffee. The entire dining experience spanned nearly an hour, epitomizing the finesse and diversity of French cuisine. With a satisfied burp, Li Kuan, now feeling quite full, unabashedly released a loud sound. "Ha ha," Lu Ruyan chuckled, her laughter ringing like silver bells at the sight of her old classmate's antics. "Are you full?" Li Kuan inquired nonchalantly. Hum. Lu Ruyan nodded obediently after taking a sip of her coffee. Li Kuan then summoned the waiter to settle the bill. Lu Ruyan, feigning nonchalance, glanced at the receipt, gasped. Nearly 60,000 yuan, not including the 15% service charge. This meal was indeed exorbitant. It was the most expensive dining experience Lu Ruyan had ever encountered. She couldn't help but wonder about her old classmates' newfound wealth. For a fleeting moment, a sense of disbelief washed over her. Regardless of what Li Kuan did for a living, he was certainly not an ordinary employee. He was likely an entrepreneur or involved in financial investments. An employee spending tens of thousands on a meal? Unthinkable. The display of Li Kuan's substantial means stirred emotions in Lu Ruyan that transcended mere friendship. Shall we? Li Kuan said as he rose to leave. Oh, Lu Ruyan responded, finally regaining her composure upon hearing her old classmate's voice. They exited the restaurant, and the evening was still young. It was not yet the time to invite him to a hotel. Cough, cough. Where would you like to go for some fun? I can take you there. Lu Ruyan suggested hesitantly. Perhaps there's something you wish to purchase? I would be delighted to treat you as a welcome gift, Li Kungkai confidently declared, displaying his affluence. In the pursuit of romance, one must learn to leverage their strengths. Flattery, when employed generously, can yield favorable results. There are different tactics for wooing. While some may take a more subdued approach, others, like the brave wolf, have their own methods. With $1 billion starter pack bestowed upon him, Li Kungkai unflinchingly opted to shower her with money, intending to whisk her away to a hotel once the spending reached a satisfactory level. Initially hesitant, Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled at the prospect of shopping. Really? She said, attempting to maintain her composure. Isn't it a bit late for that? Even though she yearned for luxury brands like Chanel and Dior, she feigned indifference. Yet, despite her efforts to mask her excitement, Li Kungkai discerned a glimmer of anticipation in her gaze. What's the matter? He inquired. I've already booked a presidential suite at the Ritz-Carlton. If we tire ourselves out shopping, we can rest at the hotel. Rest? Is that truly all it is? Lu Ruyan paused, momentarily taken aback. As adults, some matters need not be stated so plainly. She was aware of his ulterior motives, just as he was cognizant of her pretense of modesty. With the transfer of tens of thousands and the invitation to dine and shop, Lu Ruyan was no fool. She understood her old classmate's intentions. However, to fully surrender herself so swiftly felt premature. In her mind, she resolved to first ascertain her former classmate's true capabilities. If he met her standards, she would entertain the idea of a sweet romance, officially announcing their relationship in 2 to 3 months, followed by discussions of marriage with their families, culminating in a grand wedding. Although they had only recently graduated, the notion of marrying young was not entirely out of the question. Yet, this seemed a tad hasty. Considering they had only reconnected for less than 3 days, Lu Ruyan found herself in a state of inner conflict. A brief silence enveloped them before Li Kungkai broke it. If Lu's classmate is unwilling, then so be it. Let us consider this conversation never took place. A hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. The system had granted him a month's deadline. Failing to win over a beauty with a score of 90 in that time would result in dire consequences. Having just acquired the system, Li Kungkai was not prepared to accept such an outcome without first savoring the joys of life. With such directness in their dialogue, if the resplendent goddess did not acquiesce, he would have to abandon his pursuit of Lu Ruyan and seek a more suitable target. About a minute passed in silence, and Lu Ruyan remained unresponsive. Li Kungkai, showing no mercy, turned to leave. Just as he took a couple of steps, Lu Ruyan's urgent voice called out, "Wait, classmate." Chapter 011. It seems there is no reason to decline. Li Kungkai halted, intrigued, and turned around. He was eager to hear what this former campus goddess would say. The allure of titles such as White Moonlight, Goddess, and Class Flower may shine brightly in the eyes of youthful students, but once thrust into the realities of society, those illusions often dim. Love, friendship, and even familial bonds pale in comparison to the importance of wealth. While this assertion is not universally applicable, under the seduction of self-interest, 90% of individuals would forsake emotions in favor of material gain. Love is merely a fragment of life. Mastering the art of survival precedes the pursuit of affection. You are rather hasty, Li Kungkai. May I have a bit more time to contemplate? Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed slightly, her words tinged with shyness and even a hint of embarrassment. The notion of an opposite gender inviting her to a hotel for rest, once considered brazen, would have been met with swift rejection and indignation in the past, even from an old classmate. Yet, this particular classmate, with his extraordinary generosity and commendable attributes, stood out as a prime catch, far superior to the mere backups and sycophants on her WeChat. Should she let such a valuable opportunity slip away? Lu Ruyan feared she would regret it later. However, if she indulged him too much, she might risk losing her leverage. In matters of romance, she was no novice. Patience was key. Those who rush to make decisions often err. With her beautiful eyes glimmering with resolve, she concocted a strategy. In the face of this prosperous old classmate, she could not outright refuse, yet she must not acquiesce too readily, lest she appear desperate. Thus, she decided to delay her response until the conditions were more favorable for her. Lu Ruyan, embodying a delicate charm, feigned vulnerability, evoking a sense of sympathy. Brother, do you merely desire my body? Do you not wish to indulge in a romantic love affair with me? She inquired earnestly, stepping closer to Li Kungkai and taking his hands in hers. She tossed the question back to him, a seemingly challenging query that was, in reality, quite straightforward since Li Kungkai held the reins of this interaction. Had the white moonlight goddess treated him in such a manner in the past, Li Kungkai would have undoubtedly acquiesced without hesitation. Yet, having endured the rigors of university and the harsh realities of life, along with the system's enhancements, he had long since liberated himself from such constraints. He had no inclination to entertain fanciful tales of romance. His current ambition was to amass wealth. After all, what need is there for love without financial stability? Even a modest relationship could be meaningful. The world was not limited to Lu Ruyan. Should this opportunity falter, he could always pursue another. There was no need for self-deprecation. Moreover, having already expended considerable sums on this goddess, the absence of positive reciprocity would compel him to move on swiftly. The goal was to fulfill the system's perilous mission. I lack the time to engage in romantic discourse. At least not at this moment. Li Kungkai paused, leaving the door ajar. If you are willing to accompany me in the coming days, I can present you with a gift of your choosing, within reason. If after these days you wish to continue with me, I assure you, you shall not be disappointed. Should you prefer not to, we can simply dismiss this as a fleeting dream. Well, if you're talking about stars and moons, then let us forget it. I'm no superhero. Lu Ruyan's sincere expression faltered, a flicker of confusion crossing her lovely eyes. A gift of any sort? As long as it's not something like stars or moons. This old classmate was truly bold, seemingly unafraid of her potential demands. The latter part of his statement was promptly disregarded by Lu Ruyan, who noted Li Kungkai's serious demeanor and tentatively inquired, really? Any gift of my choosing. Indeed. Li Kungkai affirmed confidently, as long as it lies within my capabilities. The initial excitement in Lu Ruyan's demeanor dimmed upon hearing within my capabilities. What did that imply? Would gifts beyond those limits be unattainable? How articulate this old classmate had become, accustomed to the sweet nothings of men. Lu Ruyan interpreted her old classmate's words as an implication of free indulgence. Unconvinced, Li Kuan noticed the strange expression on Lu Ruyan's face, feeling somewhat perplexed. Wasn't the condition articulated quite clearly? What more could be desired? Upon hearing her old classmate's assertion, Lu Ruyan chuckled softly, expressing her fear that voicing her thoughts might jeopardize their friendship. With the old classmate being so forthright, continuing the charade seemed futile. Very well. If you are so eager for my body, I shall seek your wealth in return. This seems only fair. After all, since we are already conversing. Lu Ruyan was certain to demand something of considerable value. At the very least, an extravagant gift worth hundreds of thousands, to justify her worth. Let us just say it then. Who knows? Perhaps our relationship could evolve further? Li Kuan, with 10 billion at his disposal, was undaunted, boldly responding. Lu Ruyan was aware that this old classmate had made some money and had become successful. Yet the prospect of him gifting her a lavish present worth hundreds of thousands within mere days of their reunion, without even a kiss exchanged, seemed highly improbable. However, with the conversation having reached this juncture, she felt compelled to express her desires, hoping to dissuade him from such lofty expectations. Then, why don't you purchase me a house in Donghai City? Lu Ruyan's gaze bore a hint of disdain. A house was precisely what Lu Ruyan yearned for the most. Unwilling to live with her parents, she had rented a place since graduation, dreaming of the day she could own a home of her own. Yet, gazing at her meager monthly salary, the thought of affording a house felt utterly unattainable. With her current means, purchasing a property seemed a distant dream. Very well, Li Kuan replied without a moment's hesitation. What? He agreed just like that. The house would be worth no less than 3 million. Certainly. It must be fully renovated and ready for move-in. No problem. The two exchanged inquiries and responses, discussing the acquisition of a house as casually as one might discuss grocery shopping. Li Kuan appeared unfazed, effortlessly acquiescing to the demands of his white moonlight. Good heavens! Is this old classmate truly jesting? Lu Ruyan pursed her lips in disbelief. Li Kuan, you agreed? You're not joking, are you? Lu Ruyan repeated, astonished. A man of integrity keeps his word. Li Kuan maintained a calm and confident demeanor, unaffected by the substantial cost of the property. Now, it was Lu Ruyan's turn to decide. Agreeing would grant her access to a house worth millions. Refusing? It seemed there was no justification to decline. Lu Ruyan felt her cheeks flush slightly and finally added, then you must buy the house for me first before we retire to a hotel. Chapter 012. A simple request absolutely. Li Kuan nodded in agreement. Surely, there are no additional conditions? Seeing Li Kuan's prompt acceptance, A flicker of suspicion crossed Lu Ruyan's eyes. For instance, the prospect of children, or adding both names to the property deed. Lu Ruyan had no intention of falling into any traps, so it was best to inquire beforehand to avoid any future disillusionment. Wealthy individuals may possess riches, but they are not fools. They are well acquainted with the ways of the world and must be approached with caution. Rest assured, I will not deceive you, my classmate. Noticing the wary gaze of his white moonlight, Li Kuan couldn't help but smile. This girl was clever, albeit not overly so. To be frank, her demands were indeed quite high. Had Li Kuan not accumulated his current wealth, he would likely find himself at a loss. Were it another woman, such a notion would be utterly out of the question. Yet, Lu Ruyan's boldness in her requests did not deter Li Kuan. He agreed without hesitation. Driven by the desire to rectify the regrets of his youth and fill the void left by his first love, Lu Ruyan, once a prominent figure during their university days, was the goddess of the campus forum, the object of countless fantasies for male classmates. Li Kuan had once indulged in dreams of this white moonlight goddess, only to find that fate had intertwined their paths in such an unexpected manner. How unpredictable life can be. Where shall we go now? Lu Ruyan inquired, somewhat flustered. The purchase of a house would have to wait until tomorrow, Li Kuan replied. Allow me to take you shopping instead, to acquire the things you desire. When inviting a girl out, it is always best to present her with a gift. Even a cup of milk tea or a bouquet of flowers could enhance her fondness for you. In any case, one should never show up empty-handed. Words of affection, no matter how eloquent, can fall flat without a tangible gesture, even if women are inherently emotional beings. If a man successfully wins her over or brings her home, then anything goes. Between a married couple, the unnecessary formalities can be bypassed, allowing them to fully experience the joys and tribulations of love at home. Embracing the rights that a husband ought to exercise. Is that really appropriate, brother? Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled, but she feigned reluctance. Modesty is an essential lesson for a goddess. Upon hearing himself referred to as brother instead of merely a classmate, Li Kuan beamed with satisfaction. What is the harm in buying a few bags or cosmetics? It won't cost much. Let us go, Li Kuan said, taking the initiative to wrap his arm around Lu Ruyan's slender waist. Her waist, devoid of excess, felt delightful to the touch. Lu Ruyan, with a smile that could illuminate the night, not only did not resist, but also embraced Li Kuan, her excitement occasionally brushing against his arm, making it difficult for him to contain himself. Especially for Li Kuan, a novice in such matters, this treatment was an unparalleled pleasure. Observing Li Kuan's appreciative expression, Lu Ruyan's bright eyes sparkled with pride. See, this is the allure of a woman. Time waits for no one. The astute Lu Ruyan swiftly took hold of the moment and led Li Kuan to the shopping mall. Dior, LV, Chanel, these luxury brands were all within her sights. Before long, the pair, resembling a couple, arrived at the largest shopping center in the city center. The Marriott Mall, the largest in Donghai City, sprawled over 10,000 square meters, housing a plethora of coveted luxury brands from both domestic and international markets. The dazzling displays of luxury goods alone were enough to ignite a yearning in anyone's heart. Some affluent individuals, with specific tastes, would not hesitate to splurge, seeking the trendiest luxury items. Feel free to browse. If you desire something, take it directly, Li Kuan said with a smile. However, you must carry your purchases afterward. I will not be your porter. Brother, are you serious? Really? Lu Ruyan exclaimed, eager to take action, just as she was about to make a move. Li Kuan shifted his tone. Of course, but I do have a condition. Ah, what condition? Lu Ruyan asked impatiently. Li Kuan, with a mischievous grin, did not rush to answer, instead gazing at the white moonlight goddess with a playful demeanor. Why are you looking at me like that, brother? Lu Ruyan felt a shiver run down her spine, as if being eyed by a wolf. It's not a harsh request, simply put. For every luxury item you purchase, you must also buy a set of different types of lingerie and stockings with heels. Simple enough, Li Kuan explained. Valentino, Balenciaga, red-bottomed lettered studded heels, various battle attire, said to enhance endurance, critical hits, and attack speed. I wonder if it's true. I never had the opportunity before, but now I must give it a try. With these thoughts, Li Kuan felt a rush of excitement. One can only commend the designers of these luxurious items. They are truly brilliant and possess exquisite taste. Li Kuan expresses his gratitude on behalf of all his male counterparts to these masters. Arigato. How annoying. Lu Ruyan, blushing at the thought of Li Kuan's inner musings, playfully swatted his chest with her delicate fist. After a brief moment of exhilaration, she eagerly dashed towards the luxury boutiques. At the Hermes store, a young sales associate greeted them with a bright smile. Welcome to Hermes. How may I assist you today? Sir, what does the lady desire? As Li Kuan and Lu Ruyan stepped inside, the young saleswoman approached them with enthusiasm. Go ahead, Li Kuan encouraged. patting Lu Rian's rounded shoulder, his tone rich with generosity. "You're such a rogue." Lu Rian pouted, her expression tinged with mock reproach. "How could you do that in public?" Yet, she relented, thinking it was worth it for the sake of Hermes. Though her visits to luxury stores had been few, Lu Rian's innate shopping desire and fervor allowed her to navigate the Hermes offerings with ease. A sleeveless short dress priced at $53,930. A women's zip coat for $76,400. The Collier Diatelid shoulder bag at $97,050. Each item equated to several months, if not years, of an average person's salary. My goodness. Lu Rian was left breathless, daunted by the extravagant prices. Even with Li Kuan-'s abundant support, she hesitated to make selections. After much deliberation, she decided to try on a dress. As she emerged from the fitting room, Li Kuan's gaze instantly fixated on the goddess before him. Her figure was simply stunning. Furthermore, the design of the Hermes dress accentuated Lu Rian's graceful silhouette perfectly. It could easily be described as having a 113 effect. Beautiful, fashionable, alluring. "Madam, that dress suits you splendidly. Among all the customers I've seen trying on this dress, you embody its essence the most," the young sales associate praised warmly. After all, compliments cost nothing. By charming the customer, there was a tangible commission to be earned if the client felt delighted enough to make a purchase. Indeed, it's truly remarkable. Lu Rian mused as she admired her reflection in the full-length mirror, her satisfaction growing with each glance. "Brother, what do you think?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Buy it," Li Kuan declared, waving his hand grandly, along with that bag, scarf, sandals, belt, hat, and gloves. He proceeded to acquire an entire ensemble from Hermes for Lu Rian, enveloping her in luxury from head to toe. Stepping out of the fitting room, Lu Rian's appearance transformed, resembling the daughter of a wealthy family. She was akin to a contemporary work of art, radiating an air of nobility with every step. The diamond-studded earrings swayed gently, casting intricate shadows across her cheeks, akin to gilded rococo frames outlining her facial contours. Her lips curved into a slight smile, exuding an unparalleled confidence bestowed by her luxurious attire. Amidst the folds of leather and silk, she embodied the essence of art. These garments woven from wealth rendering her invincible in a society driven by material desires. "Do I look good, brother?" Lu Rian gently twirled to showcase her most flattering angle. "Absolutely. These pieces are perfectly suited to you." Li Kuan-'s gaze traversed her figure, akin to an art connoisseur admiring a masterpiece. Undoubtedly, a woman adorned in luxury elevates her beauty and grace to new heights. "Go ahead and swipe the card." "All right," the young sales associate replied, beaming as she carefully accepted the credit card. "Sir, it must be such a delight to be her boyfriend." Upon hearing the associate's words, Lu Rian felt her cheeks flush but refrained from objecting. A classmate turning into such a generous boyfriend seemed rather appealing. "Sir, your total comes to $17,880. Here's the receipt. Please keep it safe." Ding. A successful return of $178,800. Subsequently, as Lu Rian exited Hermes, she felt liberated. Pulling Li Kuan along as they wandered through the mall, they made stops at Chanel, Louis Vuitton, Gucci, and Dior, not neglecting to purchase an array of stockings and high heels, including the iconic Balenciaga, white and black stockings, and various strappy designs, all wrapped up for her. Given the extensive purchases, Lu Rian left her phone number and address for delivery, as they had acquired so many items that it was unmanageable to carry. In total, their expenditures on luxury goods approached $1 million, while the system returned nearly $10 million to Li Kuan. Lu Rian occasionally stole glances at this old classmate. Noting his calm demeanor, his eyes unblinking, her admiration for him grew immensely. Just how affluent was he? Lu Rian silently resolved to take a leap of faith that night. "Do you know what a gamble is?" A successful mentor once proclaimed, "Gambling is a form of wisdom." The audience erupted in applause. Lu Rian linked arms with Li Kuan as they exited the luxury store, laughing and chatting, just as a couple entered the entrance. The man, clad in anima attire, was tall with dark skin. The woman, though dressed modestly, had an acceptable beauty, reminiscent of a standard internet celebrity's face, albeit overshadowed by Lu Rian's allure. "Xionggoan?" Lu Rian's expression shifted slightly, though she chose to remain silent. What a coincidence to encounter one of her many admirers here. Fortunately, she had never agreed to anything, or explaining would become rather awkward. Xionggoan also recognized Lu Rian approaching with another man, and he felt his heart sink as he noticed their intimate gestures. As if they were lovers. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, feeling a mix of confusion and shock. His goddess had a boyfriend? Wasn't she supposed to be aloof? How could this be? Xionggoan had pursued Lu Rian for over 6 months, showering her with flowers and gifts, yet had never even touched her hand. In the end, all he received was a polite, "Thank you for your affection. but I'm not ready for a relationship. Now, after just over 10 days, was she seeking romance? Who was that man? How had he won over his goddess? Brother Xiong, is everything all right? The beautiful girl with the internet celebrity face asked, noticing her new boyfriend's sudden pause. She had worked hard to hook him. Being at the luxury store was a prime opportunity to secure a coveted handbag. It's nothing, just an acquaintance. Let us go say hello, Xiong Goen replied. Regaining his composure as he took the hand of his newly acquainted girlfriend and approached Lu Rian. Hello, Rian. Long time no see. What a surprise to meet you here. Indeed, it's been a while, Lu Rian replied coolly. Is this your boyfriend? Care to introduce him? Xiong Goen's jealousy flared, his gaze sharpening on Li Kuan. Damn it. After pursuing his goddess for so long without even a touch, to see another man take the lead was infuriating. This is my classmate. We ventured out for a stroll. Lu Rian initially intended to refer to her boyfriend, but, hesitating due to the absence of an official announcement, opted for a different phrase. Old classmates. Xiong Goen was momentarily taken aback. Hand in hand, their intimacy evident through laughter and conversation. And you dare to call this an old classmate? I pursued you for over half a year and never received such treatment. Am I to be regarded as a fool? The corners of Xiong Goen's eyes twitched slightly, leaving him at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? This is an era of romantic freedom. He is neither her husband nor her boyfriend. Classmates can also be boyfriends. Hello, I'm Li Kuan. He introduced himself, wrapping an arm around the unsuspecting Lu Rian, caught off guard by the sudden embrace. Lu Rian blossomed into a radiant smile once enveloped in her boyfriend's arms. She showed no intention of opposing her old classmate's presumptuousness. Hello, Xiong Goen responded, his displeasure palpable. I am Xiong Goen, the main captain of the judo department at the elite center of Donghai City. You may also call me Black Bear. They exchanged cordial greetings. Li Kuan then attempted to lead Lu Rian away. However, barely 2 steps into their departure, a furious roar echoed from nearby. Xiong Goen, you scoundrel! Who is this woman? A middle-aged woman, portly and with a round face, stormed towards them with fierce determination. Sister Zhao, let me explain. The towering figure of Xiong Goen turned pale with anxiety, akin to encountering a formidable adversary. Explain? Do you take me for a fool? Zhao Jing, with a fiery temper, slapped him hard across the face. I provide for you. I sustain you with a monthly allowance of 50,000, and this is how you repay me? Seeking other women behind my back. You are a scoundrel. With that, the stout Zhao Jing fixated her furious gaze upon Xiong Goen's new girlfriend, spitting venomous words. You shameless hussy. Do you not understand that disrupting others' relationships is immoral? Do you dare believe I won't expose you online? Chapter 14. A Tiger's Fury, a hussy? You are the hussy here, retorted the internet celebrity. Brother Xiong told me he had no girlfriend when we were together. Feel free to ask him yourself. In an instant, all eyes turned to Xiong Goen, whose expression resembled one who had just consumed a green fly, lost in thought. Brother Xiong, say something. The moment the influencer's words fell, a resounding slap struck her cheek. To hell with you. You were the one who seduced me. Xiong Goen decisively made his choice, fully aware that he had a girlfriend, yet persistently allowing her to harass him. Do you have no shame? He then hurriedly approached the stout middle-aged woman, Sister Jing. Please do not misunderstand. I am also a victim. Zhao Jing, hands on her hips, wore the expression of a triumphant victor. In the shopping mall, onlookers were captivated by the man's performance, marveling at his display. This soft rice, it is yours to consume. I once thought him a tough guy, but he is merely a pretty boy, truly lacking in dignity. A man of 6 feet tall living in such a manner is unparalleled. No wonder I cannot enjoy such soft rice. I am unworthy. The surrounding spectators murmured among themselves, pointing fingers. Xiong Goen, you scoundrel. The influencer, feeling aggrieved, shouted in anger. What did you say to me last night? That I am your only girlfriend, and you promised to buy me a bag today. Now you refuse to acknowledge it? Have you taken everything from me? Just wait. I will report you for sexual assault. The sting of the slap echoed, met with the disdain of the crowd. When had the influencer ever endured such humiliation? Not only was she taken advantage of, but now she was branded as the third party. If she did not prove herself a victim, how could she continue to navigate her social circle? She aspired to marry into wealth. How could she afford any scandal? She had to clear her name. Your friend is quite entertaining, remarked Li Kuan, as he and Lu Rian stepped away from the crowd, not failing to tease. Encountering such a melodramatic scene left Lu Rian at a loss for words, prompting her to distance herself from the pampered man. That black bear isn't really a friend. He merely pursued me in the past. Fortunately, I did not accept his advances. Otherwise, I would be the one embarrassed today. Lu Rian discreetly severed ties. If her standing in her boyfriend's eyes were to diminish due to this soft rice man, it would be a poor bargain. Such a worthless friend could be discarded at any moment. Indeed, Li Kuan responded with a knowing smile. The two did not linger on the topic any further. As darkness fell, Li Kuan proposed to escort Lu Rian home. All right, Lu Rian replied, following behind him, allowing him to take her hand while lost in her thoughts. It was not until they were seated in the car, buckled in, that Lu Rian mustered the courage to speak, her voice barely above a whisper. We could go to a hotel. Upon uttering those words, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of early spring peach blossoms kissed by morning dew. The blush first crept to her ears, gradually spreading across her porcelain skin, even reaching her neck. Her eyelashes fluttered nervously, and her eyes sparkled with a mix of ripples and glimmers, as she uttered such an embarrassing suggestion for the first time. Her fingers unconsciously clutching the hem of her clothing, biting her lip while attempting to feign calmness by turning her face away. To a hotel? Are you certain? Li Kuan asked, fearing he had misheard. He had anticipated that he would need to buy her a house to win her over, yet she was so proactive. It was as if fortune smiled upon him. No, we're not going, Lu Rian said, avoiding his gaze, responding defiantly. She had been so forward. Yet her old classmate continued to tease her, which felt utterly shameful. We are going, without question, Li Kuan asserted. At the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, at the entrance. Li Kuan tossed the car keys to the doorman and led Lu Rian straight to the presidential suite he had reserved. The attentive young receptionist noticed the pair as they walked by. Upon seeing the companion's figure and beauty, she finally understood why she had been rejected. The elevator moved swiftly, and in less than a minute, Li Kuan and Lu Rian entered the presidential suite. Perhaps it was her first time in such opulence, but Lu Rian was thoroughly intrigued by her surroundings. After stepping into the suite, she explored eagerly until she reached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, pausing to admire the vibrant cityscape beyond. It's beautiful, she exclaimed. No sooner had Lu Rian's words fallen than two large hands seized her from behind, holding her tightly so that any attempt to move was futile. No, I want to shower first. No need, Li Kuan stated with a commanding tone. I prefer it au naturel. After a moment of token resistance, Lu Rian ceased to struggle. In the brightly lit room, shadows danced in a myriad of forms, shifting rapidly in a chaotic yet mesmerizing manner. When Li Kuan awoke from his slumber, he instinctively reached for his phone, realizing it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. As he sensed a weight shifting atop him, a satisfied smile crept across his face. So delightful. After a night of rest, Li Kuan had dispelled any fatigue from his body, and gazing at the softness in his embrace, he subconsciously swallowed hard. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled and exhaled repeatedly, ultimately unable to resist the temptation. The second act commences. Alas, it is still daylight. Wailing softly, Lu Rian, abruptly awakened, found her voice stifled by the firm resolve of Li Kuan. Hours slipped by. The afterglow of dusk painted the corners of the city in warm hues. Li Kuan and Lu Rian, each draped in a robe, sat at the dining table, savoring the delectable offerings sent by the hotel. It's all your fault. I'm utterly exhausted and can barely move, Lu Rian lamented, elegantly finishing the last piece of tender beef, casting a wistful glance at the man seated across from her. Haha, Li Kuan chuckled insensitively. With his vitality, stamina, and endurance at their peak, there was no need for further elaboration. Rest well, he advised. And once you're rejuvenated, I shall take you to purchase a home. Really? You're the best, darling. I'm not tired at all, truly. I can manage. Lu Rian teased, playfully licking her lips, curious if her husband still had the strength for more. Just kidding, Li Kuan thought, unable to bear such tantalizing provocation at the mere age of 25. Today, he would teach Lu Rian what it truly meant to possess the vigor of a tiger. Darling, will you marry me? Lu Rian, radiating charm, embraced Li Kuan and posed the question that weighed heavily on her heart. Absolutely not, Li Kuan responded without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian's eyes dimmed. As expected, though she had anticipated the outcome, she could not resist asking once more. Li Kuan remained unperturbed, his demeanor unchanged by her inquiry. Why would he confine himself to a single tree when he could own an entire forest? While I cannot marry you, I can ensure you remain my girlfriend indefinitely. I can provide you with a house, a car, and ample finances. I understand that love is a reciprocal endeavor. If you ever wish to leave, simply say the word, and we shall part amicably. Everything I offer is yours to keep, and I can grant you a substantial sum, sufficient for a life of luxury, Li Kuan declared, his hand wandering over Lu Rian, for she was indeed his woman, his first woman, and he would not treat her poorly. You big oaf, Lu Rian exclaimed, leaving a mark with her teeth on Li Kuan's shoulder. I'll bite you. A girlfriend is still a girlfriend. I intend to be your girlfriend for a lifetime, spending all your money and watching you struggle to find another woman. Li Kuan chuckled in response, remaining silent. Was it truly possible? Money, when lavished upon a goddess of suitable beauty, would only multiply, never diminishing. Thus, the more high-caliber girlfriends Li Kuan had, the faster his wealth would accumulate, exponentially increasing. High-quality girlfriends, the more the merrier. The two embraced, indulging in a romantic candlelit dinner after a refreshing bath. With appetite satisfied, another night unfolded. The next day, as dawn broke, Lu Ruyan, disregarding her aching body, dressed and prepared for work. Where to? Li Kuan inquired, sensing her movement. To work. Lu Ruyan replied playfully, sticking out her tongue. Would you like to accompany me? Having only taken one day off for their date, she had requested another day to engage in profound exchanges with Li Kuan at the hotel. If she sought additional leave, her job would be at risk. Work? Li Kuan paused, then suggested, send me your bank account number. I'll transfer some money for your living expenses. How much do you earn at that job? Just quit. At his words, Lu Ruyan gazed at him for a long moment. Who wouldn't he desire a life akin to a wealthy matron? Yet, she knew the time was not right. She understood that everything she had was provided by this man, and she could not sustain it alone unless she married him or possessed tens of millions. If you want to marry me, then what of it? What if one day you grow tired of me and cast me aside? I fear I may lose my footing in life, Lu Ruyan half-jokingly explained. Despite her words, her actions were swift, and in the blink of an eye, she sent Li Kuan her bank account number. Li Kuan smiled silently and promptly transferred 1 million. 1,000 words could not compare to a single transaction. As Lu Ruyan received the funds, a notification chimed in Li Kuan's ear. Ding. Successfully returned 10,000,000. Let us go. I'll drive you to work, Li Kuan declared, donning his clothes, eager to let her colleagues know that this prized flower was claimed. What? Afraid I'll attract other admirers? Lu Ruyan teased lightly. Who knows? Li Kuan feigned annoyance. My girlfriend is so beautiful. She must be closely monitored. Rest assured, my dear. Lu Ruyan replied, taking his hand. I am a woman of integrity. I won't spend your money while seeking other men. If I were to find someone, it would be only after we part ways. With that, Lu Ruyan leaned in to kiss the man who brought her immense happiness. Young, handsome, tall, affluent, and understanding. He was the quintessential partner. She had no reason to pursue inferior options while such a peach lay within reach. The only flaw was his inability to marry her. Perhaps he would share his future with several other women. Oh, how wonderful it would be to marry this man. Alas, such a man is difficult to call one's own. Your awareness of this is commendable. Come, let me take you to work, Li Kuan praised, giving her a thumbs up. Call me when you finish, and I'll pick you up to go house hunting. Okay, Lu Ruyan responded obediently, tidying her outfit. After collecting her keys, the two set off in the car, playfully exchanging banter until they arrived at her office's entrance. All right, I'm off, darling. Goodbye. With a rosy complexion, Lu Ruyan felt an unprecedented sense of joy as she waved to her boyfriend and turned towards the company entrance. Li Kuan nodded with a smile. This sweet scene was witnessed by many passing employees. Isn't that the goddess of Miss Media? One whispered. Did she just step out of a Mercedes? It appears so. No way. I heard the vice president of the company pursued her and was rejected by that aloof goddess. Damn it. I'm heartbroken, my goddess. Once Li Kuan drove away, a notification rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the internship task. Fully bound to the Goddess Strategy System. Mainline task refreshed. Side task refreshed. Mainline task. More women, more fortune. The host must pursue at least 3 goddesses with a beauty score of 90 and maintain friendly relations within 3 months. Success. Unlock the godly riches mall. Failure. Death. Side task. Generously assist any character with a goodwill value of 80 through financial support to resolve their current difficulties. Success. Life potion 1. Failure. No penalty. Side task. Accumulate wealth through consumption to achieve a return of funds at the billion-dollar level. Current task progress. 110. Success. 10 cubic meters of portable space. Failure. No penalty. Side quest. The host must charm at least 10 goddesses of 90 beauty points and maintain amicable relations indefinitely. Success. Titanium alloy kidneys. Failure. No punishment. The system's cruelty is indeed relentless. With Lu Ruyan already in the equation, I must conquer 2 more. Doesn't that seem rather challenging for someone like me, Li? Li Kuan cast a fleeting glance at the luminous screen before him. The completion of side quests mattered little. However, the main quest was imperative. As for the promised titanium alloy kidneys, they were of no consequence. I am still young and confidently assert that I do not require them. Perhaps I shall reconsider that in a few years. One must possess the wisdom of self-awareness. Overconfidence can be detrimental. Chapter 016. Golden. After escorting Lu Ruyan to her company, Li Kuan navigated his Mercedes through the streets, savoring the exquisite scenery of Donghai City. It was truly delightful. Although he had spent several years studying in Donghai City, his understanding of it was rather superficial. Throughout his university years, he had scarcely familiarized himself with the campus, let alone the unfamiliar city. Even when he occasionally ventured out with a few friends for leisure or dining, it was limited to those moments. The reason was simple. He was engrossed in his studies. It is essential to recognize that for a child from a humble background, diligent study is the only path to opportunities in society. Even with relentless effort, chances for advancement remain scarce. Neglecting to strive renders them virtually non-existent. Without resources, connections, or a solid background, possessing only a mediocre academic record, though not utterly worthless, makes it challenging to catch the eye of prominent enterprises. Having spent nearly an entire day, Li Kuan parked his Mercedes by the roadside outside the goddess's company around 5 in the afternoon, patiently awaiting her departure. Although his Mercedes did not rival the likes of Ferraris or Lamborghinis, it was still enough to draw some attention. During the wait, a few flamboyantly dressed women approached, seeking to exchange contact information under various pretexts, but Li Kuan mercilessly declined. Reason 1, lack of merit. Reason 2, insufficient beauty. These two factors alone rendered them unworthy of his time. After a considerable while, the car door swung open. A familiar voice reached Li Kuan's ears as he glanced up from his short video scrolling. It was Lu Ruan, returning from work. Was work tiring? Li Kuan asked as he personally opened the car door for her, playfully pinching her delicate cheek. Sitting in an office isn't like working on a construction site. It can be uncomfortable after prolonged periods, she replied, deftly fastening her seatbelt and leaning back in the passenger seat to shake off the fatigue of her workday. All right, let's go. I'll take you to see some properties. Are there any you fancy? Li Kuan inquired casually. At present, he possessed the means to purchase a residence in any development across Donghai City. Yes, there are. Wait, let me think, Lu Ruoyan replied. Given that her boyfriend initiated the conversation, she felt no need to hold back. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the effort she had put in the previous night. This house was something she had earned through her own capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, she opened her lips, feigning mystery. Have you heard of Golden? Darling, I wish to purchase a property developed by Golden Group. I haven't heard of it, Li Kuan replied nonchalantly, but whether I have or not is inconsequential. What matters is that we buy wherever you wish. He then began to search for the nearest Golden Group properties while simultaneously gathering relevant information about the enterprise. Golden Enterprises Company, Limited, established on August 8, 1985, is one of the few specialized residential development companies. Before long, a plethora of information about Golden appeared on his screen. This is the advantage of the digital age. When one desires to learn about a company, particularly a moderately sized one, it is remarkably simple. It appears that Golden is quite reputable, both in Donghai City and beyond. I believe their developments will not disappoint. Li Kuan remarked approvingly. Of course, the Golden brand is incredibly valuable, Lu Ruoyan ardently endorsed. This indicated that her interest in purchasing a house was not a fleeting whim. She had evidently conducted thorough research on the subject. Unbeknownst to them, the Mercedes came to a halt at a Golden Group property, Donghai Smart City. One of the upscale developments offered in Donghai City. Properties here typically start at 2 to 3 million, with prices soaring higher for fully furnished or luxury apartments. Upon arriving at their destination and parking, Li Kuan and Lu Ruan strolled into the sales office hand in hand. As they entered, a middle-aged man promptly approached them. Recognizing their designer attire, which likely cost tens of thousands altogether, he couldn't help but feel an increase in enthusiasm, thinking, this might just be my lucky day? Good day. Are you here to view properties? The middle-aged man in a sharp suit and neatly combed hair greeted them with a warm smile. Yes, we are looking to buy, Li Kuan stated directly, specifying his desire for a fully furnished apartment of approximately 300 square meters, preferably one that was ready for occupancy. Recommend the best option. Price is not an issue. Hearing this, the man's eyes lit up, internally exclaiming, this is a sure deal. Excellent. Please, follow me, he said, guiding Li Kuan and Lu Ruoyan toward the property selection area while introducing himself. Hello, sir. My name is Sun Xingye. You can call me Xiao Sunday. I will be your guide in viewing the properties. Xiao Sun. Li Kuan pondered momentarily, reflecting on how challenging it was to earn a living outside. He had long lost sight of the concept of face. You're older than me by a generation. This feels a bit awkward. How about I just call you Brother Sun? I am Li, and this is my girlfriend, Li Kuan briefly introduced. Of course, Sun Xingye replied, accustomed to dealing with various clients and feeling no discomfort in addressing people by any title as long as it involved making money. Mr. Li, please follow me. Sun Xingye led them to the model display in the sales office and handed over a blueprint of the residential units. Donghai Smart City is one of the city's upscale developments, with 60% of the units already sold. It boasts an excellent location, convenient transportation, and stands at the heart of the city. You cannot go wrong choosing here. Sun Xingye passionately promoted the property, eager to sell it. Brother Sun, you needn't provide any other details. Just tell me how much a 300 square meter fully furnished apartment costs. Li Kuan interrupted him. Of course, no problem. Sun Xingye's expression momentarily faltered before transforming into one of elation. Clients with clear objectives were undoubtedly the favorites among salespeople, as they required minimal persuasion. This apartment is situated on the 8th floor of a 24-story building, featuring a spacious layout exceeding 300 square meters with high-quality furnishings, aligning perfectly with your expectations. Consequently, the price will be slightly higher. Sun Xingye rubbed his hands together, eager to present the best option available. What is the price? Li Kuan inquired coolly. Sun Xingye's smile widened unabashedly, as he surmised he was correct in his assumptions. The young man showed no hesitation in asking about the price. He was likely a second-generation wealthy heir. His seasoned experience led him to believe that there was a 99% chance of closing this deal. Sun Xingye cautiously articulated the price, 6,500,000. He carefully stated the figure, his gaze frequently darting towards the exceedingly youthful client, who was nearly the same age as his own son. It was evident that this young man had boundless potential. At that age, he himself was still toiling daily from dawn till dusk, until a fortuitous encounter introduced him to the sales industry. Although sales could also be grueling, excelling in it offered far greater rewards than most monotonous professions. With commendable performance, one could easily surpass many careers, even without a substantial base salary. This was precisely why Sun Xingye had rooted himself in sales for many years. 6,500,000, you say? Li Kuan shifted the conversation. Then let us proceed to view the property. Despite his capacity to purchase outright, he felt a lingering uncertainty until he had laid eyes on the actual property. Ru Yan, what do you think? Li Kuan thoughtfully inquired, considering Bai Yueguang's sentiments. Whatever you decide is fine, dear, Ru Yan replied, blooming with radiance, nearly leaning against Li Kuan. The condition of the property exceeded her expectations, far surpassing her initial requirements, leaving her with no objections. Viewing the property sooner rather than later was undoubtedly paramount. Very well. Let us go see it, Li Kuan declared, wrapping his arm around Ru Yan's waist and signaling for salesman Sun to lead the way. Certainly, please follow me. Sun Xingye responded promptly, not daring to slacken his pace, glancing back every few steps to guide them. The trio exited the sales office and turned onto a road, entering the tallest building in the development. Upon stepping into the lobby, they pressed the elevator button. Sun Xingye followed them inside after they had boarded. The elevator ascended smoothly and swiftly. This way, please, Sun Xingye said respectfully as the three exited the elevator, greeted by the unique foyer of each unit. Pushing open the door to the exquisitely decorated 300-square-meter flat, Ru Yan was utterly astounded. Although she often scrolled through images of luxurious homes on her phone, witnessing one in person was an entirely different experience. The floor-to-ceiling windows, soaring over 3 meters high, framed a city skyline that unfolded like a grand cinematic panorama. The marble flooring contrasted beautifully with the warm-toned walls, and the hidden linear lighting activated automatically, making the space seem to breathe. Equipped with a smart climate system, the interior had already adjusted to the optimal temperature and humidity based on outdoor data, with the fresh air system efficiently reducing PM2.5 levels to single digits. And these were merely the tip of the iceberg regarding this lavishly appointed flat. The immersive experience, blending technology, luxury, and comfort, was simply irresistible. From the very first glance, Ru Yan fell in love with this residence. She envisioned returning here after a long day's work, where her weariness would effortlessly dissipate. Taking in the city's beauty through the expansive windows, what a delightful indulgence. As she contemplated living here, Ru Yan felt a fleeting sense of elation. However, whether she could acquire this exquisite flat was not solely within her purview. Even if her boyfriend promised to buy her a home, he could still change his mind. Such occurrences were all too common in both the virtual realm and reality. 6,500,000, not merely 600. If it relied solely on her own abilities, she feared she might toil her entire life without ever amassing 6 million. Ru Yan cast a hopeful glance towards Li Kuan. Just as she grappled with her inner turmoil, the seasoned salesman, Sun Xingye, had nearly finished presenting the luxurious apartment. I wonder if Mr. Li is satisfied? Sun Xingye maintained his outward smile, yet inwardly, his expectations plummeted. Years of sales experience had taught him that when clients remained silent, it often signified disinterest. This deal hung in the balance. Sun Xingye sighed internally, contemplating that if this failed, he would have to pivot to other, more affordable properties. As any sale would be worth pursuing. He had not achieved any results in nearly 2 months. Another 2 months without a sale would likely lead to his dismissal. Yet, it was understandable. Purchasing a property worth millions typically required careful deliberation. Li Kuan did not respond to the salesman's inquiry, but instead turned to Ru Yan. His expression affectionate as he asked, "Do you like this one?" "Absolutely," Ru Yan replied without hesitation. "Only a fool wouldn't appreciate this property." "Then it shall be this one," Li Kuan stated nonchalantly. Just as Sun Xingye was about to suggest alternative properties, he was unexpectedly invigorated by the words that followed. "Mr. Li, Are you indicating that you wish to purchase this apartment? Sun Xingye, barely suppressing his excitement, asked for confirmation. Yes, this one. Prepare the contract, write my girlfriend's name, and let us proceed with the payment, Li Kuan said, producing a plain yet functional bank card. Sun Xingye, upon confirming the details, felt a surge of joy that he could no longer conceal. Very well, please hold on for a moment. He took the card and promptly turned to arrange the necessary paperwork. Master Sun, I am about to succeed, he thought, hastily contacting his colleagues to prepare the contract, determined to avoid any delays that could lead to customer dissatisfaction. The repercussions of such a misstep could be dire. He knew all too well that clients could easily be dissuaded by lengthy waits or poor salesmanship. Once outside the property, Sun Xingye exhaled deeply and called his closest apprentice. Speaking in what he believed to be a calm tone, Dingguan, please rush over with the contract for that unit, the one I just showed the client. The sooner, the better. I'll treat you to a meal once the deal is finalized. After hanging up, he hurried back to the property, anxious that the client might change his mind. Mr. Li, everything is arranged. The contract can be signed in under 30 minutes, Sun Xingye said, his tone increasingly respectful. Given that such a young individual could afford a multi-million property, he felt it imperative to extend the utmost respect. Building rapport with wealthy clients like this one could potentially lead to future opportunities, a veritable goldmine for any salesman. In less than 30 minutes, several salespeople arrived at the lavish flat, their foreheads glistening with sweat as they presented the prepared documents. Sun Xingye skillfully accepted the paperwork and approached Li Kuan with a smile. Mr. Li, please take a look. This is the listing price and the discounts available. If you purchase today, it can be secured for $6,450,000. Mortgage. The monthly payment is, I dislike owing money, Li Kuan interjected coolly. I'll pay in full, just swipe the card. Full payment. Clients who could afford to pay for a multi-million property outright were rare. Many ordinary people resorted to loans, making monthly payments even for homes worth only hundreds of thousands. Yet, was the young man before him an ordinary person? Sun Xingye found himself momentarily speechless. Is there an issue? Li Kuan prompted. As soon as he heard the client's words, Sun Xingye, recovering from his momentary distraction, took a deep breath and solemnly assured, there are no issues on your end. Please hold on a moment, and we shall expedite the processing for you. We guarantee the swift delivery of your property certificate. The staff worked diligently, methodically navigating through each procedure. Contracts were signed with the elegant name of Lu Rian. Ultimately, under the watchful gaze of many employees, Li Kuan effortlessly completed the transaction with a swipe of his card, the process unfolding smoothly without a hitch, settling the payment with ease. Aside from the time-consuming nature of the process, purchasing this property was not dissimilar to acquiring a mobile phone. A transaction valued at $6,500,000 was executed with remarkable efficiency. Only upon witnessing the client make the payment did Sun Xingye's anxious heart finally find solace. After exhaling a sigh of relief, the tension and worry on his face were replaced by profound joy. Throughout his extensive career in sales, he had encountered numerous clients who had reconsidered their decisions, allowing transactions to slip away at the last moment, leaving him with a lingering doubt until the matter was conclusively settled. There exists a caution in life. One must refrain from celebrating prematurely. If a matter remains unresolved, it is prudent to maintain silence. Once a deal is finalized, awareness is sufficient. Ding. Successfully refunded 64,500,000. In the sales department, each property sold was marked by a simple signing ceremony. Bang. Colorful ribbons and confetti burst forth. Congratulations to Ms. Lu Rian on becoming the owner of Donghai Smart City. Your boyfriend treats you well, purchasing a property worth over $6 million on a whim. You two truly are a match made in heaven, a perfect couple. Why isn't such a young tycoon my boyfriend? Is Fu Laomei dreaming? What does she possess in terms of looks? What do I have? A plump waist and a flat chest. With a smug expression, Lu Rian stood on the red carpet, reveling in the compliments and envy that surrounded her. Her vanity thoroughly satiated. This feeling was as exhilarating as inscribing her name on the property certificate. To describe this moment as the pinnacle of her life would not be an exaggeration. With the realization that all of this was a gift from Li Kuan, Lu Rian couldn't help but embrace her boyfriend tighter, yearning to meet him at the summit of love instantly. Lu Rian was no longer the 17-year-old girl she once was. Though she had only recently entered society, she had gleaned some wisdom. If a man truly cares for a woman, the first step is to present a substantial sum of cash, followed by gifting a house. At the very least, it ensures that should the man hurt the woman, she has a secure place to reside. While this sentiment was something she had heard on television, she wholeheartedly agreed with it in her heart. Just as Lu Rian was immersed in her immense happiness, Li Kuan's gaze wandered restlessly around the sales department, seeking out a potential romantic interest with acceptable looks. Looks, 85. Looks, 70. Looks, 55. Looks 69. Looks 89. Looks 90. He spotted a stunning beauty. However, before Li Kuan could dwell further on this discovery, the system's scanning results presented information that left him hesitant to entertain any notions. While her beauty was undeniable, her 300 romantic encounters and gynecological issues were rather off-putting. Apologies, but I am not worthy. After completing the property purchase, Li Kuan and Lu Rian gathered their contracts and departed the sales department together. Mr. Li, allow me to escort you, Sun Xingya offered, his demeanor courteous yet maintaining a respectful distance, closely following the clients while engaging in light conversation to foster rapport. A competent salesperson must not only master the art of closing deals, but also understand how to nurture client relationships, building profound connections, and earning their trust. After all, isn't it a matter of course to attract more clients from a satisfied customer? Although the path from the sales department to the parking lot was short, the seasoned salesman Sun Xingya was quite talkative, his words and footsteps ceaseless. This will be it, brother Sun, Li Kuan, having previously sold insurance, understood the salesperson's intentions but chose not to elaborate. All right, take care, Sun Xingya replied with a smile. Lu Rian promptly took her seat in the passenger side of the Mercedes. Just as Li Kuan was about to enter the car, he inadvertently spotted a figure emerging from a red BMW, the action momentarily catching him off guard. A quick glance revealed. Name, Zhu Jinshua, age, 20 years, height, 165 centimeters, weight, 48 kilograms, looks, 95. Occupation, real estate consultant, skills, eloquence, romance, 0, a beauty with a score of 95? 0 romantic encounters? Is this a mistake? Let me take a closer look. The stunning woman approached in high heels, her stride exuding the grace of a model. Sunlight dancing upon her chestnut locks, the color soft and the strands delicate. The white blouse she wore was slightly oversized, while a fitted suit skirt accentuated her enviable figure. As she walked, her graceful hands swayed naturally, the rose gold bracelet on her wrist glimmering alongside her mother-of-pearl watch. Zhu Jinshua wore a smile, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Her voice was reminiscent of bubbles and chilled champagne, crisp yet sweetly delightful. Hello, Lao Sunday Jinshua, have you just returned with a client? Sun Xingya responded politely. About that, Zhu Jinshua replied, her pace unwavering as she headed straight for the sales department. Brother Sun, who is that? Li Kuan inquired. Stopping Sun Xingya before he could leave, curiosity piqued. Oh, she is a newcomer in our sales department, Sun Xingya replied without hesitation. She has been here for about a week and is quite diligent. Could you share her WeChat with me? Li Kuan asked. At this, Sun Xingya paused, caught off guard. Aren't you in a relationship? Was it appropriate to ask for another woman's WeChat in front of your girlfriend? That would be brazen. Stealing a discreet glance at the client's girlfriend, he felt relieved that she was inside the car, likely unable to overhear their conversation. Nevertheless, whether she heard or not was of little concern to him. Satisfying the client's request was paramount, especially as he sought to extract more potential clients from this wealthy second-generation individual, so he could not afford to offend him. Is that not possible? Li Kuan pressed further. That is perfectly fine. Sensing the underlying reason, Sun Xingya wasted no time, quickly adding the client on WeChat and casually providing the contact information of his beautiful colleague. Finally, he reminded, Mr. Li, my colleague just started dating someone a few days ago, apparently a senior executive in our company. She has a boyfriend? What a shame. Li Kuan felt a tinge of regret. He had initially wanted to add the beautiful saleswoman on WeChat, but upon learning of her relationship, his interest waned immediately. She had only just begun dating, so it was no wonder her romantic encounters were 0. Perhaps if he had met her a few days earlier, the situation would have been different. Subsequently, Li Kuan entered the car. Once the vehicle was in motion, he was met with a playful voice. What a pity. Chapter 019, The Pure Love Warrior. Li Kuan chuckled lightly. You big oaf, asking for a beautiful woman's WeChat in front of her. What can I do to satisfy you? Such a scoundrel. Lu Rian playfully chided, half serious, half amused. Despite their brief time together, she was genuinely pleased with her old classmate, now new boyfriend, talented and affluent. Technical prowess and physical strength are paramount. What truly matters is the willingness to invest in oneself, unlike my previous boyfriend, who merely spun grand tales. In just a week of reacquaintance, he nonchalantly gifted me a lavishly decorated flat worth $6 million. Who could possibly withstand such a test? Am I the one at fault? Li Kuan solemnly elucidated, I am not callous. Rather, my heart is fragmented into myriad pieces, each capable of loving a different person. Love is uncontrollable. I hope you can comprehend this. Upon hearing her boyfriend's words, Lu Rian cast him a sorrowful glance. To claim she had no objections would be a blatant lie. Were it not for the property deed in her possession, she would have savagely bitten this fickle-hearted man. As they continued their journey, and envious Lu Ruyan remained largely silent, feigning anger as she turned her head away, preoccupied with the scenery outside the window to elevate her spirits. Nevertheless, Li Kuan, while deftly maneuvering the steering wheel, playfully caressed Lu Ruyan's exquisite legs, to which she offered no resistance. To discipline this disobedient kitten, Li Kuan alternated between gentle and firm touches, his hands roaming freely, particularly indulgent at traffic lights. Under such torment, Lu Ruyan's delicate face flushed a deeper shade of crimson, and when reaching a peak of embarrassment, she emitted soft, pleasurable hums. Only when she could no longer endure did she choose to halt her boyfriend's mischief. Before long, the car halted at the entrance of Fuguei Jun. "Let's move to the newly purchased house another day. It will suit you better," Li Kuan remarked as he opened the car door for Lu Ruyan, offering his concern. "I understand that if money were not an issue, no one would wish to reside in this old community. I will be moving in a few days," Lu Ruyan replied, her excitement evident at the prospect of living in a new home. "When I move, you must help me, dear husband. Depends on the situation." Li Kuan initially intended to decline, but found himself unable to resist Lu Ruyan's pitiful demeanor. "All right, message me when the time comes," he acquiesced. "Oi, you are the best. Husband," Lu Ruyan exclaimed, planting a kiss on Li Kuan, then added, "Why not buy me a car as well? It would be inconvenient for me to commute otherwise." "Unless you want me to pick you up every day," Li Kuan replied without a second thought. "Buying a car won't cost much, whatever it costs. I can easily earn back tenfold. Why not? You are the best, husband." Lu Ruyan showered him with affectionate kisses for 3 or 4 minutes. "Farewell, husband. I'm heading back now." "Goodbye," Li Kuan said, affectionately caressing Lu Ruyan's cheek. However, before she could take a few steps, a distant voice filled with anger echoed, "Ruyan, is this your reason for rejecting me?" A young man approached, his face a mixture of rage, shock, disappointment, and a hint of confusion. The youth, around 20 years old, likely not much younger than Lu Ruyan, stood at 175 meters with a well-proportioned physique. His middle-parted hair and suspenders made him unremarkable, blending into the crowd. "Kai Siyuan, I have told you before, it is impossible between us." Lu Ruyan's smile faded. "My friend's words hold truth. Why? Did you not say you were not looking for a boyfriend? I have liked you for 3 years. 3 whole years. Did you not know? You said you enjoyed singing, dancing, and rapping, so I learned those for you. You love watching basketball. I practiced whenever I could. I wasted 2.5 years of my life on you. Just a few days without seeing you, and suddenly you have a boyfriend? You have truly disappointed me." Kai Siyuan grew increasingly agitated, trembling uncontrollably. Had it not been for the last shred of dignity, he might have burst into tears. 3 years. He had pursued his goddess for 3 years. Others might have succeeded in 3 days. Kai Siyuan wished for this all to be an illusion. Yet the sight of his goddess kissing another man had ruthlessly shattered his last defenses. A profound pain engulfed him, an indescribable anguish. Why is this happening? Faced with the suddenly confrontational Kai Siyuan, Lu Ruyan displayed indifference, even a touch of disdain. "There is no obligation between us. I never asked for anything. Wasn't this all voluntary on your part? I clearly stated we were not compatible. Yes, I once said I did not want a boyfriend. But that was in the past. When I encountered someone who truly moved my heart, I wished for a relationship. Is that not permissible? You only care about his money." Kai Siyuan, overwhelmed with emotion, shouted in fury. In an instant, a crowd gathered, eager to witness the drama unfolding. Lu Ruyan's expression, previously cold, now bore traces of anger upon hearing his words. She glanced anxiously at Li Kuan in the car, fearing he would misunderstand her. The thought of being dumped over such trivial matters was infuriating. After finally finding a nearly perfect boyfriend, she had hardly enjoyed their time together. "This cannot happen." Lu Ruyan attempted to maintain a calm demeanor as she asserted, "So what if I am dating openly? I am not stealing or robbing. I simply desire a life of comfort. Am I in the wrong? My boyfriend easily transfers $1 million to me. Can you do that? He bought me a flat worth over $6 million in my name. Can you? What can you provide for me? How many clothes can you buy me each month?" Lu Ruyan paused briefly before continuing. "I could temporarily date you, eating street food and wearing inexpensive clothes, but I cannot live like that forever. I am not accustomed to it. Your monthly salary wouldn't even suffice for a decent outfit from a luxury store. Kai Siyuan, you have the right to pursue love. But I also have the right to refuse and choose my own love. Neither of us is wrong." As the words lingered, Lu Ruyan noticed tears welling in Kai Siyuan's eyes, and she chose to remain silent. "I just want to tell you that love can make up for everything." Kai Siyuan spoke, unwilling to let go. He truly adored Lu Ruyan, having fallen for her at first sight. His affection led to a relentless pursuit for 3 years. Unwilling to give up. "We are all adults. Let us not be so naive. Do you think I'm 17? Lu Ruyan stated, and her words rendered Kai Siyuan mute, as well as the onlookers. Life presents us with unavoidable realities. Love is merely a fragment of life, an ephemeral concept. Let us depart. Continuing this argument does no one any favors. Chapter 020. A traffic incident. Li Kuan exited the car and approached Lu Ruyan, wrapping his arm around her delicate waist. Gazing intently at the forlorn young man. Husband, allow me to explain. This person is one of my suitors. I have never promised him anything. In fact, I made it abundantly clear that I rejected his advances, but he has persistently pursued me, leaving me quite helpless, Lu Ruyan hurriedly clarified, fearing that Li Kuan might misinterpret the situation. I understand. Standing behind me, I shall take care of this. In an instant, Li Kuan planted a kiss on Lu Ruyan's lips. Lu Ruyan shyly reciprocated, then obediently positioned herself behind her boyfriend, entirely indifferent to the gazes of onlookers. This scene did not escape the notice of those present, including Kai Si Yuan, the deeply infatuated young man. However, compared to the surrounding crowd of spectators, Kai Si Yuan felt as if his heart had been pierced by 1,000 arrows, overwhelmed by an indescribable anguish. Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Kuan, Lu Ruyan's boyfriend. Li Kuan spoke succinctly, asserting that his girlfriend had articulated her sentiments with utmost clarity. There is no need for you to persist in this pursuit. Prolonging the matter will only provide further amusement for others. Let us consider this resolved, and I shall act as though nothing has transpired. There exists no shortage of melodramatic displays of affection, particularly those characterized by unreciprocated devotion and self-indulgent love. While Li Kuan respects such sentiments, he neither comprehends nor endorses them. At the very least, he would never conduct himself in such a manner. This also elucidates why Li Kuan's tone remained courteous. However, should this ardent young man continue to disregard the situation, matters would take a different turn. Nothing has happened. You have stolen my love and now adopt a condescending attitude, as if to declare it is over. Kai Si Yuan's eyes burned with fury. What do you think you are? Just a privileged second generation with a bit of wealth? Strip away the money, and I might not be any less than you. And you, Lu Ruyan, do you truly believe that such a wealthy individual would marry you? Once the novelty wears off, you will be discarded. You will come to regret this. These words reverberated through the crowd, eliciting varied reactions, while Lu Ruyan, standing behind Li Kuan, remained notably cold. Only Li Kuan maintained an air of composure throughout. Do you truly believe that self-indulgent behavior is romantic? Are you unaware that love devoid of material support is akin to a pile of scattered sand? If you desire others to join you, there must be something worthwhile to offer. Observing the ardent young man's lack of perception, Li Kuan had no intention of granting him the dignity of a final courtesy, speaking with a hint of sarcasm. Do you reside in a cramped rental? Are you too timid to order takeout every day? Is your job respectable? Is your life respectable? Of course, the lack of funds is not your fault. But to cling to someone while being financially destitute is exceedingly unmanly. I would typically not involve myself in others' affairs, but Lu Ruyan is my girlfriend. So I ask you to respect her. This would be beneficial for both of us. These cutting remarks were unmistakably audible, continually provoking the nerves of this ardent young man. Kai Si Yuan took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself. Yet, the tumult of anger, pain, and resentment within him threatened to strip him of his final shred of rationality. He yearned to strike back. Want to try? Li Kuan remarked. Having noticed the man's clenched fists, courtesy had been extended, but if the other party chose to disregard it, Li Kuan saw no need to play the benevolent gentleman. You bastard. The taunting words drove Kai Si Yuan to the brink of insanity, and he swung his fist without hesitation. However, the attack was effortlessly evaded. The quick-witted Li Kuan seized Kai Si Yuan's hand and easily subdued him, pinning him to the ground as one might apprehend a criminal. This is the first and last time. I shall spare you for Lu Ruyan's sake, but should there be a next time, I assure you that I will have you incarcerated. I can easily afford the best lawyers. Can you say the same? Li Kuan warned coldly, releasing his grip on the young man, who was clearly inferior in both stature and strength. Let us go, Lu Ruyan. Do not allow this trivial matter to affect your mood. After seeing Lu Ruyan off, Li Kuan drove away, while the crowd gradually dispersed. Only Kai Si Yuan, resembling a jester, slumped by the roadside, staring vacantly at the sky, his thoughts shrouded in uncertainty. Despite the minor incident while escorting his girlfriend home, it did not deter Li Kuan from his pursuit of romantic conquests. The system had issued a multi-partner task, with a timeline stretching up to 3 months. But idleness was not an option. One could never predict what unforeseen circumstances lay ahead. As Li Kuan contemplated his next romantic escapade at the traffic lights, a sudden, dull thud resonated from behind, followed by a jarring impact. Fortunately, he was buckled in, sustaining only minor bumps. It was a rear-end collision. Even if the responsibility lay entirely with the rear-ending vehicle, it was still quite the mood dampener. With a dark expression, Li Kuan exited his car. Upon glancing at the offending vehicle, a sense of familiarity struck him. A red BMW, the car belonging to the boyfriend of that alluring saleswoman. What a coincidence. Li Kuan was curious to see what kind of individual this high-ranking executive from Jinding Group was. His curiosity somewhat alleviated his frustration over the accident. Standing beside his vehicle, Li Kuan casually placed his hands in his pockets, waiting for the other party to apologize. However, the unfolding events deviated from his expectations. A man in a suit, appearing to be in his mid-20s, emerged from the red BMW. Neither unattractive nor particularly handsome, of average build, yet his youth belied his status as an executive at Jinding Group, marking him as a rising star. How do you drive? The man stormed up to Li Kuan, his expression dark as he demanded. You must bear full responsibility. Excuse me? Was this executive misplacing his words? Shouldn't those words be mine? This was Li Kuan's immediate reaction. He hadn't been driving. Wasn't it customary to halt at a red light? Is rear-ending justified? Preposterous. Li Kuan glanced up. The traffic light still displayed a solid red with several seconds remaining. I believe my driving was faultless, yet this gentleman insists that I am entirely responsible. In that case, let us involve the authorities. Li Kuan remained unperturbed. Directly dialing the police. Responsibility or not, that is for the traffic officer to determine. Noticing the damage to the rear of the vehicle, which was not excessively severe, he had originally intended for a private resolution, but the other party's accusatory demeanor and attempts to shift blame were quite unsettling. Calling the police? A flicker of panic crossed Mr. Ma's eyes upon hearing this. Wait, don't call the police. Let us settle this privately, shall we? Mr. Ma hastily exclaimed. Unfortunately, it was too late. Though puzzled by the other party's drastically altered demeanor, Li Kuan had already initiated the call to the police and chose not to dwell on it further. Everything would be addressed once the officers arrived. Not long after, the traffic police arrived at the scene of the accident, reviewing both parties' documentation. After capturing photographs of the accident from various angles and assessing the collision, they rendered their judgment. Li Kuan was found not at fault. The rear-ending executive was deemed entirely responsible. Mr. Ma, I assume you are not the vehicle's owner? The officer scrutinized him. The reason for contacting the owner was to verify the legitimacy of ownership, to investigate whether the vehicle had been stolen or borrowed, and to address issues related to liability, insurance, or vehicle disposition. Yes, this car belongs to my boss. I am her driver, Mr. Ma replied, steeling himself. Then, to expedite the handling of the incident, the officer directly contacted the owner of the red BMW. May I speak with Ms. Yi? Very well, I shall proceed immediately to address this matter. Following the notification, the officer inquired further about the two parties involved. Throughout the incident resolution, Mr. Ma maintained a sullen expression, as though some hidden truth was on the verge of being unveiled. The conversation between Ma Kai and the traffic police was clearly audible to Li Kuan, who stood nearby. The mention of keywords such as driver, boss, and Ms. Yi brought a hint of amusement to his expression. Li Kuan speculated boldly in his mind that this Mr. Ma's beautiful sales girlfriend was likely unaware of his true identity, having always perceived him as a senior executive of the company. It was improbable that all BMW owners were women, wasn't it? However, such matters held little significance for Li Kuan, since the damage to the vehicle was not severe and no casualties had occurred. It was deemed a minor incident that could be resolved through mutual consultation by the parties involved, simply by exchanging contact information. Li Kuan was reluctant to squander too much time on this issue and thus agreed to the police officer's suggestion of a private settlement. Even if Master Ma appeared displeased, he would likely have no objections. In just 10 minutes, a blue Mrs. Seven came to a stop at the roadside. Once the vehicle was parked, a woman in her 30s emerged from the back seat and walked towards them. She was clad in a well-fitted, camel-colored double-breasted suit, paired with a silk V-neck blouse. The neckline slightly open, revealing a delicate gold necklace. Her trousers were cropped to reveal slender ankles adorned with nude pointed-toe heels. With her hair styled in a low ponytail, her makeup exuded an effortless elegance, with soft eyeshadow creating depth and a rose-red lip color that conveyed both gentleness and strength. Each step she took in her heels was crisp and rhythmic, echoing a steady beat, her pace deliberate but not sluggish. Ms. Yi, upon seeing the approaching Yi Wanrong, Ma Kai, who was about to utter something, quickly closed his mouth. Yi Wanrong's gaze was fixed ahead. After briefly glancing at the at-fault driver, it settled on Li Kuan. Her eyes sharp yet not aggressive. I apologize, sir, for the inconvenience caused. Compensation will be handled through insurance, and should the amount prove insufficient, I will cover the difference. Yi Wanrong provided her contact information, stating, "This is my phone number. Feel free to reach out regarding any subsequent matters." Having completed her statement in one breath, Yi Wanrong directed her attention to the car that had been rear-ended, confirming it was a Mercedes-Benz before shifting her gaze once more. Had it been a Ferrari or Lamborghini? Even with her wealth, she would have had to part with some funds. That is acceptable. Li Kuan saw no reason to object. His demeanor was neither subservient nor arrogant. His eyes bright with clarity. His voice was deep and clear, his expression solemn yet adorned with a hint of polite smile, exuding an air of competence and decisiveness, a quality honed through years of experience. Li Kuan's curiosity led him to scan her details. Name, Yi Wanrong. Age, 29. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Attractiveness, 90. Occupation, senior executive, shareholder. Skills, industry insight. Data-driven decision-making, financial acumen, organizational development, and human resource coordination. Romance. 1. She met the standards of attractiveness. And Li Kuan did not mind playing the role of a suitor. However, such a high-ranking female executive, with her lofty ambitions, would undoubtedly be challenging to win over, let alone accept being one of several girlfriends. Then perhaps it is best to abstain. With ample funds at his disposal, Li Kuan had neither the time nor inclination to pursue a difficult high-powered woman. Surely, seeking companionship with someone who met his standards yet was less demanding than a high-profile executive was a more prudent choice. After resolving the traffic incident, Li Kuan drove away. Ms. Yi, I apologize. It was not intentional, Ma Kai finally managed to say after holding his tongue for so long. There is no need for apologies. Though Master Ma has been driving for over 3 years, everyone can falter at times, Yi Wanrong replied impassively. I am here to handle the aftermath of this rear-end collision. With a shift in tone, she coldly continued. What is this about you misappropriating company funds? Did you truly believe you could execute this flawlessly? Ms. Yi, faced with the revelation of his misdeeds, Ma Kai fell into a state of panic. Do not call me sister, Yi Wanrong said sharply, her demeanor unwavering. I cannot afford to lose face over this foolishness. Ma Kai was at a loss for words, silence enveloping him. After a moment, Yi Wanrong, recalling their past connection, furrowed her brow and said, For the sake of my father, I will ensure that the company does not report this incident. You must find a way to return the funds and then leave quietly. Having given her instructions, Yi Wanrong turned on her heel and entered her red BMW, departing without a backward glance. Ma Kai stood there, dazed and disoriented, for what felt like an eternity. His father was Yi Wanrong's father's personal driver. Struggling to find a good job after graduating from a technical college, Ma Kai's father had shamelessly sought help from Yi Yin, hoping to secure a better position. Initially, Yi Yin had been hesitant, feeling guilty towards a man who had driven for him for over a decade. However, if he placed him in a good position without the requisite capability, it would lead to inevitable failure and potential disaster. After much contemplation, Yi Yin had learned that his daughter was hiring a personal driver and promptly passed the task to her. Yi Wanrong reluctantly accepted, out of consideration for her father's request. The job offered a monthly salary of 10,000, with meals and accommodation included, along with social insurance and housing funds. Having been through the harsh realities of society, Ma Kai had no objections to the compensation. He was simply elated. As for the matter of misappropriating funds, Ma Kai hesitated on the roadside. His expression troubled as he picked up the phone to call his girlfriend. Hello, Gigi. Could you return the bags and clothes from a couple of days ago? I might need to vacate the apartment I rented for you. Why? Just do as I say. Frustrated and unable to explain himself, Ma Kai hung up without further ado. How could he explain? He could hardly admit that he was not a high-ranking executive, but rather the personal driver of the boss. He had spent 200,000 to 300,000 chasing after a girl he had fallen for at first sight, and having finally made her his girlfriend. He was determined to find a way to sustain this love. Yet, the debt loomed large, causing him considerable distress. If he were to be imprisoned, it would ruin his life. In desperation, Ma Kai dialed his father's number. Dad, there is something I need to tell you. He hesitated, sharing the entire situation. Meanwhile, Gigi, who was about to take a break, received Ma Kai's call and expressed her confusion. What is going on? Are you in some sort of trouble? She sent a flurry of messages, but Ma Kai evaded all her inquiries. Before she could ponder further, an unfamiliar number called. Hello, is this Ms. Zhu Jinswa? Chapter 22. Break up. The caller was none other than Ma Kai's father. After learning the entire situation, Ma Igwa contacted his son's girlfriend. Taking a deep breath, he said, Ms. Zhu, I am Ma Kai's father, and I would like to discuss some matters with you. Uncle Ma, hello. Ma Kai just called me. He seems a bit off. What is going on? Zhu Jinswa inquired, perplexed. Though it was her first interaction with her boyfriend's father, she was no stranger to the world and quickly grasped the crux of the issue. Ma Igwa faltered, unsure of how to begin. Oh, it seems I have lost face today. Misappropriating several 100,000 yuan of company funds merely to pursue a romantic interest. Were it not for Miss Ye's goodwill, he would have likely found himself behind bars long ago. Now, having lost his job, he remains obstinately oblivious to the gravity of his actions, unwilling to disclose the truth to his girlfriend. Ma Igwa is at a loss on how to face Mr. Yi, especially since it was he who arranged his son's employment. The failure to educate his son is a failing of the father, and he bears his share of the responsibility. After persistent questioning, Maigwa finally extracted his son's girlfriend's phone number and resolved to clarify matters personally. He hoped to reclaim the luxury items purchased with embezzled funds, such as handbags and clothing, though he understood that the girlfriend had every right not to return them, given his son's culpability. If they remained unrecovered, the burden of repayment would fall upon Maigwa and his wife. A sum of 200,000 or 300,000 may seem modest, yet it has the potential to shatter families. Together, Maigwa and his wife earned barely 20,000 a month, and after years of repaying mortgages, car loans, and daily expenses, their savings hardly exceed 100,000. In contrast, his son, in his pursuit of romance, frivolously squandered hundreds of thousands to fabricate a persona of a high-ranking executive. How could he have sired such a scoundrel? Mrs. Zhu, do you know what my son does? Maigwa mustered his courage. My boyfriend? Isn't Ma Kai a senior executive at Jinding Group? Zhu Jinsuo replied without a moment's hesitation. She felt a sense of satisfaction at having such a young, wealthy, and talented boyfriend. On the other end of the line, Maigwa fell into a profound silence. Is there a problem, uncle? Zhu Jinsuo asked cautiously, sensing something amiss. She had anticipated that her boyfriend's father might harbor reservations about her, feeling she was unworthy of such a distinguished partner, a prejudice that has existed since time immemorial. Zhu Jinsuo was prepared for this. It is worth noting that she had been orphaned since childhood and had lived with her aunt and uncle until she could afford to live independently. It is like this. Maigwa, his face flushed, poured forth a stream of words, laying everything bare. This might be the most humiliating moment of his life, pleading in a tone of desperation and humility to retrieve gifts deceived from his son. He had never felt such shame even when beseeching Mr. Yi for his son's job. But if he could retrieve the items, he would gladly accept the humiliation. Uncle hopes you. You need not say more. Uncle, Zhu Jinsuo interrupted, her initial trepidation and anticipation vanishing entirely. I will not put you in a difficult position. I understand what these luxury items symbolize. I am willing to return them. Please have your son come to my workplace to collect them. Finally, she added, please tell him that we have broken up. With that, Zhu Jinsuo hung up the phone. She sat dazed at the bedside, glancing around at the various furnishings and exquisite decor. Perhaps this would be her last day in this place. She had thought she had found her true love, a partner who would alleviate her struggles for 30 years, only to discover he was a fraud. Ha ha, Zhu Jinsuo, you are such a fool. She mocked herself as she brushed her disheveled hair aside, her nearly tearful eyes filled with determination. Experiencing such betrayal inevitably leads to sleepless nights. Tonight would be one of those nights. As the fluorescent lights of the nightclub continued to illuminate the pulsating lasers, the independent screens revealed the ongoing festivities. 2 cups of beer and frozen drinks. Do they count as happiness? Did you have fun today? Feeling lonely, perhaps? Upon entering a nightclub aptly named Night Colors, Li Kuan was immediately enveloped by the infectious rhythm of the music, stirring a restlessness within him. Beautiful women, exquisite drinks, and vibrant music. Every man with wealth seeks to indulge in such experiences to savor joy. The deafening music, the dazzling lights, the massive screens, and laser effects overwhelmed the senses. The driving beat of electronic music compelled involuntary movement. First-timers might feel a fleeting sense of dizziness. As Li Kuan pushed through the throng, he felt the heat rising. The mingled aromas of alcohol, perfume, and sweat creating a distinctive nightclub ambience. While some might revel in it, for Li Kuan, visiting a nightclub for the first time was quite an adjustment. Why venture here? Naturally, it was the simplest and most direct way to pursue every attractive girl who didn't detest coriander or gummy bears. Most of the women here were striving to earn a living. Li Kuan respected their efforts. Hello, handsome, is this your first time? Chapter 23, Nightclub Pursuits. Standing at the entrance of Night Colors, Li Kuan was bombarded by waves of deafening music. He instinctively checked the bank card in his suit pocket, knowing the system would cover his expenses, allowing him to spend freely. Hey, is this your first visit? A girl in a shimmering silver mini dress approached him, her fragrance mingling with the scent of alcohol. Li Kuan nodded. The girl casually hooked her arm through his. I'm Lily. Shall I show you around? Li Kuan made no objection. Although Lily's looks rated only as 75, it did not hinder her guiding abilities. He allowed her to lead him through the bustling crowd, his eyes constantly scanning the dance floor and booths. According to the system's scans, 85, 55, 40, 72, 66. There were even men surrounding girls rated 30, clearly not discerning. How famished must one be? Perhaps due to the crowd, his view was obstructed. After a full circle, he failed to spot a single goddess among the throng. Give me a booth in the best location, Li Kuan instructed Lily in a flat tone. Her eyes lit up. Wow, such generosity. What would you like to drink? Money is no object. You decide, he replied casually. Hearing this, Lily, a savvy bar marketer, perked up. This seemed to be a potential big catch. She quickly led the way, maneuvering through the dance floor and booths until they reached the prime seating area. This was the best booth in the establishment, accommodating 20 to 30 people comfortably, with an excellent view to soak in the nightlife. Li Kuan reclined languidly on the leather sofa, his fingers rhythmically tapping the crystal tabletop. As Lily went to arrange drinks, his gaze continued to search for tonight's target among the crowd. Luck doesn't seem to be on my side, he muttered to himself. As Li Kuan's eyes roamed, several girls, sensing his gaze, straightened their posture, attempting to present their best selves. However, the quality of these girls was mediocre overall, giving a sense of sameness, none meeting his standards, and naturally, there was no further interest. Goddess-level beauties are not as common as cabbages, and those who remain in the bar are likely few and far between. The nightclub lights flowed like liquid, splashing across the crowd. Lily, along with 2 servers, had already placed thousands of yuan worth of drinks on the table, but after a few sips, Li Kuan lost interest. There aren't many beauties here, he remarked, taking a final sip before setting the glass down. The voice of the customer was not loud, yet it was clear enough for Lily, who was standing nearby, to hear distinctly. Once she realized, Lily forced a smile and instinctively leaned closer to Li Kuan, saying, "Boss, the nightlife has just begun. The beauties are yet to come." With her brightly painted crimson nails, she deliberately draped her hand over Li Kuan's shoulder, suggesting, "How about I keep you company for a few drinks?" Having no interest in merely sampling the expensive drinks worth tens of thousands, Li Kuan recognized this attitude, which he had seen in many wealthy second-generation individuals. Lily, believing herself to possess some charm, felt a surge of different thoughts when encountering such a young and affluent heir. Li Kuan glanced at her sideways. The marketing representative named Lily was adorned with makeup that approached perfection, her lashes long enough to flutter a breeze. However, upon closer inspection, the foundation had begun to settle into creases, making one wonder what she would look like without it. Li Kuan coolly shifted his shoulder away. "No need. You may return to your duties. I will call for you if necessary." For a moment, Lily's smile faltered, but she quickly regained her professional sweetness. "Just call me whenever you need, boss. I'm quite capable." As Lily stood to leave, her short skirt barely contained her curves. The implication was unmistakable. The deafening music of the nightclub continued to pulse. The DJ on stage stirred the crowd into another wave of excitement, while the youthful revelers in the dance floor swayed freely, seemingly forgetting all their worries. Yet, amidst this vibrant atmosphere, Li Kuan's thoughts remained remarkably lucid. Aside from occasionally sipping his costly drinks, he was on the lookout for a goddess of striking beauty. With the system's assistance, every girl his gaze swept over revealed her beauty level, health status, and true profession. Nothing could escape his scrutiny. 2 or 3 hours slipped by. Although many beautiful women had approached him, he had rejected them all. Checking his phone, he noted that it was nearly 10 o'clock. Just as he contemplated whether to change venues, a figure at the edge of the dance floor suddenly caught his attention. It was a girl clad in a simple white shirt and high-waisted black trousers, starkly contrasting with the myriad of back-revealing outfits and ultra-short skirts in the nightclub. Unlike the other girls, she wore minimal makeup, just a hint of soft pink on her lips. What astonished Li Kuan the most was that she was actually reading a book. In a nightclub? Li Kuan squinted his eyes. The girl was seated in the farthest corner of the bar, a thick book spread open before her, intermittently glancing at the dance floor before returning to her reading. Her profile, illuminated by the shifting lights, was partially obscured, her nose elegantly defined, and her lashes casting delicate shadows on her cheeks. System. Scan name, Zhao Bingqing. Age, 19. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Beauty, 91. Occupation, nursing student, intern bartender. Skills, cooking, basic nursing, basic bartending. Love, 0. A good girl indeed. Li Kuan set down his glass, adjusted his collar, and then beckoned Lily over. "Do you know that girl?" Following Li Kuan's gaze, Lily's expression turned peculiar. "Oh, her? She's the new intern bartender, named Zhao Bingqing. But, boss, she isn't that type." "Just right." Li Kuan raised an eyebrow. "Have her come over and make me a drink." Lily's face immediately showed hesitation. She should be on her break. It might be inconvenient. Inconvenient? Huh. Li Kuan chuckled. "As long as you can summon her. I'll order 100,000 worth of drinks, and I'll request you every time I come here." Upon hearing this, Lily's eyes brightened momentarily, only to dim again. "Boss, she is a bit special. Last time a customer wanted to buy her a drink, and as a result." "As a result what?" Li Kuan's interest piqued. "She splashed the drink in the customer's face," Lily whispered. "The manager almost fired her, but thanks to the head bartender's plea, she was allowed to stay. I have a lukewarm relationship with her, so I'm afraid I can't call her over." Although marketing representative Lily wished to secure this deal, she was aware of her own limitations. If the girl were of a different nature, it would be one thing. But sending a university student working part-time in a nightclub in a harm's way felt morally ambiguous to Lily. Li Kuan smiled, and then stood up. Then I shall personally meet this special bartender. Navigating through the crowded dance floor, Li Kuan felt the weight of countless gazes upon him. Standing at 6 feet tall, clad in an expensive suit, coupled with his strikingly handsome face, he was the center of attention wherever he went. However, when he arrived at the bar, the girl named Zhao Bingqing did not even lift her head. One drink. The most expensive, Li Kuan called out, deliberately emphasizing his financial power, feeling slightly diminished. Zhao Bingqing looked up. Up close, her eyes resembled a shade of amber, shimmering under the lights like melted honey, her gaze strikingly clear, undeniably different from that of a typical nightclub worker. A gaze both innocent and naive. She must be new on the job. Just a moment. Zhao Bingqing closed her book and deftly began to prepare the bartending tools. Li Kuan observed her long, fair fingers, neatly trimmed nails, devoid of any manicure. Reading here? Li Kuan attempted to strike up a conversation. What book is so captivating? Without raising her head, Zhao Bingqing replied while mixing drinks, basics of cooking. A bartender studying culinary arts. Aren't you in nursing? The response caught Li Kuan off guard. I once considered it. Zhao Bingqing replied, her movements fluid as she worked the silver shaker, almost as if it were alive, but for now, it's merely a hobby. As Li Kuan watched her focused profile, he suddenly noticed a tiny beauty mark at the corner of her right eye, almost imperceptible. Customer. Here is the most expensive drink you ordered, hanky-panky. Zhao Bingqing presented the crafted drink before him. The liquid was crystal clear, the orange peel perfectly placed. Zhao Bingqing's bartending talent was commendable. Having just learned the hanky-panky from her mentor, she was already able to create a satisfying flavor. Li Kuan took a sip, his eyebrows involuntarily rising. The drink had an exceptionally balanced taste. Quite good. Li Kuan set down the glass, scanned his phone to transfer 10,000 yuan. Make me another. And keep the rest as a tip. Zhao Bingqing's expression remained unchanged. After preparing another drink, she turned to attend to other customers, completely overlooking him. Li Kuan was taken aback. She truly is a good girl, he murmured to himself, his gaze unwaveringly following Zhao Bingqing's silhouette. Her bartending motions possessed a unique rhythm, akin to an artistic performance. Unlike other bartenders who flaunted their allure, Zhao Bingqing's professional demeanor made her stand out in the nightclub environment. Li Kuan remained at the bar for 2 hours, treating this place as his battlefield until a better target emerged. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Bingqing's break approached. She tidied her belongings, exchanged a few words with her colleagues, and headed towards the back door, casting a lingering glance at Li Kuan as she departed. Not long after Zhao Bingqing left, Li Kuan immediately followed. The air in the nightclub's back alley was tinged with a faint smell of smoke and the stench of garbage. Zhao Bingqing stood under a streetlight, pulling a pack of cheap cigarettes from her bag. She lit one, inhaling deeply, and the way she exhaled the smoke rings revealed a sense of relief washing over her fatigue. Smoking is detrimental to one's health. Li Kuan approached her side. Zhao Bingqing cast a brief glance. Trailing women is hardly a commendable habit. Li Kuan smiled and explained. I was merely curious as to why you chose to work in such a place. Money, Zhao Bingqing replied succinctly, stating that the pay at nightclubs is high. In need of funds? Li Kuan's interest was piqued, for he was well endowed in that regard. This was a place where money flows swiftly. Zhao Bingqing discarded her cigarette after only a few puffs, usually without much consequence. She had contemplated various part-time jobs to earn money, but ultimately opted to work in the nightclub. Li Kuan astutely caught the implication in her words. What do you urgently need the money for? Suddenly, Zhao Bingqing's demeanor shifted to one of wariness. None of your concern. With a cold remark, she turned to leave. Yet, just as she took a few steps, a voice caused her pace to falter. What if I told you I could help? Li Kuan called after her. 1 million? The words reached Zhao Bingqing's ears, prompting her to turn around. Her amber eyes igniting with fury. Is wealth all that matters? Her anger flickered momentarily, and her tone turned icy. Spare me, Mr. Moneybags. Save your riches for those willing to entertain you. Li Kuan remained unperturbed. While money holds significance, there are always things of greater importance, even for those who are in dire need of funds. Zhao Bingqing, expressionless, turned away. Should you change your mind, feel free to contact me. The nightclub's marketing, Lily, has my details, Li Kuan shouted towards her retreating figure. Zhao Bingqing did not look back, striding resolutely towards the end of the alley. Li Kuan remained rooted to the spot, watching the woman's silhouette fade into the night. Upon returning to the nightclub, Li Kuan had scarcely settled back into his booth when the marketing representative, Lily, approached him with a beaming smile, accompanied by 3 rather attractive young women. It was no wonder she excelled in marketing. She truly knew how to engage. Li Kuan selectively chose to ignore Lily, focusing instead on the 3 youthful beauties before him. All 3 appeared to be around 25 or 26, their looks and figures surpassing that of most women in the nightclub. System. Scan, Yang Jejia Beauty Score, 90, Yu Beauty Score, 89, Lin Yin Beauty Score, 88. Unfortunately, only one was qualified. Nevertheless, that was sufficient. Li Kuan promptly directed his attention to the sole survivor. Name, Yang Jejia, age, 19, height, 165 centimeters, weight, 48 kilograms, beauty score, 90, occupation, nursing student, part-time bar go-go dancer, skills, basic dancing, nursing, love, 0, another nursing student with a score of 0 in love? A thought struck him, and he turned to the most stunning of the trio, Yang Jejia, and inquired, "What is your relationship with Zhao Bingqing?" "Boss, do you know Zhao Bingqing?" Yang Jejia replied candidly, "Bingqing is my classmate. I introduced her to this job." Li Kuan's expression conveyed understanding. After answering the question, Yang Jejia's gaze lingered on the affluent man referred to by her colleague. Initially skeptical of Lily's claims about his handsomeness, they were now convinced upon seeing him in person. The trio felt quite pleased with Lily's arrangement. Li Kuan did not respond to Yang Jejia's remarks. Instead, he addressed Lily, the marketing representative. "Bring me another 100,000 worth of drinks. From now on, I will only seek your services here." "Absolutely. Enjoy yourself, boss. Feel free to call on me for anything you need." Lily's eyes sparkled with delight. The trio she arranged were veterans of the club. Having enamored countless guests without incurring significant losses, this time should be no different. Chapter 025. Jealousy. The kaleidoscopic lights spun and twinkled upon the ceiling. Li Kuan reclined on the genuine leather sofa, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Yang Jejia, his intent singular. It was the moment of the hunt. Yang Jejia felt somewhat uneasy under his penetrating stare, instinctively brushing a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Her two colleagues, Yu and Lin Yin, unabashedly scrutinized the dashing benefactor who was so lavish with his spending. "Boss, your drinks have arrived," Lily announced with a broad smile, as 4 waitstaff approached, each bearing 2 trays laden with exquisite beverages. Louis XIII, Ace of Spades champagne, Macallan's Rare Series. Each bottle was worth a small fortune. Li Kuan waved his hand nonchalantly. "Open them all." "All of them." Lily hesitated, realizing the total exceeded 100,000. It would be a waste to not finish them. Wouldn't it be better to save some? Yet, the world of the wealthy was beyond her comprehension. "What? Is there a problem?" Li Kuan asked, perplexed. No. Lily quickly smiled, then gestured for the waitstaff to open the drinks. With the sound of corks popping, bottles were uncorked, and a rich aroma immediately filled the air. Yang Jejia, along with her 2 colleagues, widened their eyes in astonishment. Though they had seen many wealthy patrons in their time at the nightclub, they had never encountered a young man of such affluence who would casually order tens of thousands worth of drinks without inquiring about the price. In an instant, the trio's interest in Yang Jejia intensified. "Come, try this drink." Li Kuan personally poured a glass of Louis XIII and offered it to Yang Jejia. Yang Jejia, her cheeks slightly flushed, accepted the glass, her fingertips brushing against Li Kuan's hand, a jolt of electricity causing her heart to race. She took a sip, the amber liquid gliding down her throat, bringing a wave of warmth. "How does it taste?" Li Kuan inquired. "Very good," Yang Jejia replied, feeling her face grow hot. Uncertain whether it was the alcohol or something else, she unconsciously leaned closer to the patron. Unwilling to be outdone, Lin Yin and Yu leaned in as well. Their voices sweet. "Boss, we'd like to try some too." Li Kuan chuckled, raising his hand to indicate they were free to help themselves. Soon, the 3 girls gathered around Li Kuan, eagerly pouring drinks and offering fruit. The commotion quickly attracted attention from those nearby. "Who is that? So extravagant." "Not sure. Probably a new rich kid. Look at his demeanor. Could he be worth several billion?" Whispers circulated around them, but Li Kuan seemed oblivious, his focus steadfastly on Yang Jejia. "How long have you been working here?" Li Kuan suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Yang Jejia set down her glass. "I've been part-time for about half a year." "Part-time? Do you enjoy the nightclub atmosphere, or is there another reason?" "It's just work, isn't it? Primarily to earn money." Yang Jejia shrugged. She endeavored to infuse her tone with indifference, yet internally, she was already in turmoil. Did this young, affluent man have an interest in her? Did he wish to pursue a relationship? Yang Jejia sensed an indescribable quality about Li Kuan, one that was neither ostentatious like those newly wealthy nor pretentious like some false rich men. Rather, it exuded an innate composure and confidence. To what extent must one be wealthy to be so carefree? Li Kuan nodded, refraining from further inquiries. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Lily, the marketing representative, whose WeChat contact he had just added. In less than 5 minutes, the nightclub manager and marketing executive Lily personally arrived with the waitstaff, each carrying exquisitely packaged bottles of liquor. "Esteemed guests, here is the ice-sealed divine dragon you requested," the manager proclaimed with utmost reverence. A collective gasp echoed around the room. The expenditure was staggering, over several $100,000. Yang Jiejia's hand trembled slightly. Boss, this is too extravagant. Yet, Li Kuan casually uncorked a bottle as if it were merely a bottle of mineral water. Good things are meant to be shared, he remarked, pouring a small glass for Yang Jieji. Sensing the boss's interest in her, Yang Jieji hesitated but accepted the glass, cautiously sipping from it. An explosion of complex aromas unfurled in her mouth, each layer distinct and astonishing. Is it to your liking? Li Kuan inquired. Yang Jieji nodded, her eyes sparkling with delight. Li Kuan smiled. If you enjoy it, consider these wines a gift. Take your time savoring them. Yang Jieji nearly dropped her glass. This is too much. I cannot possibly accept such a precious gift. It is nothing of concern to me, Li Kuan replied nonchalantly, as though he were merely offering a bottle of water. When one decides to pursue someone, a certain investment is necessary. Moreover, any amount spent on Yang Jieji will surely yield a tenfold return. My only fear is that she may not reciprocate. Just as Li Kuan was about to say something to Yang Jieji, an unwelcome voice intruded. Oh, quite the show you're putting on, a young man in a sharply tailored suit approached, flanked by several lackeys. With a bowl-cut hairstyle and a gleaming Patek Philippe on his wrist, he commanded attention. Lily's expression shifted noticeably upon seeing him, and she rushed to greet him. Young Master Zhao, you've arrived. Why didn't you give us a heads up? My apologies for the oversight. Zhao Shijun, the illegitimate son of a real estate mogul from Donghai City, was a regular at the nightclub, rumored to be pursuing Yang Jieji. Those in the know exchanged glances, eager for the unfolding drama. It was a familiar scenario in the nightclub, men vying for a woman's affections. However, the clash of wealthy heirs was a rare spectacle. Zhao Shijun, with a sardonic smile, brushed past Lily and approached Li Kuan, scrutinizing him from a superior height. You seem unfamiliar. Where do you hail from? A glint of malice flickered in Zhao's eyes. Just days prior, he had publicly declared his intentions toward Yang Jieji, and now someone was encroaching upon his territory. Li Kuan, unfazed, continued to savor his drink. Do I know you? Who are you? And why should I answer your inquiries? Zhao Shijun's expression darkened. You have quite the audacity, don't you? Do you even know who I am? The sensation of hitting a wall with a fist was decidedly uncomfortable. I have no interest in knowing. Li Kuan finally lifted his gaze, his demeanor indifferent. If there's nothing else, kindly refrain from disturbing my conversation with a friend. Yang Jieji watched the two men nervously, while Lin Yan and Yu discreetly stepped back. Zhao Shijun, notorious for his arrogance and bullying in the nightclub, posed a significant threat. Friend? Zhao Shijun scoffed, reaching out to grasp Yang Jieji's arm. Jieji, come here. Don't associate with this pretentious fraud. Yang Jieji instinctively recoiled from his touch. Young Master Zhao, I am at work. At work? Zhao Shijun raised his voice. Just a few days ago, I ordered thousands worth of drinks for you, and now you act high and mighty? You're just a commodity. Don't overestimate yourself. Come here. Li Kuan set down his glass and rose slowly. He stood slightly taller than Zhao Shijun, exuding a formidable presence. My friend has stated she is at work. Did you not hear? Furthermore, learn to respect others and refrain from using crude language, as it benefits neither you nor those around you. What do you think you are? Zhao Shijun's face contorted with rage. Does it concern you? Li Kuan, resembling an amused spectator at a clown performance, smiled faintly. It seems you are seeking trouble. Shall we involve the authorities? In a lawful society, why waste breath on those incapable of communication? Let the police handle it. Call the police? Zhao Shijun's eye twitched. The audacity of this man took him off guard. If he called the police, he would undoubtedly be in the wrong. Suddenly, a clever idea struck Zhao Shijun. Causing trouble? Zhao Shijun surveyed the crowd, raising his voice. Look here, everyone. This country bumpkin flaunts a few bottles of liquor and pretends to be a wealthy heir. I suspect he can't even afford to pay. Unbeknownst to him, the music in the nightclub had dimmed, and all eyes were now on them. Lily, frantic, paced anxiously but dared not intervene. Her instincts proved correct. Young Master Zhao, the middle-aged nightclub manager, attempted to mediate, only to receive a sharp slap. You want to meddle too? My father is an old friend of your boss. Do you believe I could have you fired? Hearing Zhao Shijun's threat, the nightclub manager could only seethe in silence. In such a showdown, neither side was easily intimidated. As for calling the police, it was a last resort that could harm the nightclub's reputation. The owner would surely prefer to avoid such an outcome. In desperation, the manager and Lily conferred and decided to inform the owner of the situation. Meanwhile, Li Kuan, unperturbed by Zhao Shijun's bullying, casually retrieved a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the manager. Charge all the expenses for tonight to Jieji. I will cover it. What? The manager stammered, disregarding the sting on his face. I said, all the guests' expenses tonight are on me. Li Kuan raised his voice, ensuring everyone could hear, particularly excluding Zhao Shijun and his entourage. The room erupted in astonishment. The nightclub was one of the most upscale venues in Donghai City, raking in millions in a single night, and someone was actually willing to cover the entire bill. Zhao Shijun's complexion turned ashen. Are you out of your mind? Do you know how much that is? A trivial sum, Li Kuan shrugged, turning to the manager. Go ahead and handle it. The password is 6/8. The manager, trembling, took the card and hurried to the bar to settle the account. Zhao Shijun stood frozen, unsure of his next move. He was caught in a precarious situation. Although his family was wealthy, they would not casually throw away millions to reserve the whole venue. If he proceeded, his father would certainly retaliate. You'll regret this. Zhao Shijun ground his teeth, then, along with his lackeys, retreated in defeat. Remaining would only lead to further humiliation. Trouble arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Li Kuan resumed his seat as if nothing had transpired. He turned to Yang Jejia, his tone softening. Did I frighten you? Yang Jejia shook her head, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Boss you. Before she could finish her sentence, a wave of cheers erupted throughout the nightclub. The manager announced over the microphone, Dear esteemed guests, tonight's expenses are graciously covered by young Master Li. Please enjoy yourselves. The room erupted in screams. The music resumed, now more fervent than before. Numerous patrons raised their glasses in salute to the booth where Li Kuan resided, while many fashionably attired young women approached him, eager to make the acquaintance of the enigmatic Master Li. However, Li Kuan politely declined each one of their advances. Alas, their beauty fell short of his standards. With the assistance of Lily, the number of suitors gradually diminished. Why do you do this? Yang Jejia inquired softly. Li Kuan smiled, because I simply cannot abide it. I am standing up for myself, and for you as well. Such a straightforward statement caused Yang Jejia's heart to skip a beat. Having encountered countless insincere patrons, she found an unprecedented sincerity in Li Kuan's gaze and tone. Even if it were a fade, she would accept it. To reserve the entire venue for the night was no ordinary feat for a rich heir. Yet, it would entail a significant expenditure. Yang Jejia was at a loss for words. To book out a nightclub for a night would cost no less than $1 million, she thought. To me, money is merely a numeral, Li Kuan replied softly. What matters more is whether you are willing to accompany me tonight. Having showcased what needed to be exhibited, it was now the target's turn to make a choice. Yang Jejia did not know how to respond and could only lower her head to drink. Attempting to mask her fluster, she felt her defenses crumbling, a sensation she had never experienced before. As they exited the nightclub, Zhao Shijun's complexion oscillated between shades of blue and red, then white, as he grappled with the humiliation he had just endured. Just wait and see, he thought, his eyes glinting with malice before he turned to leave with a parting remark. Chapter 027. The more you retreat, the more frustrated you become in a foul mood. Zhao Shijun intended to seek solace elsewhere, yet the earlier incident only fueled his anger. The night wind struck his face, but it did nothing to dissipate the fury igniting within his chest. He kicked a trash can by the roadside with a violent force, the metallic clang echoing harshly in the quiet street. Brother Jun, are we just going to let it in like this? A henchman with dyed yellow hair cautiously inquired from behind. His words ignited the smoldering rage within Zhao Shijun like a spark to dry tinder. Let it in? Zhao Shijun retorted, his eyes flashing with ferocity. When have I ever suffered such disgrace? He pulled out his phone, swiftly scrolling the screen, and dialed a familiar number. Hello. Brother who? Bring a few brothers to Nightshade now. The more, the better. Preferably bring some weapons. After hanging up, a grim smile spread across Zhao Shijun's face as he turned to his henchmen. Just wait and see. Tonight, I'll make that upstart crawl out. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside the nightclub reached a fever pitch. With the announcement that all expenses would be covered by Master Li, the entire venue erupted in excitement. Countless guests raised their glasses in tribute to Li Kuan, while alluring women sought opportunities to approach this mysterious tycoon. Even with Lily arranging for 3 or 4 waitstaff to block their advances, their enthusiasm remained unabated. Li Kuan maintained a serene smile, his gaze fixed on Yang Jejia. Observing her cheeks flush slightly from the effects of alcohol and her eyes flickering with uncertainty. You still haven't answered my question. He leaned closer to her ear, his voice deep and magnetic. Are you willing to accompany me? Yang Jejia's heart raced, her fingers instinctively tightening. Having worked in this industry for 6 months and encountered various customers while steadfastly upholding her principles, she found herself wavering today. Engaging with such an audacious wealthy heir might not be entirely out of the question. Yet, Yang Jejia pondered whether it seemed too hasty to engage in intimacy with someone she had known for less than half a day, fearing it might come across as somewhat cheap. Yes or no? But just as Yang Jejia was about to articulate her thoughts, the nightclub doors were flung open, and a group of menacing figures stormed in. At the forefront was none other than Zhao Shijun, having returned with a dozen burly henchmen, radiating aggression. Beside him, Brother Hu's face was a grotesque mask, a scar on his right cheek appearing particularly sinister under the lights. The music abruptly ceased, and the crowd parted to create a path. The atmosphere in the nightclub became palpably tense. "Country bumpkin, did you expect me to return so soon?" Zhao Shijun sneered as he approached Li Kuan. "Tonight, if I don't break a leg of yours, I'll eat shit standing on my head." Instinctively, Yang Jejia grasped Li Kuan's arm. He gently patted her, signaling her not to worry. Then, Li Kuan slowly rose to his feet, calmly surveying Zhao Shijun and his entourage. "Mr. Zhao, I recommend you and your men leave now, or else what? What can you do?" Zhao Shijun interrupted arrogantly. "Do you think a few coins make you significant? Brother Hu, attack." Upon receiving the command, Brother Hu raised his hand, and a dozen henchmen immediately closed in. Just at that critical moment, a commanding voice resonated from the second floor of the nightclub. "Who dares to strike?" Everyone looked up to see a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit descending the staircase, flanked by 4 distinguished-looking bodyguards, evidently former soldiers. The middle-aged man appeared to be in his 50s, with meticulously combed back hair, his gaze sharp as a hawk, exuding an aura of authority in every movement. The nightclub manager, realizing the situation, beamed with delight and respectfully exclaimed, "Boss, you've arrived." The middle-aged man scanned the manager's swollen face, saying nothing, and instead walked directly to Zhao Shijun. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Zhao Shijun's expression shifted. "Uncle Long?" Yun Haolong, the owner of several nightclubs including Nightshade, was a legendary figure in Donghai City. Rising from humble beginnings in his youth, he now owned an array of enterprises across various sectors including entertainment, real estate, and finance. Wielding influence in both the lawful and unlawful realms of Donghai City, Yun Haolong glanced at Zhao Shijun before turning to Li Kuan and extending his hand. "I apologize. My name is Yun Haolong, and I am the owner of this nightclub. My subordinates have not been attentive. Please forgive me." Li Kuan smiled slightly as they shook hands. "Mr. Yun, it's quite all right. Just a small misunderstanding." Though Li Kuan was unaware of Yun Haolong's significance, there was no reason to dismiss the apology of a proprietor addressing a client. It remained to be seen how this owner would handle the situation. This scene left Zhao Shijun stunned. While his father had some superficial connections with Yun Haolong, it was merely a matter of business interactions, nothing more. If tonight's incident were to be scrutinized, Yun Haolong might not favor him. "Uncle Long," Zhao Shijun began reluctantly. Slap. A resounding slap interrupted Zhao Shijun's words as Yun Haolong withdrew his hand, coldly regarding the dazed Zhao Shijun. "You certainly feel powerful now that you've just been released from your father's house. How dare you bring people to disrupt my establishment? Your mother is merely a mistress of old Zhao. Does that make you so impressive? If you truly inherited the Zhao group, would you even dare to strike me?" Zhao Shijun covered his face, lowering his head, unable to meet Yun Haolong's gaze. "Uncle Long, I didn't mean to beside him, Brother Hu." Sensing the precariousness of the situation, forced a strained smile. "Lord Long, I apologize. Jun drank too much." Brother Hu's smile was more grotesque than a frown. Who was standing before them? Yun Haolong, one of the most formidable figures to contend with in Donghai City. When he was out in the streets, Zhao Shijun was still in diapers. "Drunk or not, get lost. Are you still waiting for a meal?" Yun Haolong said coldly. "I've warned you repeatedly not to cause trouble in my venue, yet here you are flaunting your power. Do you not understand my words? I apologize to my guest, and then leave. Otherwise, I shall summon your father to come and collect you personally." These words fell upon Zhao Shijun like a bucket of cold water, jolting him into a state of clarity. Yun Haolong disregarded Zhao Shijun any further. Turning to Tiger and his entourage, "Take your people and get lost. Should you dare to step foot in my establishment again, you know the consequences." Cold sweat beaded on Tiger's forehead as he nodded vigorously. Yes, Dragon Master, we shall take our leave at once." With that, Lu Hu led his subordinates away, tails tucked firmly between their legs, neglecting even Zhao Shijun. Zhao Shijun remained rooted to the spot, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed. He glanced at Li Kuan, then at Yun Haolong, finally coming to the realization that he had met his match today. "I apologize, brother, it was my fault." Zhao Shijun managed to force out the words. Li Kuan feigned indifference, waving his hand dismissively. "You flatter me, young Master Zhao. It's only natural for young people to act impulsively. Just be more cautious in the future." This was a gesture of goodwill towards the nightclub owner, as he had no desire to engage with such a frivolous scion. Yet, it was precisely this nonchalant attitude that caused Zhao Shijun more embarrassment than any insult could. But what could he do against the tide of circumstances? Grinding his teeth, Zhao Shijun bowed his head and hastily exited the nightclub. With the farce concluded, Yun Haolong clapped his hands. "Let the festivities resume. Continue the music and the dance. Tonight, all expenses are at half price." As his words echoed, the nightclub returned to its usual vibrancy, as if the earlier commotion had never occurred. Yun Haolong gestured to Li Kuan. Dear guest, would you do me the honor of joining me upstairs for a drink? Li Kuan nodded in agreement. He turned to Yang Jejia. I'll be back shortly. Still reeling from the earlier shock, Yang Jejia mechanically nodded. She watched as Li Kuan ascended to the second floor with the proprietor, her heart in tumult. Who exactly is this man? Chapter 028. Silence speaks volumes in the boss's office. Yun Haolong personally poured Li Kuan a glass of 30-year-old Mao Dai. A young man with a boundless future, effortlessly booking out the venue, he mused, raising his glass. I wonder what business your family is engaged in. A flicker of caution crossed Li Kuan's eyes. He deflected. Oh, it's nothing compared to your enterprise. I merely dabble in investments, and my family runs a modest business. Since the other party was unwilling to divulge more, Yun Haolong refrained from pressing further, instead pivoting to different topics. Ha ha ha, how modest of you, dear guest. Yun Haolong laughed heartily. You don't seem to be from Donghai City. Perhaps you hail from another city or province. Indeed, Li Kuan nodded. No wonder Yun Haolong appeared contemplative. However, being able to book an entire nightclub implied a family background that was hardly negligible. This was precisely why Yun Haolong extended such courtesy to Li Kuan. First, if he could not ensure the safety of his guests, who would dare patronize his nightclub? Second, Zhao Shijun was merely the second son of the Zhao family. A mere illegitimate child, and not to be feared. The two continued to converse on various matters, clinking their glasses and downing their drinks. Is your visit to Donghai for tourism, or? Yun Haolong inquired tentatively. Li Kuan set down his glass and smiled softly. I am studying at university in Donghai City and recently graduated. I am contemplating some investments here. Hearing this, Yun Haolong's eyes lit up. What a coincidence. I happen to have several large entertainment complex projects seeking partners. As their conversation deepened, they found common ground, discussing potential business collaborations and the distribution of power in Donghai City. Yun Haolong subtly mentioned a few competitors' names, and Li Kuan displayed just the right amount of interest without rushing to make decisions. An hour later, noticing the late hour, Yun Haolong stood to escort Li Kuan out. I won't keep you any longer, young Master Li. Miss Yang is still waiting for you. Should you decide to invest, feel free to call me. Li Kuan smiled in return. I will. Thank you for your hospitality, Boss Yin. I shall treat you to a meal when I have the opportunity. Upon returning to the first floor, Li Kuan found Yang Jejia sitting alone in a booth. As she saw him approach, she immediately rose to her feet, her eyes reflecting a mix of complex emotions. Have you been waiting long? Li Kuan inquired. Yang Jejia shook her head, biting her lip. Who exactly are you? Li Kuan did not answer directly, but extended his hand. Are you willing to come with me? If you do, I promise to tell you. Yang Jejia gazed at the outstretched hand, long and strong, her heart racing for the first time. Slowly, she placed her own hand in his palm. I hope I won't regret this. Rest assured, I promise you will find happiness with me. Li Kuan declared as he enveloped Yang Jejia in his arms, savoring the unique fragrance that clung to her. Just as they were about to leave the nightclub, Yun Haolong stood by the second-floor window, watching as they boarded a Mercedes. Should we investigate this man's background? One of the bodyguards beside Haolong suggested. After a moment's contemplation, Yun Haolong shook his head. No need. It's not the right time to pry too deeply. We can conduct a background check once he agrees to invest. With that, he turned and made his way back to the office to prepare some recent documents for review the following day. Li Kuan drove smoothly through the nightscape of Donghai City in the Mercedes. Inside the car, Yang Jejia sat tensely on the leather seat, her fingers nervously entwined. Relax, Li Kuan offered, handing her a bottle of water. I won't bite. Yang Jejia accepted the bottle, taking a small sip. Where are we going? To the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Li Kuan replied, gazing out at the neon lights. I have a presidential suite there. Wouldn't you like to experience it? At this, Yang Jejia's heart raced even faster. Though she had never stayed there, she knew the price of a night in the presidential suite was nothing short of extravagant. Why me? Yang Jejia suddenly asked. There are so many girls in the nightclub who are more beautiful and younger than I am. Why would you choose me? This question left Li Kuan momentarily silent. He certainly couldn't disclose that it was the system's authentication, could he? Under the vibrant lights of the nightclub, the girls all appeared similarly enchanting, enhanced by Asian makeup techniques. Making it difficult to discern differences, they all seemed to possess goddess-like beauty. However, after removing their makeup, it was a different story, not one to flatter women. Li Kuan could only respond earnestly yet vaguely. You give me a very special feeling. A feeling? She echoed. Yes, Li Kuan nodded gently, his cheeks unflushed. It's just a feeling, and that's enough. Yang Jejia was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. In this hedonistic industry, she had always strived to maintain a semblance of clarity and authenticity, yet the idea of someone spending extravagantly on a girl simply based on a feeling was utterly bewildering. The car came to a halt at the hotel entrance, and the doorman respectfully opened the door. Li Kuan took Yang Jejia's hand and led her into the hotel lobby. taking a private elevator directly to the presidential suite. As Yang Jejia stepped into the suite, she was awestruck by the opulence before her. The spacious living room, with floor-to-ceiling windows, offered a breathtaking view of Donghai City's skyline. Crystal chandeliers sparkled brilliantly, and Italian-imported leather sofas adorned the room, with priceless oil paintings hanging on the walls. "Do you like it here?" Li Kuan inquired. Yang Jejia nodded sincerely. "Why not take a shower and relax?" Li Kuan suggested, pointing towards the bedroom. The bathroom was equipped with a prepared robe and toiletries. Yang Jejia's cheeks flushed slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she walked towards the bathroom. After closing the door, she leaned against the wall, inhaling deeply, as if the events of the night were but a fleeting dream. She turned on the faucet, and the warm water cascaded over her body, washing away the last remnants of hesitation. Yang Jejia, who had long aspired to secure a wealthy partner, resolved to bestow her most precious first time. As she emerged from the bathroom clad in a white bathrobe, she discovered Li Kuan had already changed into comfortable loungewear and was mixing cocktails at the small bar in the living room. "Come here," Li Kuan beckoned. Yang Jejia obediently approached and accepted a beautifully colored cocktail he offered. "Just a haphazard mix. Give it a try." The liquid danced on her palate, first presenting a subtle fruitiness, followed by a tinge of alcohol spiciness, and finally leaving a lingering sweetness. Much like the night's experience, it was surreal, exhilarating, and profoundly memorable. "Quite a haphazard mix," she remarked. Li Kuan gently pulled Yang Jejia to the floor-to-ceiling window, wrapping his arms around her from behind. As they gazed together at the twinkling lights of Donghai City, leaning closer, Li Kuan whispered, "From up here, all the lights seem so insignificant, much like our lives. If you regret this now, it's not too late." Nestled in his embrace, Yang Jejia felt the warmth radiating from him. "Does brother have a girlfriend?" She ventured to voice her burning question. "Of course, not just one," Li Kuan replied, devoid of deceit. "Who says one can only have one girlfriend?" This statement rendered Yang Jejia momentarily speechless. She turned to face him, gazing into his eyes. "Do they evoke the same feelings in you? Is it truly just about feelings?" Li Kuan tenderly caressed her cheek. "There are many reasons, yet sometimes stating just one suffices. To leave or to stay, my patience has its limits." Feeling an unusual sensation below, Yang Jejia's face flushed, and she remained silent. Silence speaks volumes. The answer was already evident. Li Kuan smiled, his hands becoming more audacious as the night unfolded. In the luxurious suite of Donghai City, Yang Jejia experienced the taste of love for the first time. Each of Li Kuan's touches was tender and careful, as if she were a fragile treasure. This was a stark contrast to her preconceived notions of wealthy men. No brutality, no disdain, only intoxicating gentleness. The wildness lasted nearly an hour. Yang Jejia fell into a deep slumber in Li Kuan's embrace while he lay awake, staring at the ceiling, a smile gracing his lips. He had successfully captivated a goddess. Only one more to go to complete his mission. Satisfied, Li Kuan soon drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, a certain Zhao Shijun, having indulged in a night of revelry, returned home only to be met with an unprecedented storm. The crystal chandelier illuminated the Zhao family villa's living room as bright as day. Zhao Shijun stood at the entrance, his fingers fidgeting restlessly. Summoned unexpectedly, he felt an unusual tension. There was no doubt the old master had learned of his escapades that night. Recalling the events from mere hours ago, a sharp pain coursed through his face, climbing to his temples, pulsating insistently. Yet, Zhao Shijun harbored no thoughts of revenge, for he was in an entirely different league than Yun Haolong. Time slipped away. "Young master, the master is waiting for you in the ancestral hall," came the calm voice of the butler, old Chun, devoid of any discernible emotion. Zhao Shijun forced a smile, understood. As he made his way to the ancestral hall, he adjusted his clothing, though he could never achieve a satisfactory appearance. He traversed the long corridor, flanked by portraits of generations of the Zhao clan, all gazing at him with stern expressions. At the end hung the portrait of his father, Zhao Peng, in his 50s, though merely a painting. The hawkish eyes seemed to pierce the canvas, striking at his very soul. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Shijun prepared himself for what lay ahead. The door to the ancestral hall was ajar, and the scent of sandalwood wafted through the crack. Steeling himself, he pushed the door open. Upon entering, a deep voice resonated within, the voice of his father, Zhao Peng. "Kneel." Zhao Peng's command, though softly spoken, struck like thunder in the hall. He stood with his back to the door, his tall figure enveloped in a hand-tailored navy suit, his right hand gripping a zetonwood cane, emblematic of his authority. Zhao Shijun's gaze swept across the room. His mother, Lin Meiqi, sat in a grand chair on the left, her fingers painted with bright red nail polish tightly clutching a silk handkerchief. Butler Old Chun stood calmly by the door, while his companion, Lu Hu, known as Brother Tiger, stood in the center, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, the back of his neck feeling icy. Dad, Zhao Shijun began, his complexion paling as he tried to explain. I commanded you to kneel. Zhao Peng abruptly turned, striking the ground with his cane, producing a jarring sound. Zhao Shijun's knees buckled, and he knelt beside Lu Hu. The coolness of the wooden floor seeped through his thin trousers, and he realized his entire body trembled uncontrollably. His father was still the same authoritative figure. Zhao Peng approached the two young men, his polished Oxford shoes coming to a halt within Zhao Shijun's line of sight. He then slowly crouched down, using his cane to lift his son's chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. Do you know why I summoned you back? The faint scent of scholarly wisdom emanated from his father, a testament to years of accumulated knowledge. Did Uncle Yin call you? Zhao Shijun attempted to steady his voice, though the tremor betrayed him. The cane suddenly exerted pressure, sharply pushing Zhao Shijun's chin, the impact causing his teeth to clink together. Yun Haolong is a business partner of the Zhao family. The nightclub is your Uncle Long's territory. You brought a dozen thugs to wreck the place over a woman, and out of jealousy? You've brought disgrace to the Zhao family name. Zhao Peng's voice rose sharply, filling the ancestral hall with tension. The air seemed to thicken. Zhao Shijun caught a glimpse of his mother's knuckles turning white as she gripped the handkerchief, while Lu Hu's breathing grew labored. Dad, it was that person who was too arrogant. Silence. Zhao Peng snapped, abruptly rising and striding toward the altar, retrieving a dark red rattan whip from a wooden box. Zhao Shijun's pupils dilated in horror. This was the Zhao family's disciplinary tool, which he had only seen once at the age of 10 when his father used it to punish a corrupt distant cousin. He braced himself for a beating. Yet, Zhao Peng merely tapped the whip against his palm, his gaze now fixed on Lu Hu. Lu Hu, how long have you been with my son? Lu Hu raised his head, revealing a fresh wound running from his brow to his cheekbone, grotesquely illuminated under the hall's light. 5 years and 4 months, sir. 5 years and 4 months has passed so swiftly, Zhao Peng echoed, his tone suddenly, unervingly calm. In these 5 years, my son has bought you houses and cars, helped your drug-addicted brother repay loan sharks, and even arranged the best doctors for your mother during her hospitalization. Lu Hu swallowed hard. Young Master Zhao's kindness is unforgettable. Unforgettable? Is this how you repay it? Zhao Peng's voice turned harsh. You allowed my son to cause a ruckus at the nightclub, to gather a crowd for a brawl. I entrusted you to assist him. What were you doing? He is reckless. And so are you. As the sound echoed, the rattan whip traced an arc through the air, landing forcefully upon Lu Hu's back. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of fabric tearing was accompanied by Lu Hu's suppressed grunt of pain. Zhao Shijun witnessed a line of blood seeping from Tiger Ji's back, the white shirt splitting open like a gaping maw. Dad, it's not Tiger Gu's fault. It's me. How dare you still speak? Zhao Peng retorted. I thought you would have learned from your previous mistakes, yet I find myself mistaken in my expectations. Zhao Peng turned, his eyes ablaze with fury. You're in your 20s, yet you squander your days in idleness. What else can you do besides cause trouble? Last month, you lost 2 million at the casino in a province, and last week you wrecked someone else's sports car while racing. And now you dare to disturb your Uncle Long's establishment. The whip rose again, this time aimed at Zhao Shijun's shoulder. Pain coursed through him like a jolt of electricity. Dad, please stop. I was wrong. Sir. Lin Meiqi could no longer contain herself and stood up. Shijun knows he has erred. You sit down. Zhao Peng barked without glancing back. It's your indulgence that has produced this good-for-nothing son. Lin Meiqi immediately fell silent, her face drained of color, rising only to collapse back into her seat, her meticulously manicured nails leaving cracks upon the handkerchief. Zhao Peng turned to the butler. Old Chun, in a few days. Summon Shiming back. The butler paused slightly before responding. Yes, sir. From today onward, Shiming will enter the board of directors and take over your project in the southern part of the city. Zhao Peng's voice was chillingly calm. As for you, freeze all your credit cards, surrender your car keys, and report to the warehouse daily from 9 to 5. At those words, Zhao Shijun felt as if struck by lightning. Zhao Shiming, his half-brother, 2 years his senior, the son of his father's first wife. Dad, you can't do this. Zhao Shijun struggled to rise, but was halted by a single glance from his father. Can't. Do you think I am seeking your opinion? Zhao Peng then flung a document toward him. This is the transfer agreement for your shares. Your equity will gradually be transferred to Shiming. Unable to contain herself any longer, Lin Meiqi stood up, pleading, how can you do this to the father of your child? Why not? Zhao Peng retorted. Surely, I cannot leave the family business to a wastrel. Do you wish to see the Zhao family fortune squandered? He continued with a sharp tone. Your brother graduated with distinction from a business school abroad, and last year, the project he independently managed saw a 30% profit increase. And what of your precious son? Besides chasing girls and gambling, what else can he do? Zhao Shijun felt dizzy, the weight of his father's words crashing over him. He had long known of his father's favoritism toward his motherless brother, Yet he had not anticipated it would lead to this. Blood surged to his head. A buzzing filled his ears, and Zhao Shijun envisioned Zhao Shiming's ever-humble smile. Hypocrisy. All of it was hypocrisy. I refuse to accept this. He stumbled to his feet. That motherless wretch, how dare he, smack. A resounding slap struck his face, plunging Zhao Shijun into darkness, nearly causing him to collapse. Zhao Peng's hand hung in the air, his fury intensifying. If I hear such words again, you will be cast out of this house. With a newfound resolve, Zhao Shijun's earlier weakness began to dissipate. He licked the taste of blood from his lips, saying nothing further. The ancestral hall fell into a heavy silence. Zhao Peng's face was ashen, his grip on the whip tightening once more. Just then, Lu Hu suddenly knelt before him, banging his head thrice against the ground. Sir, it is all my fault. I failed to restrain the young master. If punishment is to be given, let it fall upon me instead of harming your health. Zhao Shijun looked down at Tiger Gu, who had been by his side for 5 years, rendered speechless. At that moment, blood trickled from Lu Hu's forehead. Yet he still gazed imploringly at Zhao Peng. Suddenly, a whirlwind of emotions surged within Zhao Shijun. Anger, humiliation, and an inexplicable sense of guilt. Zhao Peng took a deep breath. Appearing to calm somewhat, he tossed aside the whip and straightened his suit sleeve. Old Chun, take Lu Hu to tend to his wounds. Madam, return to rest. Finally, Zhao Peng turned to Zhao Shijun. You will reflect in the ancestral hall tonight and report to the warehouse first thing in the morning. Lin Meiqi opened her mouth to speak, but Zhao Peng preempted her. Do not plead on his behalf. Having said this, he turned and departed, his footsteps gradually fading away. Lin Meiqi cast a lingering glance at her son, her words unspoken, before exiting the ancestral hall. Butler Chun and Lu Hu followed suit. Once the heavy wooden doors closed, Zhao Shijun collapsed onto the floor. Stripped of his company shares, credit cards, and sports car, he felt utterly humiliated, fearing he would become the laughingstock of his social circle. As for the 9-to-5 job at the warehouse, he had never imagined such a fate awaited him. What would relatives and friends think of him? How would employees perceive him? This was undoubtedly more painful than enduring the lashes of the whip. The night passed swiftly. At the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, in the presidential suite, the morning sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dappled shadows upon the Italian-imported cashmere carpet. Yang Jiejia awoke in Li Kuan's embrace, her eyelashes fluttering as consciousness gradually returned. She tilted her head slightly, catching sight of Li Kuan's serene profile in slumber. The man who had been so fervent the previous night now appeared exceptionally charming in his tranquility. Yang Jiejia cautiously shifted, never having imagined she would awaken in the arms of a man she had known for less than a day. Awake? Li Kuan suddenly spoke, his voice husky from sleep, startling the girl into stillness. I need to freshen up. Yang Jiejia hurriedly sat up to escape, only to be pulled back into his embrace. What's the rush? Li Kuan chuckled lightly, his large hand roaming. Weren't you quite bold last night? At his words, Yang Jiejia's face flushed crimson. Under the influence of alcohol and the intoxicating atmosphere, she had indeed acted far more assertively than usual. Now, fully aware, a wave of shame washed over her. Yang Jiejia was a university student working part-time at a nightclub, accustomed to the crude and direct manner in which wealthy men treated women, devoid of respect. Yet the man before her was different. His touch was gentle, transitioning from soft to fervent. Flushed and embarrassed, Yang Jiejia dared not dwell on the memories. Are you hungry? I ordered breakfast. Li Kuan glanced at the girl in his arms, a smile gracing his lips, before picking up the phone at the bedside and calling room service. Having settled the expenses at the nightclub under her name last night, the system returned tenfold, totaling over 35 million this morning, a significant windfall. Li Kuan decided to reward the girl accordingly. While waiting for breakfast, he and Yang Jiejia engaged in some addictive little games. Half an hour later, having brushed her teeth several times, Yang Jiejia stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, wrapped in a silk robe, gazing at the skyline of Donghai City bathed in morning light. This was her first time staying in such an upscale hotel, the first time someone had ordered a breakfast worth thousands for her, and the first time she felt the taste of being loved. The memories of last night's exhilaration were thrilling. The recent games had been equally enticing. Soon, room service arrived with breakfast. The silver trays held exquisite pastries, fresh fruits, and steaming coffee. Yang Jiejia cautiously took a seat, fearful of causing any damage, her demeanor tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Do not be anxious, Li Kuan said, handing her a glass of orange juice. This will soon become a part of your life. You shall grow accustomed to it. As Yang Jiejia accepted the cup, her fingertips inadvertently brushed against the man's hand, and the embarrassing memories from the previous night flooded back. It was indeed a source of shame. The hotel steward delivered breakfast and promptly turned to leave, seemingly unfazed by the sight of guests bringing different girls to the hotel, as if he had long since grown accustomed to it. After breakfast, Li Kuan suddenly assumed a serious expression. Let us clarify a few matters, he said. Yang Jejia felt a tightening in her chest, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. After a few moments of silence, he continued, you are working part-time in the nightlife for money. From today onward, you need not worry about financial concerns. With that, Li Kuan produced his phone and, without further ado, transferred 500,000 to Yang Jejia. Ding! Successfully returned 500,000. After setting his phone down, Li Kuan sipped his rich, aromatic coffee. This sum should suffice for a while. Should you require more, simply let me know. 500,000. Is that even a reasonable amount? Yang Jejia exclaimed, her eyes widening. 500,000. Under normal circumstances, she would not earn such a sum even after 2 years of working in the nightclub. This was overwhelming. Though she exhibited signs of refusal, her gaze remained fixated on the string of numbers from the transfer, and she had no intention of returning it. Li Kuan observed all of this keenly. Consider it pocket money from your boyfriend, he said casually. The term boyfriend made Yang Jejia's heart flutter with a wave of emotion. Li Kuan set down his coffee cup, moved closer, and grasped her hand. From now on, focus on your studies and your university life. During breaks, come and spend time with me. If you are too busy, that is acceptable. Overwhelmed by the significance of their relationship, Yang Jejia felt tears welling up in her eyes. No one knew the pressures and temptations she endured while working at the nightclub, the greasy middle-aged men, the lewd remarks, and the explicit propositions. She had persevered through it all, clinging desperately to her meager pride. However, I have a condition, Li Kuan said, cupping her exquisite face in his hands. I want you to quit the nightclub. I do not wish for my girlfriend to be taken advantage of in such a place. Yang Jejia had no objections. Although the nightclub provided her with an unstable income, it was indeed her primary financial source. Accepting Li Kuan's assistance now meant complete reliance on him, equating to a loss of freedom, especially regarding any ambiguous interactions with other men. Am I to be considered your kept woman? Are you not concerned that your other female acquaintances may become jealous? Yang Jejia asked, her tone laced with melancholy. You need not worry about that, Li Kuan replied. I will cover your tuition and living expenses. You need only focus on your studies and being my girlfriend. Of course, if you are unwilling, you may leave at any time. I will not demand the money back. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Jejia nodded. Okay. How could she refuse the prospect of having such a young, handsome, wealthy, and generous boyfriend? Moreover, as his girlfriend now, who has to say she couldn't become his genuine wife in the future? Li Kuan smiled with satisfaction, feeling he had the situation well in hand. As he gazed at the understanding girl before him, Li Kuan couldn't help but feel a surge of desire. Chapter 031. The entrapped college girl before the alluring girl before him. Li Kuan could not resist kissing her. As the kiss ended, before Yang Jejia could react, he swept her up in his arms and carried her towards the bedroom. This time, free from the influence of alcohol, she found herself even more engaged than the previous night. Their tenderness and passion intertwined, each reaching new heights of bliss. The living room, the bathroom, the windowsill, the sofa. By evening, Yang Jejia lay exhausted on the bed, her eyes blankly fixed on the ceiling. Meanwhile, Li Kuan had already donned a light blue suit, standing tall in front of the mirror, unfazed by their earlier activities. Get up, he said, adjusting his tie. I will drive you back to school. And when I have time, I'll take you shopping for some clothes and bags you like. Yang Jejia weakly nodded, then struggled to sit up and gather her scattered clothes. After a moment, dressed and presentable, Yang Jejia picked up her phone to send a resignation message to the nightclub manager. The manager quickly replied, attempting to persuade her to stay, but ultimately agreed to her departure. It was worth noting that her striking beauty had attracted many patrons to the nightclub. However, unbeknownst to the manager, Li Kuan had already secured this part-time college student. Once everything was settled, Yang Jejia felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Coming from an ordinary family, she had sought part-time work to improve her life after entering university. Now, with a wealthy boyfriend, she no longer needed to be burdened by her tedious job. The luxurious car came to a gentle halt at the university entrance, the sunlight reflecting dazzlingly off its sleek body. Through the window, Yang Jejia observed clusters of students pausing, their gazes collectively fixed on the extravagant vehicle. Here we are, Li Kuan said, turning to Yang Jejia with a subtle smile. Shall I accompany you inside? That would be rather embarrassing. Yang Jejia quickly declined, a hint of panic in her voice. No, that is unnecessary. I can go in by myself. Li Kuan, seeing through her apprehensions, chuckled softly and unfastened her seatbelt. Very well. I'll pick you up this weekend and take you to the mall to choose some clothes and bags. Okay, Yang Jejia replied obediently, then reached for the door to exit. Don't forget your things, Li Kuan called after her, handing her the recently purchased Apple family set. Yang Jejia turned back to accept the gift, the first present from her boyfriend. A spontaneous purchase after she had merely mentioned that her phone hadn't been updated in a year. All right, Li Kuan smiled, off to school now. If you think of me, feel free to message me at any time. Yang Jejia nodded, stepping out of the car. As she approached the school entrance, she noticed a crowd of students gathering, some even raising their phones to capture the moment. Yang Jejia's face flushed instantly, and she hurriedly waved at Li Kuan in the car before dashing towards her dormitory. Once the girl disappeared from view, Li Kuan's car slowly drove away, leaving behind a flurry of astonished whispers. Did I see that correctly? Isn't that one of the stunning nursing students, Yang Jejia? Goodness. She just stepped out of that luxury car? Another goddess has fallen, it seems. I heard she worked in a nightclub. Could she possibly be involved with some wealthy gentleman? Fragmented conversations drifted into Yang Jejia's ears, but she pretended not to hear, her steps unconsciously quickening. She was aware of her striking looks and modest fame on campus. Yet she had never before felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon her as she did now. Finally returning to her dorm building, she felt as though countless eyes were scrutinizing her from behind. As she pushed open the door to her dorm, her 3 roommates turned in unison, their expressions varied. Our nightclub goddess has returned. Roommate Wang Wan elongated her tone, her eyes fixed intently on Yang Jejia's bucket of KFC, a swift flicker of jealousy passing across her face. It seems the rumors hold some truth. Yang Jejia disregarded her roommate's sardonic remarks and strode directly toward her bed, the atmosphere in the dormitory thick with awkwardness. Jejia, where were you last night? Another roommate, Yang Ting, hesitantly ventured. The school forum has exploded. Some say a wealthy businessman spent millions on you at the nightclub. How true is that? Wang Wan and Yang Ting's expressions varied, while their fellow dorm mate Zhao Bingqing merely smiled at Yang Jejia before burying her head in her books. Yang Jejia set down her bucket of KFC, remaining composed. Do you really believe what outsiders say? It's hard to say. The plump Wang Wan exaggeratedly widened her eyes, declaring, everyone is saying you've been kept. That man is at least 20 years older than you. At this, Yang Jejia felt a surge of irritation, though she maintained her calm exterior. What do you mean? 20 years? My boyfriend isn't even 25 yet. Satisfied? Boyfriend? Wang Wan scoffed, her disbelief palpable. Come on, everyone knows you work at the nightclub. What kind of serious boyfriend could you possibly meet in a place like that? Yang Jejia's expression darkened. She had no desire to clarify her situation, nor could she. Indeed, Li Kuan had met her at the nightclub, where he had reserved the entire venue last night and ordered numerous expensive drinks. Many were aware of this, considering she was not the only female university student working part-time at the club, but the commotion from that night likely led several to recognize her. It was no surprise that her identity and background were being scrutinized. I've resigned. After a moment of silence, Yang Jejia spoke suddenly, from today onward, I will no longer work at the nightclub. The dorm fell into a stunned silence. Wang Wan and Yang Ting exchanged glances, even Zhao Bingqing looked up, seemingly taken aback by the news. Soon, Yang Ting, recovering from her shock, cautiously inquired, is it because of your boyfriend? Yang Jejia noncommittally nodded, then busied herself retrieving her pajamas from the wardrobe to prepare for a shower. Indeed, Yang Jejia paused, then added, we are in a normal relationship. Yet, despite her earnest attempts to clarify the nature of her relationship with her boyfriend, it only seemed to evoke a sense of suspicion. Unsurprisingly, Wang Wan let out an ambiguous chuckle at her words, but refrained from further comment. They were all roommates, and even with a strained relationship, certain boundaries should not be crossed. Tearing the veil of civility would not bode well. Having heard Yang Jejia's explanation, Zhao Bingqing recalled the words the man had spoken to her that night. However, she quickly shook her head. Her own difficulties, though significant, were not insurmountable. In the dormitory bathroom, hot water cascaded over her body as Yang Jejia closed her eyes, attempting to wash away the lingering scent of a man. In the mirror, the girl gazing back had fair skin, her collarbone marked with faint red bruises. Yang Jejia wiped the fog from the mirror, scrutinizing her perfectly proportioned reflection. To become a girlfriend of a man she had known for less than a day, was this right or wrong? Regrets would be a concern for another time. Yet one thing was certain. She no longer needed to worry about tuition or living expenses. Not only was she free from such worries, but she could also live quite comfortably and with dignity. After her shower, the atmosphere in the dormitory remained delicate. Confused, Yang Jejia climbed into bed, habitually opening her phone to find it inundated with messages, class group chats, club notifications, and even messages from long-forgotten acquaintances all inquired about her relationship with the wealthy older man. Frustration welled within her. Were these people truly so idle? Impatient, she shut down WeChat and opened the school forum and Tieba, only to find matters even more complicated than she had anticipated. The homepage was littered with several posts related to her. Chapter 032. Who has truly considered their own self? Certain universities students suspected of being kept. Luxury car transport. Background of a certain female student working at a nightclub exposed. What is happening to the values of contemporary female university students? It was evident that Li Kuan's ostentatious display at the nightclub had attracted too much attention. Although few might recognize him in the outside world, Yang Jejia, working part-time at the nightclub, was easily identified by others in the same milieu, who likely understood the underlying motives for spreading such news, whether intentionally or inadvertently. Yang Jejia's finger hovered over the screen, yet she ultimately refrained from clicking on any of the posts. She turned off her phone and rolled over to face the wall. This was hardly a remedy for her discomfort. The outside gossip no longer bothered her. After all, she had grown accustomed to being scrutinized due to her striking appearance since childhood. Raised by her grandmother, she had developed a resilient heart long ago. As long as she could hold her head high, it mattered little what others said. Had any of them truly considered their own selves? If the annoyance became unbearable, she could always move out and rent a place near the school, living independently. With $500,000 from her boyfriend in her bank account, Yang Jejia felt she had a solid foundation to face most challenges. Time passed swiftly. Just as the dormitory lights were about to be turned off, a sudden, urgent knocking shattered the silence. Is Yang Jejia there? A female voice called from outside, tinged with curiosity. Yang Jejia frowned. Who could possibly be seeking her at this hour? She soon opened the door to find a classmate from the adjacent dormitory. Zhuo. See you? What brings you here at this late hour? Yang Jejia asked, her face reflecting her confusion. She had a rather indifferent relationship with Zhuo, someone she barely exchanged words with in passing. It was puzzling that she would suddenly come to her. Go take a look for yourself, Zhuo chuckled, raising her hand to gesture toward the bottom of the dormitory building. Without a second thought, Yang Jejia followed the direction of her classmate's finger. Yang Jejia, come down. I have something to say to you. The voice was familiar, Zhang Ming, a classmate who was too timid to speak to her, but whose gaze seemed to carry an uncharacteristic intensity. She recalled that several times, Zhang Ming had attempted to invite her out, only to be rejected. Yang Jejia was no fool. She understood his intentions. However, the unremarkable Zhang Ming was not her type. Wang Wan, from the dormitory, teased, the goddess's admirer has come knocking. Yang Jejia ignored her roommate's comment and sighed. The commotion was undeniably loud, especially at this hour. With so many people around, the situation had escalated beyond her desire for privacy. The more onlookers there were, the more reluctant Yang Jejia felt to address the situation. But then Zhang Ming shouted again, if you don't come down today, I want to leave. I'll come back tomorrow, or even the day after. With no choice but to avoid escalating the situation further, Yang Jejia hastily donned her school uniform over her robe and made her way downstairs. She descended expressionlessly, only to find Zhang Ming, a tall, thin boy wearing black-rimmed glasses, his face flushed, clutching a wilting bouquet of roses. Zhang Ming, what brings you here so late? Yang Jejia feigned ignorance and inquired, her voice barely above a whisper, yet the disdain woven into her words was palpable to all. However, Zhang Ming, seemingly entranced, appeared utterly oblivious. He inhaled deeply, dropped to one knee, and raised the bouquet of roses, a symbol of love, before her. Yang Jejia, I adore you. I have harbored feelings for you for a long time. Will you consider? No, I will not, she interjected firmly. The corridor of the dormitory, along with the area downstairs, quickly filled with a throng of students eager to witness the unfolding drama, some inciting raucous cheers. Yet, as they heard the girl's crisp and decisive refusal, the clamor began to diminish. Zhang Ming, please rise. We are simply not suited for one another. Yang Jejia did not harbor contempt for the boy kneeling before her, yet he was undeniably not her type. Moreover, she had just begun a relationship with someone else. How could she possibly entertain another? No. Zhang Ming stubbornly remained on his knee, his eyes resolute behind his glasses. I know you are with that man driving the Mercedes, but he is not right for you. I can offer you genuine love, not a relationship bought with money. Money cannot purchase love. In an instant, his words struck like a dagger. Yang Jejia's expression turned frigid. What do you mean? The entire school is aware. Zhang Ming, now agitated, stood up. That old man with the Mercedes. You are with him for money. How can you demean yourself in this way? Suddenly, the whispers in the corridor grew louder. Yang Jejia felt countless eyes scrutinizing her, some filled with curiosity, others with disdain, and a few reveling in her discomfort. Such is human nature, and what can one do? Taking a deep breath, she straightened her back. Firstly, I do not demean myself. Secondly, my boyfriend is only a few years older than I am. He is not some decrepit old man. Thirdly, Zhang Ming, I reject your advances. Please do not harass me in the future. Her voice was clear and composed. These reasoned declarations swiftly restored her dignity in the eyes of the crowd. At this point, Zhang Ming's complexion shifted from crimson to pale. He shook his head in disbelief. You have changed. You are not the Yang Jejia I once knew. Are you joking, classmate? Are we even familiar? Yang Jejia replied, exasperated. Subsequently, amidst the gazes of onlookers, she turned with poise and returned to her dormitory, resolved to share the evening's amusing events with her boyfriend. Brother, are you asleep? Chapter 033. Girlfriend's best friend. Upon returning to her dormitory, Yang Jejia closed the door and promptly headed to her bedside to message her boyfriend. Brother, are you asleep? The curtains fluttered gently in the night breeze as the foot traffic outside gradually dwindled. Upon receiving her boyfriend's reply, Yang Jejia succinctly recounted the events that had just transpired. At the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, Presidential Suite, Li Kuan, resting at the head of the bed, chuckled softly. If you find it uncomfortable to stay at school, you might as well move off campus. I can rent you an apartment near the school. Not for now. I've handled it, she replied. I turned him down, stating I have a boyfriend. Just a bit of longing for you. Seeing the message from his girlfriend, a satisfied smile spread across Li Kuan's face. This weekend, I'll take you to a newly opened Japanese restaurant in the city center. They say their bluefin tuna is air freighted from Japan. The two continued their conversation, and Yang Jejia's spirits visibly lifted. Shortly after their chat concluded, Li Kuan's phone buzzed again with a message. Darling, I'm moving tomorrow. Don't forget. Remember to come help. Li Kuan quickly replied, see you tomorrow. He then decided it was time to rest, sinking into the soft embrace of his bed. He slept soundly until morning. The next day, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Li Kuan arrived at the entrance of the community where Lu Ruyan resided, driving his Mercedes with punctuality. The surroundings were relatively clean and tidy, but they certainly lacked the elegance of high-end residential areas. Darling. Upon spotting the familiar Mercedes, Lu Ruyan waved excitedly from a distance. She wore a fitted white t-shirt and denim shorts, exuding a youthful vibrancy that was undeniably appealing. Additionally, standing beside Lu Ruyan was another girl. This girl was tall, sporting a subtle makeup look, her gaze lingering on the Mercedes, lost in her own thoughts. As the car came to a halt, Li Kuan stepped out and walked towards Lu Ruyan. Darling, I missed you so much. Upon meeting, Lu Ruyan leapt into Li Kuan's embrace, affectionately nuzzling his face like a kitten, displaying a charming intimacy. I missed you too. Li Kuan twirled Lu Ruyan around in his arms, his eyes filled with adoration. The concept of a white moonlight often symbolizes the unattainable ideal in a man's heart. Yet Li Kuan effortlessly filled that void. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my high school classmate, Zhang Yashi. Lu Ruyan beamed. Yashi works as a billiards assistant. She is incredibly skilled. Li Kuan glanced at her. If Lu Ruyan embodied youthful innocence, then Zhang Yashi exuded a hint of mature charm. Name, Zhang Yashi. Age, 23. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Attractiveness, 90. Occupation, billiards assistant. Skills, basic cue techniques. Love. 1. Unexpectedly encountering a goddess while helping his girlfriend move was indeed fortuitous. The adage beautiful friends are often found among beautiful people held true. Regrettably, having endured a past relationship, Zhang Yashi was uncertain of her own romantic prospects. With a smile, Li Kuan extended his hand. Hello, I'm Li Kuan, Lu Ruyan's boyfriend. Hello. Zhang Yashi met his gaze directly. You're Lu Ruyan's boyfriend? She speaks of you often. You certainly live up to the reputation. Zhang Yashi's hand was soft, and she maintained her grip on Li Kuan's, her gaze unwavering. Handsome, affluent, generous. Within mere days of dating, he had already helped his best friend purchase a multi-million-dollar apartment. Who could resist? Oh my. Compared to my previous boyfriend, who was both poor and despicable, this is an entirely different realm. If he were not Lu Ruyan's best friend's boyfriend, she would have undoubtedly made a move without hesitation. However, Lu Ruyan seemed oblivious to the subtle tension between them, excitedly stating, Darling, I don't have much. Everything is packed, mainly my clothes and cosmetics from where I'm staying. At that moment, Li Kuan retracted his hand and rolled up his shirt sleeves, revealing his well-defined arms as he made his way into the community. The moving process unfolded more smoothly than anticipated. In peak physical condition, Li Kuan handled the labor with ease, completing the task in just 2 trips. Zhang Yashi, assisting, observed the man, the prominent veins in his arms, the faint outline of abdominal muscles visible beneath his shirt. Young, handsome, and wealthy, he seemed to possess remarkable stamina. Truly, her best friend was fortunate. Here you go. Zhang Yashi struggled to lift the heaviest suitcase. Li Kuan effortlessly accepted the task, expressing his gratitude. Thank you so much, such a good friend of Ruyan. Even moving house requires your assistance. Zhang Yashi chuckled lightly. It's nothing. Ruyan is my dear friend, so helping her is only natural. She then took a step closer, her voice soft and melodious. With such an outstanding man like you, Kuan Go. It's truly a stroke of fortune for Ruyan to have you as her boyfriend. How wonderful it would be if I could find a boyfriend like you too. In that moment, A refreshing aroma of tea wafted through the air. With less than a meter between them, Li Kuan could distinctly catch the alluring scent that enveloped Zhang Yishi. Ru Yin is the same age as you, yet you appear more mature, he remarked, shifting the focus of the conversation onto her. Haha, children of the poor mature early, Zhang Yishi responded with a self-deprecating smile, her tone suddenly tinged with melancholy. My father has a gambling problem, my mother has been unwell for years, and my younger brother is still in school and will have to work right after graduating. Classic scenario. A father who gambles, a sick mother, and a studying brother. Li Kuan's gaze softened, a flicker of compassion igniting within him, as he felt a desire to aid this girl. Please, do not misunderstand, he mused. I am merely drawn to her charm, while simultaneously providing assistance to my girlfriend's friend. Familiarity makes the approach easier. Target number 1. Quite accustomed to it, Zhang Yishi quickly adjusted her expression, donning a subtly alluring demeanor. What line of work are you in, Kuan Gu? That Mercedes you drive doesn't seem cheap. Investments, Li Kuan casually replied, offering no further elaboration. The term investments only solidified Zhang Yishi's belief that her dear friend had indeed landed a wealthy boyfriend. Investments surely imply some level of financial standing. Sensing his reluctance to divulge more, she tactfully refrained from probing further. Before long, the trunk of the car was brimming with luggage. Chapter 034. I am well aware of the game rules prior to their departure. Li Kuan suggested they dine at a nearby restaurant for lunch. Having rushed over in the morning without consuming anything, his stomach had begun to grumble as noon approached. Ru Yin had no objections, and Zhang Yishi received the invitation as well. Though she initially contemplated declining, her steadfast friend, Ru Yin, insisted she join. At the Chinese restaurant, Ru Yin snapped pictures to post on social media, while Zhang Yishi elegantly savored her meal, occasionally casting glances toward her friend's boyfriend. Li Kuan subtly returned her gaze, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Darling, have you arranged everything at the new house? Ru Yin suddenly inquired. Yes. I've had the cleaning company take care of it. As for the bedding and furniture, we can purchase those gradually, Li Kuan replied, then turned to his girlfriend's close friend. By the way, Ru Yin mentioned you are renting together. Would you like to move in with us? Is that appropriate? I wouldn't want to impose, Zhang Yishi said, placing her juice down and directing her gaze toward her best friend. Ru Yin, undeterred, chimed in, my new house has 5 bedrooms. Plus, it's not far from your workplace at the billiard hall. Come on, it's so spacious, she urged. Zhang Yishi feigned hesitation. Is that really okay? Li Kuan smiled gently. There's nothing wrong with it. With Ru Yin having a companion, I feel more at ease, and you could save on rent. It's a win-win. Thus, after much coaxing from her close friend and her friend's boyfriend, Zhang Yishi reluctantly agreed. Well, I suppose it would be a bother, due to the additional luggage. Li Kuan's Mercedes had limited space, prompting him to summon a moving service via his phone. At Donghai Wisdom City, the security guard greeted them with a standard salute as they drove in, with a moving truck trailing behind. As they transported the luggage, Zhang Yishi became noticeably more proactive, while her dear friend Ru Yin basked in the joy of the new house. She and Li Kuan descended to retrieve the second batch of belongings. In the elevator, it was just Zhang Yishi and Li Kuan. Oops. Zhang Yishi lost her balance and fell directly into Li Kuan's embrace. Be careful, Li Kuan steadied her waist, showing no inclination to let go. Zhang Yishi looked up at him, her lips nearly brushing against his chin. Kuan Gu, you smell wonderful. Such a masculine scent. Li Kuan's eyes darkened slightly. He directly asked, are you interested in me? Zhang Yishi was taken aback by his straightforwardness. After a moment of surprise, she smiled. With such an exceptional man like you, which woman wouldn't he have thoughts? I am your best friend's boyfriend, Li Kuan reminded her deliberately. Yet his hand began to wander unceremoniously. So what? Zhang Yishi took the initiative to wrap her arms around him. We aren't married, after all. Even if we were, divorce is always an option. Besides, Ru Yin and I have been close friends for years. We share everything good. I could try to persuade her. I don't believe you haven't fantasized about the joys of more than one person, she added, her voice lingering. Li Kuan narrowed his eyes. You are quite extraordinary. But why are you doing this? Aren't you afraid I might be a deceitful scoundrel? My family is quite poor, and I desperately need money. When opportunities arise, I must seize them, Zhang Yishi replied with a self-deprecating chuckle. But I won't be a burden to you, Kuan Gu. I am well aware of the game rules. As for whether you are a deceitful scoundrel, I have yet to encounter a scoundrel who easily buys a multi-million-dollar house for his girlfriend. You are not like those who merely make grand promises. Having had a poor experience in this regard, Zhang Yishi did not believe that the man before her could be such a person. Upon hearing this, Li Kuan, who had been contemplating how to win over this enchanting woman, felt a rush of joy. She was practically delivering herself to him. Money was no obstacle for him, and he mused that courting Zhang Yishi would not prove to be particularly difficult. A friend of my girlfriend need not remain just a friend. As the elevator reached the ground floor, Li Kuan proactively added Zhang Yashi on WeChat, and they exchanged no further words. Moments later, they gathered their luggage downstairs and returned to the new house. Once back, Lu Ruyin and Zhang Yashi busily sorted their belongings, and Li Kuan joined in to help. Particularly when they began organizing delicate items like stockings and lingerie, his heart raced with fervor. Tearing Balenciaga, shouldering Valentino. Alas, with his girlfriend's close friend present, any chance for deeper intimacy was thwarted. In another room, Lu Ruyin and Zhang Yashi were arranging the wardrobe. Ruyin, your boyfriend is quite impressive, Zhang Yashi remarked. Lu Ruyin smiled with pride, of course. Many pursue me, but Kuan Ge is the most capable. Just a few days ago, he bought me a handbag, and my clothes are all designer. With that, Lu Ruyin showcased her Chanel handbag. Zhang Yashi gazed at the smooth leather, unable to suppress her envy. How wonderful. That evening, Li Kuan and Lu Ruyin tested the new bed's bounce. Though the house had excellent soundproofing, the intimate sound still echoed through the adjoining room. Hey, 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 husband. Listening to the sultry sounds filtering through, Zhang Yashi felt a flush of heat. Her friend, who usually appeared so reserved, turned out to be quite the opposite. Or perhaps it was her friend's boyfriend's prowess that was the cause. Unable to bear it, Zhang Yashi pulled the covers over her head, desperately trying to ignore the enticing sounds. She had work the next day. The following day, Li Kuan emerged from his room, invigorated and in high spirits, only to find Zhang Yashi preparing to leave the house. However, her demeanor seemed rather poor. The dark circles under her eyes were pronounced, suggesting a lack of restful sleep. Good morning, he greeted. Good morning, Zhang Yashi replied politely. You seem to have heavy dark circles. Is it because you're not accustomed to living here? Li Kuan mistakenly assumed it was her first day in the new environment. Zhang Yashi shot him an exasperated glance and unabashedly retorted. How long did you and Ruyin play games last night? And with the mic on. The sound insulation in this house is mediocre. How could I possibly sleep well? And with that little body of Ruyin's, aren't you worried about wearing her out? Having said that, she finished putting on her shoes and was about to leave when a voice called out from behind her. I'm heading out for breakfast. Would you like me to drive you to work? Li Kuan suggested, admiring Zhang Yashi's appearance, which rivaled that of his own girlfriend. Shouldn't I inform Ruyin about this? Our relationship hasn't progressed to that stage yet, Zhang Yashi teased playfully. Inform. Li Kuan was taken aback for a moment, then nonchalantly put on his shoes, declaring, Warriors do not require permission. Let's go. If we delay any longer, you might be late. Barely 3 minutes had passed when Lu Ruyin stepped out of the living room, casually tossing a pair of tattered stockings into the trash. Reflecting on the conversation she had just overheard, she wore a resigned smile. Well, having a good girlfriend is certainly better than dealing with wild women from outside. If my friend can share the burden of such a brute, it's not entirely unwelcome. Recalling the wildness of the previous night, Lu Ruyin spoke to herself, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she realized she might have to share her friend with her. Meanwhile, on the road, Li Kuan boldly placed a hand on Zhang Yashi's thigh in the passenger seat. Drive carefully, Zhang Yashi reprimanded playfully. Li Kuan's hand wandered across her smooth thigh, a smile gracing his lips as he savored the delightful sensation. Zhang Yashi was clad in a black short skirt today, her long legs glistening with an ivory sheen in the morning light, radiating a fresh and irresistible allure. You rogue, Zhang Yashi chided with a grin. Yet she made no effort to push his hand away. Li Kuan chuckled lightly, not only refraining from withdrawing but audaciously inching his hand higher. Aren't we driving quite well? He remarked, his face maintaining an air of seriousness as he kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Zhang Yashi's cheeks flushed slightly. Quickly let go. We're almost at my workplace. At her words, Li Kuan reluctantly retracted his hand, steering the car into a bustling commercial street. A sign for the Star-Lord Billiards Club shimmered brightly, drawing attention. Here we are, Zhang Yashi said, adjusting her skirt. I work here as a teaching assistant, mainly instructing beginners in billiards. Through the car window, Li Kuan surveyed the stylishly decorated club with keen interest. It looks promising. I suppose the average spending isn't low? It depends on what services you choose, Zhang Yashi replied slyly, winking. Standard tables are $100 an hour, but if you prefer a private instructor, it'll be a bit more expensive. She deliberately elongated her words, hinting at something more. Understanding her implication, Li Kuan unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, what if it were you personally teaching? Zhang Yashi laughed. My skills are average. I'm not a private instructor. However, if a client specifically requests it, I could teach. Isn't ordering a beautiful assistant just to play billiards a bit absurd? Well then, since I have some free time, why not play a couple of rounds? I could also support your business, Li Kuan suggested, flexing his wrist. You can play billiards? Zhang Yashi raised an eyebrow skeptically. Not at all, Li Kuan admitted candidly. That's why I need you to be my private instructor. Zhang Yashi chuckled. All right then, boss. Today, I shall properly teach you. With that, She opened the car door and stepped outside, her long legs clicking against the ground in her high heels. Li Kuan followed her into the club. Upon entering, they were greeted by a spacious and brightly lit hall, where 20 billiard tables were neatly arranged. The air was infused with the subtle scent of tobacco and leather, accompanied by a soft jazz melody playing in the background. Xiejia is here. A girl at the front desk with pink hair greeted warmly. However, her gaze lingered on Li Kuan for a few extra moments. Everyone at the club knew that many patrons requested Xiejia to play billiards, including some wealthy older gentlemen. But today's guest was unusually young. Is he Xiejia's boyfriend? A rich second-generation heir? The front desk girl pondered, her thoughts drifting. Good morning, Amy. Zhang Yashi responded with a smile, then turned to introduce. This is Li, my friend. He is here to experience the club today. Please arrange a good spot for us. Amy scrutinized them thoughtfully before cheerfully announcing. All right, Xiejia, I'll reserve VIP table number 3 for you. It offers better privacy. Better privacy? Excellent, quite perceptive. Li Kuan acknowledged with an approving nod, casually pulling out 2 red bills from his pocket. Amy's eyes lit up as she eagerly accepted the money. Thank you, handsome boss. If you need anything, just let me know. Have fun, Xiejia. Zhang Yashi nodded and led Li Kuan through the hall. As they walked, many male patrons' gazes followed Zhang Yashi's graceful form. Unfazed by the attention, she maintained an air of calm indifference, her steps exuding poise and elegance. VIP table No. 3 was located in a corner of the club, surrounded by half-height partitions, ensuring a degree of privacy. Upon reaching the table, they found it already set with a triangle rack and colorful billiard balls. Just to clarify, I'm a complete novice, Li Kuan said, awkwardly lifting a cue stick. Zhang Yashi chuckled softly at his clumsiness. I can see that. She then took a cue stick, expertly applying chalk, and instructed, the correct grip is like this. Stepping behind Li Kuan, she pressed against him, placing her hands over his to adjust his grip. Li Kuan could distinctly catch the faint scent of jasmine from her hair and the fragrance of her perfume. Your thumb and index fingers should form a circle, while the other 3 fingers gently support it, Zhang Yashi explained, her voice close to his ear, the warmth of her breath grazing his earlobe. In such proximity, Li Kuan felt his throat tighten slightly. Like this? He feigned awkwardness. Not quite. Zhang Yashi gently swatted his hand, admonishing, focus, Li Kuan. Seriously? That sounds so dull. For the next few hours, Zhang Yashi patiently guided Li Kuan through the fundamentals of stance, aiming, and striking the ball. Despite claiming to be a beginner, Li Kuan adapted remarkably quickly, and after several attempts, he was able to accurately sink the target balls into the pockets. Are you certain this is your first time playing billiards? Zhang Yashi inquired, her gaze tinged with skepticism. Moments ago, she had witnessed Li Kuan effortlessly potting 3 balls in succession, an accomplishment not easily attained by a novice within such a brief span. Li Kuan shrugged nonchalantly. I truly am a beginner. Perhaps I possess a modicum of talent. He added playfully, or perhaps it is due to your excellent instruction, Teacher Zhang. His flattery elicited a soft chuckle from Zhang Yashi as she covered her mouth, then bent over to prepare her shot. Clad in a form-fitting top and a short skirt that swayed with grace, her attire accentuated her curves, which Li Kuan admired unabashedly. He maintained his gaze until she straightened, wondering when he might indulge in such charming banter. Their eyes met, igniting a palpable intensity. Am I captivating? Zhang Yashi's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Indeed. Li Kuan boldly confessed, stepping closer. It's my turn now. He leaned down to aim but intentionally misaligned his shot. The cue ball grazed the edge of the target ball, slipping past it. It seems I require further practice, he lamented faintly. I suppose I shall need to frequent this place to hone my skills. Is that your intention, to play billiards? Zhang Yashi smiled, choosing not to confront the underlying implication. You did that on purpose, didn't you? She asserted, her intelligence not to be underestimated. How could I? Li Kuan feigned innocence. Shall we make a wager? If I pot the next ball, you will join me for lunch. If I fail, I shall purchase you 100 private lessons. Agreed. After all, this is a scheme from which I cannot lose. Zhang Yashi saw no reason to refuse such an enticing proposition. She had long wished to arrange a meeting with her best friend's affluent boyfriend, and now that the opportunity presented itself, she would not turn it down. Li Kuan circled the billiard table, theatrically gauging angles before bending to take his shot. At the moment of release, the ball sunk perfectly into the pocket. Just as he was about to speak, a voice erupted from the distance. Zhang Yashi. An angry male voice shattered the serene atmosphere of the club. All heads turned to see a slender young man in cheap clothing striding aggressively toward them, his expression dark and eyes aflame with fury. Huang Jian, what brings you here? Zhang Yashi's demeanor grew increasingly frosty upon recognizing the intruder. What brings me here? Is it not evident? My girlfriend is frolicking with another man. And you ask if I have business? Huang Jian sneered, his gaze slicing toward Li Kuan. Who is this man? Does he have a boyfriend? No, that cannot be right. But during their earlier conversation, Li Kuan had explicitly stated he was single. Or perhaps there were deeper layers to this situation. Li Kuan set down his cue. Observing the interloper with calm resolve, he sensed the indifference radiating from Zhang Yashi. Thus, he subtly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Zhang Yashi, we have parted ways, she asserted, her voice firm and unwavering, correcting the narrative. Parted ways? Did I consent to that? Huang Jian slammed his palm on the billiard table, seemingly indifferent to the pain. You think you can just say we're done? I never agreed. The commotion drew the attention of other patrons and staff within the club, halting their activities to witness the unfolding drama. The receptionist rushed over, alarmed. Then what do you wish to achieve? Zhang Yashi frowned slightly. I have given you ample chances. Yet you have squandered them. At her words, Huang Jian's gaze darted between Li Kuan and Zhang Yashi before settling on Li Kuan's expensive attire. Ah, I see. You found yourself a wealthy man, haven't you? He mocked. Zhang Yashi, clever move. But escaping me will not be so simple. It requires my say-so to end things. Not yours. Who is this man? In this day and age, such tyranny is outrageous. Is there no law? No justice? At this moment, Li Kuan finally spoke. His voice calm, yet assertive. Might I suggest you temper your words? I am unaware of your history, but clinging desperately serves no purpose. If you wish to retain even a semblance of dignity, I advise you to leave now, or I shall involve the authorities. For such a scoundrel, there is little room for negotiation. Just then, Amy from the front desk arrived, accompanied by a couple of the club's burly staff. What is happening here? She inquired. Assessing the situation. Manager Wu, this man has been harassing Sister Shi and our guests, Amy explained. You again? Wu Hao recognized Huang Jian's face. I previously made it clear that you are unwelcome here. You return, and yet you dare to extort my patrons? Wu Hao, though appearing congenial, spoke with an unmistakable edge. Manager Wu, it's a misunderstanding. I'm leaving now, Huang Jian stammered, resembling a mouse fleeing from a cat, and promptly made his exit without further ado. The situation resolved swiftly. All right, everyone continue your games. There is nothing to worry about, Wu Hao announced, casting a glance at Zhang Yashi and her companion before departing. Thank you, Amy. Zhang Yashi expressed her gratitude to the one who had come to her aid. It's no trouble at all. It's my duty, Amy replied, returning to her post at the front desk. The incident had come and gone in a flash, leaving Li Kuan to ponder the demeanor of the billiard club manager, who bore more resemblance to a rogue than a legitimate businessman. An awkward silence enveloped the room. Zhang Yashi lowered her head, an expression of regret adorning her features. Li Kuan approached her, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. Are you all right? Zhang Yashi looked up, managing a faint smile. I'm sorry you had to witness such an embarrassing scene. It is not your fault. While I am unaware of the nature of your relationship with that ex-boyfriend, his demeanor suggests he is not a commendable character, Li Kuan reassured. The patrons of the billiards club resumed their activities, casting the occasional curious glance in their direction. Li Kuan glanced at his phone and suggested, shall we change locations? It seems you are not in the mood for billiards anymore. Besides, you promised to join me for a meal. All right, Zhang Yashi acquiesced without objection. After a brief exchange with the front desk, the two exited the billiards club. As they stepped outside, the warm midday sun bathed them in its glow. However, after only a few steps, a raucous commotion erupted nearby. Huang Jian, let me tell you, if you don't repay the money today, you will face dire consequences. My friends are here. Don't think you can escape like last time. Following the sound, they spotted Huang Jian, Zhang Yashi's former boyfriend, surrounded by 7 or 8 men who were demanding repayment. Gentlemen, please grant me a few more days. I assure you I will find a way to get the money, Huang Jian pleaded. But before he could finish, a slap landed squarely on his face. Damn you. You said the same last time, and now, over half a month has passed. Where's the money? The muscular man glared menacingly, adding, if you don't pay today, I'll have no choice but to take you to the police and contact your family and friends for the debt. As despair enveloped Huang Jian, he caught sight of his ex-girlfriend emerging from the billiards club. There, that is my girlfriend. She must have money. Upon hearing the word money, the leading muscular man turned his gaze towards Zhang Yashi, momentarily halting their actions. They forcibly dragged the bewildered Huang Jian towards her. Excuse me, miss. This fellow owes us some money, and we would appreciate your assistance. However, before they could elaborate, Zhang Yashi, standing beside Li Kuan, coldly interjected. I have long since broken up with him. His debts have nothing to do with me. This gentleman here is my current boyfriend. The onlookers shifted their attention to Li Kuan. Yes, I am Yashi's boyfriend, Li Kuan quickly asserted, stepping into the role. Furthermore, if you dare to harass my girlfriend again, I will not hesitate to contact the authorities. With that, Li Kuan wrapped his arm around Zhang Yashi's waist and departed. The muscular men watched as Li Kuan, clad in designer attire, clearly outclassed Huang Jian, who was but a petty figure. Damn it, how dare he toy with me? Give this fellow a few slaps. Then send him to the police. I refuse to believe his family lacks funds. The ensuing scene bore no relevance to Li Kuan and Zhang Yashi. Li Kuan gallantly opened the car door for Zhang Yashi before taking the driver's seat. What would you like to eat? I know a delightful Western restaurant nearby. Zhang Yashi hesitated momentarily before confessing. The events of today have left me somewhat troubled. I crave something spicy. Spicy? Excellent. Li Kuan replied, starting the engine without revealing their destination. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the finest Sichuan restaurant in Donghai City. Despite it still being midday, the establishment was bustling with patrons, the air rich with the aroma of various dishes, enveloped in a distinctly spicy ambience. The two settled in and ordered the restaurant's most popular dishes. Zhang Yashi, still in a somewhat somber mood, opted for an exceptionally spicy hot pot, along with sizzling squid and chilled sour plum soup. Before long, Zhang Yashi was thoroughly enjoying her meal, beads of sweat forming on her brow from the heat. Yet she continued to eat voraciously, occasionally offering pieces of beef from her bowl to Li Kuan. Though he was not particularly fond of spicy food, he managed to keep pace with her. As they dined, Li Kuan casually inquired, "What was the situation with your ex-boyfriend? If you prefer not to answer, that's perfectly fine. After all, he is merely an ex," he added. Zhang Yashi set down her chopsticks and sighed. "We were together for nearly 6 months. Initially, things were pleasant, but he gradually became increasingly controlling. He forbade me from wearing short skirts, from speaking to male customers, and even followed me home from work. I could tolerate that to some extent, but then he got involved in gambling 3 months ago. That was absolutely intolerable. My father nearly destroyed our family due to gambling. How could I possibly get entangled with a gambler, especially someone like Huang Jian, whose background is hardly impressive? I don't understand how he dared to dabble in such vices." "I understand," Li Kuan nodded thoughtfully. "Gamblers are indeed best avoided. The dangers of gambling are second only to drugs, particularly for an addict. Losing a fortune can lead to unspeakable actions. By the heavens, I, Li Kuan, vow to have no association with gambling or drugs," he proclaimed dramatically. "Huh. And what about Huang?" Zhang Yashi chuckled lightly. "Huang? Let me think." Li Kuan feigned contemplation before declaring, "A house full of children. A paradise on earth. Ascending to royalty. Surrounded by mothers-in-law. Haha, just kidding. Am I really that kind of person?" Li Kuan teased. Upon hearing his response, Zhang Yashi rolled her eyes, clearly skeptical of his jest. "Nonetheless, thank you for today," Zhang Yashi said playfully. "My boyfriend, if it weren't for you, he might have caused even more trouble. It was a mere trifling matter." Li Kuan replied casually. After finishing their meal at the Sichuan restaurant, Li Kuan intended to take Zhang Yashi to explore further. Chapter 037. Emotional tension, let us go. "I'll take you somewhere else for fun," Li Kuan said as he settled into the driver's seat of his Mercedes. Zhang Yashi unabashedly took her place in the passenger seat. Although she was the best friend of Lian, his girlfriend, the day's billiards lesson had ignited a spark of unnameable frustration within him. This girl must be won over. "Where to?" Zhang Yashi asked, lifting her petite handbag, tilting her head with a playful smile. In that moment, she resembled a cunning little cat. Li Kuan replied without hesitation, "Let us buy some things." "I see your bag is quite worn." Zhang Yashi's eyes sparkled. Then she feigned modesty, biting her lip. "Is that all right? If you don't want to, then forget it." Li Kuan interrupted her charade with a smile. "Anything else? I'm more than willing." "Of course I'm willing," Zhang Yashi quickly responded, eager not to miss this opportunity. With the stakes raised, there was no need for further pretense. Soon, they arrived at the largest shopping mall in the vicinity. Perhaps due to the mall's air conditioning, Zhang Yashi unconsciously leaned closer to Li Kuan. A faint scent of her perfume tantalized his senses. "Brother, I want that handbag. Is it possible?" Zhang Yashi paused before a luxurious Chanel store, pointing to a genuine leather handbag displayed in the showcase. Under the lights, the metallic embellishments glimmered brilliantly, resembling a meticulously crafted work of art. Without even glancing at the price tag, Li Kuan readily nodded, "Of course." Moments later, as Zhang Yashi twirled in front of the mirror with her new bag, satisfaction radiated from her. The sales associate nearby offered well-timed compliments. "Miss, this bag perfectly complements your aura. You truly have an eye for style." Zhang Yashi chose not to respond to the sales associate's remarks. She found the concept of aura to be rather nebulous. Having money, even a beggar can possess an aura. Without wealth, even when adorned in high-end brands, others may instinctively presume your attire to be counterfeit. "Heh," Zhang Yashi chuckled softly, choosing not to correct her boyfriend's endearment. Instead, gazing at Li Kuan through the mirror with a smile that radiated pure joy. Li Kuan regarded Zhang Yashi as one would an exquisite piece of art, before promptly retrieving his bank card to hand to the sales associate. The ensuing hours unfolded like a lavish dream for Zhang Yashi. Li Kuan guided her through various designer boutiques, watching as she donned one exquisite dress after another. Each time she emerged from the fitting room, she would twirl before him, her skirt billowing, revealing her long legs and the perfect proportions of her form, confidently showcasing every aspect of her allure. Li Kuan found it increasingly challenging to divert his gaze from this enchanting beauty. Is this too revealing? Zhang Yashi queried as she tried on a deep V-neck black dress, her fingers grazing her collarbone. Not at all. It suits you perfectly, Li Kuan replied, swallowing hard as he modified his initial thought. After settling the bill, Zhang Yashi, laden with bags, leaned close to Li Kuan's ear and provocatively whispered, "You're so good to me. How should I repay you? Aren't you worried about Ru Yin getting jealous?" Li Kuan smiled slightly, turning to face the woman who dared to tease him. Their faces were mere inches apart, close enough for Li Kuan to catch the sweet scent of her lipstick. "I welcome any form of gratitude. As for Ru Yin, I doubt she would mind. Even if she knew," he remarked. Taken aback, Zhang Yashi paused before breaking into a laugh and stepping back. As they exited the shopping mall, the sun had begun its descent. Zhang Yashi trailed behind Li Kuan, her arms burdened with bags, yet her steps remained light, her skirt fluttering in the breeze. A peculiar sense of satisfaction swelling within her. Once in the car, she placed her purchases down. "Shall we head home, or venture elsewhere?" The rosy-cheeked Zhang Yashi yearned to suggest a hotel, but felt too bashful to be so forward. The lingering rays of the setting sun cast a golden hue upon her, rendering her beauty almost surreal. "No rush, we can return later. How about a trip to the amusement park?" Li Kuan proposed. Though she felt some fatigue from their afternoon escapades, Zhang Yashi eagerly responded, "That sounds great. It's been ages since I've been to an amusement park." Half an hour later, they arrived at Donghai City South Grand Amusement Park. The neon lights of the park flickered to life against the darkening sky, illuminating the faces of the many visitors. Upon entering, Li Kuan and Zhang Yashi made their way to the roller coaster. After the exhilarating ride, Zhang Yashi's screams echoed in the air. As they disembarked, her legs felt weak, and she collapsed into Li Kuan's embrace, this time genuinely seeking comfort. Li Kuan chuckled as he steadied her waist, feeling the softness of her body and a slight tremor. That was exhilarating. Zhang Yashi gasped, her cheeks flushed with excitement, torn between fear and the desire to ride again. Ultimately, they decided against it. After the roller coaster, they ventured into the haunted house. In the darkness, Zhang Yashi pressed herself against Li Kuan, gasping and burrowing into him whenever a frightening prop sprang forth. Li Kuan could distinctly feel her softness and rapid heartbeat, his arm instinctively encircling her. One could only conclude that the inventor of haunted houses had truly considered couples at play. It was a perfect catalyst for intimacy. "You have such a weak constitution," Li Kuan teased as they exited, yet he did not release Zhang Yashi's hand. "It's your fault for bringing me to such a place," she retorted playfully, a smile gracing her lips, devoid of any real anger. They then enjoyed dinner at a food stall within the park. Zhang Yashi insisted on sampling an array of junk food, from cotton candy to various fried delights, taking only a bite or two before passing the remainder to Li Kuan. He, of course, did not mind indulging in her leftovers, even if they bore traces of her saliva. For Li Kuan was confident that after tonight, he would savor much more of Zhang Yashi's essence. "Brother Kuan, let us ride the Ferris wheel," she suggested, pointing towards the towering attraction as the night fully enveloped them, the park lights twinkling like stars. As the Ferris wheel ascended, the cityscape unfurled beneath them. Zhang Yashi leaned against the glass, marveling at the view. Li Kuan sat beside her, his gaze fixated on her. This scene perfectly encapsulated a sentiment. "You admire the scenery, while I admire you. The stars embellish your eyes, while you embellish my dreams." Bathed in the cabin's soft glow, Zhang Yashi's profile appeared exquisitely delicate, her long lashes casting petite shadows upon her visage. "It's truly beautiful from here," she murmured softly. As the cabin reached its zenith, she suddenly turned to face Li Kuan, her eyes locking onto his with unwavering intensity. "Brother Kuan, I like you." Her cheeks flushed, her eyes instinctively closing as her lips gravitated closer. In that moment, the air within the cabin seemed to freeze. Li Kuan, feeling parched and devoid of hesitation, leaned in to meet her lips. The Ferris wheel began its descent, and the lights danced across their faces as their mouths intertwined in a passionate embrace. They savored their final moments atop the Ferris wheel together. Upon exiting the amusement park, they prepared to return home. "Let us head back," Zhang Yashi stated, her demeanor as composed as if the confession and kiss had never transpired. The atmosphere in the car was tinged with silence. Just when it seemed the day would conclude, Zhang Yashi, gazing out at the rapidly retreating nightscape, suddenly spoke up. "Turn right up ahead and stop." At that moment, they approached the entrance of a secluded road. Li Kuan cast a puzzled glance at Zhang Yashi. "What is the plan? We're not home yet." "I know," Zhang Yashi replied, her determination evident as she turned to meet his gaze, her eyes shimmering with fervent light. "Just stop here." That look was oddly familiar. Li Kuan took a deep breath and, following Zhang Yashi's directions, parked beneath a large tree on the quiet road, well away from the main thoroughfare. With scarcely a vehicle or pedestrian in sight. As soon as the car came to a halt, Zhang Yashi unbuckled her seatbelt and leaned in to kiss Li Kuan. This kiss was a stark contrast to the one on the Ferris wheel. It was fervent and urgent, imbued with an unyielding resolve. Stunned, Li Kuan's mind blanked. Yet his body instinctively responded. With the stakes this high, could he really afford to remain passive? He grasped the back of Zhang Yashi's head, deepening the kiss. Reason urged them to halt, yet desire had already claimed dominion. Li Kuan's hand slipped to her waist, the heat of passion rising. The fervor of love ignited. The seat became an impediment, and it was unclear who pressed the seat adjustment button first, but soon the backrest reclined slowly. Within the confines of the compact vehicle, garments were discarded one by one. Zhang Yashi's skin glimmered under the moonlight, radiating a luminous sheen, and Li Kuan was captivated as his hands caressed every inch of her. "Hubby," she breathed, her voice igniting the last vestiges of Li Kuan's reason, leaving nothing but fervor in its wake. After the tempest of passion had subsided, the air within the car was thick with an intoxicating allure. Zhang Yashi, devoid of any attire, curled up in Li Kuan's embrace, her slender fingers tracing circles upon the man's chest. Sated, Li Kuan gazed at the ceiling, contemplating whether to indulge once more. "We mustn't, at least for now. Let Rian know," he mused. Just as he was about to initiate a second round, Zhang Yashi voiced her concerns, insisting that they should wait until the opportune moment to reveal the truth to her dear sister. "In truth, it matters not. It would be perfectly fine to inform Rian. You hold the same place in my heart as she does." Li Kuan tenderly caressed the girl. How amusing. From the outset, Li Kuan had no intention of pursuing a path of pure love. If anyone was unwilling, it would simply be a matter of parting amicably, devoid of any pretense. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yashi's body stiffened momentarily before she let out a soft laugh. "Perhaps we should refrain. My actions have already betrayed her. I will discuss it with her later." With a look of contentment, Zhang Yashi added, "After all, you are my best friend's partner, so please, do not mention it to her." "Very well, as you wish. I am indifferent," Li Kuan replied with a nonchalant smile. On the return journey, the two grew increasingly intimate, sharing an abundance of thoughts. Before long, the car entered the smart city of Donghai. Once parked, they disembarked and walked home side by side. Unlike the empty-handed Li Kuan, Zhang Yashi carried an array of bags, her mind still preoccupied with the thought of how her best friend, Lu Rian, would react upon seeing her. As they stepped through the door, Lu Rian's voice, neither warm nor cold, greeted them. "Darling, Yashi, you're finally back. Wow, Yashi, what did you buy?" Instantly recalling their conversation from that morning, Lu Rian shot a resentful glance at her boyfriend, Li Kuan. She never expected him to be so quick to act. Now, did she have to confront him, or should she feign ignorance? Chapter 39. Longtime best friends. Lu Rian stood in the living room, her gaze lingering on her boyfriend for a considerable time, the book in her hands forgotten. "Did you miss me, Rian?" Li Kuan inquired, maintaining an expression of calm, seemingly oblivious to the resentment in Lu Rian's eyes. In contrast to his indifference, Zhang Yashi instinctively kept a certain distance from her best friend, a flicker of panic crossing her face. That moment of panic swiftly vanished as Zhang Yashi mustered a sweet smile. "Rian, we went shopping today and brought you some gifts." "Gifts? Oh, thank you." Lu Rian's gaze flitted between the two before settling on a resigned smile. If only she could forego such extravagant presents. However, it was pointless to dwell on it now. Zhang Yashi stepped forward, retrieving an exquisitely packaged gift box. "Look, it's the latest Chanel bag. I thought it would be perfect for you, along with this set of cosmetics that I personally selected. Yashi, you should save your earnings, your salary isn't high." Lu Rian remarked, her tone deliberately raised, even as her eyes briefly rested on her boyfriend. It was clear to her, knowing her best friend's family situation, that these items were not purchased with Zhang Yashi's own money. Li Kuan merely smiled, understanding that they were all astute individuals who needed no further explanation. Besides, he had already prepared Lu Rian for this, so even if she felt a twinge of jealousy, she would not truly be angry. Lu Rian, ever the understanding one, set her book aside and approached her best friend with a smile, her silk pajamas flowing gracefully with her movements, accentuating her alluring figure. Alas, no matter how enticing she appeared, there would always be a boorish brute who remained unsatisfied. Lu Rian accepted the gift box, her words laced with a touch of formality. "Thank you, Yashi. You've really gone overboard." Her gratitude made Zhang Yashi blush with guilt, and for a fleeting moment, she regretted her involvement with her best friend's boyfriend. Lu Rian smiled and casually opened the gift box, revealing the exquisite bag within. "It's beautiful. Thank you, Yashi, I'm absolutely delighted." With that, her gaze shifted to her boyfriend. "Darling, Yashi has spent so much. Shouldn't you put a stop to this?" Aren't you two best friends? How could I interfere? You are such good sisters, Li Kuan replied, his heart steady and unperturbed, showing no signs of guilt as he added, this is a heartfelt gesture from Yashi. Don't let her down. Indeed, such a thoughtful gesture, Lu Rian emphasized, her tone dripping with jealousy. Grasping the bag, she turned towards her bedroom. I'm going to try this bag in front of the mirror, and you two can chat. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Li Kuan knew that his girlfriend was throwing a small tantrum. However, he was unbothered. As long as it wasn't excessive, he could accommodate her. With time, her resentment would dissipate. Rian must have guessed the truth. Zhang Yashi bit her lip, feeling a pang of regret. Is it that obvious? Yet, despite this, she held no regrets. So what if she knows? It matters little, Li Kuan said dismissively, entwining his fingers with Zhang Yashi's. Let us not make this too obvious. It wouldn't look good if Rian sees us, Zhang Yashi whispered, though her hand remained firmly grasped by her best friend's boyfriend. Soon after, the pair decided it was time to wash up and rest. Having finished her wash first, Zhang Yashi donned a seductive nightgown and shot Li Kuan a flirtatious glance before retreating to her own room. Phew, that girl certainly knows how to tempt, Li Kuan thought to himself. A few minutes later, feeling quite agitated after a cold shower, Li Kuan made his way to Lu Rian's bedroom. Click. The door was locked. Li Kuan was at a loss for words. He never anticipated that this goddess of his heart would resort to such tactics, leaving him both stunned and struck. Rian. Just as he was about to request her to open the door, her voice floated from within. Rian is asleep. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Listening to the hints of jealousy and reproach in her voice, Li Kuan realized he might not be sharing a bed tonight. Thus, almost unconsciously, he found himself standing outside Zhang Yashi's bedroom. Click. This time, it was Li Kuan who was left speechless. The girl had locked her door as well. Truly, these two longtime best friends shared an uncanny level of understanding. Very well, today would be an exception. It wouldn't do to be overly frequent with such encounters. Li Kuan wasn't incapable. He just needed to learn moderation. Wandering into an empty room, he comfortably reclined against the headboard, shifting his focus to the system. Upon reopening it, he discovered that the tasks had refreshed. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest of multiple women bringing blessings. Successfully unlocked the Godly Rich Merchant Store. The host can exchange accumulated wealth for points to trade for various items. 10 million in wealth can be exchanged for 1 point. Beginner-level products are available for free trade. As the Godly Rich Merchant Store unfolded before him, a plethora of dazzling and extraordinary items materialized. Physical enhancement potions, life potions, lifespan extensions, controllable nuclear fusion, lithography machines, and more, each one a marvel capable of astonishing the world, even including starships. However, these items were classified as intermediate and advanced products, yet to be unlocked, with the required points exceedingly high. The beginner-level items displayed merely life potions, physical enhancement potions, and the like, with intermediate products possessing limited effects. Only high-end goods possess the capability to alter the world order. Ding. Main quest refreshed. Ding. Side quest refreshed. Li Kuan scrutinized the details closely. Main quest. How could a host surrounded by numerous beautiful confidants not possess a physique that is exemplary? Please cultivate a robust body within 1 year. Standards: broad back, slim waist, and strong legs. Success: 10 elite bodyguards. Failure: a fine of 10 billion. P.S. If there is insufficient balance, private properties including real estate and vehicles will be confiscated. If unable to compensate, obliteration. 10 billion. Li Kuan exhaled in relief. Fortunately, it was not immediate annihilation. That amount of money is akin to life for me. The more, the better. While others may lament their poverty, I fear that without sufficient funds, my very existence might be at stake. It seems prudent to accumulate more wealth for unforeseen circumstances. As for the system's side quest, it remained unchanged. Generous rewards, boundless riches, and numerous romantic entanglements. It appears that no new side quests will be issued until the current ones are completed. Achieving a physique with a broad back, slim waist, and strong legs within a year should pose no significant challenge. It merely requires a commitment to the gym. Perhaps I should acquire a gym membership in a couple of days, or even consider opening a gym myself. Li Kuan mused. He then accessed the system interface to review his accumulated wealth. Host: Li Kuan, age, 23, height, 185 centimeters, attractiveness, 90, endowment, 20, stamina, 95, skills, none, romantic interests, Lu Rian, Yang Jejia, Zhang Yashi. Private property, 112, 732, 020. 800, Mercedes-Benz Maybach S480. Over 11 billion. It feels somewhat inadequate. I must multiply this some tenfold this year to attain a sense of security. In the dimly lit room, Li Kuan muttered to himself while gazing at the system screen. Subsequently, he meticulously examined the system store and exchanged 1 million for some store points, enhancing his endowment to 25 before peacefully drifting into slumber. The following day, awakened naturally, Li Kuan rolled out of bed, feeling an unprecedented vitality. Just as he contemplated teasing his girlfriend with a playful inquiry about the sharpness of his sword, he realized that both Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yashi were absent from home, presumably off to work. Grabbing his phone, he noted that it was nearly noon, prompting him to head downstairs for a meal. At that moment, a message arrived on WeChat. Sun Xingye, what does this salesperson want with me? Chapter 040. The identity is fake, but the feelings are real? Upon recognizing the name of the sender, Li Kuan opened WeChat to find a video sent by this senior property consultant from Donghai Wisdom City, accompanied by a message. The text conveyed, the newly recruited beauty salesperson, Zhu Jinsoa, has a boyfriend who is a fraudulent executive. In reality, he is merely a driver, and they have since parted ways. Li Kuan scanned the message and couldn't help but chuckle. He recalled the rear-end collision he had been involved in and realized that the narrative had unfolded just as he had guessed. How thoughtful. In light of Manager Sun's earnest effort to please him, after replying, Li Kuan casually transferred 1,000 yuan, considering it a tip for the information. Meanwhile, at Donghai Wisdom City, in the sales office, Sun Xingye sat in a corner, exhilarated, just from a casual video. He had earned 1,000 yuan, truly the mark of a wealthy individual. Thank you, young masterly. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. I, Sun, pledge my unwavering loyalty to young Master Li. Having successfully pocketed 1,000 yuan, Sun Xingye responded with excessive flattery. In stark contrast to Sun Xingye's elation, Zhu Jinsoa at the reception desk wore a troubled expression, frequently venting her frustrations to a senior colleague in the sales office. Sister Zhang, of course. I hope my boyfriend is someone wealthy and talented. An executive is undoubtedly preferable to a driver, right? I don't mean to disparage drivers. But had I known he was merely a driver, I might not have pursued a relationship with him. There is no shame in admitting this. My anger stems from being deceived. Zhang Ting, in her 30s and seasoned in the workplace, had encountered much in the realm of human relationships. She listened patiently to the grievances of this new recruit. Despite the air conditioning's low temperature, it did little to alleviate Zhu Jinsua's mental agitation and discomfort. Sister Zhang, how could I have been so blind? Zhu Jinsua pondered aloud, reflecting on the past 6 months. She found it astonishing that she had failed to notice any discrepancies about her former boyfriend. In response, Zhang Ting gently patted the shoulder of the girl, who was nearly the age of her younger sister, and handed her a tissue. Although she was over 30 and had fine lines around her eyes, her gaze remained bright. Zuisa, matters of the heart can often cloud one's judgment. Immersed in the beauty of love, we frequently overlook many truths and details, Zhang Ting consoled, suggesting she consider it a case of poor fortune in choosing the right person. Zhu Jinsoa accepted the tissue, dabbing at her damp eyes. Today, she had applied exquisite makeup to appear less disheveled, but thoughts of her fraudulent boyfriend caused her tears to flow uncontrollably. He took me to upscale restaurants, gifted me designer bags and various luxuries, all while claiming to manage significant projects. How could I have doubted him for even a moment? Turning back, Zhu Jinsua felt foolish. The comical situation had made her the subject of gossip at the sales office, and throughout the entire company, she felt utterly humiliated. Noticing the curious glances from those around her, Zhang Ting lowered her voice, suggesting they retreat to the break room for a moment of respite. Just then, a customer entered the sales office. Hello, welcome. Mistaking the visitor for a client interested in viewing properties, Zhu Jinsua looked up, only to be rendered speechless. Ma Kai stood at the entrance, impeccably dressed in a suit, hair neatly styled, holding a large bouquet of red roses. Zuisua, I believe we need to talk. Approaching with the roses, Ma Kai paid no heed to the onlookers, his voice dripping with exaggerated sentimentality. In a suit and tie, clutching roses, anyone unaware of the situation might easily mistake him for a lovesick suitor. However, witnessing everything unfold, Zhu Jinsua felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. How could this fraud have the audacity to show up here? She had returned everything. What more could he want? This customer should be attended to by you. Sister Zhang. With that, Zhu Jinsua turned to leave, her voice trembling with anger. Yet, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Ma Kai continued to stride confidently toward her. Curious eyes from clients and colleagues alike were fixed on the unfolding drama, their gazes piercing like needles. This is my workplace, Zhu Jinsua thought, desperate to avoid entangling herself further with her deceitful ex-boyfriend. Zuisua, I know I was wrong. Although my identity as an executive was fabricated, my feelings for you are genuine. Please, grant me another chance. Kneeling before Zhu Jinsua, Ma Kai presented the roses with sincerity etched across his face. How melodramatic, Zhu Jinsua thought. Perhaps you should audition for a soap opera. Enough, Ma Kai, she dismissed, her tone resolute and earnest. You have deceived me for far too long. How many lies have you spun over the past 6 months? Everything is a facade. Is my affection genuine? Does it not strike you as amusing to articulate such sentiments? Upon hearing this, Ma Kai's expression flickered momentarily, yet it was swiftly replaced by a facade of deep emotion. I merely fear losing you, he said, reaching out to grasp Zhu Jinshua's hand. Do you not realize how pragmatic today's women have become? If I confess to being merely a driver, would you still cast a glance my way? This declaration landed upon Zhu Jinshua like a stinging slap. She withdrew her hand from Ma Kai's grasp and disregarded the rose he proffered. So this is your justification for deceiving me? I refuse to converse with a fraud. We are no longer together. I implore you to respect my space and refrain from disrupting my work. This farce rendered the sales office enveloped in a tense silence, with numerous eyes drawn to the unfolding drama. Under the weight of relentless remarks, Ma Kai's composure finally crumbled. A flicker of harshness flashed in his eyes as he cast aside the rose. Zhu Jinshua, do you fancy yourself a paragon of virtue? You are nothing more than an ordinary real estate salesperson, so why the pretense? In his agitation, Ma Kai seemed oblivious to his surroundings and the impropriety of his words. Sir, I must urge you to temper your language. This is a professional environment. Indeed, you ought to leave swiftly. She has already ended things with you. All those gifts you presented have been returned. What more do you seek here? So what if I sell houses? Selling properties surpasses your humble role as a driver. Oh, my apologies. It appears our esteemed executive has fallen into unemployment. Precisely. Who do you think you are? In an instant, Ma Kai's ill-considered remarks galvanized the entire assembly in the sales office to rally behind Zhu Jinshua, or perhaps to vindicate their own sentiments. Within the crowd, unrestrained chuckles and derision echoed. Ma Kai's face flushed crimson as he seized Zhu Jinshua's wrist, exclaiming, "Come outside. We need to discuss this privately." "Release me," Zhu Jinshua cried, feeling a sharp pain radiate from her wrist. At that moment, 2 uniformed security guards hurried over, promptly intervening to separate Ma Kai. He was restrained by the 2 robust guards, his suit askew and his tie loosened, the image of sophistication utterly shattered. "Zhu Jinshua, do you comprehend the sacrifices I have made for you? How can you treat me this way?" The guards escorted Ma Kai away, one on each side. As he continued to shout, the sales office fell into a brief silence, leaving Zhu Jinshua standing there, overwhelmed, the focus of all gazes. "Dear clients, I sincerely apologize for this disturbance. Shally, please serve some tea to these guests." Sun Xingye emerged from the corner, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere and erase the recent unpleasantness. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, yet the whispers persisted. Zhu Jinshua, feeling wronged, adjusted her disheveled attire, tears welling in her eyes. "Zhu Jinshua, why not take a moment to rest in the lounge?" Zhang Ting suggested, gently pulling her toward the break room. In the lounge, Zhu Jinshua could no longer contain her tears. Scenes from the past 6 months flashed before her eyes. Everything was a lie. "Here, drink some water," Zhang Ting said kindly, offering a cup of warm water. "It's better to recognize such people early on. It's a timely lesson." After a while, Zhu Jinshua composed herself and lifted her gaze, though her makeup was now a mess. "Sister Zhang, am I truly naive? Am I materialistic?" Chapter 041. The disgusting tactics of the fraudulent ex, Zhu Jinshua asked, her voice quivering. "If that fraud had openly declared himself a driver from the outset, would I have accepted him?" In response, Zhang Ting settled beside her, offering comfort. "Zhu Jinshua, the issue is not whether your ex-boyfriend is a driver or an executive. It lies in his choice to deceive. Trust is the cornerstone of any relationship. Without it, no status holds any value. No one wishes to spend a lifetime with a deceiver. This is perilous." Zhu Jinshua silently sipped her water, her thoughts racing. She recalled how she was initially drawn to Ma Kai, captivated by his expensive suit and grandiloquent business insights. If he had appeared before her in a driver's uniform, would she have even spared him a glance? "I too bear some blame," Zhu Jinshua murmured, grappling with her realization. "Oh, it's all right," Zhu Jinshua, Zhang Ting sighed. "Who isn't he experienced youth? It's easy to be misled by appearances. The important thing is that you now see the truth and can make the right choice. Learn from this lesson and grow." As Zhang Ting shared her insights, Zhu Jinshua's phone vibrated. The message was from Supervisor Xie, requesting her presence in the office. Upon reading it, Zhu Jinshua felt a wave of dread wash over her. She wiped her face, hastily retouched her makeup, and then walked toward the supervisor's office with a facade of calm. "Come in." Supervisor Xie's voice was low and serious. Inside the office, he regarded the newly hired Zhu Jinshua with a furrowed brow. "We have received a complaint from a client regarding the earlier incident. They claimed it disrupted their viewing experience." Aware of her culpability, Zhu Jinshua lowered her head. "I am sorry, Supervisor." As the words hung on her lips, she found herself at a loss for what to say next. Personal matters should not intrude upon the workplace. This is fundamental professional conduct, Supervisor Xia admonished. Especially in a premium property setting where clients highly value the ambience and experience of their first visit. Do you understand? I understand. I assure you. Such incidents will not recur. Zhu Jinshua's voice was barely audible. Supervisor Xia hesitated, ultimately stating, though you are new, your recent performance has been commendable. Hence, this will only serve as a verbal warning. Should a similar incident occur again, I will have no choice but to place you on temporary leave or terminate your position at Jinding. After exiting the manager's office, Zhu Jinshua was engulfed by exhaustion. She had barely made it through the workday. Sister Zhang, thank you, she croaked, acknowledging Zhang Ting as she departed. Zhang Ting waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. Who hasn't he encountered a few scoundrels? A few years back, my own experience was far worse. After just 1 year of marriage, I discovered my ex-husband had secretly invested all our savings, losing over 5 million. Zhu Jinshua was taken aback by Zhang Ting's revelation. And what happened next? She inquired, intrigued. I divorced him. What other option was there? Zhang Ting replied with a bitter smile. I even sold my house to pay off debts, starting anew from scratch. During that time, I could barely afford instant noodles. Zhu Jinshua was astonished to learn that the formidable sales champion she knew had such a past. Thus, it's often better to learn certain things earlier. You are fortunate to have realized this now with minimal loss, Zhang Ting remarked. Actually, Zhu Jinshua began. I wonder if my anger stems from my ex-boyfriend's deceit or from his not being a genuine executive. Zhang Ting raised an eyebrow at the insightful question. What do you think? She countered without directly answering. Zhu Jinshua hesitated. Perhaps it's a bit of both. If he had stated up front that he was a driver, I likely would not have considered him. As she spoke, a hint of embarrassment crept onto her face. There is nothing shameful in that. Observing the flustered Zhu Suasa, Zhang Ting maintained a serene expression, asserting that everyone possesses the right to choose their desired life. However, one cannot demand sincerity while expecting the other to masquerade as per one's whims. Zhu Jinsua pondered this thoughtfully, realizing the contradiction in yearning for a genuine partner while simultaneously desiring one who aligns with her societal expectations. Am I being too pragmatic? Zhu Jinsua mused quietly. Zhang Ting chuckled lightly. Being realistic is not inherently wrong. The true folly lies in deception. Perhaps a touch of realism would serve you well. Had I not rashly married my ex-husband, I might have found myself in a more favorable situation rather than in my current plight. So, your beauty and character warrant far better, both materially and emotionally. On the subway ride home, Zhu Jinsua sat alone in a corner, lost in thought. Suddenly, her phone vibrated with a message from an unfamiliar number. Zhu Jinsua, do you think this matter is settled? I will make you pay. Recognizing the sender as Ma Kai, the con artist, Zhu Jinsua's hand trembled, nearly dropping her phone. This swindler dares to threaten me? Swiftly, she blocked the unknown number. Yet an unsettling anxiety lingered within her. His erratic behavior at the sales office had already indicated that he was not a rational individual. Who knew what he might do next? Reporting to the police? Such a trivial threat would hardly prompt any action from them. Upon returning to her newly rented apartment, Zhu Jinsua immediately locked the door and barricaded it with a chair. After completing her evening routine, she finally lay down in bed. As night fell, Zhu Jinsua tossed and turned on her small bed, her mind replaying the absurd scenes of the day. The following morning, with barely any rest, she arrived at work with dark circles under her eyes. Yet, as she entered the sales office, she sensed the unusual gazes of her colleagues. What has happened, Sister Zhang? Zhu Jinsua inquired, perplexed, of her closest associate, Zhang Ting. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Ting handed over her phone. That con artist has posted something online. So, it seems you're in trouble again. I never imagined your ex-boyfriend could be so shameless, distorting the truth in such a way. Taking the phone, Zhu Jinsua's eyes fell upon a glaring post in blood-red letters. The title read, Exposing the Materialistic Saleswoman Zhu XX, Scamming Money and Emotions. In the post, Ma Kai, under a pseudonym, detailed how Zhu Jinsua was driven by greed, ultimately abandoning him, and included several photos of the two together. How audacious to shift the blame onto her. Seething with anger, Zhu Jinsua found her hands trembling. The most alarming part was the hundreds of comments beneath the post. Some extreme ones had even identified her workplace, threatening to confront the scandalous woman to uphold societal integrity. Suddenly, a colleague approached. Suasawa, Manager Xia is looking for you. In the office, the atmosphere was tense. The online post has begun to affect the company. Manager Xia's expression was grave. I received a call from a senior executive in the group, inquiring about the situation. Tell me what you think we should do. Manager, it's all slander. He deceived me and is now framing me. Zhu Jinsua exclaimed, nearly stamping her foot in frustration. Manager Xia rubbed his temples. I believe you, but the issue has escalated. After discussing with the executive, we decided to place you on paid leave for a month, allowing the public uproar to die down before you return. Alternatively, I could transfer you to the villa sales division. The clientele there is less demanding, which should mitigate the impact on you. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jinsua felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Paid leave may sound appealing, yet commission-based sales meant that her meager base salary would barely cover rent, let alone sustain her. Moreover, how would her clients perceive her a month from now? Her performance, bonuses, and even her job were now at stake. The prospect of moving to villa sales, as a newcomer, seemed daunting. Manager, Zhu Suo wished to voice her concerns, but was promptly dismissed. Ultimately, she resolved to accept the villa sales position. Choosing the former option of a month's paid leave would likely jeopardize her job altogether. Exiting the office, Zhu Jinsua felt a whirl of despair. She had never anticipated life could be so disheartening. Some found success, while others faced adversity. Human joys and sorrows seldom intersect. With the main task extending over a year, Li Kuan decided to indulge in a carefree period. For the next 10 days, he engaged in nothing but revelry. Occasionally, he visited the Star Lord Club to play billiards, where by day, Zhang Yashi taught him the game, and by night, he would instruct her in the art of sinking balls. Upon returning home, much of his time was spent discussing my sword is not useless with his first girlfriend, Lu Ruyan. On weekends, he would meet with college student Yang Jiejia, ensuring that everyone received their share of attention. One day, after a day of wild fun due to Lu Ruyan's day off, Li Kuan slept until the late afternoon. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, was remarkable, returning to work the very next day after a single night of rest. Hence the old adage rings true. There are no exhausted fields, only overworked oxen. Li Xiao, are you free tonight to grab a drink at Nightshade? Upon awakening, Li Kuan opened his phone to find a message from the nightclub promoter, Lily. Drink? Li Kuan rubbed his sleepy eyes, lifting his phone to confirm the time. The evening sun's rays streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon the disheveled bedclothes, reminding him it was already 5 in the afternoon. Sitting up, he stretched comfortably. After a day of wild antics with Lu Ruyan, he was still somewhat groggy. However, the invitation from the nightclub came at the perfect moment, as he was unsure how to spend the evening. Lily had invited him several times, attending once when tea hurt. All right, I'll come for a drink, he replied succinctly before setting his phone aside. Li Xiao, you're fantastic. I'll reserve the best table for you tonight. Upon receiving his reply, Lily's excitement was palpable, and she added, by the way, we have a few new foreign models at the club. Half an hour later, Li Kuan, seeing Lily's message, smiled. Foreign models. Perhaps tonight would present an opportunity to shine. With that thought, he got out of bed, his bare feet touching the warm wooden floor as he sauntered toward the bathroom. In the mirror, he saw an average physique, no abs, but no excess fat either. Just a body refreshed by the shower. The steam gradually obscured the reflection. After showering and donning a sharp suit, Li Kuan was ready to head out. Time slipped by quickly. Night fell. Li Kuan drove his Mercedes-Benz and came to a gradual halt not far from the nightclub enveloped in the night. Once the vehicle was stationary, he alighted. As soon as he stepped out, someone recognized him. Wasn't he the affluent gentleman who had recently reserved the entire nightclub? Finally, he has returned. Good evening, boss. Sister Lily is inside. Do you need me to accompany you? A flamboyantly dressed girl with a rather ordinary appearance eagerly offered. Sure. Let us go. Li Kuan nodded, casually handing her 300 yuan bills. The two entered the night, moving in tandem. The music enveloped the entire venue. The lights flickered, and the atmosphere was exuberant, embodying the unique essence of the nightclub. Not long after entering, Li Kuan spotted Lily, clad in a sequined mini dress, waving at him. Young Master Li, over here. Her voice was nearly drowned out by the thumping music. She maneuvered through the crowd, guiding Li Kuan to a central booth. As they stepped into the booth, several bottles of Ace of Spades champagne and a fruit platter awaited them on the table. Numerous exquisitely made-up girls nearby cast eager glances, each yearning to approach, among whom were 2 blonde foreign beauties in red dresses. Young Master Li, look. These are the new girls, aren't they lovely? Lily whispered conspiratorially in Li Kuan's ear, particularly highlighting the 2 blonde girls, who were said to have previously trained in ballet. System. Scan. None of the girls, including the 2 blonde beauties, met the system standards. Well, they're decent enough. However, tonight I prefer to drink alone. No need for the company of beauties. Li Kuan replied, his enthusiasm waning as he waved his hand dismissively. Very well, as you wish. Please enjoy the drinks. I've ordered over 10,000 worth. If you need more, just let me know, Lily responded, her disappointment masked by an effort to accommodate. After all, one could not afford to neglect a key client, especially one treated with utmost courtesy by the nightclub owner. Soon, Lily gestured to the surrounding girls and led them away, leaving the expansive booth solely for Li Kuan. The nightclub's atmosphere remained as lively as ever. Hours slipped by, and aside from occasionally sipping his drink, Li Kuan's gaze wandered over the dance floor and various corners of the establishment. Zhao Bingqing, the part-time bartender, still wore an expression of indifference, seemingly unaffected by anyone. Li Kuan's gaze lingered on her, and sensing his attention, Zhao Bingqing glanced back momentarily. Their eyes met briefly before each returned to their own thoughts. Zhao Bingqing, the proud university student, was not a girl easily swayed by mere money. As for the notion of pursuing her earnestly, Li Kuan lacked that inclination. He could simply seek another if he could not win her over with wealth. After all, beautiful women are as abundant as the river's flowing waters. Why fear a lack of beauty? With nothing pressing to do, Li Kuan's gaze continued to roam. Suddenly, amid the writhing crowd, a solitary woman drinking caught his attention. Why does she seem somewhat familiar? The woman, dressed in a simple white shirt and black pencil skirt, stood in stark contrast to the heavily made-up, provocatively dressed girls around her. Yet, what was even more striking was the row of empty glasses before her. Despite having consumed such a quantity of alcohol, she incessantly beckoned the bartender for more. Zhu Jinshua, ISNT, she the real estate consultant from Jinding Group? What is she doing here? Drinking alone. She appeared to be in a rather somber mood. Li Kuan pondered, suspecting her troubles likely stemmed from that fake executive boyfriend of hers. With a flushed complexion from the alcohol, Zhu Jinshua tilted her head back and downed a glass of pure whiskey, her decisive actions akin to a heroic drinker. Li Kuan, who initially intended to drown his sorrows in solitude, suddenly felt intrigued. He stood up, drawing the surprised gazes of several patrons as he approached the bar. As he drew near, he heard the woman demand from the bartender, "Give me another large one. This beauty has already had quite enough. Would you like to try something else?" The young bartender hesitated, concerned. Such guests who came alone and drank excessively might attract undesirable attention. Recognizing that the woman before him did not fit the stereotype of those who might invite trouble, the bartender felt compelled to offer a kind warning. However, Zhu Jinshua, caught in her emotional turmoil and the haze of alcohol, disregarded the bartender's well-meaning advice, insisting on her demand for more drinks. "I said another one," she retorted, her voice tinged with drunkenness and irritation. "Aren't you in the business of serving drinks?" Just then, a voice rich with magnetism interjected, "Give her a glass of warm water. And pour me a single malt whiskey." Li Kuan smiled as he took a seat. At these words, Zhu Jinshua turned her head, gazing at the man through her hazy vision. "Who are you? Mind your own business." In such close proximity, Li Kuan could clearly discern her features, an oval face, fair and beautiful, exuding an air of intellect. Despite her slightly smudged makeup and slightly reddened eyes, she remained undeniably stunning. Truly, she was a goddess certified by the system. Li Kuan chose not to respond to Zhu Jinshua's inquiry. Instead, he calmly stated, "I merely thought you might appreciate a conversation." "Huh, a man," Zhu Jinshua scoffed. "Men are all liars. Not a single one is worth trusting. I see you're just trying to hit on me, aren't you? What nonsense is this? Fine, pay me $1 million, and I'll keep you company for a month. If you don't have the money, then scram." Under the influence of alcohol, Zhu Jinshua became brazen, her words flowing freely. Li Kuan chuckled softly, choosing not to engage with her provocations. At that moment, the bartender delivered the warm water and whiskey as instructed by Li Kuan. The bartender did not recognize the inebriated woman, but the man who had just seated himself had reserved the entire venue. He was certainly not someone to overlook. "Thank you," Li Kuan expressed to the bartender. "You're too kind, sir," the bartender replied with a smile. Li Kuan then pushed the warm water towards Zhu Jinshua. "Have some water, otherwise you'll have a terrible headache tomorrow." After a moment of silence, Zhu Jinshua stared at the transparent warm water, unexpectedly accepting the glass and taking small sips. "I'm curious, what troubles you, beautiful?" Li Kuan inquired with a smile. Chapter 043. Urgent Matters. Zhu Jinshua focused on the water glass, remaining silent for a while. Eventually, a bitter smile appeared on her fair face. "My ex-boyfriend is spreading rumors online, claiming I deceived him for money and love. People around me are looking at me with judgmental eyes. Isn't that frustrating? Why not report it? You could directly sue for defamation," Li Kuan suggested. "Report it?" Zhu Jinshua snapped back to reality, a spark of clarity igniting within her. "Why haven't I thought of that? I've been so slow-witted. Instead of sulking, I should have reported it. Ha ha ha, handsome, thank you." With newfound determination, Zhu Jinshua no longer requested alcohol from the bartender. She stood up, heading towards the nightclub exit, albeit wobbling unsteadily, likely due to her intoxication. Li Kuan shook his head, chuckling softly. She doesn't seem very bright. Outside the nightclub, the temperature dropped slightly, and the cool breeze helped Zhu Jinshua regain some clarity. However, having never consumed so much alcohol before, her steps remained unsteady, and she nearly stumbled several times. As she reached the roadside, Zhu Jinshua intended to hail a taxi home, only to catch the attention of a young man lurking in the shadows not far away. Two flamboyantly dressed young men fixated their gaze upon a woman named Zhu Jinsuo, whispering to one another with lewd and salacious intentions evident in their expressions. Come on. Tonight's our lucky night. She's a real gem. I bet she is definitely not a local, one of them declared with a smirk. With predatory eagerness, they approached her. Hey there, beautiful. Need some assistance? One, sporting red hair, leered at Zhu Jinsuo, his gaze filled with ulterior motives. Get lost. Zhu Jinsuo snapped back, her mood already soured. In her inebriated state, she was a stark contrast to her usual self. Still a feisty little wildcat, I see. I prefer girls like you. The ones who are as lifeless as a dead fish are just no fun. The other, adorned with silver earrings, grinned shamelessly. You look a bit tipsy. We could give you a free ride home. I said get lost. Do you not understand human language? Despite her drunkenness, Zhu Jinsuo retained a flicker of vigilance. Sensing danger, she raised her voice, hoping to attract the attention of passers-by. Exchanging glances, the two young men noticed a growing crowd and decided to act decisively. Intending to drag her into a secluded corner, postponing any discussion for later. Just as their hands reached for her, Li Kuan approached with a steady stride. Get away from her now, he shouted from several meters away. The words pierced the air, causing the red-haired man to change his expression, instinctively retorting. Who do you think you are? I'm just trying to help her. As he turned, he noticed several figures following Li Kuan, bouncers from the nightclub. Suddenly, the red-haired man recalled a recent altercation with Zhao Shijun and realized that the man before him was the very one he had clashed with. A chill ran down his spine. Have I provoked someone I shouldn't have? He is a man who can even step on Zhao Shijun. Shit, am I asking for death? The red-haired man hesitated, while the other, unfazed, brandished a knife, threateningly waving it at Li Kuan and his companions. Li Xiao, Long Zong instructed us to follow your orders. What would you like us to do? One of the four bouncers stepped forward, the most robust among them, inquired. Li Kuan smirked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. With calm assurance, he pulled out his phone and dialed the police. Hello, I'd like to report an altercation. We have one with a concussion, another with a fractured rib and a broken leg. Yes, please send help immediately. Once he ended the call, the four bouncers lunged forward with the ferocity of beasts. Within a minute, the two ruffians lay on the ground, groaning in agony. Children shouldn't play with knives. You know, Li Kuan remarked, picking up the folding knife and casually tossing it into a nearby trash bin. If I see you again trying to pick up the pieces, it won't just be a concussion and a fracture. Turning to his bouncers, he instructed, please convey my gratitude to Boss Long, and I'll treat him to a meal sometime. Understood. Have a pleasant evening. The lead bouncer replied politely before returning to the nightclub with the others. As for Zhu Jinsuo, she was already too intoxicated to be aware of her surroundings. She lay sprawled on the street, her breathing heavy, imbued with a potent scent of alcohol and an indescribable fragrance. With a firm yet gentle grip, Li Kuan cradled her in his arms and made his way towards his car. It was already past 1 a.m, and he had no idea where Zhu Jinsuo resided. He couldn't just abandon her at a hotel. After a moment's contemplation, he made a decision, the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. With one arm supporting the inebriated Zhu Jinsuo and the other handling the check-in for a 3-day stay in the presidential suite. Li Kuan was met with nods of recognition from the hotel staff, who regarded the scene with no ill intentions. The elevator whisked them directly to their floor. As they traversed the corridor, Li Kuan opened the door to the suite. The opulent space, spanning hundreds of square meters, was adorned with lavish decor, and the floor-to-ceiling windows presented a breathtaking view of the shimmering cityscape. He gently laid Zhu Jinsuo on the soft bed, removed her high heels, and tucked her under the covers before stepping out. Water, Zhu Jinsuo mumbled in her sleep. Hearing her, Li Kuan poured a glass of warm water and returned to her side, lifting her head to help her drink a few sips. Not long after, she fell back into a deep slumber, soft snores escaping her lips. Li Kuan stood by the bed, captivated by the unguarded beauty of this unfamiliar woman. Reminiscent of a sleeping beauty, making it hard for him to breathe. No, not now, he murmured, shaking his head as he retrieved a robe from the closet and made his way to the bathroom. Warm water cascaded over him, washing away the day's fatigue. Moments later, he emerged from the shower, donned in the robe, and settled onto the sofa in the living room, pouring himself a glass of whiskey. Surveying the luxurious yet desolate presidential suite, Li Kuan pondered that it might be time to purchase a proper mansion, one that he could claim as his own for future convenience. Lost in thought, the clock struck 3 a.m. Feeling a hint of weariness, Li Kuan checked on Zhu Jinsuo one last time before retreating to another bedroom to rest. Before sleeping, he deliberately left the door to the master bedroom ajar, ensuring that Zhu Jinsuo wouldn't wake up feeling imprisoned or harboring any negative thoughts. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, rousing Zhu Jinsuo from her slumber, the throbbing headache jolting her awake. She groaned, opening her eyes to an unfamiliar ceiling, instantly alert. Where am I? She gasped, sitting up abruptly, only to be met with dizziness, forcing her to grasp the headboard for support. Blanked out, she thought, surveying her surroundings. The opulence of the room suggested it was no ordinary hotel. Confusion swirled within her as she glanced down at her attire. Thankfully, aside from her coat being removed, she was otherwise intact. But whose room was this? How had she ended up here? Zhu Jinsuo strained to recall, fragmented memories surfacing. The nightclub, drinking, unfamiliar men. Followed by a void. Her heartbeat quickened, a sense of foreboding creeping in. After a moment, she carefully descended from the bed, her head spinning as she approached the door. With a gentle push, she cracked it open. There were sounds outside. Someone was in this strange place. Peering through the gap, she saw a tall man with his back turned to her. Zhu Jinsuo's mind raced. Should she flee? Confront him? Call for help? Taking a deep breath, she resolved to face the situation head-on. Who are you? She called out, pushing the door open with a hint of trepidation. Li Kuan turned to her, a charming smile gracing his handsome face. Good morning, Ms. Zhu. How are you feeling? His tone was calm and courteous. How do you know my name? Where's this? What did you do to me? Zhu Jinsuo bombarded him with questions, her anxiety palpable. In response, Li Kuan raised his hands in a placating gesture. Calm down, he urged. Last night, intoxicated at the nightclub, I narrowly escaped being whisked away by two ruffians, but I managed to thwart their intentions. Uncertain of your whereabouts, I had no choice but to bring you here. Do not fret. You are resting in the master bedroom while I occupy the guest room. Upon hearing the man's explanation, Zhu Jinsuo furrowed her brow, striving to recollect the events of the previous night, yet her memory remained hazy. However, observing Li Kuan's demeanor, which exuded a natural ease, her guard diminished slightly. Surveying the surroundings, the opulence of the apartment was astonishing. It seemed implausible that any criminal would deliberately bring her to such a lavish place. May I have a glass of water? Zhu Jinsuo asked, her throat dry as she lowered her defenses. Of course, replied Li Kuan, retrieving a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator and handing it to her. Zhu Jinsuo then perched uneasily on the edge of the sofa, gulping down nearly half the bottle in one breath. Oh no, I still have to go to work. I'm running late. Realizing this, she set down the water, gathered her belongings, and dashed towards the door, disregarding her image. In any case, thank you, handsome. I must head to work now. I'm truly sorry for the rush. I'll treat you to a meal when I have the chance. As she reached the door, Zhu Jinsuo hurriedly slipped on her high heels, leaving those words behind as she departed. From the floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite, Li Kuan gazed down at the alluring figure of the woman as she left. Feeling a surge of frustration, perhaps he should have acted on his impulses last night. Yet, reason cautioned him against it, otherwise he would bear the brunt of a serious accusation that no one could withstand. Success still eluded him, but he believed it would not be long before he achieved it. Hey, Jia, come over here quickly, he urged. Are you in class? Just take a leave. Yes, it's urgent. Li Kuan pulled out his phone and dialed Yang Jia's number. Chapter 044, Up and Down, Left and Right. Yang Jia stared at the phone as the screen darkened, her heart racing. This was the first time her boyfriend had summoned her with such urgency, and during class hours no less. Without hesitation, she hastily packed her books, concocted an excuse about a family emergency to the professor lecturing in front of her, and swiftly exited the classroom. The July sun was still scorching. Standing in the sunlight, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead as she hailed a taxi. Driver, please hurry. To the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, thank you. Once settled in the back seat, she immediately recited the name of the hotel she had heard about online. The middle-aged taxi driver, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, glanced at her through the rearview mirror. A young woman in a t-shirt and jeans, carrying a canvas backpack, hardly seemed noteworthy. He shrugged it off, thinking it was none of his business. Perhaps she was meeting her boyfriend. Noticing the driver's scrutinizing gaze, Yang Jia instinctively hugged her backpack closer to her chest, as if this could mask her slight embarrassment. As they drove from the campus towards the city center, the urban landscape outside transformed into a display of luxury. Ordinary shops were replaced by high-end boutiques, and pedestrians wore more refined and stylish attire. Yang Jia felt a twinge of curiosity about why her boyfriend was so eager to see her. Though she had her suspicions, she dared not confirm them. Here we are, the driver's voice interrupted her thoughts. Get out. Upon entering the hotel, Yang Jia looked up and was awestruck by the resplendent lobby. A magnificent crystal chandelier hung from the soaring ceiling, and the polished marble floor reflected her slightly disheveled figure, with unknown greenery adorning the corners. Taking a deep breath, she stepped inside. Good day, may I assist you? A smiling bellman in uniform inquired. I'm here to see someone, Yang Jia replied confidently. She was not new to the world and had acquired a degree of courage. She promptly informed the receptionist whom she was searching for. Upon hearing this, the bellman's gaze lingered briefly on her before returning to his professional demeanor. Mr. Lee is in the elevator to your right. Would you like me to notify him? No, thank you, she replied, hastening towards the elevator, feeling an array of eyes appraising her as if she were an object of scrutiny. It was all her boyfriend's fault for calling her to the hotel so impatiently. The weekend hadn't even arrived, and he couldn't wait. What a rogue. As Yang Jia entered the elevator, its mirrored walls reflected her flushed cheeks and slightly tousled hair. In no time, she reached her destination. At the door, she gently knocked. The door swung open almost immediately, revealing Li Kuan's tall figure in a loose robe, a smile gracing his face. You're here, he exclaimed, pulling her into the room and shutting the door behind them. Yang Jia barely had time to react before her lips were silenced by his kiss. In the presidential suite, the master bedroom, Yang Jia lay exhausted on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. It turned out her boyfriend had summoned her with such urgency for that reason. After a while, regaining her composure, she slowly descended from the bed. Donning her robe and heading towards the bathroom, she felt sticky and uncomfortable. As she traversed the corridor, the luxury of the presidential suite enveloped her. Although this wasn't her first time staying in such opulence, each visit felt remarkably extravagant. Entering the bathroom, she began to wash away the remnants of the day. Li Kuan sat on the sofa, occasionally glancing towards the bathroom. At that moment, Yang Jia was washing herself inside. The previous escapades had taken place in the bedroom. Perhaps a change of scenery was in order. After a brief pause, Li Kuan made his way towards the bathroom. What are you doing in here, brother? Yang Jia exclaimed, her face flushing crimson. Another hour slipped by. In a gentlemanly manner, in the master bedroom, Li Kuan embraced Yang Jia as they leaned against the headboard, sharing stories about their lives, her campus experiences, and his initial forays into the professional world. Unbeknownst to them, as Li Kuan regained some energy, he prepared for the next round. By evening, Li Kuan personally drove Yang Jia back to her school in a Mercedes, handing her a generous allowance of 100,000 yuan as he departed. You bad brother, you're still so generous. Yang Jia feigned anger, playfully punching Li Kuan with her delicate fists, which lacked any real force, yet brought them both joy. All right, back to school now. She replied, and Li Kuan affectionately ruffled her hair before watching her enter the campus. Observing her somewhat awkward stride, he felt a fleeting pang of guilt, though it quickly vanished. Just another day in the life of a five-star citizen. As night enveloped the city, Li Kuan drove back to Donghai Wisdom City, admiring the nightscape. Upon entering the house, he was met with the reproachful gazes of Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yashi. Where have you been, husband? They queried in unison. Clearing his throat, Li Kuan replied nonchalantly. I was discussing business with a friend. Whether they believed him was another matter entirely. They were not fools, after all. Ruyan, will you be locking the door today? Zhang Yashi inquired with a mischievous glint in her eyes, as if compelled by some unseen force. Locking what door? Lu Ruyan leaned closer to her boyfriend, inhaling his scent. My husband just had a hearty meal outside before returning. Is there really a need to lock the door? She then turned the question back to Yashi. What about you? Will you be locking the door? Upon hearing her best friend's words, Zhang Yashi cast a meaningful glance at a certain someone, a hint of longing flickering in her gaze. Ahem, I haven't been playing pool with you lately, Yashi. I promise I'll come every day after a while. Li Kuan deliberately said this before Yashi could respond. Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yashi exchanged a knowing smile, saying nothing. Observing this scene, Li Kuan speculated that perhaps this duo had formed a strategic alliance. Whether this news was good or bad remained uncertain, but overall, it seemed positive. He and T expected the two to accept each other so swiftly. Good. Truly, they were long-time confidants. Then, Ruyan, let us take a break. At this, Lu Ruyan shot Li Kuan a sidelong glance. Zhang Yashi, understanding the unspoken cue, retreated to her room. That night, up and down, left and right, Alibaba. Chapter 045. The branch manager's invitation. The following day, Li Kuan woke naturally, as usual, only to find that his companion had already left for work. Sleepily, he contemplated dozing a bit longer, but was interrupted by a call from an unfamiliar number. Because you are too beautiful. Because you are too beautiful. Hello? Li Kuan answered the call, slightly irritated. Good day, is this Mr. Li Kuan? A very polite, middle-aged man's voice resonated from the phone. Li, given name Kuan. That is I. What is the matter? Li Kuan replied succinctly. Hello, Mr. Li Kuan. I am Zhao Ruilin, the branch manager of Donghai Huaxia Bank. We have detected a significant amount of funds in your savings account. Firstly, thank you sincerely for your trust and support in our bank by depositing such a considerable sum. Secondly, we would like to extend an invitation for you to become a senior VIP at our bank. Would you be interested? VIP? Realizing the intention of Manager Zhao, Li Kuan quickly grasped the implications. Naturally, this was a mutually beneficial collaboration. Establishing VIP status at various banks serves numerous purposes. Firstly, it addresses personalized needs. VIP clients typically possess considerable assets and complex requirements, necessitating customized financial solutions. Secondly, it enhances service efficiency. The transactions of VIP clients are often intricate and time-consuming. Processing them in a regular service area could impede other clients and diminish overall service efficiency. Thirdly, it helps maintain relationships with significant clients. VIP clients contribute immensely to a bank's profitability, often being a substantial source of deposits, loans, and intermediary income. Fourthly, it bolsters brand image. Establishing VIP service areas is a means for banks to enhance their brand perception. Fifthly, it optimizes resource allocation. As profit-driven entities, banks must direct their limited resources to areas that create the most value. In summary, banks establish senior VIP services to better meet the personalized needs of high-net-worth clients. Improve service efficiency, maintain vital client relationships, enhance brand image, and optimize resource distribution. As for the benefits of becoming a senior VIP at the bank, they include several advantages: exclusive service, personal financial advisors, rapid cash withdrawal, exclusive events, and regular invitations for VIP clients to partake in high-end lectures, wine gatherings, etc., thereby expanding their networks and horizons. Loan discounts and specialized financial products are also part of the value-added services. However, to enjoy these exclusive VIP services, certain conditions must be met, such as deposit amounts, total assets, transaction frequency, and customer loyalty. Clearly, with assets exceeding 1 billion, Li Kuan undoubtedly meets these qualifications. Of course, it is advantageous for me to become a senior VIP at your esteemed bank. Li Kuan was a very pragmatic individual. He would not engage in fruitless endeavors. Hearing his response, Zhao Ruilin quickly replied, "Very well. May I inquire when you might be available? I would like to host a banquet for you and discuss some business matters." "Well, I'm quite free. You may arrange it as you see fit, Manager Zhao." "Excellent." Zhao Ruilin's tone grew slightly eager. "How about tomorrow evening? I would like to host you." "That works for me." Li Kuan agreed. "See you tomorrow evening." After hanging up the phone, a still sleepy Li Kuan decided to take another brief nap. The next day, the summer evening in Donghai City bathed the entire metropolis in a golden hue. Li Kuan stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows of the spacious apartment he had purchased for his girlfriend, gazing down at the bustling streets filled with vehicles and pedestrians, moving like a swarm of ants. Just a month ago, he was merely a typical office worker fretting over monthly rent and meals. Now, his liquid assets had surpassed 1 billion. In a city of Donghai, there were likely no more than 10 individuals with such formidable financial resources, and even a branch manager from Huaxia Bank had taken the initiative to invite him. Though he was uncertain about the underlying motives, it was likely a good sign. "Darling, come home early tonight." Lu Ruyin embraced her boyfriend and softly pressed her lips against his cheek. "Yes, Kuan Gu must return early." "Don't keep us waiting too long," Zhang Yashi chimed in, handing him a glass of warm water with a beaming smile. "You two stay home and wait patiently," Li Kuan replied cheerily, adjusting the cuffs of his expensive suit before heading out the door. Tonight was the banquet hosted by Zhao Ruilin, the branch manager of Huaxia Bank, with the venue chosen at the most prestigious private club in Donghai, Yunding. Such an invitation, of this caliber, was undoubtedly rare. A Mercedes pulled into the exclusive driveway of the Yunding Club. The establishment featured a traditional Chinese garden design, exuding understated luxury at every turn. Upon disembarking, a hostess clad in a qipao guided the guests into a private room named Ting Tao Pavilion. As the door swung open, a vigorous man in his 50s promptly rose to greet them. "I didn't expect Mr. Li to be so young." Zhao Ruilin approached warmly, shaking Li Kuan's hand with just the right amount of firmness. "Manager Zhao, you are too kind. It is an honor to receive your invitation." Li Kuan responded with a polite smile. His gaze swiftly scanned the room's decor, rosewood furniture, renowned calligraphy and paintings, and an antique vase in the corner, each detail silently reflecting the host's taste and stature. "Seems intriguing." As the two took their seats, Zhao Ruilin, being the elder, personally poured tea for the younger man. "This is the freshly picked Mingqian Longjing from this year. Its annual production is merely a few dozen pounds. Mr. Li, please give it a taste." In an instant, the aroma of tea enveloped the air. Li Kuan sipped the hot tea, his gaze sweeping across the room, only to find a third individual in the corner. A young woman stood quietly, clad in a well-tailored professional suit, her beauty understated yet striking, as she meticulously organized a stack of documents. "Oh, my apologies. Let me introduce her. This is my daughter, Zhao Yiting, who has just returned after completing her master's degree in finance at a political and economic academy abroad. Currently, I am employed in the private banking department of my bank. When speaking of his daughter, Zhao Ruolin could not conceal his pride. This is my daughter, Yiting. She is the esteemed Mr. Li Kuan, the youngest and most affluent young talent in our Donghai city, whom I have mentioned to you in recent days. As soon as Zhao Ruolin finished speaking, his daughter Zhao Yuting stepped forward, extending her delicate, fair hand. Hello, Mr. Li. It is a pleasure to meet you. Greetings. Li Kuan replied, maintaining a composed demeanor as he grasped her slender yet firm hand. Name, Zhao Yiting. Age, 26. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Attractiveness, 93. Occupation, private banking assistant. Skills, mathematics and quantitative analysis, programming and data processing. Financial modeling and risk management. Romantic involvement, 0. Yet another goddess among mortals. Unfortunately, she seems to belong to a rather challenging type. Li Kuan mused inwardly. Though young, Yuting possesses remarkable insights in asset allocation and risk management. Zhao Ruolin, smiling, remarked, I have specifically arranged for her to be Mr. Li's dedicated account manager at our bank. For any business needs in the future, you may contact her directly. Li Kuan immediately understood. It is customary for banks to assign important clients to specific account managers, yet the implication of having the president's daughter personally serve him was intriguing. What does this mean? Is it a means of welcoming clients with his daughter? Surely, President Zhao does not hold me in such high regard. Li Kuan replied nonchalantly. It is my honor. The three then engaged in light conversation, as exquisite dishes were gradually presented on the table. During the meal, they discussed both domestic and international economic conditions and investment trends. Zhao Yiting's insights were indeed professional and unique, while Li Kuan merely nodded along, uttering affirmations like indeed or that sounds good. He was merely a man who relied on the system for financial gain. The specialized topics discussed by the finance master's degree holder were beyond his comprehension. Mr. Li, the field of artificial intelligence holds tremendous potential. Have you considered investing in it? Suddenly, Zhao Yiting interjected during their discussion on investments. I believe the valuation of the AI industry will far exceed its current market worth. What are your thoughts? Li Kuan raised an eyebrow, candidly responding. Miss Zhao seems to have done her research on the AI sector. However, I am but a simple man who, apart from having some money, lacks knowledge in these matters. I prefer to listen to the analyses of professionals. Haha, Mr. Li certainly has a sense of humor. Zhao Yiting chuckled lightly. With your wealth, you must have some understanding, at the very least. Noticing that Li Kuan was not inclined to delve deeper into such topics, Zhao Ruolin and his daughter refrained from discussing them further. Their objective for today was to secure this young man, who possessed billions in wealth, as an important client and VIP of the bank. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Zhao Ruolin retrieved an exquisite black box from his briefcase and placed it before Li Kuan. Mr. Li, this is the highest-tier black diamond card from Huaxia Bank, of which there are fewer than 20 holders in Donghai City. From today onward, you will be our bank's most esteemed client. Li Kuan opened the box to reveal a beautifully crafted credit card that shimmered with understated luxury under the light. Then I shall graciously accept this, President Zhao. Thank you for your trouble. It is nothing. Mr. Li deserves this treatment, Zhao Ruolin replied, before elaborating, in addition to the standard credit limits and airport VIP services. This card comes with a series of exclusive privileges, including emergency medical air transport, art collection consulting, legal support, and more. Should you have any questions, you may always consult Yiting. He cast a knowing glance at his daughter. Receiving her father's cue, Zhao Yiting stepped forward, saying, Then I will serve as Mr. Li's personal assistant and advisor. You may inquire about anything you do not understand. Of course, I look forward to your guidance, Miss Zhao, Li Kuan replied courteously. Not at all. I ought to learn from you, Mr. Li, Zhao Yiting responded, demonstrating her adeptness in social graces, having graduated with a master's degree. After an enjoyable meal, the hosts and guest parted on amicable terms. Zhao Yiting stood emotionlessly at the entrance of the Cloud Summit, lingering for a while until the client drove away in a Mercedes, before finally moving. As the car departed from the Cloud Summit Club, Li Kuan gazed at the diminishing figures in the rearview mirror, a contemplative smile playing at the corners of his lips. He was well aware of President Zhao's calculated intentions, yet Zhao Yiting appeared less than enthusiastic about the arrangement. Meanwhile, upon returning to the private room, Zhao Yiting was immediately bombarded by her father's eager inquiry. So, what do you think of the person I arranged for you? He is quite intelligent. He must have seen through your intentions long ago, Zhao Yiting replied tersely. I wonder what luck has led him to such wealth. Truly a fortunate nouveau riche. Zhao Ruolin nodded, regardless of how he amassed his fortune. Given the source of his funds, even I lack the authority to investigate. This alone warrants our attention. Who knows? That young man could be the scion of a prominent figure or an heir to a wealthy family. If you could win him over, then Dad. Zhao Yiting interrupted her father, I will only focus on performing my duties as an account manager. Everything else shall unfold naturally. If he possesses charm, I will naturally grow fond of him. Just do not pressure me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruilin gazed at his daughter's defiant profile and sighed. He understood that his daughter was proud and ambitious. Too much pressure would only be counterproductive, so it was best to let things progress organically. In the early hours of the morning, Li Kuan returned home, slightly inebriated. Upon entering, he was embraced by someone whose identity he could not discern, and thus began a night of tumultuous passion, ultimately leading him to his girlfriend's room. The following day, at noon, Li Kuan's head throbbed as if struck by a hammer. He frowned, feeling his eyelids heavy as if laden with lead. As he surveyed his surroundings and his consciousness gradually returned, he sensed a soft arm draped around his waist, the warmth of the body seeping through the thin blanket. "Rian," Li Kuan mumbled, turning to embrace his girlfriend. However, as his vision sharpened and he beheld the person beside him, surprise and astonishment flickered across his face. It was not the familiar outline of his girlfriend, Lu Ruyan, but rather a more exquisite face adorned with a hint of alluring maturity, Zhang Yashi, his girlfriend's close friend. "Good morning, Kuan Gu." Zhang Yashi lazily opened her eyes, a smile gracing her face. She playfully tugged the blanket down, exposing her snowy shoulder and delicate collarbone. "I was under the impression I went to Rian's room last night." Li Kuan mumbled, a bit confused, certain he had not misremembered. "Giggle. This is still your girlfriend's room. Isn't it thrilling to be here with her best friend?" Zhang Yashi propped herself up, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, as she caressed Li Kuan's firm back. "You're quite robust, aren't you? Perhaps you should return to your own room." In his saintly mode, Li Kuan advised. "By the way, did Rian go to work?" "Yes, she has gone to work. I'm off today." Zhang Yashi elongated her words, her eyes sparkling mischievously. "What a temptress." Li Kuan felt his temper flare up immediately, his breath growing heavy. The dam of reason teeters precariously under the flood of desire. Each movement and utterance from Zhang Yashi ignites a fire, burning through the carefully constructed walls of the man before her, leaving in its wake a series of gaping holes. "I can't take it anymore. This is of your own making." Li Kuan forcefully pressed Zhang Yashi's head down. However, the pleasure was short-lived, lasting no more than 3 minutes. The shrill ring of a mobile phone suddenly pierced the air. Zhang Yashi attempted to rise, but Li Kuan restrained her, effortlessly retrieving his phone to glance at the caller ID, which displayed the name Ru Yan. "Hello, Ru Yan." A slight tremor laced Li Kuan's voice. "Darling, I might be late returning tonight. You all should eat first. No need to wait for me," came Lu Ru Yan's voice through the receiver, the background noise bustling, suggesting she was still at the office. At the pinnacle of his pleasure, Li Kuan endeavored to maintain a semblance of normalcy in his tone. "By the way, is Yashi off today? You mustn't keep picking on her." Lu Ru Yan deliberately inquired. "Is she at home?" I Haven T heard her voice. "Could you pass the phone to her? I'd like to speak with her for a moment." "No need, Ru Yan. Yashi is eating and can't talk right now." "All right then." He hung up, tossing the phone carelessly aside, single-mindedly focused. Chapter 046. The unsuccessful journey of Zhu Jinsuo in love and career. Time flows like a fleeting shadow. Mid-July, Zhu Jinsuo has been reassigned from Donghai Wisdom City to Yujing Haoding as a property consultant for over half a month. In terms of her romantic life, although she managed to curb the negative public influence of her scoundrel ex-boyfriend by reporting him, residual effects linger and idle gossip is, of course, unavoidable. In her professional realm, progress has been non-existent. Given that Yujing Haoding comprises opulent villas, each priced over 50 million, the challenges of selling are all too apparent. At the sales office of Yujing Haoding, Zhu Jinsuo sat at the front desk with a slight frown, her WeChat balance barely scraping 20,000. Although anxiety gnawed at her, she felt helpless. The difficulty of selling these luxurious villas at Yujing Haoding compared to the ordinary residences in Donghai Wisdom City was indeed considerable. Since her transfer to this development, aside from familiarizing herself with various types of luxury villas, she had scarcely attended to any clients, let alone sold a single villa. Like Donghai Wisdom City, Yujing Haoding belongs to the Jinding Group's real estate sector. To motivate employees, the company rewards property consultants with a commission of 2 to 3% of the total sale price for sold villas. In other words, if a consultant sells a property worth 10 million, they could earn a commission of 200 to 300,000. This sum equates to the total income of an average person over 2 or 3 years, or even more. While the commissions are indeed high, the reality of making sales is daunting. During her time at Yujing Haoding, the clients she encountered were predominantly referrals, leaving little opportunity for her to engage with potential buyers. Despite this, the monthly sales rate remained at a dismal zero. Facing a financial shortfall, Zhu Jinsuo recognized she could not afford to remain in this situation and began to entertain thoughts of resignation. As for relying solely on her base salary, Such a drastic survival tactic was not something everyone could undertake, especially not for someone like Zhu Jinsua, who had relocated from her hometown to work in Donghai City. It was a notion she had never even considered. Zhu Jinsua's plan was straightforward. Once the month concluded, she would apply for a transfer back to Donghai Wisdom City. Should her superiors refuse, she would promptly resign and seek alternative employment. The sun of July streamed through the clouds, illuminating various parts of Donghai City. On this day, a Mercedes-Benz pulled into the sales office of Yujing Houding. The car came to a halt, and a young man stepped out, none other than Li Kuan. He appeared quite presentable. Li Kuan removed his sunglasses and gazed up at the resplendent sales center of Yujing Houding in the distance. Despite wearing faded jeans and a plain t-shirt worth no more than 100 yuan, coupled with a pair of worn flip-flops, he was indeed there to purchase a home, a villa of his own. Li Kuan approached the sales center of Yujing Houding. A cursory glance revealed several luxury vehicles parked at the entrance. Upon reaching the entrance, he sensed the puzzled looks from the security personnel. People are often judged by their attire. Unfazed by the guard's scrutiny due to his casual clothing, Li Kuan strode confidently toward the glass-walled sales center. Crossing through the glass doors, he was met with a chilling blast of air conditioning. The marble floor gleamed under the central lighting, reflecting the radiance of the space. To his surprise, it seemed he was not the only one interested in viewing properties that day. Perhaps it was a fortuitous occasion. Several impeccably dressed consultants were attending to their clients, who appeared to be affluent and stylish themselves. Li Kuan's presence resembled a drop of oil in water, drawing the attention of those around him. Compared to the other prospective buyers, his casual attire made it nearly impossible to blend in unnoticed. However, driven by professionalism, the sales consultants approached him as he entered. A well-groomed middle-aged female consultant, Chen Li, approached with a professional smile, though her eyes instinctively scanned him. Upon realizing he was young and dressed plainly, her initial enthusiasm rapidly waned. "Good day, sir. Are you here to view properties? How may I assist you?" "Sort of," Li Kuan nodded. "I'd like to see the best villa layout." Chen Li, a sales supervisor, was about to respond when her attention was diverted to a well-dressed middle-aged couple entering the sales office. The couple exuded affluence. The man sported a large gold chain, while the woman carried a Dior handbag. Experienced consultants often possess the acumen to identify promising clients, an essential skill for boosting sales. "Jinsua," Chen Li raised her voice, calling out to the front desk, "Come over and assist this gentleman." Moments later, a young girl approached from the reception area. It was Zhu Jinsua, who had recently been reassigned to this development. She clutched a stack of materials, clearly still unfamiliar with the property. "Supervisor Chen, I'm here," Zhu Jinsua called out as she jogged over, turning to the client with a smile. "Hello, sir. It's you? You know each other? All right, I leave him in your hands," Chen Li remarked, a hint of surprise in her tone. Then quickly made her way toward the middle-aged couple at the entrance, leaving behind a curt, "Take good care of him. Don't mess up." Her tone conveyed a blend of indifference and impatience, showing no pretense that the new consultant's client was likely to make a purchase. Though Li Kuan said nothing, he observed everything keenly. "What a surprise to run into you here." Li Kuan expressed his astonishment. Had he known, he would have inquired with Sun Xingyao on WeChat to learn more about this charming sales consultant situation. "Hello. Thank you for that day," Zhu Jinsua replied, her eyes reflecting gratitude. "I left in such a hurry, and afterwards, I didn't know how to contact you. Let me treat you to a meal after work." Had it not been for her tumultuous emotions and the misfortunes at work, she would not have sought solace in the depths of a nightclub, nearly becoming a casualty herself. Fortunately, the man before her came to her aid. Otherwise, her long-preserved innocence would have been irrevocably tarnished. "No matter, for today, I am here to purchase a home. We can discuss dining once you finish your shift. For now, leave me to view the properties." On the surface, Li Kuan remained impassive. Yet internally, he had already made up his mind. Having long harbored intentions, how could he easily let this enchanting woman slip away? "Very well, this way, handsome." Zhu Jinsua beckoned, guiding him to the model display of the real estate. "Our Yujing Houding is the most prestigious villa community in the city, designed by an internationally renowned architect. Each villa boasts a private courtyard and swimming pool." As she walked, she elaborated on the features. Li Kuan remained silent, attentively listening while discreetly observing the striking saleswoman. He noted that although she was youthful, her focus during the presentation was commendable, articulating the property's highlights with clarity and professionalism. This demeanor stood in stark contrast to her inebriated state at the nightclub. "Handsome, if you are genuinely interested in purchasing, I would recommend this particular villa." Zhu Jinsua began to introduce a reasonably priced luxury home when the voice of Supervisor Chen Li interrupted from a distance. Chapter 047. "I am certain sales supervisor Chen Li abruptly interjected. "Zhu Jinsua, I have a client here who wishes to view the luxury villas in Area A. Please assist him." Her words were abrupt and left no room for dispute. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jinsua, who was attending to Li Kuan, displayed a hint of reluctance. But Sister Chun, I am currently assisting this gentleman. Surely he can wait a moment? Chun-Li did not deign to look at Li Kuan, shooting Zhu Jinsua a significant glance. Mr. Lin specifically requested your service. Do you understand? Zhu Jinsua felt a pang of discomfort. As for the Mr. Lin mentioned by Supervisor Chun, she had heard rumors. He was a coal magnate from another region, aiming to purchase multiple properties in Donghai City, favoring beautiful female sales representatives. The implications were clear to those who understood. Li Kuan disregarded the middle-aged supervisor's comments and calmly inquired of the young woman before him, "What is your stance on this?" It was a matter of choice for both Li Kuan and Zhu Jinsua. Should this attractive saleswoman choose to attend to another client, Li Kuan would depart without a backward glance, abandoning any notions of pursuing her further. Lu Rian was a bittersweet memory. Zhang Yashi was a friend of his girlfriend, and Yang Jejia bore the allure of a university student. Zhu Jinsua was pleasant as well. However, if she were to make a decision today that displeased Li Kuan, any pursuit would simply be a fleeting amusement, devoid of future connection. The reason was uncomplicated. It was purely about feeling slighted. Seconds passed. The silent Zhu Jinsua resolutely shook her head, expressing her apologies. Supervisor Chun, according to company policy, I must first cater to my current client. Please arrange for another colleague to assist Mr. Lin. Upon hearing her response, Chun-Li's expression darkened. She then reiterated sternly, Zhu Jinsua, do you comprehend who Mr. Lin is? Chun-Li leaned closer to Zhu Jinsua, lowering her voice. Last month, he purchased 5 properties at another development. There is a significant likelihood he will buy a luxury villa today. Li Kuan, having observed everything, found the situation absurd yet understandable. Thankfully, the girl he was interested in made a choice that satisfied him right away. With that in mind, it was time to assert himself. Clearing his throat, he declared, lead me directly to view the villas. Certainly, Zhu Jinsua replied. At this moment, Supervisor Chun-Li cast a skeptical glance at Li Kuan. Handsome. The least expensive villa here is over 40 million. The down payment is substantial. Money is not an issue. Li Kuan interrupted the middle-aged supervisor, his tone remaining calm. If the property meets my expectations, I will finalize the purchase today. Chun-Li let out a derisive laugh. No need to act. Fine, fine, fine. Zhu Jinsua, take Mr. Li to view the properties. Her emphasis on Mr. Li was laden with sarcasm, unmistakable in its intent. Of course, Sister Chen, I will. Zhu Jinsua, seemingly oblivious to the underlying tone, enthusiastically guided Li Kuan. This way, please. Our villas come in 3 different layouts. Subsequently, the two exited the sales office. As they strolled towards the properties, even if she doubted the sale would materialize, Zhu Jinsua diligently presented information about the luxurious villas. Unlike the typical sales pitch, she even pointed out certain design flaws. The western side of this villa will receive strong sunlight in the afternoon. Although the view is splendid, you may need to run the air conditioning more in the summer. Standing before one of the luxurious villas, Zhu Jinsua candidly shared the pros and cons of each property. Li Kuan nodded with a smile, remaining silent. Soon, they entered several standalone luxurious villas within Yujing Haoding, whose opulence was unparalleled. With over 1,000 square meters of space, smart home systems, imported materials, private cinemas, and temperature-controlled wine cellars, the most alluring features were the infinity pool and expansive terrace. Just imagine, here with a few of his girlfriends. How much for this one? Li Kuan inquired while standing on the terrace of a villa, clearly pleased. This one, it is situated in the prime location. Priced at 68 million, Zhu Jinsua quickly added, concerned that the steep price might deter him. However, we have installment options available. The down payment, I'll take it. Li Kuan decisively stated. Instantly, Zhu Jinsua was taken aback. What did you say? I said I wish to buy this villa in full. Li Kuan produced a standard savings card. Please prepare the contract immediately. Confirming she had not misheard, Zhu Jinsua's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly dropping her tablet. Li Gu, are you certain? This villa's total price is 68 million. I am certain, Li Kuan chuckled. Did you not say you would treat me to a meal after work? Hurry and prepare. As they returned to the sales office, Zhu Jinsua's hands trembled slightly. She had been at Yujing Haoding, this upscale development, for less than a month, previously only having sold a few large flats at Donghai Smart City. Now, she was on the verge of completing a transaction nearing 70 million. Upon their return to the sales office, Chun-Li was seen bidding farewell to a middle-aged couple, her expression revealing unmistakable disappointment. I'm still considering. This house doesn't completely satisfy me. The typical responses from indecisive clients echoed through the room. Supervisor, Zhu Jinsua's face flushed, her voice quivering with excitement. Mr. Li has decided to purchase villa number 8, and it will be a full payment. Though her voice was soft, it resonated like thunder in the quiet sales office. Instantly, all eyes turned to the plainly dressed, even somewhat shabby Li Kuan. Chun-Li's complexion turned ashen upon hearing the news. What? Are you certain you did not misstate? Chun-Li felt a twitch at the corner of her eye and inquired further, hoping she had misheard. However, before her subordinate Zhu Jinshua could respond, Li Kuan placed his bank card on the reception desk, requesting prompt service. The news of the sale of a luxurious 68 million yuan mansion at Yujing Haoding sent shockwaves through the sales team. Chapter 048. A sense of surreality upon hearing this news. Senior management at Yujing Haoding even made a special call to verify its authenticity. Indeed, it's true, boss. We have successfully sold a standalone villa valued at 68 million yuan. Chun-Li's face turned as ghastly as if she had swallowed a green fly. How could this transaction have actually materialized? The commission from this sale was nearly 2 million. That money was rightfully hers. Yet, she had unwittingly handed this lucrative deal to a newcomer. Chun-Li's heart was bleeding. If word got out, she could only imagine how her peers would mock her. In that moment, she wished she could slap herself for having made such a foolish mistake after years in sales, underestimating others. Before long, Li Kuan was treated like a VIP at the Yujing Haoding Sales Center. He was ushered into an expansive reception room, where a professional team, including consultants and lawyers, swiftly appeared before him. The relevant staff sprang into action, meticulously following every procedure. Contracts were signed with Li Kuan's own name, and all necessary formalities were expedited. Selling this 68 million mansion had become the foremost priority at the Yujing Haoding Sales Center. It wasn't until the transaction was successfully completed and payment finalized that the executives breathed a collective sigh of relief. Welcome, Mr. Li, to Yujing Haoding. It is truly our honor. Mr. Li, a young achiever, has purchased a standalone luxury villa outright at such a young age. Today, I have witnessed what it means to be a true tycoon. Our Zhu deserves credit too. Without her service, this deal might have slipped away. Within half an hour after the transaction was finalized, the news spread like wildfire. In a corner of the sales office, Chun-Li observed the flurry of messages in the work group, along with the praise from superiors directed towards her subordinate Zhu Jinshua, and the fawning remarks from colleagues. She nearly fainted from rage. I can't believe this. Why do the wealthy nowadays insist on pretending to be poor? Zhu Jinshua, having just received the signed purchase agreement, trembled with excitement. The signature of Li Kuan was bold and elegant, accompanied by a vivid red fingerprint. Everything unfolded so swiftly that it felt surreal. Thank you, Miss Zhu. Li Kuan extended his hand. No trouble at all. This is my duty, Zhu Jinshua replied, hastily grasping his hand. And only when she felt the warmth of his palm did she regain her composure. Everything was indeed real. She had successfully sold a standalone villa at Yujing Haoding, with a commission nearing an astonishing 2 million. 2 million. Zhu Jinshua was overwhelmed by the magnitude of her surprise. Such a substantial commission would typically take a decade of regular work to earn. Thank you, Mr. Li, for choosing Yujing Haoding and for trusting me. Zhu Jinshua endeavored to suppress her excitement, but it proved difficult. Meanwhile, her colleagues observed from the sidelines, casting glances filled with either envy or jealousy. Particularly, Supervisor Chun-Li, whose meticulously made-up face was now contorted in anger, fixed her fiery gaze on them. Nothing to worry about. You deserve this, Li Kuan remarked. Weren't you going to treat me to a meal? He inquired with a smile. Of course, Zhu Jinshua had no reason to decline. Great, see you after work then. With that, Li Kuan walked out, while Zhu Jinshua followed at his side, exiting the sales center together. After she bid farewell to the client, the sales office erupted with chatter. Colleagues flocked around her, bombarding her with questions. Zhu, do tell us how you got to know this rich heir? Yes, be honest. Or face the consequences. We're good sisters. You can't hog all the glory. Exactly. That Mr. Li seems quite fit. I could help take some heat off you. Zhu Jinshua found herself at a loss for words, offering vague responses before making an excuse to retreat to her workstation. She acutely felt the truth. When one achieves fame, they are surrounded by well-wishers. But in times of obscurity or vulnerability, the crowd turns hostile. Zhu Jinshua endeavored to calm herself. Reflecting on her journey from the East Sea Wisdom City to Yujing Haoding, the reality was strikingly evident. The computer screen reflected her flushed cheeks. She instinctively touched her face, feeling the warmth. Zhu, you truly excelled. Her close colleague Enjing remarked enviously, noting not only her massive sales success, but also the potential to attract a wealthy boyfriend. Don't be ridiculous. Zhu Jinshua retorted, Mr. Li and I are merely clients. Come on, Zhu, what kind of ordinary client buys a multi-million mansion? He must have an interest in you. It's only natural for someone as beautiful as you to attract attention from a handsome and wealthy heir. Such dapper and affluent young men are rare. Make the most of this opportunity, or you might miss out. Enjing's knowing gaze pierced through Zhu Jinshua's defenses. Zhu Jinshua refrained from responding, her thoughts drifting back to that day she woke up in the hotel. Had the man not approached her because she lacked allure? This was the first time she found herself questioning her own appearance. Soon, the workday concluded. Donning her work uniform, Zhu Jinhua stepped out of the sales center and immediately spotted Li Kun leaning against a Mercedes, waiting for her. The understated luxury of the car mirrored its owner. As she saw the client wave her over, Zhu Jinhua approached without hesitation. Settling into the car and fastening her seatbelt, Li Kun asked, "What would you like to eat?" As he turned on the air conditioning. After a moment's hesitation, Zhu Jinhua replied, "Actually, I know a small restaurant with exceptional food, though the ambience is quite humble. I wonder if you'd be willing to go?" "Oh, where is it?" After all the Western cuisine and seafood, a visit to a humble eatery might be refreshing. Just share the location. It's in the old town, called Laochenji. Seeing Li Kun show no signs of refusal, Zhu Jinhua added, "If you don't like it, we can go elsewhere." She was well aware that someone capable of spending millions would likely disdain a small eatery, so she felt compelled to clarify. If the client preferred a lavish meal, she would readily oblige, even if it cost tens of thousands. "That's fine. Let's south go to the place you suggested," Li Kun said as he started the car. Sometimes the flavors of small eateries can rival those of grand restaurants. Fasten your seatbelt. We're off. Chapter 049. What is the point of turning off the lights approximately 15 minutes later? Li Kun steered his Mercedes into a secluded street. The thoroughfare here lacked the expanse of the city center, yet the pavement remained quite clean, and the essential infrastructure and amenities were remarkably well established. The buildings flanking the street, though aged and weathered by time, stood resilient amidst the urban landscape, undoubtedly for good reason. The co-pilot, Zhu Jinhua, cast a furtive glance at Li Kun, curious about his reaction to their arrival in such a locale. However, the millionaire displayed no hint of disdain. Instead, he appeared remarkably composed and at ease. It could only be said that the realm of the affluent is indeed elevated. Silently, Zhu Jinhua praised him in her heart. After a moment, she pointed excitedly towards a restaurant ahead. The establishment's sign had long since faded, and its decor was antiquated, yet it was bustling with patrons. Named Laochenji, the modest eatery lacked space within, prompting the placement of a few rudimentary tables and chairs outside. Several shirtless workers, fresh from their shifts, were enjoying drinks and playing games, occasionally tossing peanuts into their mouths, exuding a sense of contentment. An elderly man and a child sat nearby, relishing their meals, while a young couple tenderly shared their thoughts as they awaited their order. Despite it being after hours, the restaurant's ability to attract such a multitude of diners suggested the quality of its fare must be exceptional. Soon, a Mercedes halted at the entrance, drawing curious glances from several patrons. Once parked, Li Kun stepped out with an air of nonchalance, his demeanor betraying no discomfort. Zhu Jinhua, trailing closely behind, felt a pang of anxiety. Was it inappropriate to bring a client who had just purchased a multi-million-dollar mansion to such a humble establishment? A flicker of regret crossed her mind. Although her client verbally expressed indifference, who could truly ascertain his inner thoughts? "Zhu's here," exclaimed the restaurant owner, Chen Shu, emerging from the kitchen with 2 plates of food. Upon spotting Zhu Jinhua, he greeted her warmly. "Is this your new boyfriend? Quite handsome." "Of course. It's only natural for someone as beautiful as Zhu to have a dashing boyfriend," chimed in the owner's wife, who was tidying up a nearby table. The couple, both nearing 50, radiated warmth and sincerity in their smiles, devoid of any pretense. Having frequently dined at Laochenji, they had naturally remembered the striking young woman. They were also aware of her past deception by a former boyfriend, yet they tactfully refrained from mentioning it. No, this is my client, not my boyfriend," Zhu Jinhua clarified, deliberately correcting them. A boyfriend? She had only recently parted ways with her deceitful ex. The thought of seeking out a new partner was the furthest thing from her mind. "We specifically came here to eat, so please have the chef prepare some extra dishes for us." Acknowledging her request, the restaurant owner assessed Li Kun with a nod. "Very well, you may sit over there. It appears a tad cleaner." Consequently, Li Kun and Zhu Jinhua made their way to a small square table at the back of the restaurant, which indeed seemed tidier than the rest. Just as a previous guest departed, the owner's wife tidied up the area. Li Kun took a seat seemingly unperturbed, picking up a somewhat greasy menu to peruse. "The braised pork and dry pot steak here are exceptional. Oh, and my favorite, the frog legs," Zhu Jinhua enthusiastically recommended. Uncertain if Li Kun would enjoy these dishes, he smiled in response. "During my student days, I yearned for such homestyle cuisine." He then called out to the owner, "Sir, please bring me a portion of braised pork, a dry pot steak, stir-fried frog legs, and a random vegetable and soup." With someone else footing the bill, he felt no need to hold back. "Haha, Li Gu, feel free to order as you please." Zhu Jinhua laughed at her esteemed client's playful eagerness to indulge, shedding the last remnants of formality. The restaurant owner, Chen Shu, glanced at Li Kun, impressed by his discerning taste. "Just a moment, it will be ready shortly." As they waited for their meal, Li Kuan engaged Zhu Jinshua in various conversations, and as the topics flowed, their rapport deepened, resembling that of a couple. Before long, the dishes began to arrive, richly sauced and aromatic. Although the presentation could not compare to that of a grand restaurant, the enticing fragrances were undeniably alluring. Li Kuan ate heartily, even requesting 2 additional bowls of rice, while Zhu Jinshua found it difficult to reconcile his unrestrained appetite with that of a multimillionaire. "Do you often dine at places like this?" Zhu Jinshua inquired, unable to restrain her curiosity. Li Kuan wiped his mouth with a napkin. "Pretty much. Back during my employment, I would go out to eat every payday. Even with your wealth, you still work?" Zhu Jinshua was taken aback. "Affluence does not exempt one from labor," he replied, offering no further explanation. As they continued to eat and converse, it became evident that their connection transcended the typical client relationship. By the end of the meal, Zhu Jinshua found herself harboring a growing fondness for the man across from her. He exhibited none of the arrogance typically associated with the wealthy. Rather, he exuded an approachable charm in his words and actions. As they finished, the sky had darkened significantly. "Allow me to drive you home," Li Kuan offered as they exited the restaurant. Zhu Jinshua provided him with the name of her residence, a community within the city. Once inside the car, their conversation flowed more freely, the atmosphere having evolved into one of ease and naturalness. Soon, as they approached an intersection, the vehicle unexpectedly veered towards the city center. Li Gu, you're going the wrong way," Zhu Jinshua pointed out, realizing the discrepancy. "My place isn't that way." "I'm aware. I'm not mistaken," Li Kuan replied, casting a glance in her direction. In that instant, Zhu Jinshua's heart raced, contemplating the implications, yet she was unsure how to respond. The car eventually stopped at the entrance of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. After parking, Li Kuan exited the vehicle, and a familiar doorman took the keys, recognizing him instantly. "Mr. Li." "As always. Truly, Mr. Li. How many times has he brought exquisite companions here? All of them are remarkable," the doorman mused, envious of the affluent lifestyle. Before she realized it, Zhu Jinshua found herself holding Li Kuan's hand. He gazed at her. "I've reserved a presidential suite upstairs, boasting a splendid view of the city's dazzling nightscape. Would you care to join me for a drink?" Suddenly, Zhu Jinshua felt a wave of dizziness. She comprehended the significance of his proposition and understood she ought to decline. After all, they had only recently met. Yet, an inexplicable impulse compelled her to nod in agreement. Surely, this couldn't be a con artist? A shadow of doubt flickered in Zhu Jinshua's eyes, but it was quickly swept away by the opulent decor of the hotel lobby. The two entered the elevator, which ascended rapidly and smoothly to their designated floor. Li Kuan expertly led Zhu Jinshua down the corridor and swiped his card to unlock the door. "Come in." Upon stepping into the presidential suite, Zhu Jinshua was taken aback by the sheer luxury that surrounded her. A spacious living room adorned with a crystal chandelier, and the floor-to-ceiling windows revealed the city's radiant nightscape. A bottle of exquisite champagne awaited on the table, accompanied by 2 crystal flutes. "Do you like it here?" Li Kuan slowly approached. In an instant, a captivating aura enveloped the two of them. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Jinshua turned around and found herself mere inches away from Li Kuan. At this point, he cast aside all reservations and directly embraced the girl before him. I should go change my clothes first," she stammered, feeling too shy to meet the gaze of the man holding her. "No need," Li Kuan replied, his eyes fixed intently on her. "I simply adore making sales." As his words lingered in the air, Zhu Jinshua, now fully aware of the situation, found herself swept away to the bedroom in Li Kuan's arms. "Li Gu, could you turn off the lights first?" she asked. "What is the point of turning off the lights?" Chapter 050. Girls like her are truly understanding. A night of silence passed. Flowers bloomed and withered. When Li Kuan awoke at his own pace, he blinked his still drowsy eyes and instinctively rubbed his slightly sore back. He glanced at the exquisite beauty nestled in his arms and noticed the tattered remnants of clothing scattered across the floor, particularly the disheveled stockings that stood out prominently. What a thrilling experience, he thought, reflecting on the exhilarating scenes of the previous night with immense satisfaction. What a thrill! Zhu Jinshua, completely unclothed, opened her dreamy eyes, mumbling something indistinctly, yet it did not diminish her enchanting beauty. After an indeterminate time had passed, she regained her senses in the darkness, glancing around with a hint of panic, which quickly subsided as she recalled the events of yesterday, leaving only shyness upon her face. Just as she was about to rise, a sharp pain shot through her, causing considerable discomfort. "Where are you going?" Li Kuan, who had just returned to the bedroom after pouring himself a glass of water, looked at Zhu Jinshua, who was picking up a piece of clothing, with a hint of curiosity. "To work," she replied, hastily concealing her fair body under the covers. After answering his question, her cheeks flushed even deeper. "Work? Do you really love your job that much? Li Kuan teased after taking a sip of water. Love my job. Zhu Jinsua instinctively shook her head. One has to make a living, after all. Li Gu, please hurry outside. I need to change clothes. Unmoved by her request, Li Kuan took out his phone and dialed the number left by a certain leader from the Yujing Houding. Hello, Mr. Yi. This is Li Kuan, he stated calmly. Zhu Jinsua is not feeling well and might need to take a few days off. I'd like to request leave for her. Ah, Li Xiao, Mr. Yi replied seriously from the other end of the line. No problem. An outstanding employee like Zhu Jinsua should rest well when unwell. Is a few days sufficient? In my opinion, she should rest for at least 10 days, half a month. I will personally approve it. Paid leave. Our company places great importance on employees' health and will not be negligent in this regard. You can rest assured, Li Xiao. Mr. Yi, quick to grasp the situation, understood the implications. Although his business acumen may not match that of some company elites, and his managerial position was arranged by his uncle, he navigated the complexities of human relationships with remarkable skill, rivaling even the most seasoned veterans. Thanks to this and his family connections, Mr. Yi stood firmly within the company. Well then, thank you, Mr. Yi, Li Kuan expressed courteously before hanging up. He then turned his gaze back to Zhu Jinsua. I've arranged for the hotel to prepare some nourishing chicken soup and similar supplements. If you wish to sleep more, feel free to do so. Rest well, and don't worry about work. In the days that followed, Li Kuan and Zhu Jinsua spent their time in the presidential suite of the Ritz-Carlton. They ate when hungry and slept when tired. To ensure he would not grow bored, Li Kuan even extended the room reservation for a month, which led to a tenfold return on monthly expenses. One day, after assisting Zhu Jinsua with a series of fitness exercises such as squats and push-ups, the two lay exhausted yet satisfied on the bed. What made you choose sales? Li Kuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, embracing Zhu Jinsua. Certainly for the money, she replied instinctively. Sales commissions are high, especially suited for someone like me who lacks education and skills, hails from a humble background, yet yearns to make a fortune. After a moment of contemplation, she added, there's another reason. Oh, is that so? Li Kuan's expression turned slightly surprised upon hearing Zhu Jinsua's words, realizing she possessed a deeper story. It turned out that Zhu Jinsua's mother had abandoned her due to her biological father's poverty shortly after her birth. Her father, struggling for a living and seeking more income abroad, seldom cared for her, only sending some financial support. Years passed, and her father, having encountered a foreign woman abroad, completely disregarded his daughter, ultimately leaving Zhu Jinsua in the care of her aunt. For many years, she grew up in her aunt's household, often subjected to disdain and ridicule. It was only after reaching adulthood that she moved out to live independently, desiring a true home of her own. Zhu Jinsua entered the real estate sales industry shortly after stepping into society. Blessed with good looks and a commendable physique, combined with her strong learning ability and diligent nature, she made a favorable impression on her superiors and colleagues, despite being new to the field. After starting her career, she even entered a relationship with a high-ranking executive, mistakenly believing him to be her Prince Charming, and felt quite accomplished. Fortunately, heaven has not been unkind to me. After deceiving me once, it has compensated me, Zhu Jinsua said, shifting her supple body closer to the man beside her, her eyes brimming with affection. Hee, are you not afraid that I am also a deceiver? Li Kuan inquired, while his hands delicately explored the beauty beside him, still finding it delightful despite having indulged for many days. I've never seen a deceiver willing to book a presidential suite for a month or one who would spend millions to buy a house, just for a woman. If you truly are a deceiver, Zhu Jinsua nestled her head against Li Kuan's chest, then I would accept that. These days have been the happiest of my life. Carefree and indulgent in the joys of living. Li Gu, meeting you has been a blessing. Haha, I'm not as wonderful as you think. I have many things I cannot offer you, Li Kuan chuckled awkwardly. Is it a title you desire? I do not crave such things. I know with your qualities. There must be a throng of women vying for your attention. If you find me troublesome, we can simply pretend we never met after these days pass. Zhu Jinsua tightened her embrace around Li Kuan, yet her voice grew increasingly difficult to discern. Such a girl is truly too understanding. Li Kuan could not bear to let her go. Don't say that. I'm not one to be heartless. You're not merely an experience bought with money, are you? Li Kuan hesitated, then continued, if you don't mind my other female friends, you can always stay by my side. You will have what they have, and I will treat you all equally. If you prefer, after these days, I can also give you a substantial sum, no less than the commission you would earn from selling that luxury apartment. No need, Zhu Jinsua replied earnestly, surprising Li Kuan with her response. Chapter 051, Silence No Need. I have been incredibly happy these days. Even if you don't give me money, I would gracefully leave at your slightest hint. Zhu Jinsua continued. The 2 million in commission is sufficient for me to lead a life far superior to my previous one. I am not one to be insatiably greedy. Li Kuan fell silent. He then cast his gaze downward at the girl in his arms. The expression, the glimmer in her eyes appeared genuine. Even if it were an act, it would certainly be a masterful performance. Whether real or feigned, her words brought Li Kun immense comfort. A woman like her was not one to be easily relinquished. What kind of apartment do you fancy? Li Kun did not respond to Zhu Jinsua's statement, but instead shifted the conversation. Previously, owning a home was merely a distant dream. However, with nearly 2 million in commission now at hand, he aspired to purchase a more upscale apartment, for a larger home would be wasted on just himself. Zhu Jinsua gazed at him with longing. She had never imagined that at around 20 years of age, she would contemplate the prospect of buying a home more often. She was preoccupied with achieving sales targets. It was only after successfully selling a mansion worth 10 million that she felt emboldened to consider purchasing a property. All right. Another day, I will take you to buy an apartment. Choose whatever you like. There's no need to worry about saving money. The more expensive, the better. Li Kun stated nonchalantly. Zhu Jinsua nearly failed to grasp his words. If you have no objections, you can stay by my side from now on. Li Kun continued. If you don't feel like working, you need tea. I shall provide you with some funds for business or to open a store. And I will regularly transfer you living expenses and pocket money. Everything my other confidants have, you will have as well. Perhaps it is not wise to win over a girl solely through money. Yet, to win over a good girl this way is undeniably advantageous. Especially for someone like Li Kun, who finds himself spending ever more lavishly. I have no objections. I just fear the other sisters might, Zhu Jinsua said. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She could hardly believe that she would accept such a proposal for a type of arrangement. After spending these days together, it was impossible for Zhu Jinsua not to harbor some feelings for Li Kun. The adage that love grows with time is certainly not mere words. Rest assured, I am confident that no one will object. If you wish to befriend my other confidants, I can arrange for you to meet them so you can communicate with one another and face any future challenges together. Is that right, Brother Kun? I shall follow your lead. Zhu Jinsua, immersed in the throes of romance, naturally would not dampen the mood by refusing. I want it. I am willing. I can do it. Then let us embark on the next chapter. Li Kun exclaimed, lifting the girl in his arms effortlessly, her weight feeling as light as a feather. Where are you taking me, brother? People will see us exercising like this, she protested. Aren't you tired standing there, Brother Kun? Perhaps we should change positions? Darling, the floor is too hard. Let us get a mat. Baba. This continued for nearly a month. To ensure fairness, Li Kun would occasionally take time to attend to Lu Ruyan, Zhang Yashi, and Yang Jiejia. On this day, Li Kun personally escorted Zhu Jinsua to her workplace at Yujing Houding. Understanding that Zhu Jinsua was not fond of her job, Li Kun had specifically encouraged her to resign. However, she insisted on finding some meaningful work to avoid becoming idle and unproductive. Li Kun could not agree with her perspective, but refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely telling her to inform him once she had decided on a location for her new home. If Zhu Jinsua enjoyed sales, then let her pursue it. After all, Li Kun himself was quite fond of sales, making it a win-win situation. Goodbye, brother, I'm off, Zhu Jinsua said as she exited the car, blowing Li Kun a kiss as she departed. Farewell. In a few days, I will rent a nicer place nearby, or perhaps even purchase one outright, to make your commute easier. I cannot fetch you every day, Li Kun replied with a smile. I know, I'm on my way, Zhu Jinsua responded, and with that, she gracefully walked toward the sales office of Yujing Houding in her high heels, her eyes bright and gentle, her face radiating happiness and confidence. As she entered the sales office, the glass door reflected her slender silhouette. She instinctively adjusted her outfit, ensuring there were no imperfections or traces before stepping inside. Clad in a professional suit, her hair neatly pinned back, revealing her smooth forehead and exquisite features. Good morning, Jinlock, greeted a colleague at the front desk warmly. After selling a 10 million mansion, Zhu Jinsua's status in the sales office had risen significantly, and many colleagues sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with her. Good morning. Zhu Jinsua smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Her gaze swept across the sales hall, where colleagues had already gathered in small groups despite it being only 9 in the morning. With nothing pressing, Zhu Jinsua made her way to her workstation, placed the new bag her boyfriend had bought for her on her desk, and skillfully powered on her computer. As she opened her inbox, an email notification popped up. One of the messages was from the company headquarters, titled Monthly Sales Champion Recognition. Thanks to her previous sale of the 68 million mansion, Zhu Jinsua swiftly ascended from a newcomer to the pinnacle of sales. Just as she was about to click on the email to read further, a rather unfriendly voice interrupted her thoughts. Isn't that our sales champion? Came a voice laced with jealousy and sharpness. Zhu Jinsua turned to see her supervisor, Chun Li, approaching with a feigned smile on her face. Good morning, supervisor. Zhu Jinsua replied, maintaining her composure. Even though Chun Li's tone and expression were uncomfortable, Zhu Jinsua chose not to engage further. After all, She owed some respect to her senior in the workplace who had imparted knowledge to her, so there was no need to create animosity. As for the reason behind Chun-Li's behavior, it was easy to deduce. It was undoubtedly related to the sale of the 68 million mansion. Yet, Chun-Li was relentless. She approached Zhu Jinsuo and teasingly remarked, "Jinlock is truly impressive. Your relationship with clients has developed so swiftly. I've noticed someone has been driving you around lately. I wonder what means you've employed. I am thoroughly impressed." Hearing this, Zhu Jinsuo struggled to suppress her discomfort but managed to respond. "Brother Kuan is a good person and cares about me." Zhu Jinsuo had not disclosed her relationship with Li Kuan to her colleagues or anyone else, so to outsiders. The two appeared to share a mere ordinary connection. "A good person? I believe it is you who serves him well, Jinlock. Your client maintenance skills are truly remarkable." Chun-Li's barbed words caused Zhu Jinsuo's face to redden instantly. "Supervisor Chun, I urge you to mind your words. My relationship with Brother Kuan is not as you perceive it," Zhu Jinsuo retorted, her voice slightly lacking in conviction. She was aware that Li Kuan had a girlfriend, and not just one, yet their relationship was consensual and not as sordid as it might seem. "What should I be mindful of? Did I say something wrong?" Chun-Li shrugged and walked away, leaving Zhu Jinsuo with a parting warning. "Jinlock, I advise you to consider your influence. While the company values performance, it does not wish for sales to rely on special methods to attract clients. If this were to come to light, you might find it difficult to remain in this industry, haha." As Chun-Li turned to leave, the sound of her high heels echoed sharply against the floor, reminiscent of a series of resounding slaps directed at Zhu Jinsuo. Zhu Jinsuo stood frozen in place. A wave of grievance and indignation surged within her. She understood that excelling in performance would inevitably incite jealousy, yet she never anticipated that Supervisor Chun would so brazenly resort to slander and defamation. Although her relationship with Li Kuan had transcended the boundaries of mere sales and client interaction, blossoming into a romantic involvement, it was a mutual and consensual development of personal affection. "Lock, Lock," Enjing's voice resonated in her ears as she approached, holding 2 cups of coffee, promptly offering one to her. "Thank you." Zhu Jinlock accepted the coffee, her smile somewhat strained. As Enjing leaned closer, lowering her voice, she confided, "Chun-Li is envious that this deal, which she had every opportunity to secure, slipped through her fingers. She believes she has lost a significant commission, so how could she not harbor resentment? The colleagues in the sales department have been mocking her these days. She likely came to you specifically to create trouble. Lock, you need to be cautious." Hearing this, Zhu Jinlock shook her head, asserting, "I wish to remain uninvolved in such trivial disputes. My sole focus is to excel in my work." "You're right to think that way, but the issue is," Enjing glanced around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping before whispering, "this Supervisor Chun has already begun to speak ill of you behind your back. Yesterday, I overheard her in the restroom conversing with a colleague from the finance department, claiming that your ability to close deals stemmed from having slept with clients. Otherwise, how could you possibly sell that luxury apartment?" The words struck Zhu Jinlock like a bolt, causing her hand to tremble, nearly spilling the coffee. This is utterly outrageous. While she had indeed spent the night with her boyfriend, it occurred after the sale of the luxury apartment, not before. There lies a significant distinction. Furthermore, Li Kuan was now her boyfriend, not a clandestine affair. Did she truly say that? Zhu Jinlock set down her coffee, her expression devoid of warmth. Enjing nodded. The colleagues in the sales department were well aware that Chun-Li had been in the industry for many years and possessed a certain network. If such rumors spread, it would undoubtedly be detrimental. Zhu Jinlock maintained a facade of composure, yet internally, she struggled to suppress her emotions. The workplace resembled a battlefield. Competition was to be expected, especially in the fiercely competitive sales industry. However, Zhu Jinlock never anticipated encountering such malicious tactics. "I will find a way to address this," Zhu Jinlock declared. "Thank you for your warning, Enjing." As the morning passed, not a single client arrived at Yujing Houting to view properties. Yet the atmosphere in the sales department grew increasingly frosty, particularly when Zhu Jinlock noticed the peculiar glances from her colleagues. Her heart ignited with frustration. Aside from Enjing, who shared a closer relationship with her, several colleagues with whom she had only a casual rapport regarded her with strange looks. For instance, one colleague abruptly ceased their conversation as Zhu Jinlock walked by. In the tea room, when Zhu Jinlock entered, 2 salespeople who had been chatting smiled awkwardly before making excuses to leave. It was not until the afternoon, while she was in the restroom, that Zhu Jinlock overheard snippets of gossip from a few colleagues. "Have you heard? Our sales champion and that General Li have been getting quite close in the bedroom of that luxury apartment. I wonder how many times they've met. Is that true? No wonder she was able to close such a big deal. Shoo, keep it down. What are you afraid of? There's no one else here. Our sales champion. Looking all high and mighty. I wonder how she behaves in front of the clients. Ha ha ha. Who told you that? Sister Chun. No wonder Sister Chun missed out on that deal. I was just thinking, how could a newcomer have such good luck? Zhu Jinlok's heart plummeted. It was evident that these rumors had spread. She refrained from immediately stepping forward to clarify, instead opting to listen further to her colleague's remarks. However, the ensuing comments were even more disparaging than she had anticipated. Zhu Jinlok clenched her fists in fury, and once the restroom was vacated, she quickly exited. After work, Zhu Jinlok emerged from the sales department, her countenance far from pleasant. Upon spotting Li Kuan-'s Mercedes parked at the roadside, she approached without hesitation. At the same time, numerous gazes converged on her. The power of rumors and public opinion was palpable. "Look, what's the matter? Have you encountered something displeasing?" Li Kuan gently caressed Zhu Jinlok's cheek, his demeanor tender. His fondness for this sensible girl was genuine. At that moment, Zhu Jinlok could no longer contain herself. Tears of grievance streamed down her face, leaving Li Kuan momentarily bewildered. He quickly inquired what had transpired. Following her explanation, Zhu Jinlok's words darkened Li Kuan-'s expression. "Who said such things?" "Supervisor Chun Li," Zhu Jinlok sobbed. "I suspect many people in the company are now spreading rumors that I used improper means to attract clients. I truly do not know how to handle this. Should I call the police?" On the way home, Zhu Jinlok recounted the events in detail to Li Kuan. After hearing her account, Li Kuan took out his phone, his tone turning serious. "Yi, it's me. There is something that requires your immediate attention." He succinctly outlined the situation over the phone. If his woman was being bullied without any response, what kind of man would he be? He was determined to teach that wretched supervisor a lesson. "Understood, Mr. Li. I will address this tomorrow and ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution." Yi responded thoughtfully from the other end. As the project manager for Yujing Houding, he was already aware of the situation, but he anticipated the client would directly reach out. Clearly, the newly transferred employee in the sales department had an unusual connection with the affluent buyer of the luxury apartment. As for how to handle it, it was quite apparent. One was a mere employee, albeit with years of sales experience, while the other was a wealthy heir capable of purchasing a property outright for tens of millions. It was evident who could be offended and who could not. After hanging up, Li Kuan reassured Zhu Jinlok, "Tomorrow, Yi Ku, the senior executive from Jinding, will personally address this matter. You need not worry excessively. Kuan, if you proceed with this, Supervisor Chen might lose her job." Zhu Jinlok hesitated, not expecting the situation to escalate to this extent. "It serves her right." Li Kuan grasped Zhu Jinlok's hand, offering comfort. Such behavior in the workplace has long surpassed the realm of professional competition. This malicious slander and defamation, if left unchecked, will not only tarnish your reputation but also harm your image within the company. Most importantly, any supervisor who dares to bully my woman will face the consequences of their actions. Some wealthy and powerful individuals may appear amiable until their interests are threatened. Conversely, they will retaliate and target those who cross them. The following morning, as Zhu Jinlok arrived at work, she immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. The glances from her colleagues had shifted from derision and suspicion to one of respect. "Look," Enjing rushed over as soon as she spotted her friend. "Do you know? Chun Li has been fired. The higher-ups just announced it." "So soon?" Zhu Jinlok was taken aback. She had anticipated that dismissing a long-standing employee would involve some procedural steps. Yet the matter was resolved so swiftly and decisively. It was truly impressive. Furthermore, Enjing eagerly exclaimed, "The company has announced that you will take over Chun Li's supervisory position. So, how on earth did you manage that?" However, before Zhu Jinsuo could respond, she noticed the executive, Yi Ku, approaching her. Yi Ku, in his 30s, impeccably attired in a suit, radiated an imposing aura and carried an air of authority. "You must be Zhu Jinsuo," he said with a warm smile. "Shall we step aside for a moment to talk?" The general manager's office. Yi Ku personally poured a glass of water for Zhu Jinsuo, clarifying that Chun Li's actions constituted a severe breach of professional ethics, and the company would not tolerate such malicious defamation of a colleague. "I sincerely apologize for the negative impact this has caused you, and I would appreciate it if Miss Zhu could relay this outcome to Mr. Li as well." "Of course," Zhu Jinsuo replied, feeling slightly flustered. "Thank you, General Manager Yi." Yi Ku continued, "Furthermore, based on your performance and professional integrity, I have decided to appoint you to take over Chun Li's supervisory role." At this proclamation, Zhu Jinsuo was taken aback with joy. "General Manager Yi, I fear my qualifications may be insufficient." "Qualifications are the least of our concerns," Yi Ku replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Your achievements and capabilities are paramount. Coupled with the luxury apartment you sold and your connection with Mr. Li, you are undoubtedly capable of fulfilling the supervisor's responsibilities. I doubt anyone would object." Moments later, as Zhu Jinsuo exited the office, she felt a lingering sense of disbelief. In less than 24 hours, she had transformed from a victim of rumors into the supervisor, supplanting Chun Li. Selling a multi-million-dollar luxury apartment had earned her a substantial commission, elevated her to a managerial position, and introduced her to a handsome, affluent boyfriend. Each of these accomplishments would warrant considerable discussion, yet Zhu Jinsua had achieved them all. It was indeed surreal. Returning to the sales department, Zhu Jinsua found Chun-Li packing her personal belongings, her expression dark and displeased. Their eyes met, and Chun-Li's gaze was filled with resentment. Yet she dared not utter a word more, hastily gathering her things and departing. Zhu Jinsua chose not to gloat over Chun-Li's misfortune, but instead turned toward her new office, which had once belonged to Chun-Li. On this day, after indulging for over a month, Li Kuan resolved to embark on a rigorous self-discipline journey, to sculpt the physique with the strength of a tiger's back, a wasp's waist, and the legs of a mantis would require no less than 3 months, complemented by a proper diet. 3 parts exercise, 7 parts diet, he mused. With determination, he set his plan into motion. That day, at noon, Li Kuan awoke naturally, and after freshening up, donned a complete set of workout attire and headed to the nearest gym. Upon arriving, he parked his car and entered a fitness center named Li Mei. The moment he stepped inside, he was greeted enthusiastically. "Hello, handsome. Welcome to Li Mei Gym." A membership consultant, engrossed in her phone, instantly switched to sales mode upon seeing a prospective client. After all, walk-in customers are the best source of performance. "Hello," Li Kuan replied casually, his gaze drifting past the reception area to the workout zone. Through the pristine glass, he observed a myriad of intricate equipment and individuals diligently sweating it out. He recalled that this gym was part of a chain, with numerous branches in Donghai City, ensuring a substantial clientele. "Is this your first visit, handsome? Would you like me to give you a tour?" asked a young consultant with a sprinkle of freckles, her demeanor both proactive and warm. Performance directly impacts commissions, and no one would dare offend the deity of wealth. Returning his focus to the consultant, Li Kuan noted her youthful appearance, early 20s, over 6 feet tall, with a robust physique, suggesting she also engaged in regular exercise while selling gym memberships. Her name tag read Li Fei. "Yes, I'd like to sign up. Let us go for a year," he stated, handing over a bank card, too lazy to use mobile payment. Li Fei's face brightened at his response. "Excellent choice, sir. Please hold on for a moment while I process your membership." As he took the card, he silently celebrated his good fortune that day. While waiting, Li Kuan wandered into the workout area to assess the gym's facilities and environment. After a thorough inspection, he found the workout space more spacious than anticipated, with well-maintained, modern equipment. Satisfied, he was about to find a spot to rest when a figure in the personal training area caught his eye. Ding! Chapter 54. The Elite Personal Trainer, Lan Jin. Name, Lan Jin. Age, 25. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Attractiveness, 96. Profession, Senior Personal Trainer. Skills, Yoga, Combat. Nutrition Coaching, Love Life, 0. A stunning senior fitness coach. A remarkable attractiveness score of 96. 0 romantic entanglements. Truly a rare gem. How extraordinary. Li Kuan's eyebrows raised with intrigue as he focused on the personal training area. The exquisite coach, Lan Jin, was currently assisting a middle-aged female client with deadlifts. With her high ponytail and form-fitting athletic top, her shoulder lines were impeccably defined. However, the most captivating aspect was undoubtedly the way her workout leggings accentuated her perfectly rounded figure. One could only imagine the sweetness of such a tempting treat. With her curvaceous form, she was undeniably mesmerizing. How he longed to give it a try. While guiding her client, Lan Jin exuded an air of concentration. Her brow slightly furrowed, sharp gaze, precise demonstration of movements, and earnest expression all radiating the unique allure of a personal trainer. Move slowly. Yes. Focus on engaging your glutes and hamstrings. Avoid using your back. Her voice was penetrating, imbued with an authoritative tone. Li Kuan found himself unconsciously drawn toward the personal training area. At that moment, the membership consultant returned, having completed the registration. "Sir, here are your bank card and fitness tracker." Li Fei handed them over. "Oh," Li Kuan acknowledged, then pointed toward Lan Jin in the personal training area. "I would like that coach to guide my workouts. Of course, I will purchase personal training sessions." The membership consultant hesitated, glancing in the direction Li Kuan indicated. The personal trainer in question was indeed the gym's most attractive senior trainer. "Sir, you may not be aware, but Coach Lan generally does not accept male clients. And she is our gym's star trainer. Her schedule is almost fully booked daily, so..." Before Li Fei could finish, Li Kuan calmly raised a hand to interrupt. "Call your manager over. I have something to discuss." "Certainly, sir. Please hold on." Li Fei promptly agreed and swiftly departed. Shortly thereafter, a robust male voice resonated. "How may I assist you?" The speaker was Yuan Yang, the gym manager, accompanied by the membership consultant Li Fei. Li Kuan directed his gaze back to Lan Jin in the personal training area. I've just signed up for a membership and would like to request a personal trainer. Yuan Yang followed Li Kuan's gaze, his expression revealing a sudden understanding. Coach Lan is one of the most professional trainers we have here. However, her schedule is quite full. I can introduce you to other coaches, handsome. No, I want her, Li Kuan interjected, his tone leaving no room for debate. Ah, I see, Yuan Yang pondered briefly. In that case, let me have Xiao Li introduce you to our membership system and personal training courses. We have many personal trainers, not just Coach Lan, and all of them are quite exceptional. Unfortunately, Coach Lan's classes are indeed fully booked. My apologies. Yuan Yang cleared his throat before continuing. Moreover, Coach Lan typically only accepts students with a certain level of foundation. I would suggest you. Li Kuan chuckled, then raised a finger in front of Yuan Yang to interject. One class is 10,000. I'll purchase 100 classes up front. If Coach Lan's service meets my expectations, I will continue to buy her personal training sessions. 10,000 per session? Buying 100 up front? Membership consultant Li Fei widened his eyes in disbelief. Is this for real? The store manager, Yuan Yang, exhibited a similar look of astonishment. He swallowed hard and remarked, Boss, your offer is indeed exceedingly generous. However, Coach Lan has a rather unique personality. I will need to discuss this with her first. But rest assured, I will do my utmost to persuade her. A high-caliber personal trainer like Lan Jin, possessing both beauty and skill, would be a prized asset in any gym. It is only natural for her to have a bit of a temperament. As the store manager, Yuan Yang would naturally refrain from using a heavy-handed approach to compel her. After all, should she decide to leave for another gym, she might take a significant number of clients with her, which would undoubtedly be a considerable loss. If a firm approach won't work, then a softer one must suffice. I'll take my leave. I'll wait here. With that, Li Kuan settled onto a sofa in the reception area, while the membership consultant wisely accompanied this esteemed client, occasionally sharing some information. At that moment, Lan Jin, who had just finished a class, was resting in the personal training area. Yuan Yang entered the area and approached Lan Jin. Coach Lan, I would like to discuss something with you. Yuan Yang's demeanor was serious. Before Yuan Yang could elaborate, Lan Jin, without raising her head, replied, If this is about increasing class hours, there's no need. I've already stated that my schedule is full. This response left Yuan Yang momentarily speechless. It was likely only this particular lady who could speak to him in such a manner at the gym. Ahem, don't be so quick to refuse. This is a new client looking to train. Yuan Yang clarified. He is offering 10,000 per session and specifically requests you as his personal trainer. What does that mean? Quite literally, Yuan Yang sat beside Lan Jin. He is requesting you as his personal trainer at the price of 10,000 per session. If you agree, he will purchase 100 sessions up front and is likely to continue after that. Heh, Lan Jin smiled knowingly. This client certainly has money. I suspect his interest in hiring me as a personal trainer goes beyond mere fitness. Indeed, how could it be otherwise with our captivating Coach Lan? Yuan Yang chuckled awkwardly and continued. Recently, the headquarters has been considering candidates for the regional coach director position. Your qualifications and abilities make you the most suitable candidate. If you take on this major client's personal training sessions, it could very well secure your position as the regional coach director. This time, Lan Jin fell silent. You could try a few sessions first. If it truly doesn't suit you, we can figure something out. But how about we capture this major client first? Yuan Yang offered a concession. After a moment of contemplation, Lan Jin glanced at the man outside the personal training area. He was young, not unattractive, and could be considered acceptable. Most importantly, this client was exceptionally wealthy. Who wouldn't appreciate money? A mere few silver coins could alleviate countless worldly woes. 10,000 per session? How audacious. Just how long could this last? One must take full advantage of such a rich second-generation heir while the opportunity exists. What about the commission structure? Lan Jin suddenly inquired. Of course, it will follow the standard personal training rates, Yuan Yang replied without hesitation. That won't do. Lan Jin shook her head. It's not every day we encounter such a wealthy client. We must calculate it based on a special course. Our gym's standard commission for personal training sessions is 30%, but for teaching this affluent heir, I want 50% of the earnings. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yang's eyes twitched slightly. 50% of a million is 500,000. This girl truly dares to ask for such a sum. If any other personal trainer made such a demand, Yuan Yang would undoubtedly dismiss them. However, given that the client specifically requested this lady's services, he had little choice. Fine, 50 it is. But I will need to wait until the client pays for the 100 sessions before I can transfer the payment to you. After weighing the options, Yuan Yang gritted his teeth and made his decision. Besides the 500,000 for Lan Jin's commission, there would also be another 500,000 in performance based on the highest fee personal training sessions, which would yield him a substantial profit. There's no reason not to pursue this. I have additional requirements, Lan Jin stated, seemingly unbothered. First, I will determine the course content and schedule. Second, should the client exhibit any inappropriate behavior, I reserve the right to terminate the contract at any time without refunding the personal training fees. Lastly, the classes must be scheduled during normal working hours. No extra meetings or conditions will be accepted. If the client can agree to these terms, I will take on their training. Longines' cautiousness stemmed from previous experiences, ensuring she was prepared to avoid any unpleasantness with clients of questionable intentions. Upon hearing her stipulations, Yuan Yang considered responding, but, seeing her resolute expression, ultimately nodded in agreement. Of course, I can have these terms written into the contract. Yuan Yang was thorough in his considerations. I will also communicate these to your client. I hope they won't have any objections. Earning money is challenging, and one must be mindful of many factors to secure it. Longines, high-end client resources like this can generate performance far exceeding that of regular clients. Sometimes, you shouldn't be too rigid. It helps to show clients a bit of warmth. Having said that, Yuan Yang prepared to discuss the contract with Li Kun. Longines, however, did not respond, merely stating in a neutral tone, "Please schedule this new client's physical assessment for tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I need to evaluate his physical condition before creating a training plan." Yuan Yang rose and exited the personal training area. In the reception area, upon seeing the gym manager approach, Li Kun raised an eyebrow and asked, "How did it go?" Immediately, Yuan Yang donned a warm smile. "Boss, after my earnest persuasion, Coach Lon has agreed to serve you, but there are some stipulations. If you agree to these, then tomorrow at 10 in the morning, she will conduct a comprehensive physical assessment, followed by the formulation of your exclusive training plan. After that, you can officially commence your training." Having relayed all the requirements in one breath, Yuan Yang felt his heart racing. The success of this substantial deal would ultimately depend on the client. "All right, I agree to all of it." After a moment's thought, Li Kun nodded. His gaze then shifted past Yuan Yang to rest on Longines, who had just exited the personal training area. Despite having his own system, he was aware that in a society governed by law, there were certain matters he would never force, even without explicit demands. The fact that the other party can agree to a personal training session priced at 10,000 yuan per session indicates a certain indulgence in materialism. When the time comes for these sessions, it is inevitable that he will present lavish gifts or occasionally invite her to upscale dining establishments. How could he possibly fail to win over this proud young lady? The most significant aspect is that these expenditures will yield returns tenfold. Li Kun will not suffer any losses. If someone remains unyielding despite the lure of wealth, it can only be said that the offered price was insufficient. Should there truly be someone who does not succumb to financial temptations, it would only serve to elicit admiration. "Please inform Coach Lon." Li Kun's gaze remained fixed on Longines, affirming his intention to be a diligent student. "Of course, please proceed with the contract signing," he said. Yuan Yang handed over the printed contract. Only upon signing the contract could true success be achieved. As if inspired, Longines sensed Li Kun's gaze and turned to meet his eyes. They exchanged a brief glance before returning their focus. Li Kun casually inscribed his name on the contract, merely $1 million, a trifling amount. He felt no weight of the decision. Yet, in the eyes of Yuan Yang, the gym's manager, the atmosphere became palpably tense. This deal was sealed. This month's performance was secure. It would undoubtedly place the company at the forefront. If he could provide excellent service to this prominent client, Longines' personal training sessions would continue indefinitely. Regional manager, promotion and salary increase. Shareholder dividends, the pinnacle of life. As these thoughts coursed through Yuan Yang's mind, his demeanor grew increasingly obsequious and servile, shedding any traces of his previous defiance. To an outsider, he might easily be mistaken for an ordinary member. "Mr. Li, now that everything is settled, when will you purchase those 100 personal training sessions?" Yuan Yang inquired, rubbing his hands together. "Please add Coach Lan's WeChat. I will transfer the payment for the sessions directly to her." Without hesitation, Li Kun produced his phone, revealing the WeChat QR code. "All right, just a moment." Taking the phone, Yuan Yang made his way to the personal training area. After a brief interval, he returned the phone to Li Kun, who promptly requested his personal trainer to send her bank account details. In the personal training area, Longines said nothing further. She was preparing for the upcoming session, and adding each other on WeChat was hardly an inappropriate act. Soon, she sent a series of bank account numbers. A minute passed, and Longines' phone buzzed with a message that caught her eye. "Huaxiao Bank. Your account ending in 5795 completed a transaction of 100 renminbi, 000 on August 5th at 14:35, with a balance of 111,080,050. Seeing her balance reach 7 figures for the first time left Longines momentarily dizzy. Even if it was merely a string of numbers, the impact was profound. Most importantly, 50,000 of that was her commission. Suddenly, Longines found herself less averse to the idea of training men. As the funds were transferred, Li Kuan also received a tenfold return, instantly regaining 10 million. How about it, miss? Mr. Li says the money has already been transferred. It was only when Yuan Yang entered the personal training area and approached her that Lan Jin's thoughts were pulled back to the present. Chapter 056. The personal training session commences the following day. At 10 o'clock, Li Kuan stepped into Li Mei Gym, greeted by the unique amalgamation of scents that permeated the air. A blend difficult to describe, with the scent of disinfectant particularly pronounced. Today, he had deliberately donned athletic attire and flat shoes. Upon entering, the youthful receptionist enthusiastically greeted him. Hello, member. Coach Lan is in the personal training area. Li Kuan cast a casual glance at the unremarkable young receptionist. Disregarding the flirtatious glances she shot his way, and did not even bother to scan her with the system. Her overly eager demeanor was likely a result of his signing up for personal training the day before. He swiftly crossed the reception area, heading straight towards the tall, striking figure adjusting the equipment in the personal training area. Lan Jin, sporting a high ponytail and clad in a black, form-fitting training outfit that accentuated her perfect waist-to-hip ratio, boasted long, shapely legs that were particularly captivating. Sensing his approach, Lan Jin turned and recognized him as the new member from yesterday. Maintaining her composure, she said, Mr. Li, you are right on time. Shall we begin? Certainly. Li Kuan nodded, then pulled a small, exquisite red box from his pocket. I purchased this necklace yesterday at a jewelry store, and the moment I saw it, I felt it would suit you perfectly. As he spoke, he revealed a rose-shaped gold necklace from the box. Upon witnessing this gesture, Lan Jin offered a brief smile, yet quickly returned to her usual demeanor. Thank you very much, Mr. Li, but our gym's policy prohibits personal trainers from accepting gifts from members. Moreover, the fee you have already paid for the personal training is quite substantial, making this inappropriate. The price of 10,000 yuan per session had long surpassed any personal training fees set by Li Mei Gym, likely the highest in all of Donghai City. Purchasing 100 sessions at once? Truly, a case of a wealthy person lacking discernment, Lan Jin thought to herself, unimpressed. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Besides, I have never asked for anything back from a gift, Li Kuan replied, placing the rose gold necklace on a table in the personal training area. If Coach Lan insists on refusing it, consider it trash to be discarded. Upon hearing this, Lan Jin, who took a moment to ponder her response, skillfully diverted the conversation. Let me take you for a body assessment first. With numerous suitors, including several wealthy second-generation heirs, she knew how to handle different types of people. Directly refusing would only embarrass wealthy individuals, which was hardly an advisable approach. All right, Li Kuan replied nonchalantly. It was merely a small gift. One could not force someone to accept it. His primary reason for coming to the gym was to train, adhering strictly to his self-imposed regimen. While winning over this stunning personal trainer was merely a side endeavor, there was no need to rush or feel obligated. After a while, having completed the body assessment and outlined the initial training plan, Lan Jin officially commenced the training session. Please start with a 5-minute warm-up. We will begin the lesson shortly. With that, she turned to retrieve a training mat. Li Kuan sighed quietly. Why didn't the system offer a one-click enhancement feature? He wouldn't mind going bald if it meant an easier path. Having to work hard was truly exhausting. As the warm-up began, Li Kuan started his fitness journey with jumping jacks. Focus on executing the movements correctly. Tighten your abdominal muscles. Lan Jin's unemotional voice rang out from behind him. As the two trained in the personal training area, a pair of light brown eyes observed coldly from behind the blinds of the gym's second-floor office. The owner of those eyes was a foreigner, Maynard, a star coach at Li Mei Gym, standing at 6 feet tall, with golden hair and blue eyes. His muscular physique akin to a sculpted figure. He held a degree of renown in the fitness community of Donghai City, with tens of thousands of followers on various social media platforms. The chill in his gaze stemmed from the company's decision to change the regional training director's position, a role that should have been his. It seemed that Coach Lan was indeed quite popular. Maynard withdrew his gaze and approached the gym's manager, expressing his discontent in halting Mandarin. 100 personal training sessions, 1,000,000. What methods has she employed? While Maynard was astonished, a flicker of doubt crept into his mind, leading him to ponder in a particular direction. Even though Coach Lan Jin was undeniably beautiful, this price was exorbitant. 1,000,000. Sufficient for Maynard to indulge in different overnight escapades every day for 3 months. Haha. Yuan Yang chuckled awkwardly a couple of times. Coach Maynard, you're joking. Coach Lan truly possesses remarkable skills. Her performance has consistently ranked among the upper echelon of our establishment, and with this significant client membership, her contribution this month accounts for over 90% of the store's total revenue. With her qualifications and achievements, it's only natural for the headquarters to promote her to the position of regional coaching director. Yuan Yang showed no leniency towards this foreign coach, given their indifferent relationship and the fact that she was not part of his own store. Moreover, The temper of this foreign coach was less than amiable. Having offended numerous colleagues in the company, it was a wonder he didn't mock her, let alone anything else. Maynard clenched his fists unconsciously. Having worked here for over 3 years, that position should rightfully be his. The words lingered on his lips, but he refrained from voicing them. This wasn't his own store, and the manager here was hardly a friend. Certain remarks reaching the higher-ups could be detrimental, so he ultimately chose silence. The company values performance, Coach Maynard. You must be aware of that, Yuan Yang casually reminded. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Maynard fixed his gaze on Lon Jean, who was downstairs, instructing a member on the proper form for a plank. With a gradually darkening expression, Maynard turned and departed without a word. Take care, Coach Maynard. No need to see you off. Do come by often. Yuan Yang leaned back in his office chair, wearing a smug smile. The moment he secured the large contract, he had informed the company's upper management and proposed promoting Lon Jean to regional coaching manager. He hadn't anticipated such a swift response. Within less than a day, the company had provided feedback. If this momentum continued, Yuan Yang would undoubtedly rise above the status of a mere store manager. The commission from his performance was a foregone conclusion. In the personal training area, Lon Jean was wholly absorbed in correcting Li Kuan's exercise form, instructing him not to lift his hips and to maintain a straight line with his body. Yes, just like that, she affirmed, glancing at her watch. Keep it up. At that moment, a figure entered the personal training zone, accompanied by hesitant Mandarin. Coach Lon, you're doing quite well. Maynard feigned a friendly smile, his gaze flitting between Lon Jean and Li Kuan. Undoubtedly, this was the million-dollar personal training member. Ah, Coach Maynard, long time no see. What brings you here? Lon Jean replied with an impassive expression. Observing the foreigner who had suddenly intruded into the personal training area and disrupted her session, Li Kuan scrutinized him curiously. Good day, sir. I am Maynard Smith, a gold standard coach at Li Mei Fitness. Maynard disregarded Lon Jean's inquiry and extended his hand towards Li Kuan. Hello. Out of courtesy, Li Kuan shook his hand and asked, what about you, coach? Well, I believe that successful individuals like yourself should choose a personal trainer who is more professional and exceptional. Maynard insinuated. He continued, I have won 3 international fitness competitions abroad. If you're interested, I can offer you a complimentary trial session. Upon hearing this, Lon Jean's brows furrowed. Did this foreign coach not understand the rules? Attempting to poach members from another establishment? If this were any other gym, he would likely have been kicked out by now, considering he was encroaching on her territory. Sir, you have better options. Maynard seemed unfazed by Lon Jean's presence, as if she were invisible. If you choose to attend my personal training sessions, I can introduce you to some of my female members or fans. They are exceptionally enthusiastic, ranging from young maidens to mature women. You understand? With that, Maynard turned to leave, casting Li Kuan a knowing glance. Li Kuan, drenched in sweat, was somewhat speechless. Is this how personal trainers recruit members nowadays? What's up with that foreigner? After taking a sip of water, he inquired. In response, Lon Jean pondered for a moment before stating, Coach Maynard's skills are decent, but as long as Mr. Li is willing to attend my sessions, I will exert every effort to assist you in your training. Another hour passed, and the personal training session concluded. Lon Jean personally escorted Li Kuan out. Hesitating for a moment before speaking, Mr. Li, regarding Maynard, rest assured, I won't be changing coaches. How about I treat you to dinner sometime? Li Kuan replied with a playful grin. Just kidding. Attending other coaches' sessions would be a waste of money, but training with Lon Jean is a profitable investment. And I might even win over this stunning personal trainer. As for that foreign fellow, he can offer his sessions for free, and I still wouldn't go. Take care. Boss, Lon Jean smiled knowingly. Although she appeared aloof, she was somewhat warm-hearted. After all, significant clients required special attention. The $50,000 earned yesterday was a substantial sum. It was the first time Lon Jean had made such a profit. As she watched Li Kuan leave, Lon Jean turned back to the gym, only to find the manager seemingly waiting for her. Yuan Yang got straight to the point. Coach Lon, the company leadership has approved my request. If all goes well, starting next month, you will be the regional coaching director. So soon? I thought we had to wait for the quarterly evaluation, Lon Jean replied, somewhat surprised. No wonder some people are restless. Performance speaks volumes, Yuan Yang smiled. Your achievements are evident to all, especially signing Mr. Li as a member. The headquarters places great importance on that. Thus, maintaining a good relationship with this member is crucial. In response, Lon Jean said nothing. The position of regional director meant a higher salary, greater authority, and the potential for advancement within the company, no longer merely a regular coach. I suppose that's the reason Maynard attempted to poach me. Lon Jean then recounted the earlier incident. That foreigner. However, it's not surprising. Maynard's qualifications are comparable to yours, and he has thousands of followers on social media. This position was initially his, but the company decided to promote you due to your outstanding performance. He must feel quite disgruntled. He is not known for his good temper, so be cautious. Yuan Yang's expression reflected his displeasure. I understand, Lan Jin nodded. In the days that followed, Li Kuan diligently attended the gym daily. Finding that working out was not as exhausting with the assistance of an attractive personal trainer. Simultaneously, Lan Jin crafted a tailored fitness meal plan for Li Kuan, exponentially enhancing the effectiveness of his training. In just over 10 days, Li Kuan could distinctly perceive improvements in his overall fitness. Among those who could vouch for this were Lu Ruyan, Zhang Yashi, Yang Jiejia, and Zhu Jinsao. Fitness is great. Time to train. On this day, in the personal training area, Maynard entered the Li Mei Fitness Gym where Lan Jin worked, seizing the opportunity to attempt to poach a member while Li Kuan was resting. Mr. Li, I assure you, I won't be changing personal trainers. Li Kuan flatly rejected Maynard. Yuan Yang arrived, his expression dark as a thundercloud. While Lan Jin remained inscrutable, her face devoid of emotion. Maynard, you have crossed the line, I asserted. If you continue to poach our personal training clients, I will have no choice but to report you to the higher-ups. Yuan Yang wasted no time in showing Maynard his displeasure. To deprive someone of their livelihood is akin to slaying their parents. No matter how adept one may be at navigating social intricacies, when faced with a losing venture, one must not hesitate to sever ties. In that case, consider my presence here non-existent. There is no need for you to be upset, Director Yuan. I was merely seeking the opinions of our members. There's no necessity to escalate this to the management, Maynard retorted nonchalantly. Having served at Legion Fitness for over 3 years, he believed he had made a few friends despite having ruffled some feathers, and he was confident that the company would not dismiss him without just cause. However, Maynard had already gathered the members' responses. If there was nothing further, he would take his leave. No need for farewells. As Maynard prepared to exit the gym, he was met with a sudden influx of women at the entrance. They appeared vaguely familiar. Just as he pondered this, the women encircled him. There he is. That's the one. Call the police. Don't let him escape. Surround him. A day passed, shaking the fitness community in Donghai City to its core. Shockwaves reverberated as revelations surfaced. The foreign trainer had engaged romantically with hundreds of women over 3 years. The foreign coach at Legion Fitness had concealed his marital status and children, presenting himself as single while courting numerous members. Disturbing private videos featuring the foreign coach and various female members were leaked online. A scandal of disgraceful proportions rocked the fitness industry. Chapter 058. Shun Yinshu the following day. A notification appeared in the WeChat workgroup of Legion Fitness trainers. Notice from Chief Li Xine. Attention everyone. Due to the disarray in the private life of foreign instructor Maynard, which has severely tarnished the company's image, he is hereby dismissed. Furthermore, any form of ambiguous or inappropriate relationships between trainers and clients, including instances of being kept, are strictly prohibited. We are fitness instructors, not courtesans. Should such incidents recur, voluntary resignation will be required. Please acknowledge receipt. Responses flooded in. Received. The most handsome in Donghai. Received. Master Liao, the iron enthusiast. Received. Fitness aficionado. Received. Coach Yu Yang from a fitness. Received. Private trainer Lin Han, champion of Donghai fitness competition. Received. Wang, the soft rice king. I'll go handle my resignation now. Muscleman Xiaochong, me too. Andy, received. Lon Lon, received. That night, in a lavishly decorated apartment in Donghai Smart City, the master bedroom was a scene of disarray. Li Kuan and Lu Ruyan lay entwined, their bodies glistening with sweat. Despite the air conditioning swirling around them, the warmth between them lingered, as if their feelings could ignite at any moment. Darling, didn't you promise to buy me a car? Lu Ruyan, her cheeks flushed, nuzzled against Li Kuan playfully, her demeanor utterly charming. Sure, Li Kuan replied without a second thought. Then, with a mischievous grin, he added, but I have a small request before we buy it. What request? Lu Ruyan asked, curiosity flickering in her eyes. I want you to wear stockings and high heels as a knight, Li Kuan specified, relishing the anticipation. All right, tomorrow's car is yours to choose, he declared, shattering any hesitation Lu Ruyan had. Just a moment, I'll be right back, she exclaimed, unabashedly revealing her fair form as she bounced off the bed. In no time, she returned, her excitement palpable. The weather was splendid that day. The midday sun poured in comfortably, casting a warm glow over the master bedroom, illuminating the chaos that lay upon the bed. Let us go, darling. I already know what car I want. Lu Ruyan, dressed in chic designer attire, preened in front of the mirror, her enthusiasm infectious. Sure, but this room is a mess. Shouldn't we tidy up first? It feels a bit uncomfortable, Li Kuan remarked, unable to bear the sight of the disarray. It's fine. This is our home, Lu Ruyan reassured him, her eagerness undeterred by the clutter. We can clean up when we get back. Hurry, let us go. She approached Li Kuan, playfully swaying like a little girl, and he could hardly refuse her. All right. But you'll clean up when we return, he said gently, stroking her hair before taking her delicate hand and leading her out. Sunlight streamed through the expansive glass windows of the Rolls-Royce showroom, adorning the luxurious cars within with a gleaming golden hue. Shen Yanshu, who had been in the industry for 2.5 years, stood at the entrance due to her shift. With her striking features and impressive capabilities, the black professional suit she wore accentuated her slender waist, and the silver name tag on her chest gleamed brightly. She exuded professionalism. "Good afternoon, welcome to Rolls-Royce," she greeted as the couple stepped through the door, immediately bowing slightly and offering a perfectly timed smile. Her discerning gaze swept over the pair. With 2.5 years of sales experience, she had developed an eye for detail. Though the man was dressed plainly in casual attire and slippers, his companion was resplendently attired, brandishing a limited edition Hermes bag and clad in Chanel, definitely worth a fortune. "Hello, miss, we're just browsing," Li Kuan remarked, taking stock of the saleswoman before casually continuing. Name, Shen Yanshu, age, 26, height, 166 centimeters, weight, 48 kilograms, attractiveness, 90, occupation, car sales, skills, eloquence, persuasiveness, exceptional driving skills, romantic history, 2. Not too shabby, just 2 romantic encounters. As the saying goes, third time is the charm. Perhaps I could also make an attempt. Li Kuan quickly averted his gaze, contemplating his strategy. Although the main quest did not include a task for winning over the goddess, there were plenty of side quests related to romance to pursue. That titanium alloy waist was something he had long desired, but there was no rush. He intended to follow the flow of events. Clearing his throat, Li Kuan instinctively wrapped his arm around Lu Ruyan's waist. A woman's beauty is a man's pride. Lu Ruyan, resplendent in her white dress, appeared stunning, especially with the diamond necklace adorning her neck, sparkling brilliantly in anyone's eyes. With Lu Ruyan's radiant presence, even in his mundane attire, no one would dare to underestimate him. Shen Yanshu maintained a half-step distance behind the couple, striking a balance between being neither overly enthusiastic nor intrusive, always ready to address any inquiries the customers might have. "How much is this car?" Lu Ruyan paused before a sleek black Rolls-Royce. "Madam, this is our latest model, equipped with a 675 horsepower V12 engine and an exquisite interior. Is there one available?" Without waiting for the sales representative Shen Yanshu to finish her introduction, Lu Ruyan confidently strode towards the black Rolls-Royce. Indeed, Shen Yanshu's eyes brightened as she hurriedly continued. "We happen to have just one left in stock, a special edition Wraith, featuring a meteor roof and a starlit sky." "Then I shall take this one." Immediately, Li Kuan produced a bank card, his actions as nonchalant as if purchasing a cup of coffee or a cabbage from the street. "Is this truly the decision? You aren't even inquiring about the price? Are you certain you possess the means?" In that instant, Shen Yanshu felt her breath hitch. After all, the price of this Rolls-Royce was an astounding 36 million. "Miss, I believe a test drive or a detailed configuration review would be prudent before making such a decision." Although Shen Yanshu had only been in the industry for 2.5 years, she had witnessed countless clients impulsively change their minds, even demanding refunds, which prompted her caution. Lu Ruyan linked her arm with Li Kuan's, smiling as she shook her head. "No need. I trust your recommendation, dear lady. It is merely a car. After all, it cannot be that different." Of course, the primary reason was that she was not spending her own money. The signing process was astonishingly swift. As Lu Ruyan neatly inscribed her name on the final contract, Shen Yanshu could no longer contain her excitement. Taking several deep breaths to compose herself, this was the fastest and largest deal she had ever closed in her sales career, without exception. "Thank you for your hard work today," Lu Ruyan cheerfully stated. "I may need your assistance with future maintenance." "Of course, that will be no problem at all." Shen Yanshu's smile remained unwavering. "How about this? I'll add you on WeChat, and you can reach out to me for any future needs." Since the payment was made by Li Kuan, Shen Yanshu instinctively intended to add his WeChat. However, upon noticing Lu Ruyan's enchanting gaze, she quickly corrected herself. That would be splendid. Recognizing the subtlety, Lu Ruyan was more than willing to exchange WeChat details. After all, the beauty of the Rolls-Royce sales representative was scarcely inferior to her own, and she could not discount the possibility of capturing her partner's interest. Ultimately, she bore the weight of everything alone. Just as the contract was finalized and the client was preparing to make payment, Shen Yanshu caught sight of someone approaching from the corner of her eye. Chapter 059. The ambitious store manager. The store manager and sales champion, In Su, approached with a smile. "Manager In." Shen Yanshu greeted the approaching figure politely. "Has this gentleman placed an order?" In Su's gaze flitted between Lu Ruyan and Li Kuan before finally resting on the latter. "Yes, manager. Ms. Lu Ruyan has decided to purchase this vehicle, and the contract has been signed," Shen Yanshu added deliberately. "Well done, Yanshu." Upon hearing this, In Su felt a twinge of disappointment but masked it well, offering her subordinate a compliment. If the contract had not been signed, she might have considered ways to claim the sale for herself, but with the contract finalized, it would be too unseemly to distract her subordinate with various excuses. She could not act so brazenly, even with her somewhat tenuous connections to higher-ups in the company. Who would have thought this man was so affluent? In-soo mused. A car worth over $2 million, and he decided to buy it on a whim. The entire process from entering the store to purchasing the vehicle had likely taken no more than 30 minutes. This speed was the quickest she had ever encountered throughout her years in the industry. If only every client were like this, she wouldn't have to labor so hard. However, while she could not claim this substantial deal, it did not preclude her from seizing the opportunity for future client resources. Such extravagant clients often concealed a treasure trove waiting to be unearthed. She could not afford to let this slip away. How about this? The perceptive In-soo entirely disregarded the two women beside her and turned to the plain-looking Lee-kun. Sir, may I have your contact information? Should you have any queries regarding the vehicle, I can assist you at any time. I assure you that purchasing or driving a car from me will be worth your while. In-soo's eyes sparkled with allure. How dare she try to seduce my boyfriend in front of me? Lu Ruyan's expression darkened immediately, her mind racing with not-so-friendly thoughts. The store manager's actions felt like a slap to her face. However, it must be acknowledged that the manager was indeed quite attractive. Lee-kun took a closer look. Oh, not bad at all. The store manager was undeniably beautiful. System. Scanning. Name. In-soo. Age. 20 years. Height. 170 centimeters. Weight. 50 kilograms. Attractiveness. 97. Occupation. Store manager. Skills. Eloquence. Mastery of writing techniques. Proficient in splits. Adept at the golden rooster stance. Enthusiast of Russian roulette. Seasoned missionary follower. Love. 108. Just as Lee-kun was about to say something regarding the stunning beauty with a score of 97, he was suddenly overwhelmed by the extensive list of skills, plunging him into a profound silence. No wonder she was a store manager at such a young age. There are 108 heroes in Liangshan, and he would not join the fray. No need, my girlfriend will add this lovely lady on WeChat, and we will consult her with any questions we have. Lee-kun firmly declined. After all, he was the legendary good man. How could he easily exchange WeChat details with another woman while his girlfriend was present? All right. In that case, Xiaoshen, please maintain the client relationship well. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. In-soo, feeling rebuffed, left with a less than pleasant expression, giving only a brief directive before turning away. Unrefined man. As if I would ever be interested in you. She internally scoffed. Dressed like a country bumpkin, he was probably just a pampered young pet. Turning away, In-soo could not shake her frustration. This was the first time she had faced such a straightforward rejection from a man. Was she truly not attractive? Did this young man lack an interest in women? It left her utterly perplexed. A moment later, Shun Yanshu successfully added Lu Ruyan on WeChat. Subsequently, Lee-kun promptly paid the full amount for the vehicle. Well then, I shall be relying on you in the future, Miss Shun. As Lu Ruyan admired her first car, she made sure to express her gratitude. Miss Lu, you are too kind. This is merely my duty. Shun Yanshu replied with an increasingly sincere smile. If it's convenient, I would like to invite both of you to dinner as a token of my appreciation for your trust in me. Upon hearing this, Lee-kun raised an eyebrow and turned to Lu Ruyan. When he saw her gently nod, he agreed. All right then, 7 o'clock tonight. Miss Shun, please choose the venue. His voice was deep and resonant. After a brief moment, having seen off the clients, Shin Yanshu was immediately surrounded by her sales colleagues. Yanshu, you are incredible. The commission on this sale must be substantial. Indeed, you must treat us to dinner. We cannot let you off the hook. Absolutely. Nearby, the stoic In-soo observed the commotion with an expressionless face. It's just one sale. She was merely lucky. It is not as though this occurs every day or even every month. The sales champion of this month, it seems, will have to relinquish their title. In-soo turned and made her way to the office, disregarding the bustling exhibition hall. After work, Shin Yanshu changed into her casual attire, touched up her lipstick and makeup in front of the restroom mirror, and prepared to make a reservation at a restaurant. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Upon checking, she discovered a message from her boyfriend, Liang Gang, stating that he would be working late tonight and that she need not wait for him to have dinner. In response, she sent a simple acknowledgement and added that she would be dining with a client and would likely return home later than usual. After more than 10 minutes without a reply from Liang Gang, Shin Yanshu sighed and quietly slipped her phone into her bag. Liang Gang, her boyfriend of 4 to 5 years, had opened a small gym with funds provided by his family after graduating from a sports academy. Unfortunately, due to poor management, the gym had closed down 6 months ago. After its closure, he found employment at another gym. This situation had rendered him somewhat taciturn, likely because the money his parents had given him to start the gym was a significant portion of their savings, possibly even their retirement funds. Although Shun Yinshu suspected this might be the case, she refrained from questioning him, choosing instead to support him during his period of unemployment and adjustment to his new job. In a discreet French restaurant, the elegant decor, soft lighting, and the melodious strains of a violin effortlessly created an atmosphere of sophistication. Dining here would undoubtedly be a pleasure. When Li Kuan and Lu Rian arrived by car, Shin Yinshu was already waiting for them at the entrance. "Sorry, we're late," Li Kuan said, his arm wrapped around Lu Rian's waist. "Not at all. I just arrived myself," Shin Yinshu replied with a nonchalant smile, even though she had been there half an hour early. Soon, the three of them entered the upscale Western restaurant together. Shortly after they were seated, a server brought out exquisite dishes. "Ms. Shun, how long have you been working?" Li Kuan asked, taking a sip of red wine and casually opening up the conversation. "Sales must not be easy, right? It's manageable. One must put in effort, regardless of the field," Shin Yinshu replied gracefully as she savored a small piece of steak. Indeed, Lu Rian nodded in agreement, though non-committally. As the evening progressed, the atmosphere at the table grew increasingly warm with their exchanges. Shin Yinshu noted that although these clients were affluent enough to purchase a Rolls-Royce worth over $2 million, they were remarkably easy to converse with. Devoid of the arrogance and disdain often associated with the wealthy, such clients are, without a doubt, the most ideal for anyone in sales. Consequently, the dinner unfolded in a relaxed and enjoyable manner, with all three feeling thoroughly satisfied. "Miss Shun, you're so beautiful. You must have a boyfriend, right?" Lu Rian suddenly inquired. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was keen. Li Kuan perked up at this. Shin Yinshu, without much thought, replied, "Yes. We've been together for several years and have a strong relationship. My boyfriend can be a bit blunt, but he has always treated me well. What a pity." Li Kuan sighed inwardly. The trio continued to share laughter and conversation. However, unbeknownst to them, someone was discreetly pointing a phone at Shun Yinshu and Li Kuan, repeatedly pressing the shutter. Due to the angle of the shot, Lu Rian was entirely excluded from the frame. Thus, the captured image portrayed only Shin Yinshu and Li Kuan clinking glasses together, their actions appearing inordinately intimate. Being the sales champion is no easy feat, the figure who took the photos remarked before turning to leave. Chapter 60. The rift emerges later that evening, around 9:30 p.m., when Shun Yinshu returned home. She found her boyfriend's expression unusually dark. "Barbell, I need a hug," she said, setting down her bag and affectionately approaching him for an embrace. Only to be callously rebuffed. "What is the meaning of this?" she asked, puzzled. At that moment, Liang Gang, who had been waiting in anger, raised his phone, revealing the photo of her clinking glasses with Li Kuan on the screen. "Is this what you call dining with clients? And at such an expensive restaurant? After all these years together, we've never dined at a place this upscale. Who sent you these photos?" Shin Yinshu's complexion shifted dramatically. "Barbell, this is a misunderstanding. Please let me explain. Those are my clients, Ms. Lu and Mr. Li. Don't concern yourself with who sent me the photos." "What lady? It's just you and one man having dinner," Liang Gang shouted in exasperation. "Ever since my gym went under, I've felt the scorn of many, and I never imagined you would join them. Are you planning to leave me? Have you already found someone else?" "Liang Gang, please let me explain," Shin Yinshu pleaded, her emotions ignited by his accusations. "That truly was my client. If you don't believe me, I can take you to the store tomorrow to see their car purchase records and the surveillance footage." Upon hearing this, Liang Gang abruptly stood up from the sofa. He stood at 185 meters, with a robust physique, earning him the nickname Barbell among friends. Shin Yinshu had always felt secure with such a boyfriend. However, at this moment, the shadows cast by Liang Gang loomed ominously over her. "Don't treat me like a fool. I know some female salespeople who would do anything for a deal. I never thought you'd stoop this low. I truly misjudged you." Hearing this, Shin Yinshu took a step back, feeling both aggrieved and furious, her eyes brimming with tears. After a prolonged silence, the atmosphere turned palpably tense. It was only when a tear fell from her eye that she spoke. "We've been together for nearly 5 years. Do you really not trust me?" This scene instantly diminished Liang Gang's rage significantly. Rationality returned. Liang Gang was not the kind of man whose imposing stature was coupled with a lack of intellect. His initial anger stemmed from disbelief. However, upon reflection, he realized there were numerous inconsistencies. For instance, there was no concrete evidence, and the person who sent the photo did not identify themselves. The image merely depicted a dinner. After a lengthy silence, Liang Gang finally uttered, "Delete that client's WeChat and phone number. I can pretend this incident never happened." Though his emotions had calmed, his tone remained icy. "Barbell, can you not be so childish? That client just purchased a luxury car worth over $2 million. If I delete their contact, what will they think? I truly haven't done anything to betray you. Why can't you believe me?" Shin Yinshu longed to take her boyfriend to the store and have her colleagues vouch for her. "I'm childish. having already been in a state of disappointment. Liang Gang's temper flared once more. That night, the couple quarreled until the early hours, disturbing the neighbors and preventing them from sleeping. Only when the police arrived did this farce finally come to an end. In the following days, Shen Yinshu continued to work as usual. Liang Gang was no different. The two seemed to share an unspoken understanding, refraining from mentioning the quarrel that had transpired that night. However, unbeknownst to them, their communication gradually dwindled. Until one day, Shen Yinshu could not shake the unsettling feeling of being followed. Despite several attempts to glance behind her without spotting anyone suspicious, the sensation lingered, palpable and undeniable. Yet, as nothing had transpired, Shen Yinshu attributed her anxiety to her own oversensitivity, perhaps exacerbated by a recent argument with her boyfriend. Acknowledging her heightened sensitivity, she chose not to dwell on it, continuing her daily routine of work and commutes. Weeks passed. On this particular day, after rising and completing her morning rituals, she quickly consumed a modest breakfast before riding her electric scooter to work. "I'm off to work now," she announced to her boyfriend, Liang Gang, who appeared still miffed by their earlier misunderstanding, offering no response. He lay on the couch, half-lidded eyes lost in thought. Shen Yinshu said nothing further and departed. Despite her efforts to clarify the situation and even invite him to her workplace for reassurance from her colleagues, his resentment remained. On her way, as Shen Yinshu navigated familiar routes on her scooter, it suddenly stalled at a corner, refusing to move any further. "How odd. I charged it last night," she mused, puzzled. She inspected it from every angle, unable to discern any issues, as she was no mechanic. With time slipping away, she realized that tardiness would jeopardize her attendance record for the month. Reluctantly, she decided to leave her scooter by the roadside and take the bus instead, fortunate to find a nearby bus stop. As for her scooter, she believed it would be safe during the day, planning to return for it after work. Having secured her scooter and gathered her belongings, she cast one last glance at her faithful companion of 3 years before heading towards the bus stop. "Miss Shun?" "What a coincidence," a voice called out as a Mercedes slowed to a stop at the intersection. Shen Yinshu turned to see Mr. Li, a client who had previously purchased a Rolls-Royce from her. "Mr. Li? Hello. What a surprise to see you here," she replied warmly, recognizing him. "Yes. I'm on my way to the gym. Is your scooter out of power?" Li's keen gaze quickly assessed the situation, piecing together what had transpired. "Would you like a ride?" Shen Yinshu hesitated, but he added, "It's no trouble. I'm going that way anyway. Please, hop in." Before she could decline, he opened the passenger door for her. In matters of beauty, admiration is universal, and Mr. Li had always held a fondness for attractive women, a sentiment likely shared by most men. "Thank you, Mr. Li," she acquiesced, unable to refuse his kind offer. However, just as she was about to enter the luxurious vehicle, another electric scooter of the same color collided violently with the side of the Mercedes, startling her. The impact bewildered Li, who sat at the wheel, perplexed by the sudden commotion. Was it a rear-end collision? Before Li could process the situation, a furious shout drew both of their gazes. Shen Yinshu, Liang Gang, feeling unjustly wronged, hurled his unfinished soy milk at the windshield of the Mercedes. He stormed towards her, grasping her hand and pointing accusingly at Li inside the car. Sensing the tension, Shen Yinshu quickly interjected, "Liang Gang, wait. It's not what you think. Mr. Li and I are merely business associates. What are you doing?" Although Li was aware that Shen Yinshu had a boyfriend, he had never met Liang Gang and was oblivious to his identity. "Let go of her," he demanded, stepping out of the car to intervene. Liang Gang, indignant, retorted, "I am her boyfriend. She is my girlfriend. What business is it of yours?" Realizing the misunderstanding, Li chuckled awkwardly before clarifying, "You've misjudged the situation. I was simply offering her a ride since her scooter has issues." Fury and impulsiveness were evident in Liang Gang, who was unwilling to entertain their explanations. "Misunderstanding? I've been following my girlfriend for nearly a week. Finally, I catch you two together. And you want to brush it off as a misunderstanding? Do you take me for a fool?" The commotion attracted onlookers, many of whom began recording the unfolding drama. Shen Yinshu, acutely aware of the curious gazes, attempted to pull Liang Gang away, but he forcefully shoved her aside. She stumbled, nearly losing her balance, only to be caught by Li's quick reflexes, which further fueled Liang Gang's rage. "Release my girlfriend," he barked. Li, suppressing his amusement, released Shen Yinshu. Adopting a stern demeanor, Liang Gang was ready to retort, but Shen Yinshu held his hand tightly, using all her strength to ensure he wouldn't shake her off. She understood her boyfriend's temperament. If she weren't present, he might have resorted to violence by now. "Calm down, please. It's just a few pictures. You suspect me of infidelity because a client offered me a lift? You've never been like this before. Do you really think I, Shen Yinshu, would cheat? After all we've been through, if I wanted to leave, I would have done so long ago. And do you know Mr. Li has a girlfriend? That $200,000 Rolls-Royce was a gift for her. The contact details I share with you are also hers. What more do you want me to explain? Shen Yinshu refrained from addressing Liang Gang's stalking behavior directly, opting instead to clarify the situation. The innocent need not prove their innocence. If we don't resolve this today, we may never find peace moving forward. At that moment, her gaze flickered towards the dented side of the Mercedes, bearing the marks of her boyfriend's electric scooter. Though she is a sales representative for Rolls-Royce, she possesses a considerable understanding of various other vehicles. The price of this Mercedes-Benz will undoubtedly not be less than $500,000, and now that it has sustained such damage, any compensation would be a mere trifle. Should Mr. Li pursue the matter to its fullest extent, reporting to the authorities, filing a lawsuit, and engaging in legal proceedings, even if her boyfriend escapes imprisonment, he will inevitably bear a criminal record. The girlfriend's explanation, the murmurs of those surrounding them, and the frigid gaze of Mr. Li, all combined into a formidable barrage that rendered Liang Gang momentarily speechless, even in his state of indignation. Yet, with so many eyes upon him, failing to articulate a response would be a severe blow to his pride. Just as Liang Gang was about to speak, his girlfriend, Shen Yinshu, preempted him. Chapter 62. I will never leave my boyfriend for money. I apologize, Mr. Li. I did not intend to create such a misunderstanding. My boyfriend did indeed damage your car. But rest assured, I will fully compensate you for the repairs. I hope you won't take it to heart. Having immersed herself in the sales industry for 2.5 years, Shen Yinshu had mastered the art of eloquence. Noticing Mr. Li's increasingly displeased expression, she swiftly stepped in to defend her boyfriend. The furrowed brow of Li Kuan softened somewhat upon hearing her words. It's no issue. The car is merely a minor inconvenience, but if your boyfriend continues to exhibit such behavior, he may encounter greater problems in the future. With her humility, he felt it would be rather petty to dwell on the matter. Moreover, he had developed a certain fondness for this competent saleswoman. Thus he chose to let the matter slide. However, just as the situation appeared to be resolving positively, Liang Gang, filled with defiance, retorted, "What my character has to do with you is none of your business. Is driving a Mercedes-Benz so impressive? I can simply pay for the damages. And that would be the end of it." Liang Gang, have you said enough? Shen Yinshu, usually patient, could no longer contain herself. Do you wish to escalate this matter? Mr. Li has graciously forgiven you. What more do you want? There are so many people watching. Please refrain from causing further disturbance. At her words, Liang Gang was taken aback. Why did it seem as if you were at fault? I am truly sorry, Mr. Li. My boyfriend can be rather blunt and lacks the gift of gab. Please do not be upset. After chastising her boyfriend, Shen Yinshu turned to Mr. Li to offer her apologies. What more could Li Kuan say? He cast a meaningful glance at the still irate Liang Gang and remarked, "You should be grateful to have such a girlfriend. For her sake, I want to press the matter further." With that, he turned to the guilt-ridden Shen Yinshu. "Let us go. I'll give you a ride to work." Mr. Li, that's unnecessary. I can take a taxi. I wouldn't want to impose on you. She declined, her discomfort evident after the incident. If you refuse, I will pursue this matter to the end, Li Kuan replied with an impassive expression. Didn't he think it would be uncomfortable for his girlfriend to be with another man? Li Kuan was determined to teach this man a lesson. It could even be seen as aiding his growth, performing a good deed in the process. At that moment, Li Kuan contemplated the possibility of developing a relationship with this capable woman, envisioning her as his girlfriend. Mr. Li Shen Yinshu found herself momentarily bewildered. She could clearly perceive that the man before her wished to make her boyfriend uncomfortable. However, if she declined, the client might pursue the matter further, which would involve more than just financial repercussions. Are you insulting me? Liang Gang glared at him. Li Kuan calmly retorted, Didn't you insult me first? Not only did you crash into my car, but you also splashed soy milk on me. You approached me without understanding the situation, causing a misunderstanding. And yet you act as if it were inconsequential. If it weren't for your girlfriend, do you think I would be so accommodating? Reporting this incident would be far simpler. Do you think I care about the cost of repairs? Given your driving habits, I could easily hire a lawyer to charge you with reckless driving. Whether or not you face imprisonment is uncertain, but a few days in detention and a criminal record would be a certainty. Don't believe me? Would you like to test that? Damn it, Liang Gang was about to unleash a tirade, but was interrupted by his girlfriend. Mr. Li, I agree. Let us go. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Shen Yinshu took a deep breath and made her decision. Shen Yinshu. Liang Gang looked at his girlfriend incredulously. This time, Shen Yinshu ignored him and chose instead to sit in the passenger seat of the Mercedes-Benz. Before closing the door, she coldly added, That's enough. Liang Gang, if you wish to avoid the police station, it would be best to leave immediately. We can discuss any issues after I finish work. Upon hearing her words, Liang Gang was left stunned. He never anticipated that things would escalate to this point. Wasn't he the primary victim? Observing the expression of a man who appeared utterly defeated, Li Kuan took his seat behind the wheel. The vehicle then gradually disappeared from the sight of those present. During the drive, Li Kuan remarked, "You are remarkable, yet your boyfriend is unworthy of you." Shen Yinshu fell into silence after entering the car. Her thoughts consumed until she heard Li Kuan's words. "What do you mean, Mr. Li?" Her voice was notably calm. Having endured the harsh realities of society and the capricious nature of human relationships, she could easily discern the underlying implications in his words. "It's quite simple. I hold you in high regard. Your boyfriend is not your equal." Li Kuan, having decided to broach the subject directly, continued, "Why not come with me? Although I am unaware of what your boyfriend does, I assure you that life with me would be far superior to that with him." Once again, Shen Yinshu fell into silence, astonished that Mr. Li would be so forthright. Is this how wealthy individuals behave? After a moment, she casually remarked, "I recall you mentioning that you have a girlfriend, Mr. Li." "I have no inclination to be a mistress." "Not a mistress, but a girlfriend," Li Kuan replied nonchalantly. "I do have a girlfriend, and not just one. You've seen one of them. The law doesn't stipulate that one can only have one girlfriend, does it? My other girlfriends are all aware and have no objections." Instantly, Shen Yinshu found herself rendered speechless once more. Was this the norm among the affluent? A direct admission, devoid of any pretense? "Apologies, Mr. Li, and thank you for your kindness. However, I am aware of your wealth, but not everything can be bought with money. I will never leave my boyfriend for financial gain. Even if his temperament is a bit rough, he struggles with words. And he doesn't quite understand how to please a girl." In a single breath, Shen Yinshu articulated her thoughts, while Li Kuan listened in silence. "I admire your perspective and find it commendable. However, your boyfriend may not possess your level of awareness." With a slight smile, Li Kuan proposed, "How about we play a game?" "A game?" Chapter 063, Standing Tall in the Face of Adversity Game? Shen Yinshu inquired, her confusion palpable. "Indeed, a game," Li Kuan replied. His car already parked outside Shen Yinshu's workplace, yet neither of them had exited the vehicle. The game's title was Money and Love. "Here's the plan," Li Kuan continued. "Tomorrow, invite your boyfriend to your workplace. I shall first clarify the nature of my relationship with you to him, and if necessary, I can even have my girlfriend vouch for you. Then, we will commence the game. The premise is simple. I will offer him 2 million to break up with you. Let us see if your beloved boyfriend would forsake you for the allure of wealth. If he declines, I will generously gift you and your boyfriend 1 million each. Conversely, should he accept, you will leave him and come with me. What say you? Are you bold enough to partake in this game?" Li Kuan exuded confidence, believing firmly in the frailties of human nature. While he could not assert 100% certainty, he was convinced that 80% of love would crumble before the might of money. Should Shen Yinshu's boyfriend belong to that 20%, Li Kuan would be most impressed. Otherwise, he would not be surprised in the least. He felt he had the upper hand. Yet, Li Kuan was not the only one brimming with confidence. "Very well. Should my boyfriend emerge victorious, you had best not go back on your word," Shen Yinshu proclaimed, her conviction unwavering. Although there may have been misunderstandings that created some chasms in her years-long relationship, she was certain that no monetary incentive could ever sever their bond. Moreover, her boyfriend was known for his steadfastness. There was no way he would acquiesce to such a preposterous proposal. In fact, Shen Yinshu had already envisioned a scenario where her boyfriend, upon hearing this humiliating proposition, would deliver a sound thrashing to this wealthy heir. And to think, there was the added incentive of 2 million. What a fool this rich kid was. With a smirk, Li Kuan watched Shen Yinshu's retreating figure, relishing in the success of his scheme. 2 million was but a trifling sum. He could easily reclaim it. However, a woman of such beauty, competence, grace, and unwavering loyalty, who was not swayed by materialism, was indeed rare to find. Surely, he was not infringing upon anyone's relationship. He merely made a suggestion. The choice remained firmly in the hands of others. Even if the Almighty himself descended, Li Kuan held the moral high ground. The following day, at the Rolls-Royce dealership. In an office, the nature of my relationship with Yinshu is quite straightforward. Should this friend doubt my words, I am at a loss for further explanations. Leaning casually against the sofa after his explanation, Li Kuan remained unfazed. "I appreciate your clarification. With that said, I shall take my leave. Please keep your distance from my girlfriend henceforth," Liang Gang retorted, devoid of the previous day's indignation, though still casting a frosty demeanor towards the affluent heir. "Your girlfriend? Huh. She may very well soon become mine," Li Kuan thought, suppressing a mocking smirk within. "There's no rush for you to leave, my friend. I summoned you today for another matter." As Liang Gang prepared to exit, Li Kuan called him back. "Speak quickly. I have work to attend to," Liang Gang snapped, his impatience evident. Li Kuan, unperturbed by the tone, produced a prepared sports bag, unzipping it slowly. Liang Gang's gaze fell upon the bag, revealing stacks of crimson currency, money. A flicker of surprise and skepticism crossed Liang Gang's face before he resumed his stoic facade. This amounts to 2 million. What does it signify? Li Kuan's words spilled forth. I wish to propose a business arrangement. I admire your girlfriend, and I ask that you tell Yanshu you wish to part ways, allowing her to be with me. All this money will be yours. Just like that. 2 million. Surely this could ease a few years of struggle, no? As these words resonated, Shun Yanshu, concealed in a partition, felt a tightening in her chest. She too was eager to discover the choice her boyfriend would make. 2 million? All mine. Liang Gang's attention was irresistibly drawn to the stacks of cash, each bundle exceeding his own salary for months, even a year. Undeniably tempting. Yet could he, Liang Gang, abandon his girlfriend for mere money? But with such wealth, he could thrive anew, reviving his defunct gym, perhaps even establishing a new one, reclaiming his former success. And all of this hinged upon a single utterance. The years of affection he shared with Yanshu, could they truly be bought? What worth did love hold? This 2 million could be secured with minimal effort. Amidst these thoughts, Liang Gang found himself ensnared in indecision. Two opposing notions clashed within his mind, leaving him at a crossroads. How to choose? With a heavy breath, Liang Gang spoke. Mr. Li, you are gravely mistaken in your assessment of me. My relationship with Yanshu spans nearly 5 years. Can such a bond be equated to a mere 2 million? I, Liang Gang, would never sell out my girlfriend for that. Spare me the theatrics. Li Kuan nearly chuckled, though he restrained his amusement. So, Mr. Liang, what is your answer? Is 2 million insufficient? You require more? Chapter 064, The Price of Love More? Li Kuan's expression shifted to one of assured triumph. He scrutinized Liang Gang's facade of resolve, noting the hesitation that surfaced due to the inadequate offer. On the contrary, he believed that with an ample sum, all traces of doubt would dissipate entirely. Initially, Shen Yanshu had felt exhilarated by her boyfriend's words, almost compelled to step out from her hiding place. But the mere mention of more money plunged her spirit from heights of elation to the depths of despair, clenching her fists until her nails dug into her palms. She felt no pain. Tears streamed down her cheeks unbeknownst to her. Thus, Mr. Liang, your implication is that 2 million is insufficient? Li Kuan inquired leisurely, amusement glinting in his eyes. Liang Gang fell silent for a moment. Then, swallowing his bitterness, he steeled himself, especially as his gaze was magnetically drawn to the stacks of vibrant cash before him. My relationship with my girlfriend, built over 5 years, is worth far more than 2 million, Liang Gang declared, uttering the word relationship while internally calculating how much would be appropriate to demand. Indeed, a valid point. If I had a girlfriend who had weathered storms alongside me for 5 years, what sum could ever compare? I can comprehend Mr. Liang's desire to increase the price. Li Kuan remarked thoughtfully. So, what figure do you deem suitable? In that instant, the atmosphere seemed to crystallize. Within the confines of the partition, Shun Yanshu stifled her sobs, suppressing the urge to burst forth. She held her breath, determined to await the final revelation, regardless of how fervently her heart raced within her chest. As she reminisced about the blissful moments shared with her beloved, she found it hard to fathom that these were the words spoken by the man who professed his deep love for her. In that fleeting moment, she yearned for her boyfriend to reconsider, to turn back and choose to be with her as he once had, willing to sacrifice everything for love. Now she pondered, what was her worth in her boyfriend's eyes? 5 million, Liang Gang shouted, momentarily faltering, but soon regained his composure. He feigned strength, asserting that 5 million was ample compensation for the anguish of losing his girlfriend. Deal. What is your bank card number? Li Kuan's voice was calm and triumphant. Liang Gang was taken aback by the swift agreement. Damn, he should have asked for a few million more. Had he known, he would have demanded 10 million. At that moment, a flicker of greed crossed Liang Gang's eyes, but he quickly concealed it, fearful that Li Kuan might change his mind. 5 million would suffice for many of his own ventures. Without hesitation, Liang Gang recited his bank card number. Moments later, after a few taps on his phone, Li Kuan transferred 3 million. The 3 million has been credited to your account. The remaining 2 million in cash is right here. You can take the money now. However, I need you to call Shun Yanshu immediately and inform her that your relationship has come to an end. With that, Li Kuan pushed a sports bag containing 2 million towards Liang Gang. No problem. Watching the notification of 3 million in his account and the 2 million within arm's reach, Liang Gang completely discarded his facade of virtue, becoming increasingly shameless. What nonsense about love? Where is the allure of 5 million? He retrieved his phone from his pocket, hesitated briefly, and after formulating his words, dialed the all-too-familiar number. Hello, Yanshu, it's me. Hello, Yanshu, can you hear me? Liang Gang spoke into the phone, but received no response. Meanwhile, within the partition, Shun Yanshu remained silent, staring at the screen displaying his contact name, tears streaming silently down her face. Hello. Just as Liang Gang contemplated hanging up to call again, Shun Yanshu's voice emanated from the phone. Yet, completely blinded by greed. Liang Gang failed to notice the tremor in her voice. Yinshu, I feel that we haven't been well these past few days. Since that's the case, let us not torment each other any longer. I've been thinking about how to say this, Liang Gang declared, presenting his excuse for their breakup with misplaced confidence. Let us break up. With a sudden force, Shun Yinshu flung open the door, her face marked by tear streaks, confronting her boyfriend. If you want to break up, then so be it. From this moment on, I, Shun Yinshu, have no connection to you. Instantly, Liang Gang appeared flustered, fumbling his grip on the sports bag, causing stacks of red bills to tumble to the ground. Yinshu, how could you be here? Liang Gang stammered, his eyes darting nervously. I've always been here. Shun Yinshu's gaze shifted to the scattered bills on the floor. Is our 5-year relationship worth only 5 million? We've known each other for 5 years, having worked together since we left that small county. You said you wanted to open a gym, and I invested all my savings into it. Do you remember? There was a time when, after paying rent, we had hardly any money left for food, just one lunchbox for the two of us. I took care of you when you were sick, but now, you are willing to sell me off for 5 million. Can you truly live with yourself? About 10 minutes passed, during which Shun Yinshu, with tears flowing like rain, expressed her heartbreak until she could no longer articulate her feelings, her sobs rendering her speechless. Yet her tears continued unabated. Yinshu, let me explain. With this money, I can reopen the gym, and we can live a good life. After all, Boss Lee is wealthy. Once he tires of you, you can leave on your own, and I won't hold it against you. You must understand, I'm doing this for our future. Liang Gang stammered, though his reasoning, albeit clear, reeked of shamelessness. As for Shun Yinshu, her heart had turned to ashes. She could not comprehend how her boyfriend had transformed into this person. It was utterly absurd. Was money truly that significant? Shun Yinshu felt as though the world was spinning out of control, disoriented and lost. After a while, Li Kuan, leaning against the sofa, decided he had witnessed enough of this spectacle and spoke. Now do you see? This is the boyfriend you adore. I've always maintained he is unworthy of you. Memories of their 5 years together flashed through Shun Yinshu's mind, now rendered meaningless, mere echoes of the past. Yinshu. Liang Gang stepped forward, attempting to comfort her. Get away from me. Shun Yinshu stepped back as if recoiling from a plague, her eyes filled with an indescribable disdain and disgust. We have no relationship. Do not call me Yinshu. You are unworthy. With that, Shun Yinshu, her voice choked with tears, fled the office, her eyes red and her vision blurred by tears. Almost colliding with the store manager, In-Su, who was bringing coffee. Yinshu, what happened? In-Su feigned ignorance. Yet a mischievous smile briefly flickered across her face before she quickly masked it, adopting a facade of confusion. For it was she who had sent the incriminating photo. Displeased after losing the sales champion title, In-Su had devised a scheme upon seeing Shun Yinshu dining with a client, assuming it would yield no significant consequence. But the effect, though delayed, proved quite satisfying. Heartbroken, Shun Yinshu offered no reply, dashing towards the restroom. She locked herself in a stall, allowing herself to break down in tears. In the mirror, she saw her swollen eyes and smeared makeup, resembling a pitiful clown. Shun Yinshu turned on the faucet, repeatedly splashing cold water on her face in a futile attempt to wash away the humiliation and pain brought on by this absurd farce. Time slipped away unnoticed. A gentle knock echoed against the restroom door. Yinshu, it's me. Whatever has happened, just say it. Do not hide in the restroom to escape reality and difficulties. The speaker was the store manager, In-Su. She knocked lightly on the restroom door, feigning concern as she inquired about Shun Yinshu's troubles. Moments later, Shun Yinshu opened the door, and upon seeing the manager's ostensibly concerned gaze, her tears flowed anew. Manager, I'm sorry. I've let my emotions affect my work. I'll adjust immediately. Shun Yinshu managed to voice her sorrow. What exactly transpired? In-Su asked, curiosity piqued. The photo she had sent was not scandalous. It merely depicted a meal between the couple, leading her to believe they might quarrel, but certainly not to the point of breaking up. If that were the case, then Shun Yinshu's boyfriend was exceedingly petty, especially with the client coming to clarify. It made no sense. In-Su found herself momentarily perplexed. Eventually, Shun Yinshu hesitated before divulging the reason behind her distress. My boyfriend sold me for 5 million. Upon hearing this revelation, the store manager, In-Su, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. How could someone like Shun Yinshu possess such a lure to be treated this way by a wealthy second-generation heir? Am I not more desirable? 5 million. If it were offered to me, I could easily present myself in any manner imaginable. Pull yourself together. Don't let this affect your work, In-Su managed to utter with a forced smile. Shun Yinshu, however, had already regained her composure. The two emerged from the restroom together. Just as they stepped out, they encountered a figure leaning against the corridor wall. Miss Shin, it appears I have won this game. Are you willing to accept your defeat? Li Kuan said with a smile. Beside him, Insu wore a face of envy, wondering why such fortune had not befallen her. She too possessed the attributes, a curvaceous figure and a slender waist. She had even dedicated time to the gym, practicing yoga and Pilates. Shin Yinshu remained silent for a moment before speaking. Are you satisfied? Are you pleased with yourself? Miss Shin seems to be unconvinced. Li Kun attempted to continue, but was resolutely interrupted by Shin Yinshu. I, Shin Yinshu, stand by my word. I can remain by your side, but you cannot coerce me. You merely mentioned following you. There were no other stipulations. Her words were sharp, akin to seizing an opportunity. Li Kun had no retort. Very well, as you wish. After all, I am not lacking in women around me. Securing you is secondary, while monetary gain is paramount. Human emotions are not mere foliage. Over time, it is inevitable that feelings will blossom. Witnessing the exchange between them, Insu was entirely convinced by Shun Yinshu's words. Why does she deserve this? She thought, filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. A young, wealthy heir was far more comfortable than serving a middle-aged, greasy man or an old codger. Yet, Shin Yinshu still appeared dissatisfied. Truly, she was unaware of the fortune she possessed. At long last, the workday concluded. Shin Yinshu left the store feeling listless. The evening sun was gentle and comforting. Yet she felt no warmth, only the glaring rays that made her eyes sting, threatening to bring forth tears. Looking up at the fiery sky, she suddenly realized how alien and distant the world had become. Her 5-year relationship had been reduced to a mere transaction, and she felt discarded like refuse. Recalling the moment she had agreed to the wager, Shin Yinshu's confidence dissipated entirely. Let us go, Li Kun said, standing by the passenger seat of his Mercedes. Opening the door for the despondent Shin Yinshu, she stepped inside in silence. As for her boyfriend, she supposed he was now her ex. He had long vanished with the money before her shift ended. The road is smooth. Do you know? He said he wanted to marry me. Before our argument, we were both dreaming of a future together. Shin Yinshu, seated in the passenger seat, remained lost in her thoughts. Upon hearing her words, Li Kun's expression hardened. Fortunately, you realized his true nature before marriage. Otherwise, the future might have been even bleaker. And you would have been sold without knowing it. I was so foolish to believe in true love. I shall never trust in love again, Shin Yinshu murmured to herself. It is not that you are foolish, the world is simply too pragmatic. Not everyone is like your boyfriend. Love does exist, but it is rather rare, Li Kun replied. Reaching out to hold Shin Yinshu's hand, she instinctively attempted to withdraw, but his movements were too swift, and her struggles were in vain. At that moment, Shin Yinshu's phone screen lit up with a message. Yinshu, can we talk? I have my reasons. She stared at the message for a long time before ultimately deleting both the message and the contact without uttering a word. Li Kun observed this scene with a sense of satisfaction. Shin Yinshu gazed out of the car window, her thoughts drifting. She recalled the first time she met Liang Gang. At that time, he was a bright young man, freshly graduated from a sports academy, full of optimism. They were drawn to each other from the moment they met. A case of love at first sight, indeed. As memories surged forth, those tender moments now felt like daggers, mercilessly piercing her already wounded heart. Your state is unsuitable for work. You should resign, Li Kun remarked, glancing at the absent-minded Shin Yinshu. For now, you can stay at my place until you feel better. Shin Yinshu remained silent, unsure of how to respond. After about half an hour, they arrived at the luxurious Yujing mansion. Overwhelmed by her sorrow, Shin Yinshu fell asleep in the car. Li Kun had no choice but to carry her inside, gently laying her down. Curled up on the bed, Shin Yinshu resembled a wounded creature, finding temporary solace in slumber. The next day, as she awakened from her deep sleep, a warm ray of sunlight streamed into her eyes. Chapter 066. I hope you can understand me. Shin Yinshu slowly opened her eyes, her vision blurred for a few seconds before gradually coming into focus. Above her was an exceptionally ornate crystal chandelier, its facets refracting the morning light, casting a myriad of sparkling patterns on the ceiling, dazzling like diamonds. Where am I? Shin Yinshu rubbed her eyes and propped herself up, the silky silk duvet slipping from her shoulders. The mattress beneath her was astonishingly soft, giving her the sensation of floating on clouds. As she surveyed her surroundings, she realized she was in a spacious bedroom. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, gentle sunlight bathed a well-manicured lawn. In the distance, a shimmering private pool glistened invitingly. This scene left Shin Yinshu momentarily bewildered, but a flood of memories quickly clarified her situation. Her boyfriend's betrayal, the 5 million transaction, the wager of money and love. Shin Yinshu abruptly threw off the covers, ensuring that nothing had transpired before she could feel at ease. However, a flicker of disappointment crossed her mind. On the bedside table lay neatly stacked women's clothing, all with tags still attached, most of which were from luxury brands. Shin Yinshu had only seen such designer garments online. Places like that were far beyond the reach of someone earning a mere 4 or 5,000 a month. Next to the clothes was a small note. Put on the clothes. Breakfast is provided. Rest well. Shin Yinshu bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before picking up an outfit. The fabric felt incredibly soft against her skin. Wishing to freshen up, she stepped into the bathroom and was utterly astonished. The marble-floored space was larger than her entire rented living room, with a shower, a massage bathtub, and all the amenities one could desire. The mirrored cabinet was filled with high-end skincare products, nearly all brand new and unopened. As the warm water cascaded over her fair skin, Shin Yinshu closed her eyes. Sorting through her thoughts, the memories of 5 years of love surged back to her mind. The weight of sorrow tightened its grip on Shin Yinshu's heart. Yet it was not as unbearable as the previous day. Perhaps the opulence of her surroundings had momentarily numbed her senses. After her bath, Shin Yinshu adorned herself in a luxurious outfit of considerable value. Standing before the full-length mirror, she scarcely recognized her own reflection. The impeccably tailored garment accentuated her curves, while the fabric shimmered softly under the sunlight. Shin Yinshu had never donned such expensive attire, nor had she envisioned acquiring it in this manner. It was truly absurd. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, interrupting her thoughts. Upon glancing at the screen, she discovered a flurry of missed calls, over a dozen, from her ex-boyfriend, Liang Gang. There was even a message. Yinshu, I hope you can understand me. Haha. A barely audible scoff escaped Shin Yinshu's lips as she ruthlessly deleted the message along with the missed calls, ultimately blocking his number. How revolting. How had she forgotten to block his number yesterday? Just as she was about to set her phone down, another call came through. It was the manager of her workplace. Shin Yinshu, do you realize what time it is? It's already 10:30. Are you planning to quit? Do you think you can skip work just because you landed a big deal? I can understand yesterday's situation, but today you owe me an explanation. At that moment, Shin Yinshu realized she had overslept and hadn't requested leave in advance. I'm sorry, manager. Before she could elaborate, the envious Su coldly interjected. Hurry up and get to work. You can forget about this month's attendance bonus. Just then, the bedroom door swung open, and Li Kuan entered unbeknownst to her. He approached Shin Yinshu, took her phone with a calm, unquestionable demeanor, and declared, Yinshu will not be returning to work from today. She resigns. The words stunned Su on the other end of the line. Lee, Mr. Lee, of course, that is perfectly fine. I'm terribly sorry to intrude. Please, continue. I'll just get back to my work, haha. Realizing her misstep, Su hurriedly began to flatter him. A wealthy heir like him was not someone she could afford to offend. Li Kuan swiftly ended the call and returned the phone to his still-dazed Shin Yinshu. What are you doing? Shin Yinshu glared at him. That was my job. In response, Li Kuan raised an eyebrow. You haven't forgotten, have you, Miss Shin? Your current job is to be by my side. Besides, how much do you earn at your job? 5,000. 8,000. He stepped closer, reducing the distance between them. The amount I provide you will be 10 times, even 100 times, what you earn. Shin Yinshu opened her mouth, struggling to find a retort. A myriad of thoughts swirled in her mind, recalling the days when she had to smile sweetly at greasy middle-aged clients for commissions, and her boyfriend's constant complaints about their finances, their lives together reduced to meticulous calculations over rent and utilities, all while colleagues whispered about her pretensions. Let us eat first. Li Kuan suggested gently. We'll discuss specifics later. You'll find life with me far better than with your boyfriend. Shin Yinshu silently followed Li Kuan as they walked. She beheld scenes she had only seen online. Spiraling staircases adorned with priceless oil paintings, a dazzling crystal chandelier in the center of the hall, and the distant skyline visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. In the dining area, Li Kuan gallantly pulled out a chair for her, his movements elegant as if he were of noble descent. Give this a try. I had the Western restaurant deliver it specially. Li Kuan sat across from Shin Yinshu, took a sip of coffee, and gestured toward the steak on the table. Shin Yinshu remained silent, mechanically picking up her fork and taking a couple of token bites, appearing to lack any appetite. Why? She set down her utensils, her gaze fixed intently on the man before her. What do you mean, why? Li Kuan replied, perplexed. With your attributes, you could easily find a more beautiful, better girl. Why me? Shin Yinshu asked, bewildered. Li Kuan set down his coffee, genuinely disinterested in explaining. Why? It seemed everyone had asked that before. He couldn't very well say he had a system, could he? Or that he was simply attracted to her body. It would be rather impolite. Thus, Li Kuan responded with a candid sincerity. Liking someone requires no reason. Any words are less substantial than real money. With that, he directly transferred 5 million to the still-dazed Shin Yinshu. At the same moment, the system credited Li Kuan with a tenfold return. The phone chimed. Shin Yinshu initially assumed it was another message from her ex, but instead, she saw a bank notification. 5 million had been deposited, labeled as a voluntary gift for pocket money. Staring at the string of numbers on the screen, her heart raced. 5 million. The sheer magnitude of the 7 digits was staggering. This was likely a sum she could never hope to earn in a lifetime, and it had just appeared in her bank account as if by magic. Shin Yinshu felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Should she feel joy or shame? Before she could collect her thoughts from the shock of the 5 million, Li Kuan continued, "Your ex-boyfriend abandoned you for 5 million. That is hardly commendable. I understand your sadness. However, this 5 million is simply to bring you some joy. Spend it freely, buy yourself a bag, until you forget about your ex. If you find it insufficient, feel free to ask for more until you've fully moved on from the shadows of heartbreak." Li Kuan proclaimed, his wealth abundant and unrestrained. While he might lack emotional depth, he certainly did not skimp on money. For things that could be bought with money, he felt no need to be stingy, especially with a stunning beauty who could yield tenfold returns. Shin Yinshu listened in silence. After a while, she spoke up. "Aren't you afraid I'll take the money and run? This is 5 million, not 500. You're not that kind of person," Li Kuan said confidently. Although he was uncertain about her character, yet the following statement was the crux of his indifference. 5 million is merely a sum to me, akin to 500. If you desire it, can I stop you? You are free to leave whenever you wish. I have no interest in women who do not comply with me and would never force anyone to do anything." Li Kuan spoke nonchalantly, as if he were trivializing the 5 million, always redirecting the focus back to Shin Yinshu. How peculiar the world is. Some value the counterfeit as if it were real pearls, while others cast aside true gems as if they were worthless. I know you're interested in me, but please give it some time. Engaging in a relationship with a man whom I have known for less than a month is simply beyond my capacity." Shin Yinshu remarked with a melancholic tone. Li Kuan chuckled softly, and after a modest breakfast, he wiped his mouth with a napkin and rose to depart. "Take care," he said. Watching his retreating figure, an inexplicable flutter stirred in Shin Yinshu's heart. After finishing his breakfast, Li Kuan made his customary trip to the gym around noon. Adhering to his daily routine, suddenly, a light rain began to fall, dampening the streets of the city and offering a respite from the summer heat. Li Kuan, focused intently on driving, maneuvered the car with the windshield wipers creating rhythmic arcs across the glass. It was only when the traffic light ahead turned red that he pressed the brake and halted the vehicle, his gaze drawn to a gathering of people on the sidewalk. They formed a semicircle, maintaining a subtle distance from the center, as if witnessing something peculiar or perhaps evading it. The atmosphere felt charged with an unusual tension. Whispers floated through the crowd, fingers pointed, and phones emerged to capture the scene. Yet, no one dared approach the epicenter. As the green light illuminated, the honking of the cars behind him broke the silence, prompting Li Kuan to signal a right turn and pull over to the side of the road. He stepped out and walked toward the throng. "What is happening?" Li Kuan inquired as he opened his umbrella and edged into the crowd. "An old man has fallen. Not sure if it's a scam," a middle-aged woman in a yellow raincoat murmured. "He's been lying there for almost 10 minutes, and no one dares to touch him." Li Kuan's gaze followed hers. Should he assist? This dilemma has long stirred controversy in society. An elderly man lay on the slick ground, his worn green military jacket soaked through. His silver hair clung to his forehead, his complexion alarmingly pale, as if he were on the brink of departing this world. Scattered around him were fruits and vegetables, carelessly strewn as if mirroring his plight. "Why hasn't anyone called for an ambulance?" Li Kuan asked casually. "Why should we call an ambulance if you're not the one who hit him?" Came a voice from the crowd. Silence enveloped them, echoing a similar sentiment. Why should we help if it's not our fault? The potential repercussions of aiding someone in need loomed large. Accusations of fraud were at best a mere thank you from the elderly man. Ignoring him was the simplest course of action, allowing everyone to carry on as if nothing had happened. Yet, offering assistance could entangle one in a web of complications. Everyone understood the choice they were making. The only unavoidable issue was one of morality. Yet, morality remains an abstract notion, not a matter of law or obligation. Even if one chose to overlook the fallen old man, no one had the right to cast judgment. In the past, Li Kuan would have shared the cold indifference of those around him, perhaps even walking away. For he was neither an elite graduate nor a man of substantial wealth. But now, with a seemingly inexhaustible fortune at his disposal, he felt no reluctance to play the role of the Good Samaritan. After all, what could they possibly extort from him? He promptly handed money to Lu Rian and the others, instructing them to cover the expenses, confident that whatever sum was extorted would be repaid tenfold. With determination, Li Kuan approached the elderly man, crouching beside him gently, and inquired, "Sir, can you hear me?" There was no response. The old man's breathing was barely perceptible, rapid and shallow. Realizing that waiting further was untenable, Li Kuan understood the gravity of the situation and immediately dialed for emergency assistance. "Hello. This is the intersection of Zhongshan Road and Renmin Road. There's an elderly gentleman unconscious, approximately in his 70s, with weak respiration, Li Kuan articulated clearly. After ending the call, he removed his jacket and draped it over the old man to shield him from the rain. Young man, aren't you afraid of being taken advantage of? One bystander remarked. Indeed, being a good Samaritan isn't easy in this day and age. This old man is quite fortunate. I hope he won't be confused when he wakes. The crowd murmured, their expressions shifting to a blend of surprise and admiration. Who among them would dare to help an elderly person? Li Kuan, however, offered no response, understanding their reluctance to intervene. You have the capacity to be a good person. Do not morally compel others to do the same. The 10 minutes spent waiting for the ambulance felt like an eternity. Li Kuan remained by the old man's side, periodically checking his pulse. Lacking formal medical training, he refrained from taking any action, fearing the consequences if the man were to fail to recover. After what felt like an age, the ambulance finally arrived. The medical staff swiftly conducted preliminary examinations on the elderly man. His blood pressure is critically low. It may be a cerebral infarction, and he requires immediate hospitalization, the lead doctor stated with a professional demeanor. Let us go. I'll accompany you. Li Kuan replied without hesitation. He assisted the paramedics in lifting the elderly man onto a stretcher and into the ambulance, resolute that he could not simply walk away after saving a life. With the blaring sirens echoing, the ambulance sped toward the city hospital. Inside, Li Kuan observed as the medical personnel placed an oxygen mask on the elderly man and established an intravenous line, a series of professional maneuvers that offered him some solace. The fact that the man had not succumbed was the best outcome he could hope for. Sir, are you a relative? A nurse inside the ambulance inquired. No. Li Kuan shook his head. I just happened to pass by and saw the old man collapse, so I called for help. The medical staff exchanged astonished glances. Those who worked in hospitals were all too familiar with the cases of people being accused of fraud for helping the elderly. Although such instances were declining, it was not because the elderly refrained from deceit, but rather due to the reluctance of many to offer assistance in similar circumstances. The emergency room at the hospital was brightly lit. The elderly man was swiftly wheeled into the resuscitation room, while Li Kuan was halted at the entrance. The old gentleman needs to be admitted and a deposit made, a nurse announced. Clearly aware of the nature of Li Kuan's relationship with the patient and possessing experience with similar cases. All right, he responded, pulling out his bank card without a moment's hesitation and handing it to her. The nurse, upon receiving the card, felt a ripple of intrigue in her eyes, speculating that this dashing, kind-hearted stranger certainly possessed the means. A deposit of 10,000 yuan was made. Sitting on a bench outside the resuscitation room, Li Kuan remembered to call his personal trainer, Lan Jin, to cancel his training session for the day. He was now half-soaked, with water dripping from his hair, and his current state left him devoid of any desire to exercise. Approximately an hour later, a doctor in a white coat emerged from the resuscitation room. Removing his mask as he approached Li Kuan, the doctor's expression was serious. The patient is temporarily out of danger. It was an acute cerebral infarction, but fortunately, we were timely in our intervention. Otherwise, we might have lost him. You are a relative, correct? He asked. No, I'm not, Li Kuan patiently explained. Upon hearing this, the doctor nodded in surprise. The elderly man will need to be hospitalized for observation. Do you know how to contact his family? The doctor's tone softened, his gaze reflecting admiration and respect. At this moment, Li Kuan remembered to check the elderly man's personal belongings. Accompanied by a nurse, he searched through the pockets of the old man's clothing and immediately discovered a crumpled piece of paper concealed within the lining. Written boldly upon it was a sequence of numbers, telephone numbers. Without a moment's hesitation, the medical staff promptly dialed the number. Once connected, a calm male voice greeted them. Hello? Who is this? The medical personnel explained the situation, and upon hearing that the elderly man was in the hospital, the voice on the other end grew anxious. How is my father? Which hospital is he at? I will come right away. In less than half an hour, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the emergency room. Li Kuan looked up to see a group of 3 people approaching briskly. 2 men and a woman, all elegantly dressed, yet visibly anxious. The leading man, appearing to be in his early 50s, had a stern countenance and an air of authority about him, suggesting he was a person of considerable stature. Aside from this group, police officers, lawyers, and others stood nearby. After conversing with the medical staff, the man made his way directly to Li Kuan outside the emergency room. Hello. I am Qi Jiangwo. Thank you for bringing my father to the hospital. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. A smile softened Qi Jiangwo's authoritative face as he extended his hand. Li Kuan shook it, responding modestly, I merely happened to pass by. It was a small effort on my part. Thank you so very much. The woman between the 2 men, appearing to be around 45 or 46, was clad in a well-tailored business suit. You have saved our father, young man. You are a benefactor to our family. Could you share the details of what happened? Li Kuan briefly recounted the rescue process and the doctor's updates on the elderly man's condition. Soon after, they proceeded to the room where the old man was being treated. Inside the ward, the elderly man had regained consciousness. Although weakened, his eyes were notably clear. Upon seeing his 3 grown children enter, he attempted to sit up. The woman rushed to his side, gently grasping her father's hand. "Father, please don't move. You scared us to death." Chi Aihua's voice trembled. "We told you to let the nanny go shopping. Why did you insist on going out yourself?" The old man smiled weakly. "It's no big deal. Look how worried you all are. I have faced countless challenges. Even the king of hell cannot best me." The elderly man conversed with his 3 children for some time. It was not until he heard his son, Qi Jiangwo, mention that a young man had saved him that his gaze turned to the youthful Li Kuan. "Young man, thank you. In this day and age, to find someone willing to assist an old man like me is truly rare." A flicker of brilliance passed through the old man's eyes, quickly replaced by sincere gratitude. "You flatter me, sir. Now that you have escaped danger, I should take my leave," Li Kuan said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Just as he was about to turn and exit the ward, Qi Jiangwo called out, "Young man, please wait." Li Kuan halted his steps at the sound of the voice. "This big brother?" he inquired. "Yes, you saved my father. If you have no pressing matters, please do not leave just yet." Qi Jiangwo approached Li Kuan. "I am Qi Jiangwo. Hello, brother Qi." Before Li Kuan could finish, Qi Jiangwo thumped his chest and declared, "Since you have called me brother, from now on, you are my dear younger brother." Li Kuan was momentarily taken aback. "Hey, brother. You are about the same age as my father. Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Just as he contemplated refusing, Qi Jiangwo's 2 siblings approached. "Since my elder brother has acknowledged you, I will too. I am Qi Jianya, your second brother. And I am Qi Aihua. You shall refer to me as sister from now on, understood?" Qi Jianya and Qi Aihua spoke in unison, seemingly indifferent to Li Kuan's acceptance. "3 of you," Li Kuan said, utterly speechless. "What about brother and sister? Did I ever agree to this?" "Oh, I forgot to mention," Qi Jiangwo interjected, not allowing Li Kuan a chance to refuse. "I am the governor of Jiang province. Your second brother is the head of the Weigua group. And your third sister is the founder and senior lawyer at Guahao law firm." Li Kuan had suspected that this family was extraordinary, but he had not anticipated their stature to be so immense. The governor of Jiang province. This encompassed numerous cities, including Donghai. The Weigua group was renowned nationally in the military industry, a force whose mere presence commanded respect. As for Guahao law firm, it rivaled many elite establishments, housing only the most distinguished lawyers. Li Kuan's expression turned grave. 3 elder brothers and sisters. I, Li Kuan, have drifted through life, lamenting that my parents bore me alone, with no other siblings. If you do not mind, I wish to adopt you as my sworn brothers and sisters. From this day forth, we shall share the bond of kinship. My body shall be yours, and I shall stand by you through thick and thin, for life and death. We do not seek to be born on the same day of the same month of the same year, but rather to depart this world together. Have you investigated thoroughly?" After Li Kuan left, Qi Jiangwo's expression returned to the authoritative demeanor of a governor, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed out the window. "Governor Qi, the investigation is complete. Li Kuan is from Yun City, Henan Province, graduated from Donghai University, and subsequently worked as an ordinary salesman at Hongda Insurance before resigning to start his own business. Everything else checks out, except for one detail we could not uncover." "What detail?" Qi Jiangwo's expression remained impassive. "The funds, Governor Qi. This young brother holds no less than 10 billion in capital. Yet we could not trace the origin of this money. The investigation results came back as lacking the necessary permissions." As the last words were spoken, the ever-composed Qi Jiangwo's brow furrowed slightly before swiftly returning to his usual demeanor. "I understand." He then gestured for his assistant to leave. Chapter 069. A beautiful new life. Elder brother, what are your thoughts? Qi Jianya approached and stood beside Qi Jiangwo. "It appears our 4th brother is no ordinary individual." Qi Jiangwo mused thoughtfully. His identity and background seemed to be untainted. The rescue of our father was likely an unforeseen circumstance. This I have verified. He is a good person, albeit a bit extravagant. Young people often lack restraint. However, we are not ordinary politicians or businessmen. We should not publicize our relationship with this 4th brother too much, lest he encounter unnecessary troubles. "I understand," Qi Jianya nodded. 3 months passed. With less than 3 months until the new year, one morning, Shun Yinshu awoke in Li Kuan's embrace, casting a casual glance around the disheveled bedroom, which spoke volumes of the previous night's wildness. Hailing from an ordinary background, she had never envisioned living a life akin to that of a wealthy wife, nor had she dared to dream of such a fantasy. Yet, reality had granted her this experience, which felt utterly surreal. Since March, Shun Yinshu had gradually emerged from the shadows of her heartbreak and, under Li Kuan's relentless pursuit, had entered into a new romance. This uninhibited love affair offered a distinctly different sensation compared to her first love. One romantic evening, Shun Yinshu surrendered herself to Li Kuan, and soon found herself becoming increasingly proactive. Recalling the thrill of those nights, her cheeks flushed crimson. She had never imagined she would transform in this manner. The vicissitudes of life are truly unpredictable. Shun Yinshu cast a glance at her still sleeping lover before rising to refresh herself. She adorned herself in an exquisite home robe, instinctively preparing breakfast for her man, for this boyfriend did not visit her daily. The reason for his sporadic appearances was his many charming acquaintances, whom Shun Yinshu subconsciously chose to disregard. It was the first time she felt such aversion towards the notion of sharing. Just as she had everything ready and intended to step out onto the terrace to enjoy the breeze and the view, the hired maid approached her. "Madam, there is someone outside looking for you." The middle-aged maid hesitated momentarily, but ultimately conveyed the message truthfully to her mistress. "Someone is looking for me," Shun Yinshu inquired, perplexed. Who would be so eager at such an early hour? Could it be that relatives from her hometown had discovered her affluent boyfriend? But that was impossible. She had never mentioned him to her relatives or even her parents. Shun Yinshu felt a wave of confusion wash over her, furrowing her brow. She untied her apron and casually asked, "Who would come to see me at this hour?" "It is a young man. He claims to be your friend." The maid, Aunt Zhang, hesitated. "He does not appear to be in good condition." An acquaintance from the past? Shun Yinshu was even more bewildered. She hardly knew many people in this city, and since moving into her boyfriend's mansion, it was unlikely anyone would know her whereabouts. Instinctively, she touched the diamond necklace around her neck, a gift from her boyfriend the previous week. "Well then, let us go, Aunt." Shun Yinshu spoke calmly. Soon, they descended the stairs and traversed the spacious living room. As she stepped out of the grand entrance, she immediately recognized the figure before her. Liang Gang, the ex-boyfriend who had once forsaken her for money. What could he possibly want here? Shun Yinshu's expression darkened. Upon closer inspection, Liang Gang seemed to have lost considerable weight. His eyes were sunken, his chin was unshaven, and his expensive suit was wrinkled, suggesting it had been a while since he had cared for his appearance. The once spirited man now bore the guise of a vagrant. With a mix of confusion and displeasure, Shun Yinshu unlocked the iron gate with her fingerprint, stepping outside with a stoic expression. "You are looking for me?" "Yinshu, I am so sorry. Please, no matter what, help me," Liang Gang implored, trembling as he made his desperate plea. The moment he laid eyes on her, a glimmer of hope ignited in his gray eyes. Without a shred of dignity, he fell to his knees. "Yinshu, I beg you to save me." He offered a disheveled apology. "I know I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes." Witnessing this scene, Shun Yinshu found herself momentarily frozen. Logically, upon seeing the man who had abandoned her for wealth, she should have felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet, a twinge of sorrow stirred within her. After all, years of shared emotions are not easily erased. "Stand up and speak." Shun Yinshu replied coldly. "Do not kneel at my doorstep. I cannot bear it." At her words, Liang Gang staggered to his feet, his gaze flickering uncertainly. "Yinshu, just 5 minutes. Please, tell me what you need. I have no time for idle chatter. My boyfriend will awaken soon, and I fear he may misinterpret the situation." "Speak, what do you want?" Shun Yinshu maintained a deliberate distance from her former lover. Desperate to convey his plight, Liang Gang laid bare his troubles. "Yinshu, I am truly at my wit's end." Shun Yinshu furrowed her brow slightly. Liang Gang lifted his head. Shame and despair etched upon his face. He revealed that after receiving 5 million, he had neither reopened his gym nor invested in any venture. Instead, he squandered it on indulgence, likely including gambling and vice. Even without his admission, Shun Yinshu could surmise the truth. Some individuals, upon acquiring vast sums of money, lose their sense of self and become lost. Thus, over the course of 3 months, Liang Gang not only depleted the 5 million, but also concocted various excuses to deceive relatives and friends, borrowing from anyone who would lend him money. It is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, yet difficult to reverse that course. It was only when he found himself drowning in insurmountable debt that Liang Gang realized he owed an astronomical amount. Some of his creditors were from the underworld, threatening him with dire consequences if he failed to repay them on time. "This is all your own doing. What does it have to do with me?" Shun Yinshu's gaze was icy, devoid of any sympathy for her former lover. "Yinshu, please, I implore you to assist me. Bosley holds you in high regard. If you speak on my behalf, he will surely lend me more money. To others, my debts may seem insurmountable, but to Bosley, they are trivial. If you do not help me, those debt collectors will take my life." Liang Gang pleaded desperately. Shun Yinshu remained silent, her expression cold. She looked at the man who once vowed to love her for eternity, now feeling only disgust and anger. Did he think himself deserving of compassion? Seeing her silence, Liang Gang continued, "Yinshu, I know I have wronged you, but I am truly helpless. You are the only one who can assist me. Given our past, I ask you to consider it. He stepped closer, but Shen Yinshu instinctively recoiled, her face reflecting disdain. Stay away from me. At that moment, Li Kuan approached with a calm demeanor. Though he had not overheard their conversation, he could discern Liang Gang's intentions upon glancing at him. Dressed in fine attire, yet appearing disheveled, with unkempt hair and a visage that bore the marks of excess. It was evident that he had indulged in a life of debauchery, having long since squandered his wealth. In stark contrast stood Li Kuan, who, through consistent dedication to fitness, had transformed his physique. Standing tall at 6 feet, he resembled a fortress of strength. Speak, how much do you intend to ask for this time? You certainly possess a talent for using your girlfriend as a financial resource, Li Kuan taunted. Boss Li, Liang Gang stammered, his gaze fixated on the approaching man. I only need 250,000. If you lend me this amount, I promise never to disturb you and Yinshu again. 250,000? Truly naive. Li Kuan chuckled lightly. I possess the funds, and I wouldn't mind lending them to you, but ultimately, it is Yinshu's decision. With that, he wrapped his arm around Shen Yinshu's waist, eager to gauge whether she harbored any lingering feelings for her former lover. As Shen Yinshu observed the intimate display between the two men, a flicker of jealousy crossed Liang Gang's eyes, quickly replaced by a look of desperate pleading. However, after experiencing betrayal and love, Shen Yinshu felt no affection for her ex-boyfriend, let alone the inclination to advocate for him. Any pity she might have felt for his current predicament was fleeting. Leave. We are no longer connected in any way. Shen Yinshu articulated each word with deliberate precision. Her words struck like a sharp blade, severing Liang Gang's last remnants of hope. No matter how lowly and shameless he had stooped to seek her aid, this former lover displayed an unforgiving heart. Very well. If you are heartless, do not blame me for being ungrateful. In an instant, the expression on Liang Gang's face hardened, swiftly contorting into a grotesque mask of fury. Anger, shame, and resentment danced chaotically across his features. No connection at all. Liang Gang emitted a series of inexplicable cold snickers. Shen Yinshu, since you are so callous and refuse to lend a hand in times of despair, do not hold me accountable. Do you truly believe that by climbing to lofty heights, you can transform into a phoenix? That you can so easily kick me aside? Li Kuan sensed the tension in the air and instinctively shielded Shen Yinshu with his presence. What do you intend to do? Li Kuan inquired calmly, his composure unwavering. After months of rigorous training and fitness, he felt capable of handling any violent outburst from the man before him. Liang Gang paid no heed. Engrossed in pulling out his phone, with deft fingers, he swiftly scrolled through the screen and presented the content for Li Kuan and Shen Yinshu to see. Let us take a look at these clips before we discuss any connections. Liang Gang had prepared for this moment. If he hadn't come equipped with evidence, why would he have sought money here? Did he truly think himself a fool? In an instant, Shen Yinshu's pupils constricted in horror. The screen displayed intimate photos and videos of her and Liang Gang from their past. When did you take these? Shameless. Scoundrel. Despicable wretch. I will call the police. Shen Yinshu's voice caught in her throat, her cheeks flushed with a mixture of shame and rage. Li Kuan cast a swift glance, his expression dark and foreboding. I advise you to delete those photos and videos, or I will ensure you regret ever stepping foot in this world. What? Does Boss Li also enjoy such content? Liang Gang grinned widely, a twisted smile spreading across his face. I have even more, far more exciting videos. Would you care to indulge together? We are all comrades in this endeavor. I wouldn't mind sharing with you. As he spoke, Liang Gang continued to swipe on his phone, revealing a stream of private photos and videos. Upon seeing these, Shen Yinshu felt her vision blur, nearly collapsing. That bastard. How could he do this? What do you want from me? Shen Yinshu's voice trembled with emotion. At her words, Liang Gang's eyes gleamed with greedy desire. Quite simply, I demand 50 million, a one-time payment, and I assure you these photos and videos will remain under wraps. Liang Gang licked his cracked lips, otherwise. Tomorrow these captivating contents will grace the internet and various social media platforms. I've even thought up a catchy title, The New Pet of the Wealthy Daddy's Past. How does that sound? Shen Yinshu's body quaked with rage. Having been in a relationship with this man for almost 5 years, she could hardly fathom how he had become such a base and shameless individual. Li Kuan could clearly feel Shen Yinshu trembling in his arms. Do you think these despicable tactics can intimidate us? Li Kuan asserted, stating that, legally, this constitutes extortion. It is enough to land you in prison for many years. Law? Liang Gang erupted into maniacal laughter. By the time the police find me, these photos will have already spread across the web. Do you really think I would be so foolish as to leave no backup? I want 50 million. Aren't you quite wealthy? I imagine this should be a trivial matter for Boss Li. What a bargain it is to spend money to avert disaster. Wouldn't you agree? Liang Gang's threats were brazenly explicit. Hearing this, Shen Yinshu felt her teeth grind in fury. It was unfathomable to consider how devastating the release of these private photos and videos could be. How would friends, colleagues, parents, relatives, and even her current boyfriend perceive her? The judgmental gazes of relatives and friends, the disappointment on her parents' faces, the venomous comments on social media, her entire existence could be overshadowed by this darkness. Shen Yinshu dared not dwell further on these thoughts. Yinshu, Li Kuan's voice remained steady. You should return home. I will handle this situation. At his words, a flicker of anxiety crossed Shen Yinshu's eyes. Trust me. Li Kuan's gaze was resolute and gentle, a stark contrast to the demonic visage of Liang Gang. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Yinshu nodded and turned to walk back toward the mansion. Once Shen Yinshu departed, Li Kuan's expression turned frigid as ice. Listen, you scoundrel. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. 3 million. To buy out all photos and videos, including backups. This is your final opportunity. Li Kuan laid down the terms. Yet the avaricious Liang Gang surveyed the opulent mansion behind Li Kuan, refusing to yield easily. 3 million? Are you sending me off with scraps? I said I want 50 million. 50 million, not a penny less. Liang Gang's madness intensified. Having tasted the lavish life that money could provide, he no longer cared for morals or feelings. All that mattered was acquiring wealth. Extortion? High risk, high reward. At worst, he could flee the country after this deal. 50 million. Enough to live lavishly for half a lifetime. Once abroad, he could disseminate these photos and videos. Although I ended things with you over 500,000, it truly vexes me that you were with another man in less than a year. Liang Gang thought to himself. Very well. However, I currently lack 50 million in cash. I need 3 days to prepare. Li Kuan feigned indifference. Though in his heart he had already sentenced the shameless man before him. 1 day at most. Who knows what you might do? Liang Gang retorted fiercely. A day is acceptable. I will expedite the process. Hearing this, Li Kuan pretended to hesitate, then agreed readily. Ha ha ha, wise choice. Then Mr. Li, we shall meet again in 1 day, and we will exchange payment for goods. With that, Liang Gang turned on his heel and strode away without a backward glance. He had not anticipated such ease. It seemed the minds of the wealthy were not as sharp as he had imagined. 50 million would come so easily. I am truly a genius. 50 million? How could that possibly suffice? I will savor this secret for a lifetime, until Shen Yinshu, that wretched woman, is completely discarded and forsaken by this wealthy second generation. Since we have already parted ways, why not squeeze out every last bit of value from you? I do love you very much. This can serve as compensation for my heartbreak. Liang Gang maliciously mused, watching the despicable figure recede into the distance. Li Kuan hesitated no longer. Hello, Long Gu, I may need your assistance with something. Li Kuan picked up his phone and dialed Yun Haolong. He briefly explained the situation. Oh, I see. However, this is not like the problems of 10 or 20 years ago. Handling this may present some challenges. You might want to look elsewhere. The older Yun Haolong feigned difficulty. Yet, the voice that came from the other end of the line immediately changed his mind. I have given it much thought, Long Gu. The projects you previously mentioned resonate with me, and I am inclined to invest in all of them, with a minimum commitment of 2 to 3 million. When there is wealth to be shared, we should seize the opportunity. If we incur losses, we shall regard it as a mere accumulation of experience. Precisely. I assure you. You shall not suffer any losses. I truly have not misjudged you. Yun Haolong's tone shifted from earlier discomfort to reassurance. Rest assured, the issues you raised are trivial to me. When it comes to dealing with such scum, I am duty-bound to take action. Leave it to me. I will ensure that this scoundrel remains speechless for the rest of his life. Shortly thereafter, Li Kuan and Yun Haolong finalized the investment projects and arrangements for the site visits before concluding their call. The following day, Shen Yinshu, having hardly slept, awoke before dawn. The disgraceful actions of her ex-boyfriend troubled her mind. She contemplated inquiring about how Li Kuan was handling the matter, but could not bring herself to disturb her boyfriend, who lay peacefully asleep. A flicker of irritation prompted her to check her phone. It was then that she stumbled upon a trending news story from the city. Shen Yinshu's attention was wholly captivated. A young man in his 20s had been involved in a car accident, suffering severe cranial injuries, now rendered a vegetable. She stared at the screen for an extended period, the silhouette of the accident victim appearing hauntingly familiar. Liang Gang abruptly awakened from her reverie. Shen Yinshu turned to glance at the still sleeping Li Kuan, realizing that her boyfriend might be more perilous than she had anticipated. After much internal conflict, she chose to say nothing and returned to bed, holding her boyfriend tightly. By midday, when Shen Yinshu awoke, Li Kuan had already departed, leaving behind only a sense of security. As for her ex-boyfriend's fate, it was of no concern to her. A Rolls-Royce glided into the underground parking lot of Yunlong International, dressed in formal attire. Li Kuan discreetly assessed this so-called premier entertainment complex of EC City through the car window. Entering the parking area, he observed a fleet of luxury vehicles, each valued at over $1 million, with several striking supercars estimated to be worth tens of millions. Seated beside Li Kun was Zhao Yiting, the enthusiastic personal assistant to the bank president, finally proving her worth. With her slender fingers gliding over her tablet, she conducted a final review of the prepared documents. Today, she donned a deep gray professional suit, her hair meticulously styled, exuding an aura of professionalism that was hard to overlook. Mr. Li, based on the projects you provided, I maintain a conservative stance, particularly regarding the Platinum Han venture. While the location is advantageous, the surrounding competition is exceedingly fierce. To invest, or even acquire, may prove challenging. Upon hearing this, Li Kun chuckled softly but remained silent. Let us not keep them waiting. The car door was respectfully opened by one of Yun Haolong's associates. Li Kun stepped out confidently, with Zhao Yiting following closely behind, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. A moment later, the elevator whisked them directly to the top floor. As the doors opened, a thick cloud of cigar smoke enveloped them. Yun Haolong, standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows, turned as he heard the door slide open. Clad in a finely tailored navy suit, he radiated vitality even in his advanced years. Long ago, Li Kun greeted first. You arrived quite promptly, my young brother. Please, take a seat. And who might this be? Yun Haolong's gaze shifted to the woman beside Li Kun. Allow me to introduce Zhao Yiting, my personal assistant. She possesses considerable insights regarding investment matters, Li Kun briefly introduced. Following a few exchanges of pleasantries, they delved into the core topic while Zhao Yiting stood quietly to the side. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, Yun Haolong summoned an attractive secretary, who promptly brought forth the prepared refreshments and documents. Li Kun, adopting a professional demeanor, picked up a stack of materials, scanning them briefly before setting them aside, while Zhao Yiting diligently examined them. Let us get straight to the point, Long Go. How do you plan to operate those large entertainment complex projects? Li Kun asked forthrightly. Yun Haolong lit a cigar and exhaled a plume of smoke before responding. Very well, since you are direct, I shall not waste time. I have long considered the location and scale of these projects for high-end entertainment complexes. The first floor will feature luxury goods, the second floor will be dining, and the upper levels will be dedicated to entertainment, KTV, bars, private clubs, and on the top floor, exclusive gaming rooms. A mahjong room. The membership fees alone will yield substantial revenue annually. Li Kun nodded in agreement. Just as Yun Haolong was about to discuss the required investment amount, Zhao Yiting interjected, Mr. Yun, based on my calculations, the return period for these projects is at least 3 years. Considering the current economic climate and industry competition, I recommend keeping the investment around 10 million. Instantly, the atmosphere in the office grew somewhat somber. The usually affable Yun Haolong smile faltered for a moment, but quickly returned. He twirled the cigar between his fingers. Assistant Zhao is quite prudent. This is a positive trait. What say you, my young brother? Yun Haolong directed his gaze at Li Kun. Haha, Long Go, since you are confident in these projects, I naturally trust your capabilities, Li Kun replied with a hearty laugh. He then lifted a teacup from the table and took a sip. My personal assistant typically relies on data for her conclusions. Yet some matters cannot be solely assessed through numbers. I will invest 30 million in this project. A longer return period is acceptable, as long as it can be realized. Upon hearing this, Yun Haolong erupted in delight, slamming his palm on the table. Excellent. Refreshing. I have not misjudged you. He stood and walked around the table to give Li Kun an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Thereafter, Yun Haolong personally guided Li Kun and Zhao Yiting to tour several large-scale entertainment complexes. Throughout the tour, Zhao Yiting maintained her professional demeanor, meticulously documenting details and even taking photographs, while occasionally posing incisive questions. Initially, Yun Haolong answered patiently, but as the inquiries delved deeper, his smile began to fade. This girl is truly professional. She must hail from a privileged background, untouched by the harsh realities of life. If your boss has no objections, why do you persist in your inquiries? Hours later, after touring several entertainment complexes, evening had fallen. Due to Yun Haolong's insistence on hosting a banquet, the group relocated to a private dining room at Yunlong International. The decor was extravagantly opulent. Beneath the crystal chandelier stood a round table capable of seating 20. Yet only 3 were present. Surrounding them were either waitstaff or Yun Haolong's personal bodyguards. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. In high spirits, Yun Haolong waved his hand, prompting the waitstaff to immediately serve exquisite moutai and a variety of delectable dishes. After several rounds of toasts and feasting, the trio engaged in lively conversation, allowing Li Kun to glean more about EC City. By the time they departed Yunlong International, it was already deep into the night. Li Kun, slightly intoxicated, reclined against the back seat of the car. Zhao Yiting sat beside him, her delicate fragrance mingling with a hint of alcohol. At some point, Li Kuan's hand inexplicably found its way to Zhao Yiting's thigh. "Mr. Li, you've had too much to drink," she remarked, her cheeks flushed, and she fell silent after uttering those words. "Too much? Just a little," Li Kuan replied, gazing at this enchanting private assistant, whose figure and beauty rivaled that of esteemed women like Lu Ruyan. The adage, when one is well fed, desires arise, was not without merit. "Shall I take you home? Or would you prefer a hotel?" Li Kuan presented Zhao Yiting with two distinct options. "A hotel? What would we do at a hotel?" Zhao Yiting exclaimed, her initial response quickly giving way to shyness as she wished to vanish into the ground. "Then, home it is," Li Kuan chuckled, no longer teasing the senior private assistant from the bank. "Driver, please take it slow." Half an hour later, Zhao Yiting, somewhat tipsy, stepped out of the Rolls-Royce, her complexion glowing as she entered her home. Upon opening the door, her father, Zhao Rulin, approached her. "Ting, why have you been drinking? Did Mr. Li say anything to you? Sit down, relax, then rest," he urged, hastily inviting his wife to prepare a hangover remedy for their daughter, knowing well the consequences of excessive drinking. "All right, I'll go right away," Zhao Rulin's wife responded, promptly heading to the kitchen. "Dad, I'm not drunk. I hardly drank." "Is it really that dramatic?" Zhao Yiting replied, somewhat exasperated. Her father seemed to have ulterior motives for his concern. Otherwise, why the sudden interest? "Of course I care about you. By the way, what project did you discuss with Mr. Li? Did he mention anything?" Zhao Ruilin inquired directly. Hearing this, Zhao Yiting shot her father an exasperated glance. "I knew it. Nothing much, just a few investments in entertainment complexes, and Mr. Li didn't say anything significant." Zhao Yiting was determined to keep the words exchanged with Li Kuan in the car to herself. "Is that all? Just that? What else did you expect, Dad? Are you hoping to sell your daughter off for happiness?" As she removed her coat, she continued to respond to her father's barrage of questions. "No, Dad. That's not what I meant. It's just that Mr. Li's account has nearly doubled in these past few months. Perhaps you should suggest to him that we, father and daughter, could benefit from his guidance. Opportunities like this are rare." Zhao Ruilin, ever the dreamer of wealth, could not help but voice his thoughts. Contemplating her father's words, Zhao Yiting pondered, "Well, perhaps I." Chapter 073, Live Stream Money Spree in early October as the heat began to wane in the Donghai Wisdom City. Within a spacious apartment, Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yashi tidied up their messy bedroom before heading off to work, leaving Li Kuan alone. Around noon, Li Kuan, having awakened naturally, slowly rose from his bed, freshened up, and after a light breakfast, settled into the plush leather sofa in the living room. With a staggering balance of over 3 billion, Li Kuan casually glanced at the private wealth displayed by the system. Since binding to the God of Wealth system, with the assistance of Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yashi, he had tripled his funds, yet he still felt a lingering sense of insecurity. He was determined to elevate his personal assets to 100 billion before the new year. At the very least, a tenfold increase. Next year, he aspired to reach a scale of 1 trillion. How to achieve this in real estate, investments, and luxury cars? While contemplating various strategies to amass wealth, Li Kuan unconsciously scrolled through Douyin and stumbled upon a stunning internet celebrity. Of course, how could I forget about the talent for live streaming and money spending? He thought. Instantly, the Douyin live stream flashed before him. Suddenly, Li Kuan's finger came to a halt. On his phone screen appeared a goddess-like beauty. System information. Name: Wu Yu. Age: 22. Height: 165 centimeters. Weight: 48 kilograms. Beauty score: 96. Occupation: live streamer. Skills: dance, singing, yoga, judo, love. 1. This live streamer possessed a delicate face, a classic oval shape, and large, captivating eyes that sparkled with charm. Her red lips were perpetually adorned with a sweet smile as she engaged with her fans in the live chat. Her Douyin ID was Yaya Not Disobedient, boasting over 500,000 followers, marking her as a notable streamer. 96. Acceptable for a first time, I suppose. She even does judo? Surely. That's not a criminal's fighting technique. Li Kuan mused, intrigued. Without hesitation, he entered the live stream of this captivating host. "Thank you, brother Jingyun, for the carnival gift. Yaya loves you." Wu Yu smiled brightly at the camera, her voice dripping with sweetness. Rather than eliciting disdain from the viewers, her charm only heightened the excitement in the room. Had she been a heavier-set individual, the reactions would have likely been quite different. Seeing this, Li Kuan raised an eyebrow. He rarely watched live streams, let alone gifted virtual items, which explained his initial hesitation to engage. However, the beauty before him was indeed captivating. As he prepared to showcase his skills in the live stream, he typed in the chat, "The host is impressive. I want to top the leaderboard." Just 7 simple words ignited a fervor in the chat. Especially when the viewers realized the message came from a novice account, the reactions were swift. "A newbie dares to claim the top spot? Hilarious. Another attention seeker. Yeah, don't pay attention to this freeloading loser. Buddy, how about you get a membership first before trying to act cool? Yaya's top supporter is Old Wong next door, who has nearly spent 2 million. Who do you think you are? Probably just a clown sent by the monkeys. Ha ha ha, what a self-inflicted humiliation. The barrage of comments was overwhelmingly mocking. Li Kuan was taken aback by the intensity of the reactions to his simple statement. However, what surprised him even more was Wu Yu's dismissive smile upon reading the comments. Showing no pretense whatsoever. This young man seems to have more money than he knows what to do with. Wu Yu emphasized the last word. My live stream does not welcome freeloaders. If you want to top the leaderboard, you need to show some actual commitment. At that moment, Li Kuan intended to respond. But the screen suddenly flashed, displaying a message. You have been removed from the live stream by the host. What? Kicked out just like that? Is this how modern female streamers operate? Li Kuan was momentarily stunned. Wu Yu, on the other hand, felt nothing. After all, how much had this person even contributed? What was the point of giving attention to someone who hadn't even spent 100,000? Am I too lenient with these novice accounts? Kicked out. Li Kuan was momentarily taken aback, then found the entire situation absurdly amusing. He himself possessed a fortune amounting to billions. Yet today he was unexpectedly expelled from a live broadcast room by a streamer. Meanwhile, in a modest rental apartment in Donghai City, Su Wanwan was diligently streaming in front of her computer screen. In stark contrast to the luxurious streaming equipment of the renowned Yaya, her setup appeared rather meager: a standard ring light, a microphone procured from the second-hand market, and a laptop that had seen 3 years of service. This was the extent of Su Wanwan's streaming equipment, as she had heard that female streamers could earn substantial income, despite her limited experience from only a few broadcasts. Hello everyone. Today, Wanwan will sing Beyond Light Years. I hope you enjoy it. Su Wanwan adjusted her headset and began to sing. Her voice was clear and enchanting, devoid of excessive embellishment, yet it possessed a poignant power. Despite her earnest performance, the outcome was less than favorable. The live stream room had only a handful of viewers, and their numbers dwindled further, with the barrage of comments sparse and infrequent. Nevertheless, Su Wanwan remained undeterred, reminding herself that every beginning is fraught with challenges. A while later, after finishing her song, Su Wanwan noticed a few small hearts and other gifts floating across the screen. Thank you for the gifts, everyone. Just as her words faded, a notification abruptly appeared in the live stream room. You have received a PK invitation from the streamer Yaya. Would you like to accept? Wanwan was taken aback. It seemed that the streamer Yaya was quite well known on the platform. How could she possibly connect with someone as obscure as herself? Su Wanwan speculated that it must have been a random pairing. After a moment's hesitation, she clicked to accept. After all, connecting with a prominent streamer was a rare opportunity that could potentially attract new viewers and fans. Instantly, the screen split in two. Wu Yu's exquisite visage appeared on the right side. She glanced at the shabby background of the connecting streamer and the pathetically low number of fans. A fleeting look of disdain crossing her face, though she quickly regained her sweet smile. Hello. Hi there, streamer. Would you be interested in a PK? The loser just has to do some squats. How does that sound? Wu Yu proposed. Sure, Su Wanwan replied without much thought, but please go easy on me, Yaya's sister. After all, it was merely a few squats. She could afford to lose. Despite knowing she would likely be defeated, she remained optimistic. In an instant, the PK progress bar appeared at the top of the screen. The countdown for 5 minutes commenced. As the PK began, the progress bar for the streamer Yaya surged forward, nearly filling the entire bar, while Su Wanwan's barely registered. The disparity in skills was glaring. Nevertheless, Wanwan's loyal fans continued to comfort her, insisting that losing to a major streamer was nothing to be ashamed of. It's alright, everyone can only do their best. The essence of PK lies in participation. Su Wanwan smiled, fully aware that her defeat was inevitable. The number of viewers in Yaya's live stream exceeded 30,000, while her own barely scraped 100, not to mention the lavish patrons on the opposing side. As expected, the ensuing scenes were brutally one-sided. The gifts in Yaya's live stream were unprecedented. An onslaught of extravagant gifts and effects from the very beginning. Carnivals, rockets, castles, various high-value gifts flooded in incessantly. Wu Yu's smile grew ever more enchanting. Thank you to Brother Wang next door for the carnival. Thank you, Brother Jingyun, for the rocket. Yaya loves you all, moi. In no time, Su Wanwan's progress bar had shrunk to nearly invisible. What could she do in the face of such overwhelming support for her competitor? With a silent sigh, Su Wanwan prepared to concede. Suddenly, a barrage of carnival effects exploded in her stream. User Money No More has gifted a Carnival X1. User Money No More has gifted a Carnival X10. User Money No More has gifted a Dream Castle X20. The system notifications came in rapid succession, nearly overwhelming her. After a moment, regaining her composure, Wanwan stared in disbelief. The PK progress bar shot back like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, it had overtaken Yaya's side in less than 10 minutes. Is this real? One could hardly believe her eyes. Had someone truly showered her with over 100, even 1,000, carnivals? Wu Yu had undoubtedly noticed this turn of events as well. Her previously cheerful demeanor morphed into a frown. What is happening? Where did this streamer find such a big spender? Simultaneously, the comments in the live stream went into a frenzy. Whoa, this is a real big shot. Sending carnivals like hearts? Wait, this money no more seems a bit familiar. Isn't this the same level 1 account that Yaya just kicked out? No way. Is this a wealthy person pretending to be a big shot? A level 1 white account suddenly transformed into level 55. How terrifying. The comments continued to flood in, and Wu Yu's expression fell as she saw the barrage. She quickly checked the gift records. It was indeed that level 1 white account. Realizing that Money No More was the same account that had boasted earlier, Wu Yu regretted her actions deeply. Just how much had been spent on all those carnivals? While Wu Yu was consumed by disappointment, Su Wanwan wore a beaming smile, almost incoherent with gratitude. All she could do was express her thanks profusely. In the live stream, Li Kuan continued to bombard her with gifts, his expression unchanged as he clicked the screen, as if those priceless gifts were mere trivial items in a game. In just about 10 minutes, Li Kuan had already gifted over 5 million. Without a doubt, Money No More had become Su Wanwan's #1 supporter. With this mysterious benefactor's extravagant generosity, her live stream attracted a surge of users from the platform. The number of viewers in Su Wanwan's stream skyrocketed from under 100 to over 20,000, and it continued to rise. Su Wanwan was utterly astounded. As a newcomer to the streaming realm, she had never witnessed such a spectacle, her speech faltering. Money No More, thank you for your gifts, but truly, you don't need to send more. It's just too much. Su Wanwan genuinely didn't know what else to say. The sheer number of gifts was enough to make her wonder if she could ever earn such wealth in her lifetime. Heeding her words, Li Kuan chuckled and ceased his barrage. Having already made a name for himself, he could easily shift his patronage to other beautiful streamers. As for Su Wanwan, she had successfully garnered a staggering 50 million. Name, Su Wanwan. Age, 19 years. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Attractiveness, 95. Occupation, bubble tea shop employee. Part-time female streamer. Skills, singing. Love, 0. Li Kuan was rather pleased with the innocent visage of this bubble tea girl, casually attempting to court her and relish the joys of being a dominant figure. Meanwhile, the popularity and ambience of Yaya Not Obedience livestream continued to dwindle. Some wealthy fans of Wu Yu began to voice their skepticism, questioning, didn't you claim that money was so abundant it could be squandered? Clearly, this person is a true big shot. We've been severely misled. Indeed, offending such a magnate was unwise. I suspect it was a scheme orchestrated by the streamer, though I lack evidence. As for old Wong next door, he had already fled. Who would have thought the slap in the face would come so swiftly? The internet is truly remarkable. When one is in good favor, there are many supporters. However, in times of distress, there are just as many eagerly waiting to take advantage. Wu Yu, seated before her mobile screen, was filled with regret. The lavish gifts showered by this affluent gentleman undoubtedly totaled over 2 to 3 million. These could have been hers. Yet now, due to her misguided actions, they had benefited another streamer. What a bitter pill to swallow. This simply could not stand. She could not afford to let such a generous benefactor slip through her fingers. Wu Yu pondered how to redeem herself in the eyes of this enigmatic gentleman. Her appearance and figure were commendable, perhaps even surpassing those of the other streamers she had connected with, particularly her striking curves, which were certainly an asset. She reasoned that a humble apology might restore some goodwill, allowing for a gradual development thereafter. Without hesitation, Wu Yu, far away in Dongguan province, disregarded the comforting words of her adoring fans in the live stream and directly sent an apology to Li Kuan through the backend. Of course, she was not alone in her sentiments. Many others shared similar thoughts. In the wake of this livestream competition, Li Kuan's Douyin backend was inundated with messages from various admirers. Subordinate. Boss, are you still in need of a servant? Woof woof. Doll sister. Brother. I also wish for a carnival. Yimengzi. Boss, are you lonely? I am a professional gaming companion. Tang Bohu. Dear brother, do you fancy Lolis? Guogwa sauce. Financial backer. I am open to trying any attire. Unseen starry sky. Handsome. Because of you, I believe in love again. Rabbit sauce. Monthly package, overnight, and the price is negotiable. Pink lover. Boss, you are incredibly handsome. May we meet? Senior Ranran. Wild battles and uniforms are both acceptable. If you meet my aesthetic, I can offer a free proposal. And so on. A plethora of messages from users with beautiful avatars flooded in, many accompanied by provocative images. Li Kuan found himself at a loss for words amidst the enthusiastic advances of these women. Was he truly that kind of person? He held a discerning eye for the finer things in life. Chapter 075. The top donor steps into reality. 1-1. Thank you, brother. I truly do not know how to repay you. Let us exchange WeChat. My phone number is. Yaya not obedient. Brother, I realize my mistake. Please give me another chance. It was old Wong next door who suggested kicking you from the live stream. I didn't want that, and I have since blacklisted him. Just forgive me. I see your IP is showing Jiang Province. I happen to be going there soon for a photo shoot. Would you be willing to pick me up at the airport? It would be a chance for me to treat you to dinner and apologize. I beg you. Having meticulously crafted her message, Wu Yu sent it without hesitation. Winning or losing in the PK was merely a trivial matter. If she could cozy up to a wealthy benefactor who casually dispensed millions in gifts, that would be the true victory. Delving deeper. If she could successfully elevate her status to that of a wealthy lady, transcending social classes would be but a matter of jest. The applause was palpable. As for the photo shoot, dinner, and apology, these were mere pretexts. Wu Yu yearned to further acquaint herself with the prowess of this mysterious benefactor. If he were genuine. Just imagining it was enough to make her heart race. Glancing at the messages from the two female streamers, Li Kuan raised an eyebrow. I want them all. He added Su Wanwan on WeChat and reluctantly acquiesced to Wu Yu's request. I can pick you up, but no relative should accompany. Li Kuan replied succinctly. Upon reading such a response, Wu Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. A true gentleman, his words were both commanding and straightforward, and she found herself infatuated. However, whether relatives would accompany depended on the gentleman's discretion. Subsequently, Li Kuan adeptly navigated conversations between Su Wanwan and Wu Yu, even as his typing speed faltered. Their replies came instantaneously. Messages flowed back and forth as he indulged in various alluring short videos and live streams, until a captivating female streamer caught his attention anew. Welcome to the live stream, beloved viewers. Feel free to follow and like. We'll start dancing once we reach 50,000 likes. The streamer, known as Mo Yu Ming, attracted over 1,000 viewers shortly after beginning her broadcast, a testament to her popularity. As her viewership soared, gifts began to pour in, albeit not of significant value, yet steadily accumulating. Mo Shun is live. Where's the Mo sect? Gather swiftly. Goddess. Sister Yu Ming, I wish to be your devoted fan. What does it mean to be a devoted fan? I'd gladly be a lookout. Watching Sister Yu Ming with her beloved, I'd be more than willing. Such nonsense. I wouldn't even stoop to being a dog. I aspire to be a jack, a tripod, a fire extinguisher. Wow. Is this really happening? Unbelievable. As he read the myriad of flattery and sycophancy in the comments, the streamer, whose true name was Mo Yu Ming, displayed a self-satisfied grin. Even though the comments were overtly lascivious and wholly inappropriate, she paid them no mind, for they served to bolster her popularity. Sometimes, a single stunning comment could hold more value than a substantial gift. With years of experience in the streaming realm, Mo Yu Ming was acutely aware of this principle. Li Kuan cast a cursory glance. This female streamer was listed as single, pure, fitness-loving, good-tempered, and 18 years old, among other traits. To the average viewer, she would appear to be an exceptionally admirable streamer, perhaps even one of unattainable stature. But was that the reality? System, verify the truth. System, scan. Name, Mo Yu Ming. Age, 28 years. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Attractiveness, 95. Occupation, female streamer. Skills, painting, singing, dancing, gaming. Love, 56. Li Kuan was left speechless. 56? Remarkably formidable. These 56 gentlemen were already close companions, and he chose not to involve himself. Thankfully, he had the system to rely on. Li Kuan silently rejoiced, just as he prepared to scroll away to explore other alluring female streamers and enhance his mood. A figure emerged behind the female streamer Mo Yu Ming, clad in a black robe. Wow. Thankful for the 2 carnival gifts bestowed by Brother Beiji. Mo Yu Ming's words had barely left her lips when the man halted behind her, prompting her to glance back. Instantly, Mo Yu Ming's smile froze upon witnessing the scene. In that moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged wildly. A warm reminder, this is not a still image. Shock. The number 1 brother has stepped into reality? Isn't the host single? A middle-aged uncle? Who is this old man? What on earth is happening? Wow. There's a man. Ha ha ha, incredible. Beiji, speak up. Beiji, with his adorable foolishness, never imagined that the big brother would seize the opportunity first. Realizing the situation, Mo Yu Ming's face flickered with a hint of panic, but years of live streaming experience quickly restored her composure. Dear fans, please don't misunderstand. Well, what I want to convey is that he is my younger brother. My brother suffers from precocious aging. By the end, even Mo Yu Ming couldn't help but chuckle, yet continued to explain. In fact, he is only 16 years old. As it became increasingly difficult to deflect the confusion, coupled with the chaotic barrage of comments, Mo Yuming had no choice but to end the broadcast at lightning speed. This was indeed a novel experience. She never anticipated witnessing the number one brother materialize in reality. Li Kuan chuckled, acknowledging the cautionary tales of others, realizing he must tread carefully in the future. 2 days later, Chapter 076, an offline meeting with the female streamer. At 3 in the afternoon, following the guidance of the wealthy brother who has an endless supply of money, Wu Yu boarded a flight and successfully landed at Baijiang Airport in Donghai City. Having meticulously applied her makeup prior to arriving, every lash was perfectly curled, and her fair skin radiated a pearlescent glow. She stepped out of the airport terminal with graceful poise, standing alone in an open area to ensure that the mysterious affluent patron could see her at first glance. With her breathtaking beauty and alluring figure, her mere presence became a captivating sight, naturally drawing the gaze of many, particularly from the opposite sex. Some even approached to strike up a conversation, but all were firmly rebuffed. She was there for a date with the big brother, after all. Did they really think anyone could simply add her on WeChat? Approximately 10 minutes later, a tall young man leisurely approached. Wu Yu followed his gaze and noted that he was indeed tall and reasonably handsome, dressed well, but alas, he was not her type. Prior to her arrival, she had envisioned what this esteemed big brother would look like. However, anyone capable of casually dishing out several million in tips could hardly be a mere youth. More likely, he would be a middle-aged, greasy man. Or perhaps even an old codger. Wu Yu had prepared herself for this possibility. Yet, if he managed to impress her, providing her with a generous monthly allowance, she might be willing to overlook a greasy uncle or an old man. One must give to gain, after all. As Wu Yu was lost in her thoughts, the unfamiliar man had reached her side. She looked up and found a youthful, handsome man, standing tall and fit, likely someone who frequented the gym. Regrettably, he did not pique her interest. Observing the man before her, who bore an air of nonchalance, she politely inquired, "Can I help you?" "Yes. I'm here to pick someone up." The man deliberately scanned the surroundings, his gaze eventually settling on Wu Yu. She regarded him with a hint of amusement. His flirting technique was rather lacking. Feigning nonchalance, Wu Yu casually tossed her long hair over her shoulder. "Are you here to meet a girlfriend?" "Something like that," he replied with a smile, clearly confident. At that moment, a thought struck Wu Yu, and she fixed her gaze on the man, exclaiming in surprise, "You must be the brother who has money to burn." Her words carried a note of tentative excitement, her voice rising slightly with surprise and shyness. Li Kuan remained silent, instead circling around Wu Yu as if appraising a piece of merchandise. "Not bad. I'm quite satisfied. Shall we go? Where would you like to have fun?" He then introduced himself. "I'm Li Kuan. You needn't refer to me by my online name anymore." "Oh, okay, big brother." Wu Yu almost failed to respond. Could this be real? To encounter such a young, handsome, and wealthy man was simply exhilarating. "Is there anywhere you'd like to go?" Seeing Wu Yu lost in thought and silent, Li Kuan pressed on, "I'm open to anything." "That works for me," Wu Yu replied absent-mindedly. "Well then, I made a reservation at a Western restaurant yesterday. Let us eat and chat there, shall we? Unless you'd like to take some photos first?" "No worries. Let us eat first. We can postpone the photos for a day or two." The true intention behind Wu Yu's visit was to connect with the big brother. She certainly wasn't going to be bothered by trivial matters like photos. The two exited the airport. Moments later, a Mercedes pulled up to the curb. They entered a Western restaurant named Jean Georges in Donghai City, where the average cost per person started at 5,000 yuan, and the food was quite commendable. Li Kuan had discovered this restaurant while browsing online and decided to make a reservation. Before they knew it, Wu Yu was being led by Li Kuan into the restaurant. Jean Georges was located on a high floor of the 5-star Golden Bay Hotel. Shortly after entering, they were guided by a waiter to a relatively private corner of the restaurant. From this vantage point, they could clearly overlook the beautiful cityscape and the nearby river through the floor-to-ceiling windows. "Brother," the obedient and understanding Wu Yu began without any sense of awkwardness. "What is your relationship with Su Wanwan?" That day, when you gifted her so many presents, it truly startled her. "In all my time streaming, that was the most gifts I have ever witnessed in a single broadcast." Upon hearing this, Li Kuan chuckled but remained silent. Instead, he accepted the menu handed to him by the waiter and casually remarked, "I was just playing around with the gifting. If you hadn't kicked me out of the live stream, those gifts might have all been yours." As his words settled, Li Kuan pointed to a specific item on the menu, nonchalantly instructing the waiter, "This bottle, please, let it breathe. As for the dishes, you can arrange whatever you think is best." Sitting across from him, Wu Yu stole a glance at the bottle he had ordered, which was priced at a staggering 39,800 yuan. Her heart raced even faster. It appeared that this big brother was indeed the real deal. She had come to the right place. Once the waiter respectfully departed, Wu Yu wore a bright smile of a starry-eyed admirer. "What line of work are you in? You seem to have no shortage of money." Her enchanting eyes sparkled as she rested her chin in her hands, blinking her doe-like eyes at him. "Everything, but primarily investments," Li Kuan replied succinctly. If you have the talent, I could easily invest a few $100,000 or even millions in you. Such a blatant implication was quite apparent. Understanding his meaning, Wu Yu's face flushed slightly. Truly, a big brother is a big brother. He speaks so directly. It only makes her adore him more. Soon, the two were engrossed in a myriad of conversations, and even after Wu Yu learned that Li Kuan had a girlfriend, and not just one, her enthusiasm only intensified. Moments later, several appetizers arrived at their table. Li Kuan deftly dissected the foie gras with a knife and fork, his movements imbued with a certain ruggedness that betrayed his experience with such indulgences. Aren't you eating? Not hungry. He glanced up, noticing Wu Yu's gaze lingering on him for far too long. I'm not that hungry, she hastily replied, only to feel a pang of regret for her words. Wu Yu had intended to maintain an image of refined elegance while dining, yet the allure of the cuisine, compounded by her recent diet of merely a juice for lunch, provoked her stomach's protests, prompting her to unconsciously quicken her pace. It must be said, the flavors at this Western restaurant were truly delightful. Slow down. No one is competing with you, Li Kuan observed her embarrassment, adding, if you're still hungry later, we can order more. At this, Wu Yu's cheeks flushed crimson. How embarrassing. After the appetizers, the main courses arrived in succession, accompanied by a bottle of exquisite red wine. The waiter stood by, pouring wine for the two of them, while the deep crimson liquid swirled gracefully within the crystal glasses. Wu Yu, convinced of her own expertise, swirled her glass and mimicked the wine-tasting rituals seen in films. Inhaling the bouquet. Do you fancy this wine? Li Kuan asked casually. Yes, it's rich and aromatic, Wu Yu replied thoughtfully after taking a delicate sip. In truth, she could hardly discern the quality of the wine, yet its hefty price suggested it must be of good caliber. Haha, Li Kuan chuckled, seeing through her charade. He smiled knowingly. Women who truly understand wine are rare. Wu Yu, feeling as though her facade had been pierced, blushed furiously. Yet, Li Kuan's relaxed demeanor soon put her at ease. As several glasses of wine were consumed, their conversation flourished, particularly Wu Yu, who spoke with enthusiasm about everything from the unspoken rules of the live streaming industry to the gossip surrounding other streamers, and amusing anecdotes from both the online and real worlds. Showing no signs of pausing, Li Kuan, for the most part, listened quietly, occasionally interjecting as if he were savoring an intriguing performance. Eventually, Wu Yu circled back to her initial inquiry. Why does Brother Kuan shower Wan with so many gifts? Do you know that lovely girl? Not at all. I just find her pleasing to the eye, Li Kuan replied, swirling his wine glass without a hint of sentimentality. What about me? Wu Yu blurted out impulsively. Quickly realizing her slip and attempting to amend, I meant, what do you think of her? Wan is quite talented and could do even better. At this, Li Kuan's gaze lingered on Wu Yu's exquisite oval face before slowly drifting downward. Her bare skin, clearly defined collarbone, and the subtle allure of her fair legs, finally meeting her eyes. You are quite beautiful, he remarked, as if appraising a piece of merchandise. Somewhat clever, though merely a touch clever. You know how to seize opportunities. My willingness to meet you offline is solely based on your beauty. This response ignited a spark of hope within Wu Yu, emboldened by a hint of intoxication. She casually placed her hand over Li Kuan's. Will you come to support me in my live streams, Brother Kuan? A penny saved is a penny earned, Li Kuan teased, playfully toying with her delicate hand. Perhaps. Approximately an hour later, as their meal concluded, a rosy hue graced Wu Yu's cheeks as a clever thought crossed her mind. Brother Kuan, I have yet to explore Donghai City. Will you take me around? I wonder if the handbags and clothing here are similar to those available in Dongguan province. This was Wu Yu's usual tactic of probing. By leading her companion to various luxury boutiques, she could gauge his willingness to spend money on her. Experience has shown that love is a perplexing enigma, but money is a tangible truth. If a man is willing to lavish money on a woman, even without love, she is unlikely to walk away empty-handed. Nevertheless, the reality is that most men, when faced with a woman they have known for only a few days asking them to spend money, either find excuses to evade or only agree to purchase inexpensive items, with some even resorting to the absurdity of taking a woman out for cheap street food. A few men might genuinely be wealthy, but even they would show hesitation upon encountering luxury items with six-figure price tags. All right, Li Kuan readily agreed. After all, he could expect a tenfold return on his investment. It was illogical to refuse. As for the incident from a couple of days prior, when he had been kicked from her live stream, he was not so petty. His objective was to spend money and, in the process, indulge his desires, while she aimed to profit, a mutually beneficial arrangement. 20 minutes later, they entered a Hermes boutique. Wu Yu, shedding her pretense, pointed directly at a Birkin bag displayed in the showcase. With a hint of anticipation, she asked the sales associate, "May I see this one? This model?" The young female associate appraised Wu Yu before glancing at Li Kuan, responding politely yet coolly, "I'm sorry, ma'am, but this bag requires a reservation to view. I completely understand your eagerness for the bag, but unfortunately, this is store policy." Hearing this, Wu Yu felt somewhat disheartened. Just as she contemplated shifting her attention to other bags, she suddenly heard Li Kun speak. "Bring your manager over." His tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable weight of authority. The sales associate, clearly not foolish enough to offend a valued customer, complied swiftly. Within a minute, a sharply dressed middle-aged man arrived. Upon seeing Li Kun, his previously haughty demeanor transformed into one of utmost respect. "Ah, Mr. Li, what a surprise to see you here." The manager extended his hand warmly. "The latest sets of clothing and bags that Ms. Liu ordered have been delivered. I hope they meet your approval." Li Kun exchanged a brief handshake with him before gesturing toward the bag Wu Yu had selected. "Can we purchase this bag now?" The manager, following his gaze, hesitated for a moment. "Well, if I recall correctly, you spent around 10 million here a couple of months ago." Li Kun remained unfazed. "Of course we can." The manager's face lit up with gratitude. "Mr. Li, it is our honor to have you in our store. The previous associate is new. I hope you won't hold it against us. I'll wrap that up for you right away." The manager's demeanor was now exceedingly respectful. He then turned to Wu Yu, who was momentarily stunned. "This lady has exquisite taste. This bag is our latest arrival and is globally limited." At that moment, Wu Yu was oblivious to what the middle-aged manager was saying. Her attention was entirely focused on Li Kun. 10 million. This man could effortlessly command the luxury store manager to bow and scrape with just a few casual remarks. Suddenly, Wu Yu realized she might have ensnared a prize far larger than she had anticipated. Or perhaps, she was the prey all along. As Wu Yu regained her composure, the previously unruly young female shop assistant had already handed her a beautifully packaged orange box with a smile. Wu Yu accepted the exquisite box, her hands trembling slightly. She recalled that the official price of this bag was seemingly over 300,000. Yet, without her uttering a single word of request, Li Kun had taken the initiative to purchase it. What more could she possibly want? She opened her mouth, only to promptly close it again. To make demands? She felt she lacked the qualification to do so. A man of such wealth would surely have no shortage of beautiful women around him. Even the smallest gestures from him could sustain her for quite some time. Realizing this, Wu Yu became exceedingly obedient and docile. Subsequently, even though Wu Yu had not made any requests, Li Kun lavished upon her an assortment of luxury goods totaling nearly 10 million. The shopping spree, lasting less than 2 hours, felt like a surreal dream. As Wu Yu exited the mall, she found herself somewhat numb. In contrast, Li Kun had long since become indifferent to such expenditures, aside from providing a fixed monthly allowance to several cherished companions and occasionally accompanying them on shopping outings. He regarded it as merely routine, due to the sheer volume of her purchases upon arriving in Donghai City. Wu Yu opted not to carry multiple bags with her, but instead chose to temporarily store them at various luxury boutiques, planning to retrieve them all at once when she departed. As she stepped out of the mall, her heartbeat noticeably quickened. Glancing at the tall figure beside her, she unhesitatingly rose onto her tiptoes and whispered softly into the man's ear, "I'm a bit tired. How about we go to the hotel to rest for a while?" After all, they were both children of the world. If someone were to spend such an extravagant amount on her, wouldn't it be wise to understand the implications? Although it was not yet dark, it was close enough. Li Kun's gaze was enigmatic. Soon after, the two of them entered the car and headed straight for the nearest Bulgari hotel. The presidential suite on the top floor of the Bulgari hotel surpassed Wu Yu's expectations in luxury. The panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the vibrant nightscape as it transitioned into evening. The marble bathroom was larger than the bedroom of her rented apartment, and the minibar was stocked with an array of beverages. "Would you like something to drink?" Li Kun asked as he removed his cumbersome outer coat. Wu Yu shook her head, suddenly feeling a surge of nervousness. Although this was not her first encounter, being in the presence of such a young, handsome, wealthy, and robust man left her somewhat flustered. "I'll go take a shower first," she said, escaping into the bathroom. Chapter 078. Deeply touched, when Wu Yu emerged, wrapped in a towel, she found that the man had already donned a silk robe and was seated on the sofa awaiting her. "Come here," Li Kun said with a half-smile. Just as Wu Yu began to speak, the towel she had carelessly secured slipped from her grasp. "Ah," she exclaimed, instinctively bending down to retrieve and fasten it, only to hear a voice laced with desire say, "Don't bother." As he approached her, Li Kun casually opened his robe, revealing his well-defined chest, thinking he would soon be shedding it anyway. What transpired next was inevitable. Late into the night, Wu Yu nestled shyly in Li Kun's embrace, occasionally brushed against this man she had known for less than 3 days, yet who had already spent 1 million on her. "How long have you been live streaming?" Li Kun inquired, seemingly bored. 3 or 4 years, I suppose. Initially, I just streamed casually from my university dorm, but when I realized I could earn money, I transitioned to full-time, Wu Yu replied after a moment's thought. Do you enjoy this line of work? Absolutely, she responded without hesitation. It's quick and easy money. If I didn't do this, how would I ever meet a perfect man like you? That's all that matters. I will always support you, Li Kuan said, pinching Wu Yu's delicate face. Thank you, big brother. You're so wonderful. Elated, Wu Yu leaned in to kiss him. After the kiss, the tone shifted as a more serious expression crossed Li Kuan's face. Since we've come this far, there are a few things I need to clarify with you. You know I have more than one cherished companion. I offer you two choices. First, you could become one of my beloved companions, receiving a fixed monthly allowance and support for your streaming career, but you must maintain a distance from other men and be obedient. Do you understand? Second, after we leave this hotel, we could act as if nothing has transpired, and I won't ask for the gifts I've given you back. You can rest assured about that. Suddenly, Wu Yu, who had been in high spirits, found herself momentarily speechless at Li Kuan's words. How domineering. Yet, who could blame him for being so generous? Wu Yu was not one to be overly demanding. She had simply fallen for Li Kuan at first sight. What are you talking about, big brother? Isn't this a matter of money? I only wish to discuss feelings with you, not finances. With a face full of sincerity, she declared, I am genuinely in love with you. Stop pretending, Li Kuan replied, exasperated. He acknowledged that he was somewhat handsome, fit, and proficient in gaming. But it was the allure of wealth that truly captivated women at first sight. Upon hearing his words, Wu Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. I want more. But that doesn't mean I can't genuinely love you, she insisted, drawing closer to him. Really? Yes, truly. The two exchanged banter, their words flowing seamlessly. Then let us continue, Li Kuan said, preparing for another round until dawn broke. He tossed aside the bothersome covers and adjusted the air conditioning slightly higher. Wu Yu's complexion paled as she was still processing the situation. The following morning, Wu Yu sluggishly opened her eyes, rubbing her sleepy eyelids. Perhaps due to her daily exercise routine, Li Kuan was already dressed in his robe and answered the doorbell, which announced the arrival of room service. The server, respectfully greeting him, wheeled in a cart laden with exquisite dishes. Thank you, Li Kuan said, casually slipping a few red bills into the server's hand. Thank you, Mr. Li. Enjoy your meal. The delighted server expressed her gratitude before promptly exiting. At that moment, Wu Yu, clad in only alluring attire, stepped out of the living area, feeling slightly embarrassed. Honey, I'm hungry too. Hungry? Li Kuan chuckled. Didn't you eat enough last night? Should I get you something more? No. I'm just hungry. Wu Yu quickly corrected herself, fearing further exertions. All right, come eat, Li Kuan beckoned. After a brief freshening up, Wu Yu joined the lavish breakfast spread. Perhaps due to the exertion from the previous night, she found herself eating even more than Li Kuan. After finishing breakfast, upon hearing the doorbell once more, Li Kuan rose again. When he returned to the living area, he held a red box in his hand. Approaching Wu Yu, he gently placed it before her. This is for you. Take good care of it. Is this for me? Wu Yu asked curiously as she opened the box. Before her lay a magnificent, radiant crescent-shaped diamond necklace. Yesterday, I noticed you gazing intently at that exquisite necklace displayed on the counter. Sensing your hesitation to speak up, I took the liberty of purchasing it. Fortunately, the seller was quite efficient, and it arrived this morning. Do you like it? Indeed. I love it. Thank you, darling. Wu Yu was deeply touched. As she exited the mall yesterday, she had indeed lingered a bit longer at the jewelry display. But she never anticipated that her brother would silently buy it for her. Brother. After finishing her meal, Wu Yu disregarded her image and leaped into Li Kuan's embrace, exclaiming, You are truly wonderful to me. I'll make it worth your while, he replied with a grin. Chapter 079. Termination of Contract. Remaining in Donghai City in the following days, Wu Yu spent every moment with Li Kuan. They indulged in culinary delights and entertainment during the day and reveled in hotel escapades at night. The previous discussions about filming a photo shoot had long slipped from her mind. This morning, in the presidential suite of the Bulgari Hotel, Wu Yu awoke naturally. Her slender fingers caressed the $1,000,000 diamond necklace, and its dazzling brilliance was simply enchanting. Glancing at the man beside her, fast asleep, she found herself falling deeper in love. Captivated by his presence. Just a week ago, she had been an anxious streamer concerned about her audience metrics. Now, she had transformed into the favored companion of a wealthy man, enjoying the finest of everything. This luxurious lifestyle, which she had long fantasized about, had unexpectedly become her reality, and she deemed it worth the journey. Astutely aware, Wu Yu recognized that Li Kuan was not without other admirers. To win his favor, she needed to be obedient and attuned to his preferences. Just as various thoughts began to take shape in her mind, her phone beside her buzzed. Looking at the screen, she saw it was a message from Wang Jia, the agent from her MCN company regarding her streaming contract. How could she have forgotten about her streaming obligations? This was unacceptable. Hello, Wang Jia. Wu Yu answered the call. Wu Yu, what has been going on with you lately? You haven't streamed in days. Are you unwell? You must communicate with me ahead of time. You signed a contract. You wouldn't want to incur a penalty for breach of contract, would you? Hearing this, Wu Yu glanced at the man sleeping next to her and subconsciously replied in a hushed tone, Wang Jie, I've had some personal matters to attend to, but I will do my best to resume streaming as soon as possible. Personal matters? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Wang Jie's voice was laced with confusion. Never mind, you must go live tonight at 8. Is that clear? Understood, Wu Yu affirmed before ending the call. She sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Streaming was her primary source of income, despite now having a boyfriend. Who could guarantee that he would not someday grow weary of her or even cast her aside? Wu Yu had witnessed similar scenarios before. Therefore, she could not afford to abandon her streaming career. What's wrong? Li Kuan, having awakened at some point, wrapped his arms around Wu Yu from behind. His voice drowsy and curious. Nothing much, just that the company has been urging me to stream. I've been so preoccupied with fun that I completely forgot about it. Wu Yu replied with a hint of embarrassment. Li Kuan raised an eyebrow. Are you planning to return to Dongwang? I thought you would choose to stay here. I wish I could, Wu Yu said, comfortably leaning against him. But the contract stipulates that I must fulfill a certain amount of streaming hours to avoid penalties. Moreover, I've already missed several days. Thankfully, my relationship with my agent is good, but I can't continue this way. What is the penalty amount? Li Kuan inquired directly. About 100,000, Wu Yu replied without hesitation. In an instant, Li Kuan took out his phone and, within a minute, Wu Yu received a notification from her bank. 1 million yuan had been transferred into her account. This money? Wu Yu gazed at her phone screen in astonishment. I've covered the penalty. You wanted my support for your streaming, right? Li Kuan replied nonchalantly. Use the remaining funds to establish a streaming company. Hire some lovely ladies to join you. Streaming yourself can't compare to being the boss. You can choose your own hours. As for Dongwang, there's no need to return. Just stay here with me. However, living in a hotel indefinitely isn't ideal. I'll buy you a house in Donghai City. Suddenly, Wu Yu felt a wave of dizziness. A streaming company? Buying a house. An hour later, Wu Yu and Li Kuan found themselves at Donghai's digital city. After a thorough selection process, they purchased a range of professional streaming equipment, 4K cameras, top-tier sound cards, and ring lights, all of the highest quality. This is incredible. Wu Yu thought about suggesting more modest equipment, yet her gaze remained fixated on the newly acquired gear. Such items had once been beyond her reach. Each piece cost hundreds, even thousands, and perhaps even tens of thousands. The top streamers on platforms must have similar setups. This is nothing, Li Kuan chuckled, wrapping his arm around Wu Yu's waist. When you start streaming, I'll buy you various alluring outfits. Do you understand? Wu Yu felt her cheeks flush but still nodded obediently. Li Kuan was quite pleased with this understanding girl. In the future, he envisioned spending afternoons watching streams with a group of online friends and evenings watching her shine. Your goddess. My woman, he mused with a hint of mischief. With the funds transferred and the streaming equipment secured, they headed back to the hotel. But Li Kuan diverted their route to a high-end development called Bay 1. Living in a hotel is inconvenient. Let us take a look at some properties, he suggested. Are we really looking at houses so quickly? You're efficient. Wu Yu was taken aback. Isn't it barely 2 hours since you mentioned it? Li Kuan was indeed exceptional, showing no signs of hesitation. In just over 10 minutes, they arrived and parked. Stepping out, Li Kuan confidently wrapped his arm around Wu Yu's slender waist as they entered the Bay 1 sales office. Upon entering, the opulent DCOR of the sales office ignited Wu Yu's anticipation. As they walked in, a property consultant approached them with an enthusiastic smile. Are you two here to view properties? We have immediate availability with exquisite renovations. You can move in today? Li Kuan, not wishing to waste time, responded. Show us the best you have. Absolutely. We have a stunning unit on the 18th floor, over 200 square meters, with a direct sea view. The furniture and appliances are all imported brands. You can move in right away. This is the best unit available, and you will not be disappointed. Shall I take you to see it? The consultant inquired. Let us go. Li Kuan nodded in agreement. The lavishness of the model unit left Wu Yu in awe. The floor-to-ceiling windows showcased a breathtaking view of the Azure Sea. The open kitchen boasted top-tier appliances, and the master bathroom featured a luxurious jacuzzi, among other exquisite details. Standing in the center of the living room, Wu Yu felt as if she were Cinderella stumbling into a palace, having never owned a home of her own. Although she had seen many luxurious residences online, experiencing one in person was an entirely different sensation. Is this one suitable? Li Kuan asked, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Yes. Wu Yu nodded vigorously. Is it even a question? It's simply magnificent. This type of residence was something she had only encountered online before. Now that it was within her grasp, how could she possibly harbor any reservations? It felt like a dream that brought her joy even in slumber. Then this will be the one, Li Kuan declared, turning to the professional consultant manager. Please expedite the necessary paperwork. Certainly, sir. I shall prepare the contract immediately. The middle-aged man's smile was unmistakably radiant. Before long, the diligent consultant presented the meticulously prepared contract with a respectful demeanor. However, when Wu Yu furtively glanced at the figures on the purchase agreement, her legs grew weak. $4,800,000. To her, that was an astronomical sum. Without the man beside her, she might never have had the chance to reside in such a property. Li Kuan perused the purchase contract without even a blink. The property deed will bear your name, he stated, directly passing the pen to Wu Yu, then promptly retrieving his bank card to present to the property consultant. And my name? Wu Yu was utterly astonished, as if she had just won a grand prize. Initially, she thought she might be able to live there, but now her brother was gifting it to her, even putting her name on the deed. Hurry up. If you don't want it, I shall have to offer it to another beautiful acquaintance, Li Kuan chuckled. He wouldn't squander his money on a woman without expecting a tenfold return. I do want it. I want it, brother. Wu Yu hastily seized the pen and confidently inscribed her name on the contract. In just a few brief exchanges, the property consultant discerned that the young man before him was no ordinary scion of wealth. The beauty accompanying him was likely not his only one. What a pity that he was not a handsome man himself. One could only wonder if he had a penchant for handsome men, given his lavish displays of generosity. Surely, any ordinary individual would be captivated by such opulence. With the full payment for a spacious unit at Bay 1 secured, Li Kuan and Wu Yu moved in that very day, with their previously purchased luxury items and livestream equipment also delivered to their new abode. That evening, after a brief hiatus from broadcasting, Wu Yu applied a simple touch of makeup, slipped into an exquisite outfit, and prepared to commence her livestream on schedule. Chapter 080. Let the performance begin before the camera. Wu Yu inhaled deeply and adjusted her demeanor slightly before tapping the button to start the livestream. The screen showcased her, adorned in a meticulously crafted visage, her newly acquired Chanel ensemble radiating understated luxury, making her appear as though she had stepped straight out of a fairy tale. The familiar livestream interface unfolded on her phone screen. With an existing fan base, viewers flocked to support her as soon as the broadcast commenced. Good evening, everyone. I am your mischievous Wu Yu. How have you all been during my brief absence? A sweet smile graced her face, her voice tinged with a note of exuberance. Unfortunately, the fervor that had once characterized her streams had noticeably diminished after her few days away, and given that she was not a major influencer, the viewer count paled in comparison to her previous records, barely reaching a quarter of her usual audience. As comments streamed by, many were laced with jest and playful banter. Ah, the missing person returns. I thought you had quit the internet. This live stream feels rather sudden. I suspect she didn't rake in enough cash, haha. It's hard to schedule with the big brother offline, so best to stick to streaming. Wu Yu chose to overlook the more malicious comments, opting to mute those that truly irked her. Please, my boyfriend casually spends millions. Why would I covet your trifling amounts? With a smile, she responded. Thank you all for your concern. I wasn't feeling well lately, hence my brief respite. I shall endeavor to maintain a regular streaming schedule. At that moment, a dazzling array of carnival effects erupted in the live stream. Endless wealth bestowed, Carnival X1. Endless wealth bestowed, Carnival X10. The gifts continued to pour in until they reached 100, causing the previously quiet live stream to surge with excitement. Thank you for the carnival, brother, Wu Yu exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. She never anticipated her boyfriend's timely appearance, let alone such a grand gesture of gifting 100 carnivals. Her efforts to please and accommodate him over the past few days truly paid off. Before long, the comments in the live stream became increasingly animated. Wow, a tycoon. 100 carnivals? How much does that cost? Has Yu Yu latched onto a new benefactor? Why does this abundant wealth seem so familiar? Isn't this the #1 supporter from that day? How did they become Yu Yu's #1 now? This just shows our Yu Yu's allure. Indeed, the big brother must have fallen under her enchanting spell. As it is said, no man can resist the charms of a beautiful woman. Upon reading these comments, Li Kuan merely smiled in silence, for some truths, when spoken, would not be believed. It was far more delightful to let them indulge in their own fantasies. As the barrage of gifts continued, Wu Yu's viewer count began to soar, quickly surpassing 3,000. Just as she contemplated showcasing some talents to enliven the atmosphere of her stream, an invitation for a PK appeared. Fake woman invites you to a PK. Fake woman? Wu Yu had heard of this female streamer, who boasted millions of fans and was known for her beauty and figure. Recently, she had gained considerable momentum, notorious for her sharp tongue that left many female streamers in distress. The comments in the live stream exploded. Go for it. Don't be afraid. I've heard that fake woman targets smaller streamers for easy wins. She's quite ruthless. Why must women make it difficult for one another? Yu Yu, perhaps you should reconsider. This big brother is formidable. Don't end up losing like last time. Wu Yu hesitated before accepting the challenge, until one comment caught her eye. Endless wealth, PK, guaranteed win. With those words, she felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She promptly clicked to accept. The screen divided, revealing the heavily made-up face of her opponent, with European-style double eyelids, a pronounced nose, and unnaturally ample features, complemented by long, pastel pink hair, resembling a meticulously crafted doll from a store. Is this the Yu who has been absent for a few days? The fake woman taunted. I hear you've got a new benefactor in your live stream? Surely, it's not from the guild, right? We were all under the same agency before. So don't say I didn't help boost your popularity. Wu Yu's smile faltered slightly. How could that be? I'm just curious how you wish to engage in this PK today, she retorted. Simple. A half-hour PK, and the loser must squat until the other exits the stream. What do you say? The fake woman laughed. Do you dare? Fine, Wu Yu replied resolutely. This fake woman truly lived up to her name. Li Kuan observed the information provided by the system, momentarily taken aback. Name, Wang Gang, age, 30, height, 165 centimeters, weight, 65 kilograms, appearance, 56, occupation, pretending to be a female streamer, skills, makeup, voice modulation, impressive indeed, Li Kuan mused. In an instant, with a spark of inspiration, Li Kuan privately messaged Wu Yu, informing her that an additional penalty would be imposed. The loser must disable their beauty filter. Disable the beauty filter? The faux woman was somewhat perplexed. Are you afraid? Wu Yu taunted, provoking her opponent. Fine, I shall comply. But ensure you are mentally prepared for defeat. The faux woman, boasting millions of followers, had not considered the possibility of loss, and thus readily acquiesced. Meanwhile, the live stream was already ablaze with excitement. Wow, this is thrilling. Aren't we risking our livelihoods here? Yu is aiming for a grand victory. Such commendable courage. I sense a trickery afoot. In the world of live streaming, it is rare for individuals to appear without makeup. Even those who forego filters often don light makeup. Particularly for female streamers who may not possess striking features, beauty filters and makeup are crucial to their success. Wu Yu's proposition was somewhat inappropriate. However, with her elder brother and boyfriend's endorsement, she felt compelled to proceed. Fortunately, the faux woman did not object. The PK commenced. As the system announced the start, health bars appeared at the center of the screen. Initially, both sides were evenly matched. On Wu Yu's side, Li Kuan provided steadfast support, while the faux woman had several established patrons on her side. The scores fluctuated back and forth. Yet, as the PK entered its third minute, the situation took a dramatic turn. The faux woman's health bar surged. A flurry of extravagant gift effects flooded the entire screen. Dragon Ao Tian gifted 10 cosmic hearts. Dragon Ao Tian gifted 5 dream castles. In an instant, the score gap widened. Thank you, Brother Long. Brother Long is magnificent. The faux woman blew a kiss to the camera, then turned to Wu Yu. Yu, is your brother up to the challenge? Why has he stopped sending gifts? Is he incapable? Simultaneously, the live chat erupted in mockery, overwhelmingly disparaging her. Is this all you've got? You dare to challenge our faux sister? Bold indeed. That top patron must be a plant, right? Can't keep up with the spending? You have so much money yet can't spend it all. Hilarious. Faux sister, just admit defeat and spare yourself the embarrassment. Wu Yu chose to disregard the barrage of comments. Nevertheless, the smile on her face bore an air of forced composure. No need to rush. I'll give you a chance to send more gifts. Otherwise, you won't have another opportunity. Please, commence your performance. So much money to spend. Upon seeing this remark, Wu Yu managed to muster a strained smile. Everyone, please don't rush. However, before she could finish, she was interrupted by the faux woman impersonating a female streamer. Stubborn as a dead duck, the faux woman scoffed. Our brother Long declared that we will continue until you disable your beauty filter. Brothers and sisters, do you wish to see the true face of the streamer opposite us? The faux woman seized the advantage, and the live chat erupted in a chorus of agreement, flooding the screen with requests. With just 10 minutes left in the PK, Li Kuan initiated a counteroffensive. Within the live stream, a series of extravagant gift effects appeared. Money to burn gifted 50 interstellar battleships. Money to burn gifted 100 cosmic hearts. Money to burn gifted 50 dream castles. A relentless stream of gifts flooded the screen. The heat surged dramatically. Within 5 minutes, the PK health bars turned the tide. A swarm of viewers poured into the live stream. Witnessing this spectacle, the faux woman's expression shifted from smugness to shock, ultimately paling in dismay. The chat in her stream turned against her. Wow, this is a true tycoon. How much did that cost? Poor little me has never seen such wealth. Faux sister, quickly call your brother Long back. We haven't lost yet. There's still a chance. It seemed she had indeed hit a brick wall. Just as the faux woman was about to speak, she noticed that Dragon Ao Tian's ID had turned gray. What the heck? That coward has retreated in fear. Although there were other patrons in her live stream, They paled in comparison to the wealth of money to burn. Before long, the PK concluded. Thank you, brother. Thank you all for your support. Wu Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. She then turned to the screen. Sister, as per our agreement. The faux woman's face turned ashen. She never anticipated such a downfall here. A man's word is as unyielding as a chariot. After much hesitation, Wang Gang ultimately gritted his teeth and disabled the beauty filter. In an instant, the exquisite face on the screen underwent a shocking transformation. Her eyes shrank by half, her once prominent nose lost its height, and the blemishes and fine lines on her skin were glaringly evident, rendering her a vastly different person, a visage riddled with greasiness. Most importantly, it was a man. In a heartbeat, the live stream erupted as if an atomic bomb had detonated. What the heck? This is a head swap, right? The difference is astounding. No, this is a man. The faux woman is indeed a fade. Ha ha ha. This is the goddess you all adore. I can't believe I sent this person $100 in gifts. I used to consider this streamer material. Now, reflecting on it, it's truly revolting. No way. Am I dreaming? What if I become impotent later? Is this not Xiao Biluo in her true form? The top patron hastily canceled his account, haha. Conversely, Wu Yu's live stream erupted in jubilation. That night, after the broadcast concluded, Wu Yu, in gratitude for her boyfriend's support, became particularly proactive and enthusiastic, even attempting activities she had never tried before, eating ice cream, drinking milk, everything felt indulgent. As Wu Yu had just declared, no matter who you are, just don't treat me like a person tonight. Observing the once lofty goddess of the live stream now bending over backward to please him, Li Kuan felt an even greater sense of satisfaction. Is this the allure of money? A lady transformed into a wanton, a coward into a brave soul. When money comes into play, everything seems to lose its significance. However, nothing in life is absolute. Although money is not omnipotent, a lack of it can be utterly crippling. Glistening with sweat, Wu Yu lay against Li Kuan's chest, clinging to him as if wishing to merge into one. Having never contemplated marriage before, Wu Yu felt an unprecedented desire to wed this man. This was unthinkable. Yet, there were other ways. Brother, how about I bear your child? Upon hearing this, Li Kuan, who was in a daze, immediately snapped to attention. Have a child? Kuan, it seems that Yashi is encountering some difficulties and might need you to come back, Lu Rian said, her voice tinged with unease. Do not fret. Take your time to explain, Li Kuan replied calmly. When one is not short of money, significant troubles are rare, aside from the tasks assigned by the system. There is little to be overly concerned about. I understand. I will come over immediately, Li Kuan responded, a hint of worry creeping into his tone. Alternatively, you could consider contacting the authorities, but you should first consult Yashi on that matter. With that, Li Kuan turned to Wu Yu, who was attired in alluring garments, and expressed, I apologize, my dear, but I may not be able to accompany you today. I shall return in a couple of days. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu, her fair skin partially exposed, wore a look of despondency. The atmosphere had been set for an intimate evening, only to be disrupted by her boyfriend's abrupt departure. It seems I must resolve this myself tonight, she mused, feeling a sense of addiction to the situation. As Li Kuan descended the stairs, it became apparent that Zhang Yashi's long-absent gambling father had somehow discovered her newfound financial stability or perhaps her affluent boyfriend and had decided to seek monetary assistance from her. He had tracked down her residence, intent on demanding money from his daughter. Zhang Yashi, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards her father, was resolute in her refusal. Had it not been for her father's gambling addiction and the debts he accrued, her life and family circumstances would have undoubtedly improved. Instead of completing her university education, she had been forced to abandon her studies prematurely to work and repay debts, enduring the harsh realities of life and society's brutalities. A heated argument ensued between father and daughter as the sun set. Zhang Yashi stood at the door, her expression devoid of warmth, facing the familiar yet loathed figure of her father, Zhang Kachong, who puffed on a cheap cigarette, his murky eyes fixated on his daughter, whom he had not seen in years. Clad in a wrinkled checkered shirt and faded jeans, his greasy hair clung to his scalp, exuding an air of despondency that might lead one to mistake him for a vagrant. You are unwelcome here, Zhang Yashi declared, attempting to shut the door. Having received a call from her mother days prior, warning her that her gambling father was inquiring about her whereabouts, she was taken aback by his swift arrival. As she attempted to close the door, it was already too late. Like a shark sensing blood, Zhang Kachong discarded his cigarette and forcefully wedged his hand against the door. Yashi, my beloved daughter, he said with an insincere display of emotion, eliciting nothing but nausea from Zhang Yashi. Taking a step back, she coldly retorted, what do you want? Is it so wrong for a father to check on his daughter? Zhang Kachong grinned, revealing a set of smoke-stained teeth. I hear you've been doing well. Living in such a fine place, you shouldn't forget your family. I traveled a long way. Won't you invite me in for a visit? This is not my home. I'm merely staying with a friend. Just say what you need to say and leave, Zhang Yashi replied, suppressing her annoyance. Make it quick, or my friend will kick you out, and I wouldn't want you to feel embarrassed. Zhang Kachong, dropping the facade, stated bluntly, well, it's quite simple. Lately, I've been having some financial difficulties. Could you lend me a bit of money? I promise to pay you back once I win. I have no money, Zhang Yashi replied coldly. The money I send to my mother is for my brother's education and her medical expenses. Not a single cent will go to you. So stop thinking about it. Did she not know her father's nature? Had he ever repaid the money she had lent him in the past? The borrowed funds were either squandered on gambling or spent on indulgences, while he had neglected his family for years. Now he had the audacity to ask her for money. She would never comply. Once hopeful that her father could change, Zhang Yashi had sent money home multiple times, only to have it taken by her gambling father under various pretenses, often a significant portion. None of the money had ever been used for anything worthwhile. As for her and her brother, their mother's household was disregarded by their father, who considered them a burden and had ignored them for years. Gradually, Zhang Yashi had relinquished any illusions about her father's potential for redemption. Her gambling-addicted father was beyond saving. Fortunately, the advancements in technology over the years had made online payments and transfers commonplace, preventing this wretched gambler from accessing her hard-earned money. Yet, the trials and tribulations she had endured in society had left an indelible mark on her. She had experienced nearly every suitable profession for women, save for engaging in illicit activities. Now that her life had finally begun to improve, her gambling father sought to exploit her once more. Was this even human? He was less than a beast. Upon hearing his daughter's response, Zhang Kachong's expression darkened. Yashi, have you grown wings? What kind of attitude is this? I am your father. After raising you, is it so wrong to ask for a little living expense? Zhang Kachong attempted to assert his paternal authority, though it was a feeble display. Raised you? Zhang Yashi scoffed. I started working to pay for my own schooling when I was just in high school. What have you done besides gamble, drink, and abuse my mother and brother? You are a wretched gambler. How dare you utter such words? Why bring up the past? Zhang Kachong dismissed her, waving his hand dismissively. I heard from a friend that you found a wealthy boyfriend. Or perhaps you're being kept. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you have money now. So just give it to me. You've been spying on me, Zhang Yashi exclaimed, indignation flaring within her. Zhang Kachong's face twisted into a cunning smile. Let us make this simple. I won't ask for much, just 50,000 to settle some gambling debts and improve my living conditions. Then 2,000 a month for living expenses. That should suffice. You must be dreaming. I won't give you a single cent. Zhang Yashi's voice quivered with fury. She had money of her own. 50,000 was not an excessive amount, especially compared to the 300,000 Li Kuan provided her monthly. Yet, the thought of handing over any money to her gambling father felt like an affront. After all these years, he had not changed, still attempting to siphon her hard-earned resources. Yashi, do not push your luck. Zhang Kachong's patience waned, his face contorting with rage. I am still your father, and you are my flesh and blood. You have no right to demand anything from me. Zhang Kachong's expression grew menacing. If you refuse to give me the money, I will create a scene here every day, making sure everyone knows you are an unfilial daughter. Let us see how you hold your head high in public. Go ahead. I would rather face the world than give you a single cent. Zhang Yashi felt an overwhelming tide of buried memories crash over her. At 12, she had witnessed her father gamble away the last of their month's food money. She recalled her frail mother begging him to stop, only to be shoved aside and injured in the process. Zhang Yashi had huddled in a corner with her crying brother, watching their mother try to staunch the bleeding with a rag, too afraid to seek medical help due to lack of funds. At 15, she returned home, proudly holding the first prize from a county-wide essay competition, only to find their home stripped bare by creditors. Had it not been for the illegal nature of her father's gambling, they might have lost their home entirely. At 17, during her final year of high school, her homeroom teacher had called her into the office and gently informed her that she was 3 months behind on tuition and accommodation fees. The root of the issue lies in the gambling addiction of Zhang Kachong, who squandered the tuition fees secretly saved by his wife. Consequently, she was compelled to borrow money from various sources, enabling Zhang Yashi to barely complete her high school education. As for attending university, the thought was beyond Zhang Yashi's wildest dreams. Zhang Yashi, I am speaking to you. Will you or will you not pay up? Zhang Kachong's voice thundered, jolting Zhang Yashi back to reality. Get lost. If not, we shall call the police. At that moment, the indignant Lu Rian approached, unleashing a tirade of curses. Call the police? Zhang Kachong paused, momentarily taken aback. He then erupted into a raucous laughter. Huh? Call the police? To arrest your own father? Go ahead. I will gladly tell the officers how this ungrateful daughter treats the man who raised her. I am eager to see what the police can do to me. Even the most righteous officials find domestic disputes challenging to resolve. Challenging to resolve? A voice shattered Zhang Kaxiang's arrogance. Do you still think this is the Qing dynasty? At that moment, Li Kuan, clad in sportswear, approached, flanked by 2 security personnel from Donghai Wisdom City. Ah, this must be my son-in-law. I am your father-in-law. Zhang Kaxiang's demeanor shifted instantly, transforming into a facade of friendliness. However, Li Kuan harbored no fondness for a father like him, marked by gambling and deceit. Ehua Elu. Escort this madman out of the community. My girlfriend and I have no association with this old fool. How did you allow him in? If this happens again, I will lodge a formal complaint. We apologize, Mr. Li. This was our oversight. We will address it immediately. The 2 burly security guards moved forward, each seizing one of Zhang Kaxiang's arms, ready to usher him out. Zhang Yashi, you ungrateful daughter. And you, disrespectful brat. Don't even think about marrying my daughter. Zhang Kaxiang continued to hurl insults as he was escorted out, his tirade enduring until he was outside the community, but it proved futile. All right, take a good rest at home for the next few days. Please take a leave from the billiards club. If necessary, resign. Li Kuan gently consoled Zhang Yashi, who appeared slightly dazed. He chose to ignore Lu Rian's sorrowful expression. I'm so sorry, Kuan-ji. I never anticipated it would come to this, Zhang Yashi stammered, feeling utterly helpless. She understood that her once peaceful life was now on the brink of upheaval, and indeed, it was. In the following days, Chapter 083, A Good Son-in-Law. Zhang Kaxiang's harassment intensified. He somehow acquired the phone numbers of Zhang Yashi's colleagues at Xingjua Billiards Club and shamelessly called them, accusing her of being a gold digger and denying her own father. He even unfurled a banner at the entrance of Donghai Wisdom City, scrawled with the words unfilial daughter Zhang Yashi, unforgivable. He even threatened to take away Zhang Yashi's younger brother, all for the sake of money. With no other option, Zhang Yashi had no choice but to call the police. However, when the officers arrived, they merely mediated the situation, citing it as a domestic dispute, and were powerless to detain him, which was infuriating. There is a saying, one fears not the rogue who fights, but the rogue with education. A cunning Zhang Kaxiang refrained from violence, instead leveraging public sentiment and familial ties to morally blackmail and pressure her, even enlisting the help of mediators. If you have reason and evidence, go to court. If you have reason but no evidence, go to the police. If you have neither, go to the press. And if all else fails, seek mediation. This phrase seemed to encapsulate Zhang Kaxiang's tactics perfectly. On a rainy night, Zhang Yashi curled up at the head of her bed, her eyes slightly swollen. Li Kuan gently caressed her body. I can't take it anymore, Kuan-ji. I truly don't know what to do. Zhang Yashi's voice was hoarse. That old bastard has ruined my childhood, my life, and nearly destroyed my family. Now, he's intent on shattering the stable life I've worked so hard to build. Do you need me to handle it? Li Kuan inquired softly, his last words taking on a fierce edge. Understanding the implication, Zhang Yashi fell into silence. After all, he was still her father. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Kuan-ji, please try not to harm that old fool. Despite everything, she could not wish death upon her father. She merely wanted him to cease disrupting her life. That is all I need to hear. I know what to do. You haven't slept well these past few days. Let us ensure you rest well tonight. Li Kuan embraced Zhang Yashi, refraining from any further action. The following day dawned with rather dismal weather. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and fine rain fell. The raindrops struck the entrance of Donghai Wisdom City, rendering the garish red banner even more glaring. Unfilial daughter Zhang Yashi, unforgivable. The crooked characters appeared to twist and contort in the rain, coiling around Zhang Yashi's heart like a venomous serpent. She stood by the window, her fingers clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the pent-up anger and injustice within her. She longed to explain, yet at times, explanations felt so woefully inadequate, especially in this age of rampant misinformation and low costs of slander. At the entrance of Donghai Wisdom City, a shameless figure lurked beneath a building to escape the rain, yet continued to shout through a megaphone at the residents. Zhang Yashi, come out. You have money to be with rich men, but not to support your own father? The voice pierced through the rain, grating on the ears. Zhang Yashi shut her eyes, striving to ignore the situation. Footsteps approached from behind. Li Kuan saw her standing by the window and walked over, enveloping her in his embrace. Don't look, he said coldly, drawing the curtains to shield her from the despicable scene outside. Zhang Yashi turned around, unsure of what to say. Kuan-ji, I'm so sorry. There is nothing to apologize for. This is not your fault. Li Kuan reassured her, stroking her back. Tomorrow, I promise everything will come to an end. Don't worry. As his words settled, Li Kuan's phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out and saw a message from Long Gu. The person has been located. Contact details are. Another day passed, and the weather turned unexpectedly splendid. The sun shone brightly, and the gentle breeze filled the air. However, if it weren't for the shameless figure lingering at the community entrance, the day would have been perfect. As usual, Zhang Keqiang dragged the banner to the entrance of Donghai Wisdom City. Just as he was about to make a scene, the security personnel, having been tipped off in advance, swiftly approached and confiscated his megaphone. Old Zhang, stop causing a scene here. Your daughter has it tough enough. Why go through this? The head of security, cigarette in mouth, regarded him with a hint of mockery. If you continue this way, it won't just be a confiscated megaphone. What do you care? Zhang Keqiang spat. Is it that simple? What do you want? To kill me? He scoffed. That girl of mine is being supported by a wealthy man. Why should she bother with me? I spit on that. 3 or 4 security personnel found themselves at a loss with this old scoundrel. It was a good thing society had progressed and become more harmonious. Had this been 10 or 20 years ago, such a person would never have dared to create a scene in a high-end development like Donghai Wisdom City. They would have faced severe consequences. As Zhang Keqiang cleared his throat, preparing to continue his ruckus, his phone suddenly rang. Hello? Who is this? He answered impatiently. Li Kuan. Your daughter's partner, came the calm voice on the other end, devoid of emotion. I wish to discuss matters concerning Yashi. Do you not desire money? At noon. The abandoned cement factory on the outskirts awaits. If you lack the courage for this, there is no need for further discussion. As Zhang Keqiang listened intently to the voice on the phone, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Has that girl finally come to her senses? Surely. She must provide me with funds. Ha ha. Do not be late. With that, the call ended. Zhang Keqiang gazed at the unfamiliar number on his phone screen, his eyes glinting with avarice. He began to calculate how much he could demand. 50,000? 100,000? However, he had heard that the girl's companion appeared quite affluent. Surely, he could ask for 700,000 or 800,000. Otherwise, how would he settle his gambling debts and live extravagantly? At noon, as Zhang Keqiang exited the taxi, he hummed a cheerful tune, arriving at the designated location. Upon entering the dilapidated cement factory, he was met with an expanse of desolation. Sunlight filtered through the shattered roof, casting mottled shadows, but there was not a soul in sight. No ghosts, not even a single person. Is anyone here? Zhang Keqiang called out loudly. After a moment, a voice responded, over here. A figure emerged from the shadows, accompanied by several unfamiliar men. Zhang Keqiang squinted and soon recognized the young man from that day, along with a few other strangers. Instinctively, a flicker of unease washed over him, but his greed swiftly eclipsed his caution. What could they possibly do to him in broad daylight? Kill him? Stealing himself? He approached. Kid, where is my daughter? Have you brought the money I demanded? Zhang Keqiang declared brazenly. Let me tell you, anything less than 1 million and this matter is far from over. Li Kuan stood at a distance, silent, his expression devoid of sympathy as he regarded this scoundrel unworthy of being his daughter's father. As Zhang Keqiang drew nearer, several middle-aged men emerged from the corner. The moment he noticed them, his complexion shifted dramatically. Old Lu, Brother Bao? Zhang Keqiang trembled, forcing a smile as he asked, what are you doing here? The bald man, known as Brother Bao, grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. Zhang Keqiang, when will you repay the 500,000 you owe me? The interest has nearly doubled. Hasn't it? Another tall, gaunt man ominously added, you said you'd pay last week. Where's the money? It took us quite a while to track you down in Donghai City. At that moment, Zhang Keqiang's legs turned to jelly, his eyes filled with terror and fury. He turned to Li Kuan. You set me up? In response, Li Kuan calmly stepped forward. Old man, I called you here to resolve the issues between you and Yashi once and for all. Set you up? Do you think you are worthy of such cunning? Here are the terms, he said, producing a prepared document. Given that you are Yashi's father, I am willing to overlook certain matters. As long as you guarantee to never harass Yashi or her brother again, including your wife, I can help you clear all your debts from the underground casino. In addition, I will provide you with 100,000 and subsequently a monthly allowance of 1,000 for living expenses. Should you refuse, I would not hesitate to employ alternative measures to deal with you. How do you know all of this? Zhang Keqiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Bao approached, patting Zhang Keqiang's shoulder with a force that nearly toppled him. Little Li has an extensive network, you see. Old Zhang, if I were you, I would sign quickly. You know the consequences of failing to repay. We are all old acquaintances here. Do not blame me for lacking compassion. You managed to escape before. Can you do so now? As those words sank in, cold sweat began to bead on Zhang Keqiang's forehead. He was acutely aware of the methods employed by Brother Bao and his associates. Just months ago, a gambler who could not pay his debts had his legs broken and was left to die in a filthy ditch. I will sign. Trembling, Zhang Keqiang accepted the pen and scrawled his name on the agreement. The situation was dire. He needed to navigate this predicament first. Li Kuan collected the signed document and produced a thick envelope, handing it to Brother Bao. This is the money, and there is more than enough. Please take the surplus for some tea. Given your past grievances with this old man, let us consider it settled for my and Long Ji's sake. However, If there are any subsequent issues, I may require your assistance. Brother Bao swiftly weighed the envelope. This is substantial, he remarked with satisfaction. Li Gu, of course. We must honor Long Ji's reputation. Rest assured, should you need my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Old Zhang, you have a fine son-in-law. Brother Bao emphasized the word son-in-law, eliciting laughter from those around. Zhang Kachong, unable to voice his anger, felt his face flush crimson. Yashi is my woman. I hope you do not forget the conditions written in black and white. Of course, you may choose to disregard them, but consider the consequences carefully. With that, Li Kuan turned and departed with Brother Bao and the others. Chapter 084. Mainline Refresh. Business tycoon. In the early morning, Li Kuan awoke feeling refreshed, having been roused by Zhang Yashi's sweet words. How considerate. Time is of the essence. The early morning hours are the most precious. After some time, he drifted back to sleep. Following lunch, Li Kuan made his customary visit to the Limi Fitness Center. In the private training area, Lan Jin had already warmed up. Her schedule adjusted due to the engagement of a significant client, resulting in fewer classes assigned to other trainers. Typically, she conducted no more than 3 sessions a day. Yet her earnings had significantly increased. One session was worth 10,000, with a 50% commission. Fortunately, she had not declined at the outset. Otherwise, she would likely regret it. Lan Jin was well aware of the wealthy member's intentions, having received gifts and invitations to dinner multiple times, but she had consistently declined. Although the client possessed admirable qualities, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe him as excellent, the numerous women surrounding him had caused her to hesitate, leading her to abandon any further consideration. She had no desire to share one man with multiple women. Hello, Coach Lan. Let us begin with a warm-up, she said earnestly as her client entered. All right, Li Kuan replied casually, as if they were old friends. After months of systematic training, Li Kuan's physique had undergone a remarkable transformation. As he performed warm-up exercises, he inquired of Lan Jin from a distance. Have you given it any thought? Would you like to be my good friend? Kuan Gu, you are already a good friend of our gym. I naturally am as well, Lan Jin replied politely. Coach Lan, please do not beat around the bush. I mean a different kind of friendship between a man and a woman. Li Kuan had long harbored desires for this beautiful fitness trainer, particularly her alluring figure. The thought of being intimate with her was undeniably enticing. Spending each day working out together, surrounded by beautiful instructors, he envisioned that once he succeeded, he would certainly have the opportunity to guide this lovely coach in return. Oh, I see. I admit, Kuan Gu, you are quite exceptional. Not to mention, your dedication to daily workouts over the past few months requires considerable willpower. You are young, affluent, and while you may not possess the striking looks of a screen star, you are not lacking in charm. To be honest, I have indeed felt a stir of attraction. But you are surrounded by too many women, and I cannot accept that. As long as you promise to keep only me. Lan Jin had known Li Kuan for quite some time, and was well aware of his temperament and disposition, so she felt compelled to speak candidly. All right, enough said. I understand. Li Kuan interjected. From now on, we shall be merely ordinary friends. However, if you ever reconsider, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Li Kuan was resolute in not relinquishing a vast forest for the sake of a single splendid tree. In the midst of his regular workout, after a brief rinse at the gym and donning a fresh set of athletic attire, Li Kuan emerged feeling invigorated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest of self-discipline. 10 elite bodyguards await collection. Main quest refreshed. Main quest. The first step for a business tycoon. Become a recognized business magnate in Donghai City within 3 years, involving no fewer than 3 types of industries. Success. Random junior ability. Failure. A fine of 1 billion. Side quest to junior ability? How intriguing. Li Kuan felt a flicker of anticipation. The $1 billion fine was inconsequential, as failure seemed unlikely. As for the side quest, he deemed it negligible, hardly worth his concern. Without hesitation, Li Kuan accessed the system interface to check his accumulated funds. Host. Li Kuan. Age. 23. Height. 185 centimeters. Attractiveness. 90. Endurance. 90. Skills. None. Target goddesses. Lu Ruyan, Yang Jejia, Zhang Yashi, Zhu Jinsua, Shen Yenshu, Wu Yu. Personal assets. 372, 792, 048, 800. A Mercedes Maybach S480, and a lavish villa in Eugene Garden. With nearly 40 billion in assets, even a rudimentary approach to investment could secure his position as the wealthiest individual in Donghai City. Yet, as an ordinary university graduate lacking business acumen, Li Kuan was acutely aware that he would likely be at a loss regarding where to venture in the business realm. Professionals should undertake professional tasks. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Kuan dialed the number of Zhao Yiting, a senior private assistant at the bank, hoping to glean her insights. with the intention of keeping this highly educated returnee close at hand. Alternatively, he considered offering Zhao Yiting a position as his secretary, should she resign from her banking role. After a brief call, Li Kuan summoned Zhao Yiting to meet him at a dessert CAF in the city center. He sat by the window, occasionally glancing at the bustling street outside until a figure approached, snapping him back to attention. "Mr. Li, I apologize for the wait," came a clear, melodious voice. Upon turning, he saw Zhao Yiting, the business elite, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, her black high heels accentuating her long, graceful legs. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly swept up, revealing a smooth forehead and delicate features that stirred admiration in men. "Please, have a seat," Li Kuan gestured. "I ordered coffee, but I wasn't certain of your preference, so I opted for a latte." "Thank you. A latte is delightful," Zhao Yiting replied as she gracefully took a seat, placing her folder on the table. "You were inquiring about business investments over the phone, correct?" "Indeed," Li Kuan nodded, exuding confidence as he continued. "I possess sufficient capital and aspire to establish a foothold in Donghai, aiming to become the most prominent and influential businessman in the city. However, I'm quite ignorant in this area and would greatly appreciate guidance from a professional like you on where to begin." "Understood," Zhao Yiting responded, already prepared. She opened her folder and retrieved a meticulously crafted PowerPoint presentation. "Mr. Li, based on your circumstances and the current economic landscape of Donghai, I have devised several plans for your consideration. Should they not meet your expectations, I am more than willing to revise them." Zhao Yiting flipped to a page displaying a distribution map of various significant industries in Donghai. As one of Jiang Province's major metropolises, Donghai's two-pillar industries are finance and technology. I recommend considering entry into these sectors. Li Kuan listened intently. Firstly, the realm of live streaming and short videos. Zhao Yiting presented a set of data. Donghai boasts some of the nation's leading MCN institutions, with impressive transaction volumes in live streaming and e-commerce last year. Additionally, this industry has rapid cash flow and a short brand building cycle, making it an attractive option for new investors. Li Kuan inquired, "What would be the approach?" Zhao Yiting explained, "There are two methods: acquiring existing mature institutions to swiftly gain market share and a competent team, or starting from scratch to build your own brand, which, while slower, offers greater control. If Mr. Li is not short on funds, I would suggest a dual approach, acquiring a large or medium-sized MCN while simultaneously assembling your own core team." Li Kuan nodded thoughtfully. "Please, continue." "Secondly, we could consider short film production." Zhao Yiting turned to the next page in her folder. In recent years, with the content upgrade of short video platforms, high-quality short films have emerged as a new traffic hotspot. The cost per episode generally ranges from 50 to 200,000. With a series of approximately 60 or 70 episodes, keeping total investment usually under 3 million. Even at $1 million, the production would be top tier. And with effective advertisement integration and platform revenue sharing, it could easily recoup costs, yielding several times the profit. She then displayed various successful short film revenue statistics. The advantage here is that short films can create a synergistic effect with our proposed live streaming business, enabling artists and IPs to empower one another, generating significant traffic and establishing a stable presence. Li Kuan pondered, "That does sound feasible. I often watch short videos and have noticed many captivating one-minute episodes." Lastly, Zhao Yiting continued, "The investment direction, though more traditional, remains equally vital: investing in physical factories." Her expression grew slightly serious. "Donghai is surrounded by a comprehensive manufacturing industry chain. We could acquire or invest in small to medium-sized factories with technology, but lacking capital, especially those that have previously served as OEMs for renowned international brands." "Physical factories?" Li Kuan furrowed his brow. "What are the reasons for this?" "There are 3 reasons," Zhao Yiting explained slowly. "First, the real economy serves as a foundation, providing stable cash flow. Second, it can complement our live streaming business, for example, by creating a model that connects factories directly to consumers, effectively reducing costs. Third, and most importantly, she elaborated, is the policy direction. Although we live in the internet age, the government still supports the real economy, which could yield tax benefits and governmental support for us." Li Kuan suddenly understood, and he could not help but regard Zhao Yiting with newfound respect. She was indeed an exceptional finance master's graduate. Her analysis was astute, logical, and demonstrated a macro perspective combined with operational feasibility that far exceeded his expectations. A true talent. He resolved that he must recruit her. Not to mention, her beauty made her an ideal candidate as his future secretary. "Ms. Zhao, your recommendations are commendable," Li Kuan affirmed. "I wish to invite you to join my team. I will provide the funding. You will oversee the execution of these projects. Of course, we will need to recruit additional personnel, and we can both serve as interviewers. As for your compensation, I assure you it will be superior to what you currently receive at the bank." "That Zhao Yiting was taken aback by the level of trust the man before her placed in her. After the initial astonishment, she expressed her gratitude to Mr. Li for his unexpected offer. It was rather sudden, especially considering that she had spent a considerable amount of time at the bank, which was indeed a commendable profession, complete with comprehensive insurance and an annual salary of 1 million. Additionally, there was a 5% bonus on the project she would be responsible for, settled annually. Such an opportunity was singular. If Ms. Zhao declined, future offers might not be as generous. Li Kuan remarked with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiting hesitated to make an immediate decision. While others might be oblivious, she was acutely aware that this man before her was a young prodigy wielding billions in capital. This fact had prompted her father, old Deng, to encourage her to cultivate a closer relationship with him. Of course, the most enticing aspect was the $1 million annual salary, complemented by the tempting 5% project bonus, which could potentially exceed the allure of a mere $1 million salary. Li Kuan, unfazed by Zhao Yiting's contemplations, declared that he had already decided on a name for the company, Kuanping Group, symbolizing soaring ambitions akin to the legendary bird that ascends to great heights. Mr. Li, may I take a day or two to consider? Zhao Yiting inquired, explaining that her banking position was arranged by her father, and a sudden resignation could raise concerns. Very well, but I can only grant you 3 days, Li Kuan replied, attempting not to appear overly assertive, lest he intimidate the young lady. 3 days should suffice for your contemplation. However, there are other tasks that require your attention at present. What tasks? Zhao Yiting asked, perplexed. Registering the company and locating an office space, Li Kuan responded, rising from his seat. Come, let us visit the office building now. 30 minutes later, they arrived at the financial center of Donghai. In the lobby of Building B, Zhao Yiting had arranged for a commercial consultant upon their arrival. Welcome. I presume this young lady is Ms. Zhao? A middle-aged man in a suit, Wang Quan, greeted them with a radiant smile. This is Mr. Li, who wishes to purchase an entire floor of office space, Zhao Yiting introduced. Hello, Mr. Li. A pleasure to have you here. Please, allow me to show you around while we can discuss further details at our leisure. Wang Quan promptly guided them upstairs. As they entered the elevator and ascended smoothly, a chime signaled their arrival at the 28th floor. Upon the doors opening, they were greeted by a magnificent floor-to-ceiling window, offering a panoramic view of Donghai's bustling cityscape. Bathed in golden sunlight, this view is splendid, Zhao Yiting exclaimed in awe. Li Kuan surveyed the surroundings with a sense of satisfaction. The office space was yet to be renovated, but once completed, it would undoubtedly exude grandeur. Subsequently, manager Wang Quan led them on a tour, detailing the features of the space. Mr. Li, this floor encompasses over 2,000 square meters. It was initially intended for a multinational corporation, but due to unforeseen circumstances, the deal fell through. The layout is quite distinct, with designated areas for offices, conference rooms, a lounge, and executive offices. Adjacent to your office, there is even a rest area, should you wish to make this your home away from home. Wang Quan discreetly glanced at the beautiful Zhao Yiting, pondering the nature of their relationship, surmising that she might be the boss's alluring secretary. Li Kuan strode ahead, occasionally tracing his fingers along the expansive window. Standing there, with his back to them, his silhouette harmonized with the sun's rays. Let us settle on this space. Yiting, do you have any objections? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiting quickly calculated the market value. The purchase price for this office floor was approximately 100 million. If leasing was considered 100 million it is, then I prefer ownership to leasing, Li Kuan decisively declared. With that pronouncement, manager Wang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He effusively praised, Mr. Li, your decisiveness is commendable. A true leader among men, your company is bound to become a prominent presence in Donghai. Yiting, please discuss the finer details with manager Wang. You will also oversee the renovations and related matters, Li Kuan instructed as he made his way towards the elevator. I expect to see the Kuanping Group sign displayed within a month. As for whether Zhao Yiting would have any objections, Li Kuan was confident she would not reject his proposal. The allure of $1 million salary alone was sufficient to entice, not to mention the unconditional project bonuses. That night, back at home, Zhao Yiting recounted the entire encounter to her father, Zhao Rulin. Chapter 086. The secretary takes her place upon hearing his daughter's account. Zhao Rulin was taken aback. How could this man, after only a few encounters, hold such esteem for his daughter? My dear child, with such generous terms offered, why hesitate? Just accept, he urged, having never anticipated such an opportunity. He envisioned using this young, enigmatic tycoon to ascend to greater heights, amassing more power and wealth. Father, are you suggesting I accept? Of course, Zhao Rulin replied, his gaze laden with meaning. Ting, don't you sense that this mysterious young heir has an interest in you? If you were to be with him, our Zhao family. Zhao Yiting's cheeks flushed at the implication. We are merely engaging in professional interactions, father. Please don't read too much into it. What is wrong with that? Zhao Ruilin patted her shoulder. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Mr. Li is young, affluent, and not lacking in attractiveness. He would make a suitable companion for you in both career and life. Besides, if you don't start looking for a partner at your age, by the time you reach your 30s, you might find it difficult to encounter someone better. The stories of domineering CEOs falling for women in their 30s are merely fantasies. Don't take them seriously. Even if such connections exist, they often involve ulterior motives. However, you've only offered Mr. Li some suggestions, and he has reciprocated with such favorable terms. There is no reason not to accept. At this point, Zhao Ruilin, being a shrewd man, chose to refrain from further commentary. Some matters are better left unsaid. Excessive discussion could lead to unintended consequences. Understood. I will think it over carefully. Zhao Yiting replied before retreating to her room. As the night deepened, gazing out her window at the myriad lights of Donghai, Zhao Yiting's thoughts swirled in contemplation. The following day, she promptly messaged Li Kuan. Mr. Li, I resign. How shall you arrange my position? Just waking up. Li Kuan spotted her message and set aside his drowsiness, rubbing his eyes before typing back. How about the role of executive secretary? One who stands just beneath the boss yet above the masses? Interested? At noon, Zhao Yiting, clad in a simple suit, her hair tied back in a ponytail, awaited him at Sweetheart CAF. Quite prompt. Have you had lunch yet? A resonant male voice queried. Turning towards the sound, Zhao Yiting saw Li Kuan, casually dressed and relaxed. Not yet. I was just about to eat. You're not late, Mr. Li, she replied with a smile, reminding herself that this man was now her employer and that she could not treat him as she would a client. Your initial task is straightforward. Establish the company as structure and recruit personnel, along with overseeing the office renovations. I will handle the financial matters. Any issues? None at all. Zhao Yiting responded. With a salary of 1 million, she knew she needed to earn her keep. The boss holds such unwavering trust in her, and she shall endeavor with utmost dedication. Very well, let us proceed thusly. Expedite the process. Let us strive to achieve completion at the earliest opportunity. Haven't you yet dined? Li Kuan suddenly inquired, perfectly coinciding with his own hunger. Allow me to treat you. Come, let us go. Without giving Zhao Yiting a chance to refuse, he strode toward the car. Approximately 10 minutes later, the two found themselves seated in an upscale French restaurant, Le Ciel Bleu, located on the bustling commercial street of Donghai City. Zhao Yiting followed Li Kuan into the establishment, and after being guided by the server, they took their seats. Mr. Li, this is your table, the head waiter respectfully announced, before turning to leave once they were settled. I've heard that the French cuisine here is quite exquisite. I hope it suits your palate, Li Kuan remarked casually. Shortly thereafter, the server presented the menu. Good day, sir. Today, our chef's special includes foie gras paired with fig jam, while the main courses feature truffle steak and pan-seared cod. For dessert, we have freshly made souffle. Would you care to order any of these? Sounds delightful, Li Kuan replied, glancing at Zhao Yiting. If you have no objections, let us proceed with these selections. Zhao Yiting nodded in agreement, reasoning that since it was not her own expense, she had no grounds for dissent. In such a grand establishment, the dishes were bound to be commendable. Once the server had departed, Li Kuan addressed Zhao Yiting, for the time being. You shall assume the dual roles of Chief Operating Officer for our investments and my personal secretary. It may be a bit taxing initially, but once we recruit additional personnel, I shall gradually ease your workload, as I am quite inexperienced in investments myself. That is perfectly acceptable, as long as you trust me, Mr. Li. Zhao Yiting responded without hesitation. The two then engaged in a brief discussion regarding company matters until the appetizer was served, foie gras paired with toasted bread and fig jam. Drawing upon his experience with Western cuisine, Li Kuan deftly spread the foie gras onto a slice of bread, thoughtfully offering it to Zhao Yiting. Do give it a try. I've heard this foie gras is imported from overseas. All right, Zhao Yiting replied, accepting it and cautiously taking a bite. The rich, creamy texture immediately melted on her tongue, and the sweetness of the fig jam beautifully balanced the richness of the foie gras, creating a harmonious pairing. It is indeed quite balanced. Is the flavor to your liking? Li Kuan's gaze was intense. Compared to the French fare before him, he found himself yearning for the beloved Chinese delicacy, abalone. The texture is exceptionally delicate. Zhao Yiting replied honestly. It has been some time since I last indulged in Western cuisine. Upon hearing this, Li Kuan smiled. As our company flourishes, there will be myriad opportunities to dine out, as long as you don't mind the prospect of gaining a few pounds. As they neared the end of the appetizer, the server timely presented the main course, truffle steak accompanied by red wine sauce. Li Kuan poured himself a glass of burgundy red wine, downing it in one swift motion. This Roman economy may not be of the latest vintage, yet its flavor is quite commendable, perfectly complementing the steak. You should try some as well. Zhao Yiting poured herself a modest amount and took a delicate sip. The robust aroma of the wine instantly enveloped her palate, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand, Li Kuan said, slicing a piece of steak. What do you estimate our company will require in terms of funding for these projects?